Born with 5 spiritual roots, one can only aspire to be a mere servant in the Immortal sect. Yet, with the emergence of a space capable of enhancing the growth of spiritual herbs 100-fold, the acquisition of century-old, millennia-old, and even 10,000-year-old spiritual medicines has become an effortless endeavor. Qinghe cultivates spiritual herbs, concocts immortal pills, nurtures spirit beasts, and practices divine abilities. Despite having only the endowment of 5 spiritual roots, he too can embark on the path to ascendancy. Chapter 0457. 2 Thunder Tribulations. The Crimson Fox breaks through. The thunder clouds above amassed rapidly, their density increasing, and the pressure of heaven and earth grew ever stronger. Indeed, only when a demon beast breaks through to the earthly realm does a thunder tribulation descend. Having suffered a significant setback previously, Qinghe dared not investigate the thunderclouds this time. Instead, he donned the heavenly deception mask to conceal his aura completely. Before long, the thunder tribulation in the sky took shape. Lightning crackled as a thick, purple bolt descended from the tribulation, aiming fiercely at the position of the little fox. Suddenly, a colossal fox, 100 times larger than the little fox, emerged, throwing its head back to emit a piercing shriek at the descending thunder. Then, a fiery red figure swooped down upon it. The two collided, and the terrifying bolt of thunder was thwarted. Watching from afar, Qinghe, observing the vermilion bird cauldron in the sky, couldn't help but chuckle. This little fox truly wishes to avoid any hardship. Yet, before Qinghe could relish his mirth for even a moment, another thunder tribulation materialized above, causing his smile to falter. Could it be that the little fox must endure 2 thunder tribulations? Qinghe quickly dismissed this notion as impossible. The fire python's innate abilities far surpassed those of the little fox, which only needed to face a single tribulation. Surely, there must be an unknown reason behind this. The giant little fox also perceived the newly formed tribulation, its blood-red eyes darting with intelligence. It then retrieved the vermilion bird cauldron as another bolt of thunder struck down. The little fox braced itself and endured the onslaught. A thunderous roar echoed as the little fox was hurled to the ground, its fate uncertain. At that moment, the tribulation dissipated, and Qinghe appeared above the little fox's tribulation site, surveying the massive crater below, where the little fox had reverted to its original form. Descending into the deep pit, Qinghe sensed the faint presence of the little fox and produced a transformation divine fruit, infusing it into the little fox's body. He then cast the little fox into the black earth space that, as long as it was alive, it indicated that the little fox had successfully broken through. Qinghe stowed away the vermilion bird cauldron and the divine array. He wished to avoid conflict with the beasts in the depths of the wilderness after the previous incident. He understood that there were heavenly realm demon kings lurking in the wild, and likely more than one. Faced with a heavenly realm demon king, even his considerable abilities would be of no avail. Once Qinghe vanished, several massive demon beasts appeared, sniffing the air above and glancing at the deep pit below before turning to leave. Employing the thunder movement secret technique, Qinghe departed the wilderness in just a day. His thoughts shifted. He decided against heading to Frost Moon City and instead resolved to confront the Song family in Medicine King City, particularly since they had an ancestor at the first level of the Golden Core stage, to prevent any complications later. Disguising his aura as a 5th-level Qi refinement cultivator, he arrived at the alchemy shop of the city lord's estate, his furtive demeanor immediately drawing the attention of the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper approached him, inquiring, "Fellow cultivator, are you looking to purchase elixirs or sell spiritual herbs?" Qinghe cautiously asked, "Do you accept special spiritual herbs here?" "Special spiritual herbs?" The shopkeeper regarded Qinghe with curiosity. "Do you perhaps possess high-grade spiritual herbs?" Qinghe nodded. "Indeed, though I'm unsure of their exact nature, they must be of a very high grade." From Qinghe's demeanor, the shopkeeper surmised that this 5th-level Qi refinement cultivator had encountered some fortuitous opportunity, for he would not appear so cautious. Otherwise, could it be that this Qi refinement cultivator stumbled upon a mysterious high-grade spiritual herb? The shopkeeper's interest peaked. Please feel free to present your spiritual herb. This shop is run by the city lord's estate. Rest assured, we will offer you a fair and just price. Reassured by the shopkeeper's words, Lu Qinghe inquired, could we find a more secure location? The shopkeeper slapped his forehead. How careless of me. Please follow me. A high-grade spiritual herb would be a substantial transaction. What if it proved useful to him? Leading the way, the shopkeeper guided Lu Qinghe into a hall, urging, fellow cultivator, may I see the spiritual herb you possess? Lu Qinghe retrieved a Qianxiaaudiobooks transformation grass, which he had prepared in advance, placing it in a jade box. Upon witnessing the Qianxiaaudiobooks transformation grass, the shopkeeper's expression shifted to one of astonishment, as his heart raced. This was not merely a high-grade spiritual herb, but rather a legendary low-grade earthly herb, the Qianxiaaudiobooks transformation grass. Before he could examine it further, Lu Qinghe hastily stowed the jade box into his storage bag. Noticing Lu Qinghe's swift action, the shopkeeper's face fell. He realized he had lost composure. After adjusting his attire, he asked Lu Qinghe, might you know what kind of spiritual herb this is? Lu Qinghe shook his head. I do not know, but it is undoubtedly a high-grade spiritual herb. When I harvested it, I witnessed the Qianxiaaudiobooks phenomenon surge forth, nearly costing me my life. The fact that Lu Qinghe was unaware that the Qianxiaaudiobooks transformation grass was an earthly-grade herb put the shopkeeper at ease. He foresaw a significant profit. It was a mystery how this Qi refinement cultivator had come across such a treasure. The shopkeeper introduced, this is a Qianxiaaudiobooks grass, a high-grade spiritual herb. Fellow cultivator, you are indeed fortunate to have acquired such a treasure. Upon hearing it was a high-grade spiritual herb, Lu Qinghe's lips curled into a smile, eagerly asking, might I inquire how many spirit stones you would offer for it? The shopkeeper proposed a price, 10,000 spirit stones. Lu Qinghe internally scoffed. The shopkeeper truly believed he was unaware that this herb was an earthly-grade spiritual herb, not merely a top-tier high-grade. 1.10000 spirit stones was an astronomical sum for a Qi refinement cultivator. They could scarcely accumulate such wealth. During his time at the Taishan sect, even possessing several hundred spirit stones was considered a respectable fortune. Yet, the standard price for an earthly-grade herb was around 50,000 spirit stones. The shopkeeper must have taken him for a complete novice. Lu Qinghe replied cautiously, I think I shall explore other options. If I cannot find a better price, I shall sell it to your shop. Seeing Lu Qinghe prepare to leave, the shopkeeper grew anxious. Wait. I shall increase the offer by 5,000 spirit stones, totaling 15,000 spirit stones. That should be enough for you to purchase a spirit artifact. Lu Qinghe hesitated, seemingly tempted by this new offer. Seeing Lu Qinghe's excitement, the shopkeeper hastily interjected, although this spiritual herb is a top-tier Xian grade, it is merely a body-refining herb, not one for cultivating magical power. The price of 15,000 spirit stones is already exorbitant. I can assure you that no other apothecary will offer a lower price than ours. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Qinghe replied, if you add another 1,000 spirit stones, I shall sell it to you. The shopkeeper found himself in a quandary, yet, upon noticing the eager glimmer in Lu Qinghe's eyes, he reluctantly conceded, let us consider this a budding friendship. I shall take the herb for 16,000 spirit stones. He quickly produced the 16,000 spirit stones and placed them before him, stating, here are the 16,000 spirit stones. You may now hand over the herb. Lu Qinghe promptly presented the jade box containing the Qianxiaaudiobooks transformation grass to the shopkeeper, eagerly gathering the spirit stones, as if fearing the shopkeeper might retract his offer. Observing Lu Qinghe's demeanor, the shopkeeper's eyes flickered with a hint of mockery. What a fool, utterly oblivious to the true value of the Qianxiaaudiobooks transformation grass. Chapter 0458. Coercive Plunder, Soul-Capturing Technique. Fellow Taoist, do you happen to have more of this spiritual herb? If so, my humble shop will gladly purchase it at this price. He suspected that Lu Qinghe possessed more than just a single Qianxiaaudiobooks transformation herb. Lu Qinghe hesitated for a moment before fervently shaking his head. No, I only have one left. The others are gone. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Rising swiftly, he bade farewell and hurriedly departed. Observing Lu Qinghe's anxious exit, the shopkeeper's eyes flickered with intrigue. Did he still possess Qianxiaaudiobooks transformation herbs? Without further ado, he ascended to an upper floor, where a lavishly dressed young man awaited, accompanied by 4 beautiful maidservants. The nobleman cast an irate glare at the shopkeeper. Uncle Song, Have I not made it clear that unless there is an extraordinary matter, I wish to be left undisturbed? Were it not for your status as a second-layer foundation establishment cultivator, I would ensure you paid dearly for this interruption. The shopkeeper bore no resentment. Although the young man was merely a half-step into foundation establishment, he was a core disciple of the Song family. And it was only a matter of time before he fully attained the foundation establishment stage. The shopkeeper hastily reported, "Young master, I have just acquired a spiritual herb." The young man's brow furrowed. What kind of herb? The shopkeeper wasted no words, producing the Qinghe transformation herb. Upon seeing it, the young man's expression shifted dramatically. He struck out with a palm, and before the four beautiful maidservants could react, their bodies were severed. There was no hint of compassion or sentimentality. The shopkeeper was unfazed. The young man stared at the Qinghe transformation herb, murmuring, "This is indeed a terrestrial-grade spiritual herb. I must have it." He excitedly asked the shopkeeper, "Uncle Song, where did you acquire such a treasure? Present it to the ancestor, and you shall be handsomely rewarded. With this terrestrial-grade herb, my path to foundation establishment will be expedited by several years, and I may even receive high-tier spiritual artifacts as rewards. My standing in the family will undoubtedly soar, perhaps even granting me eligibility as a candidate for clan leader." The shopkeeper recounted his transaction with Qinghe, prompting the young man to exclaim, "Find this individual. He must possess more Qinghe transformation herbs. I suspect he has discovered a special secret realm, and the herbs he carries are certainly not limited to just these." The shopkeeper had anticipated this line of thought. "Rest assured, young master, I have already placed a mark on him. I can easily track him." He departed in the direction away from the Medicine King city. "Let us go." The young man could hardly contain his impatience, not even sparing a glance at the corpses on the floor as he led the way out of the room. The shopkeeper conjured a fireball to incinerate the bodies before hastily following him. Once outside Medicine King city, Qinghe found a secluded spot to meditate and rest. "It appears the bait has been taken," he mused. A peculiar aura lingered on him, one that the shopkeeper had placed, but he found it trivial to manage. The means of a foundation establishment cultivator were far too rudimentary for him. He did not wait long before two figures materialized in the void, eyeing him with keen interest. Qinghe stared in shock at the two, warily questioning, "Shopkeeper, could it be that you have reconsidered? You have guaranteed this with the reputation of your city lord's mansion." As they landed, the shopkeeper remained silent, while the young man scrutinized Qinghe with an arrogant demeanor, declaring, "I am Song Hao, a core disciple of the city lord's mansion, personally taught by the ancestor. Do you have any other spiritual herbs? I am willing to purchase them at a premium." With that, he exerted his formidable half-step foundation establishment power over Qinghe. Qinghe, alarmed, shook his head vehemently. "I have none." Song Hao, unconvinced, demanded, "Hand over your storage bag for my inspection." Qinghe's expression darkened, indignation surging within him. "Is this how your city lord's mansion operates? Do you intend to resort to coercive plunder?" Song Hao dismissed him nonchalantly. "This is not plunder. These are treasures that rightfully belong to the city lord's mansion, which you have merely stolen. Listen, in the world of cultivation, the weak have no voice. Today, you face but one choice. Surrender your storage bag and disclose the origin of your spiritual herbs. Perhaps I may consider sparing your life. As for the reputation of the city lord's mansion, that is not for you to ponder. The disappearance of an ant goes unnoticed." Qinghe sighed, fully aware that this was not the first time these two had behaved in such a manner. Their arrogance betrayed a history of countless innocent lives taken. Initially, he had thought it wrong to kill indiscriminately, but now he recognized the truth. The establishment of the city lord's mansion was undoubtedly built on a mountain of corpses. This was the legacy of Song Yu, the third elder of the Song family, and now, Song Wudi. Even the cultivators of the Golden Core's second layer shared this fate. And now, so did they. "Eliminating you would be a service to the heavens," Qinghe proclaimed, sending shockwaves through the two. Song Hao pointed incredulously at Qinghe. "How do you know of Song Yu, and of the third uncle and the unmatched ancestor? How could a mere Qi refinement cultivator possess such knowledge of the city lord's mansion?" Qinghe shed his earlier timidity, responding with ease. "Because they all fell at my hands." With a swift motion, Qinghe unleashed his palm, obliterating the second-layer foundation establishment shopkeeper into fragments amid his wide-eyed horror. Leaving no time for escape, only Song Hao remained, his face a mask of terror as he stammered, "You." He struggled to articulate his shock and fear. This was a Golden Core ancestor he faced. "Do not be alarmed. Rest assured, I shall not slay you, at least not just yet." Qinghe utilized the 5-element sword array diagram to suppress the two-horned demon, securing the use of the soul-capturing bell. Though the soul-capturing bell had reached the level of a magical artifact, controlling a Golden Core cultivator was impossible. However, subduing a Qi refinement cultivator posed no challenge. As a dark light flashed from the soul-capturing bell, Song Hao's soul was ensnared, effectively turning him into a puppet under Qinghe's command. Qinghe's aura began to shift, not only transforming into that of a second-layer foundation establishment cultivator, but also adopting an appearance reminiscent of the shopkeeper he had just slain. Initially, he had considered using a deception mask to pose as a golden core cultivator of the Song family, but recalling the earlier mention of the soul token shattering, he realized that news of his kill had likely reached the city lord's mansion, which would jeopardize his plans. His aim was to first reap substantial benefits before annihilating the Song family. Qinghe commanded, "Lead me to the Song family's treasury, as a core disciple. You should have no trouble approaching it." Thus, Qinghe devised a plan to control a core disciple of the Song family to locate their treasury. "Yes," Xianxiao replied monotonously, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, and led Qinghe as they soared toward Medicine King City, ultimately arriving at the Song family without hindrance. Upon seeing Xianxiao and Qinghe, the guards were momentarily taken aback before hastily inquiring, "Young Master Song and Elder Qinghe, why have you returned to the city lord's mansion ahead of schedule?" Qinghe, manipulating Xianxiao's voice, responded, "I have urgent matters to report to the ancestor. Clear the way." The guards dared not impede their passage, allowing Xianxiao and Qinghe to enter the city lord's mansion. Chapter 0459, The Birth of the Life Treasure. Annihilating a clan, the Song family treasury was of utmost importance, guarded by two late-stage 9th-layer foundation establishment cultivators. As Xianxiao and Qinghe approached the treasury, an elder appeared to block their path, frowning at Xianxiao. "Xianxiao, what brings you here with someone?" Xianxiao remained silent, and the elder's impatience grew as he scolded, "Unless there is something extraordinary, you should leave at once." As soon as his words fell, a palpable and terrifying aura locked onto him. Before he could even discern the situation, Qinghe had already materialized beside him, dispatching him in an instant. The elder, concealed in the shadows and at the 9th level of foundation establishment, witnessed this turn of events and sought to flee. However, his movements and speed were no secret to Qinghe. He didn't even have time to cast a spell before he found himself in Qinghe's grasp. "Who are you?" The foundation establishment elder exclaimed in terror, gazing at Qinghe, who was undoubtedly a formidable golden core ancestor, not a mere foundation establishment cultivator from the Song family. At that moment, Qinghe finally comprehended why those golden core ancestors had always dismissed him, treating him as insignificant as an ant. In the presence of a golden core, a 9th-level foundation establishment cultivator possessed no means of resistance whatsoever. "This is not knowledge you are entitled to. Open the treasury doors for me," Qinghe commanded. The foundation establishment elder, resolute in his stance, retorted, "You wish. I would rather die than assist you in opening the treasury." He then threatened, "What transpires here will soon be known to the golden core ancestors of my clan. You cannot escape." Observing the situation, Qinghe expressed his regret. "Then I must fulfill your wish." He produced the soul-devouring bell, consuming the elder's spirit, and disposed of both corpses into the black soil space. He retrieved the storage bag and instructed Song how to locate the key within it. Shortly, they found the key in the storage bag of the recently deceased foundation establishment elder. Qinghe seized the key and activated it, watching as it soared into the treasury, which then swung open. Entering the treasury, Qinghe did not spare a glance, instead channeling his formidable divine sense to absorb everything into the black soil space. When he encountered the last few treasures, formidable restrictions still lingered, but they posed no challenge for Qinghe. With a mere wave of his hand, he shattered the restrictions effortlessly. He collected several precious items into the black soil space. As the restrictions crumbled, a furious roar reverberated throughout the city lord's residence. "Who dares to enter the city lord's residence?" "What? Someone has the audacity to intrude upon the city lord's residence? Impossible. Who in Tian Nen would have such courage?" However, was that not the voice of the ancestor? This furious outcry startled all the cultivators of the Song family, who looked up in confusion. A figure shot forth from the depths of the Song family, swiftly arriving above the treasury. Having acquired the treasures within, Qinghe swiftly struck down Xianxiao with a single blow, no longer concealing his presence as he soared out above the treasury, looming over the city lord's residence. Confronted by the last remaining golden core cultivator of the Song family, along with countless other Song family cultivators, the golden core stared grimly at Qinghe and loudly inquired, "Who are you to dare set your sights on the city lord's residence?" He recognized Qinghe as a golden core cultivator and dared not act rashly. The other Song family cultivators fixed their astonished gazes on Qinghe, shocked that someone would dare to invade the city lord's residence. Was this not akin to seeking death? Qinghe responded unhurriedly, "You need not concern yourself with my identity. Today, your Song family shall be annihilated." The Song family's golden core retorted angrily, "You speak with great audacity, friend. This is Xian City, the domain of the Yaowang sect. Regardless of who you are, entering the city lord's residence warrants your eradication. Even if you are a golden core master." The Song family's golden core unleashed a spell, activating a terrifying grand formation. He had directly initiated the Xian City grand formation, gathering countless dreadful energies in the sky. This commotion alarmed countless cultivators of the Yaowang City, who looked up in terror, wondering what calamity had befallen them. Was Yaowang City under attack by a true monarch? No, they were not under attack. The grand formation of Yaowang City, which had not been activated for a millennium, had been unleashed. It was the people of the city lord's residence. What had transpired there to trigger the Xian City grand formation? Numerous foundation establishment cultivators and several golden core cultivators soared into the sky, heading toward the city lord's residence. At that moment, a blood-red flag, vast and ominous, blotted out the sun, and an endless river of blood painted the skies above the city lord's residence crimson. An enraged voice echoed, "For offending the blood demon sect, the Song family of Yaowang City shall be exterminated." Qinghe unfurled the blood demon flag across the sky, summoning countless blood god puppets to shield against the assaults of the Xian City grand formation. The Song family's golden core stared incredulously at Qinghe. "You are a cultivator of the blood demon sect?" Qinghe affirmed, "Indeed. Thus, you may rest in peace." The Song family's golden core seethed. "The Song family bears no grievance against your blood demon sect. Why do you target us? Do you not fear retribution from the Yaowang sect? What is the Yaowang sect to us? In due time, the blood demon sect shall surely trample the Yaowang sect into the ground." Realizing that matters could not end peacefully today, the Song family golden core summoned his life-bound magical treasure. "Today, I shall ensure that you demonic cultivators have no way back." The grand formation of Yaowang City was already activated. Not even a late-stage golden core master could escape. Qinghe sensed that the blood demon flag could not withstand the onslaught of the Xian City grand formation, which was a formidable, top-tier defensive array. As the Song family's golden core sought to command the formation to attack, Qinghe produced the soul-devouring bell. Clang, clang, clang. The Song family's golden core was caught unprepared as his spirit was assaulted, causing his incantation to falter and his treasure to lose its radiance. Seizing the opportunity, Qinghe struck, slaying the Song family golden core and casting his corpse into the black soil space. Surveying the terrified faces of the countless Song family cultivators below, along with their expressions of rage and disbelief, Qinghe showed no mercy this time. 5 elements sword formation, arise. 5 celestial swords materialized amidst the blood river, as if poised to bring about the end of the world. The Song family cultivators finally reacted, "Flee," but it was too late. The 5 elements sword formation descended with a deafening crash, obliterating the Song family's defensive array and leveling over 100 kilometers of their territory to the ground, leaving behind only a bottomless pit. From within the blood demon flag came a terrifying roar. The two-horned demon, no longer restrained by the soul-devouring bell and the 5 elements sword formation, awakened in fury and burst forth from the blood demon flag. Qinghe did not hinder the emergence of the two-headed demon. As it crawled out, he retracted the blood demon flag. Boom! The fearsome Xian City grand formation unleashed a blinding light, and all its assaults fell upon the two-headed demon. The demon barely had time to scream before it was driven into the earth. Qinghe's divine sense enveloped the two-horned demon, and he seized the blood demon sect, summoning countless blood god puppets. Boom! 36 blood god puppets detonated, creating a breach in the Xian City grand formation. Qinghe transformed into a bolt of lightning, vanishing within Yaowang City. Chapter 0460, Questioning the Blood Demon Sect. The Blood Demon, true monarch, takes action. Countless cultivators gazed in horror at the unfolding events. Even the golden core ancestors of Yaowang City wore expressions of shock. In their hundreds of years of existence, they had never witnessed such a terrifying assault. The sky had fallen. The Xian City grand formation had been breached. Could it be that a nascent soul, true monarch, had intervened? Was the blood demon sect declaring war on Yaowang City? And what of the 3 golden cores of the city lord's residence? Was Song Wudi, a powerful 4th-layer golden core cultivator, truly annihilated without even a chance to resist? They remained oblivious to the fact that Song Wudi had long since perished. Even the 2nd-layer golden core cultivators had been eradicated by Qinghe. Within the city lord's residence, there was only one golden core cultivator at the 1st layer that Qinghe could easily dispatch. They could scarcely believe that someone would dare to strike against Yaowang City. Several golden cores hovered above the city lord's residence, gazing in shock at the sprawling chasm that extended for miles. Their faces were etched with disbelief. A golden core cultivator regained his senses and lamented, "It is truly tragic. The entirety of the Song family has been utterly erased." Another golden core inquired, "Could it be that the true monarch of the blood demon sect has intervened?" One of the golden cores assessed, "No, a true monarch would unleash devastation far more horrific than this. Not merely a city lord's residence, but the entire Medicine King city would be obliterated. This destruction has been wrought by a late-stage golden core practitioner wielding formidable artifacts." All eyes turned to this golden core, who they hastily greeted, "We pay our respects to Daoist Su." This individual was Su Tianwen, the Golden Core cultivator stationed in Medicine King City on behalf of the Medicine King sect. There is no need for excessive formalities, my fellow Taoists, he replied, reaching down to grasp several remnants of blood god puppets. The blood demon flag, the blood god formation, and the blood god puppets. There is no doubt this is the work of the blood demon sect. Rest assured, my fellow Taoists, the blood demon sect's audacity will come at a cost. I have already reported this to our sect, and soon a powerful Golden Core elder will descend. Upon hearing that a formidable Golden Core would arrive from the Medicine King sect, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, alleviating their concerns about potential aggression from the blood demon sect. One Golden Core asked, what could the Song family have done to provoke the blood demon sect into such a heinous act? Su Tianwen shook his head. That remains unknown. As they speculated, several powerful presences descended, prompting Su Tianwen to step forward and bow respectfully. I pay my respects to senior brother Qinghe. Qinghe Baiqiu swept his formidable consciousness across the city lord's residence before addressing Su Tianwen. Junior brother Su, what has transpired? Su Tianwen promptly recounted the events that had just unfolded. After listening, Qinghe Baiqiu's expression darkened. What audacity the blood demon sect possesses to dare lay waste to the territory of our Medicine King sect, especially Medicine King City. Are they truly intent on waging war against us? My junior brothers, handle the aftermath here. I shall pay a visit to the blood demon sect. With that, Qinghe Baiqiu's figure soared away from the Medicine King sect, vanishing in an instant. One elder, watching Qinghe Baiqiu depart, could only shake his head helplessly. Junior brother Lu, I leave this in your hands. I must return to the sect to seek the supreme elder's judgment. Concerned that Qinghe Baiqiu might suffer harm, he resolved to request the intervention of a nascent soul true monarch against the blood demon sect. These events bore no relation to Lu Qinghe, who had not ventured to Frostmoon City, aware that such actions would inevitably cause significant upheaval throughout the entire Southern Heaven cultivation realm. Restoring his appearance, he swiftly returned to the Medicine King sect. Sitting solemnly in the grand hall, Lu Qinghe felt a sense of helplessness. He had not anticipated that a simple outing would lead to such a commotion. He hoped that the mask of deception would remain undetected, and it would be best if Medicine King City were to engage directly in warfare with the blood demon sect. However, he was also unsettled, as he was unsure how many lives had been extinguished by his hand, while also having witnessed the might of the five elements sword array in full force. As he had foreseen, it had indeed attained the power of a superior grade artifact. Yet, this only intensified his desire to elevate all his artifacts to the level of superior grade. He was acutely aware that at any moment, he might encounter some hidden Golden Core practitioners, and should they possess a superior grade artifact as their lifebound treasure, he could be caught off guard and eliminated. Only by upgrading all his artifacts to superior grade would he feel a satisfactory sense of security. The matter of the Song family was now settled. Although there were several disciples of the Song family within the Medicine King sect, they lacked the qualification to instigate trouble for him. He could not possibly act against the disciples of the Song family within the sect, particularly since there were also Foundation establishment cultivators among them. Such actions would not only provoke the wrath of the Medicine King sect, but would also lead to dire consequences upon investigation. No one would ever suspect that he was behind the turmoil in Medicine King City. Nonetheless, he felt a gnawing disquiet in his heart and resolved to find an opportunity to use the soul-capturing bell to orchestrate an accident for these Song family disciples. After all, there were not many of them, and with caution, he could discreetly employ the soul-capturing bell to control these disciples into a mishap, completely dissociating himself from the matter. With this decision made, Lu Qinghe began to adjust his mindset. Otherwise, it would adversely affect his future cultivation. Above the blood demon sect, a figure materialized, causing the malevolent aura surrounding the sect to recede dramatically. Several Golden Core figures from the blood demon sect materialized in the void, glaring at Qinghe Baiqiu. You have quite the audacity, Taoist, to trespass into the blood demon sect. Qinghe Baiqiu coldly snorted. You blood demon sect dare to massacre Medicine King City. Why should I refrain from confronting you? A Golden Core practitioner at the 8th level furrowed his brow. What is this Medicine King City you speak of? I am unaware. If I am not mistaken, you are the Hall Master Qinghe of the Medicine King sect. Qinghe Baiqiu nodded. Indeed. Today you blood demon sect must provide me with an explanation. The 8th level Golden Core shook his head. I do not know what has transpired in Medicine King City, nor do I wish to know. However, since you have come, you shall remain here in the blood demon sect. As the words fell, a blood god formation emerged, enveloping Qinghe Baiqiu within. You think a blood god formation can trap me? Foolish delusion, he bellowed, producing a long whip from his hand, upon which countless golden runes shimmered, his lifebound treasure, the punishing heaven whip, an immensely powerful superior grade artifact. With a single lash, the very void fractured, obliterating all the blood god puppets that appeared. The blood god formation, which had reached the late stage of the earth level, was shattered by his strike. Truly, He was a formidable practitioner at the 8th level of Golden Core, but this was not the Medicine King sect. It was the Blood Demon sect. The others joined forces to suppress him, aiming to refine him into the main soul for the Blood Demon flag. Very well. Several Golden Core practitioners simultaneously attacked Qinghe, igniting a cataclysmic battle above the Blood Demon sect, plunging the realm into chaos. After half a day, Qinghe, bloodied and battered, stood amidst the skies. Despite his strength, he could not withstand the onslaught of several Golden Cores. Attempting to retreat with his whip, he was met with an overwhelming pressure that firmly suppressed him. His Golden Core 8th level cultivation instantly shackled. A youth with blood-red hair emerged from the void, coldly regarding Qinghe. In sheer terror, Qinghe gritted his teeth and identified the individual, Blood Demon True Monarch. Chapter 0461, True Monarch Xiang. The possibility beyond nascent soul. The Blood Demon True Monarch displayed no trace of emotion in his gaze, merely asking indifferently, "Is this the will of the true monarch of the Medicine King sect, or merely the thoughts of an insignificant ant like you?" Before Qinghe could respond, the Blood Demon True Monarch continued, "I surmise that the true monarch of the Medicine King sect would not dare to act so recklessly. Nor would he send an ant like you to your demise. Since it is thus, I shall decree your death." With those words, an inexhaustible torrent of celestial might cascaded from above, a demonstration of the means possessed by a nascent soul true monarch, who could not only comprehend a certain law, but also wield the power of heaven and earth to attack. Qinghe's face contorted with terror. He had not anticipated the sheer horror of a nascent soul true monarch's strength. His Golden Core 8th level prowess, augmented by a superior grade lifebound artifact, felt as insignificant as an ant, easily slaughtered at will. He sought to resist, yet his entire spiritual energy was stripped away, rendering his soul powerless to mobilize. "Do you truly dare to harm me? I am the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall of the Medicine King sect." The Blood Demon True Monarch dismissed him with disdain. "It seems you have grown too arrogant, believing that your backing from the Medicine King sect grants you carte blanche. The majesty of a true monarch does not permit provocation, nor does it allow for desecration. Not only could I eliminate a mere Hall Master, but even if the sect leader Xianxiaaudiobooks were to come, I could crush him without a thought. I do not believe the true monarch of the Medicine King sect would truly dare to wage war over a handful of Golden Core ants." He paid no heed to Qinghe's status. Before a nascent soul true monarch, any identity or rank held no significance whatsoever. The Medicine King sect possesses the capability to slay him. However, it can equally annihilate all cultivators beneath the Golden Core true monarch of the sect. In the realm of cultivation in southern Tian, unless driven by profound enmity, it is rare for Golden Core true monarchs to engage in battle. Qinghe, unwilling to accept such a fate, pondered whether he was truly destined to perish here. Just as the celestial might was about to pierce through his being, a voice, cold and austere, reverberated. "I am curious to witness how you intend to extinguish the sect leader of the Medicine King sect." A middle-aged man clad in white descended from the skies, causing the celestial might of the Blood Demon True Monarch to dissipate. With the disappearance of this overwhelming force, Qinghe regained control over his own body, casting a resentful glance at the Blood Demon True Monarch before respectfully greeting the middle-aged man. "I pay my respects to my esteemed master uncle." The previously expressionless Blood Demon True Monarch furrowed his brow upon seeing the middle-aged man and inquired with a cupped fist, "Might I ask which true monarch you are from the Medicine King sect?" The middle-aged man replied, "I am Xiang." The Blood Demon True Monarch suddenly understood. "I have the honor of meeting True Monarch Xiang." True Monarch Xiang, unfazed by pleasantries, addressed the Blood Demon True Monarch. "You have attacked a Golden Core disciple of my Medicine King sect, as well as the Lord of the Punishment Hall. Could you provide an explanation?" A radiant manifestation of Xiang illuminated behind him, its power vastly exceeding that of the Golden Crow divine ability of Lu Qinghe. In response, a river of blood emerged behind the Blood Demon True Monarch, aimed at countering the Xiang avatar, as he did not wish to engage in conflict with True Monarch Xiang. After all, he was merely a newly ascended Golden Core and not a match for these seasoned True Monarchs. He began to explain, "It was he who intruded upon the Blood Demon sect, and I merely sought to teach him a lesson." True Monarch Xiang scoffed, "Had I arrived a moment later, I might have witnessed a blood puppet instead. Moreover, it is my understanding that it was your Blood Demon sect's cultivators who attacked Medicine King City and slaughtered the Lord's residence." The Blood Demon True Monarch cast a sidelong glance at the Golden Core cultivators within his faction. One of the 9th level Golden Core cultivators stepped forward, reporting to the Blood God. "All late-stage Golden Core cultivators of the Blood Demon sect remain within the sect and have not departed." Qinghe, furious, exposed the Blood Demon True Monarch's deceit. "You speak falsehoods. The Blood Demon banner, the Blood Demon formation, and the Blood God puppets, how could they be activated without Blood Demon power? If not the Blood Demon sect, then who could it be?" The Blood Demon True Monarch replied, The Blood Demon banner, indeed, has no relation to the Blood Demon sect. 6 of the 7 banners are in my possession. One remains lost in the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation realm, and I have no knowledge of its current holder, as my soul imprint has been erased. It is highly probable that it was taken by the 3 sects fleeing Zhao Kingdom, who seem to be attempting to rekindle hostilities between the Blood Demon sect and the Medicine King sect. True Monarch Qi Yang remains skeptical of the Blood Demon True Monarch's claims. Are you speaking the truth, my friend? The Blood Demon True Monarch nodded. I have no reason to lie. True Monarch Qi Yang contemplated. I shall instruct the Medicine King sect to ascertain the truth. And I sincerely hope that your words hold merit. Otherwise, should I return, I will not show mercy. With that, he seized Xingtian Baiqiu and vanished into the void above the Blood Demon sect. The Blood Demon True Monarch gazed at the gradually mending void, his expression darkening as he turned to issue commands to the higher-ups of the Blood Demon sect. Investigate thoroughly. We must recover the Blood Demon banner and the key lost in Frost Moon Immortal City. Once that place is opened, we shall be able to obliterate the Medicine King sect with a mere gesture. Anyone daring to scheme against the Golden Core True Monarch shall find themselves pursued by the Heavenly Destiny Pearl. No matter their myriad tactics, they will find no sanctuary. All present bowed in unison. We heed the Blood God's decree. When they looked again, the Blood Demon True Monarch's silhouette had vanished. In the Medicine King sect, Lu Qinghe remained oblivious to the fact that his machinations had nearly led to the demise of the Punishment Hall's master and almost ignited a conflict between 2 Golden Core True Monarchs. At this moment, he was in the Black Earth space, astonished as he observed the 2-horned demon. Initially, he believed that the 2-horned demon would surely perish under the assault of the Medicine King city's celestial array. Yet, to his surprise, the demon, riddled with wounds, displayed an uncanny resilience, as if it possessed an indestructible quality, beginning to recover slowly. There remained a glimmer of life within. This vitality was astonishing. The attack from the celestial array was roughly equivalent to a strike from a Golden Core True Monarch, yet it still retained a thread of existence. No wonder. In ancient times, the human race and the demon race united against demons. Not only were demons inherently vicious, preying upon both humans and their kind, but they were also extraordinarily difficult to eradicate. Now, however, an opportunity presented itself. If he could refine this demon into an external incarnation, it would be exceedingly challenging for it to meet its end thereafter. Crucially, the demon's true form must be immensely powerful, undoubtedly exceeding the Golden Core realm, allowing it to continuously break through with a substantial supply of yin and yang energy. While others may struggle to obtain yin and yang energy, even Golden Core True Monarchs find it challenging. Yet, I possess the yin-yang Divine Lotus and the formula for the yin-yang Celestial Pill. If my limit is the Golden Core True Monarch, this entity might surpass the Golden Core, achieving a transcendent existence. Thus, in a span of mere centuries, I could become invincible throughout the entire cultivation realm. In the boundless sea, it seems there are no beings exceeding the Golden Core True Monarch's stature. The more he contemplated, the more Lu Qinghe felt a surge of excitement. If this were indeed the case, even with various restrictions from laws, should his true body remain limited to the Golden Core, possessing an external incarnation that transcends the Golden Core would equate to obtaining divine capabilities. Resolute, he decided to take the plunge. After all, how could he know without attempting? Should he succeed, it would be a monumental transformation. Lu Qinghe firmly sealed the 2-horned demon to prevent it from recovering any further, recognizing that it would likely take centuries, if not millennia, to regain its strength. He then retrieved the jade slip pertaining to external incarnation and began his study. Chapter 0462, Cultivating the Second Soul. Utilizing 9-turn reincarnation grass, supreme induction of the second soul technique. This technique for external incarnation involves extracting a strand of the soul's essence to forge a second soul, which then resides upon a spiritual fetus, achieving not only the creation of the second soul, but also the refinement of the external incarnation. Though Lu Qinghe was unfamiliar with the specifics of the second soul, the process of splitting the soul's essence bore resemblance to a technique he had previously learned, the divine fragmentation technique. Thus, cultivating the second soul did not pose significant difficulty for him, as he had already traversed a similar path. The challenge lay in the technique of parasitizing the spiritual fetus. Failure would result in the loss of a fragment of soul essence and potential backlash causing severe harm. Furthermore, demons are not akin to spiritual fetuses, but rather sentient beings with consciousness. Yet, having made his decision, Lu Qinghe resolved to press on without retreat. The path of cultivation is inherently a quest for the Tao. It is not about contention. Even if confined to the Black Earth space, he would find himself limited to the Golden Core True Monarch, which merely equates to a lifespan of 1,000 years. Having endured so much, his aspirations now soared higher. Attaining immortality seemed too ethereal to consider, yet living for 10,000 years was not beyond the realm of possibility. However, to reach such an age, One must surpass the golden core true monarch, transcending numerous realms to achieve that goal. The two-horned demon was the only means he could conceive of to accomplish this. If other viable methods existed, the southern Tian cultivation realm would not have seen only golden core true monarchs as the strongest beings for millennia, with no one having walked the path to transcendence. Even should he attain perfection within the golden core realm, it would be exceedingly difficult to transcend. Thus, the immediate objective was to cultivate the second soul. Qinghe began to observe the methods for cultivating the second soul. Although he lacked the enlightenment grasp, he could still grasp the profound principles contained therein. Cultivating the second soul is relatively straightforward. First, one must possess a formidable spirit, and second, one requires treasures that can enhance the soul. Fortunately, these prerequisites pose no challenge for him. His spirit is already 15 times stronger than that of other cultivators. While spirit power is merely a manifestation of soul strength, he could easily bypass this stage. Qinghe prepared himself, no longer hesitating, and began to channel his cultivation method. Under the guidance of the Supreme, he sensed the essence of his own soul. It manifested as a mysterious orb composed of 5 vibrant colors. This was the first time Qinghe had such an intimate view of his soul, and he was astonished by its appearance. Could this be a consequence of cultivating the 5 elements transformation technique? It seemed the only plausible explanation for the unusual hues of his soul. He decided to extract a fragment of his soul essence. Following the method for separating the second spirit as instructed by the Supreme, Qinghe began the delicate process of detaching a sliver of his soul essence. Pain surged through him. This was a torment he had previously endured during his practice of the separation of spirit and thought technique. However, his willpower was now unwavering. He could withstand this agony. Qinghe dared not rush the extraction and proceeded cautiously, aware that a misstep could lead to grievous consequences. As time passed, the pain intensified, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and his complexion shifted from a healthy flush to a ghostly pallor. After what felt like an eternity, Qinghe bellowed, "Separate now." In an instant, a fragment of his soul essence was wrested away, leaving him utterly drained. Yet he pressed on, continuing to channel his energy to prevent this essence from dissipating. Eventually, the soul essence coalesced into a small, colorful orb, at which point Qinghe ceased his efforts. The void left by the missing piece of his soul felt more daunting than vanquishing a golden core cultivator. Yet, the second spirit possessed its own peculiarities. He felt 2 distinct thoughts within him, unlike the 5 strands of his main soul, as if he had become 2 selves. Gazing at the colorful orb nestled deep within his spirit, he mused, "From now on, I shall have 2 lives." However, this second spirit was exceedingly fragile. It stood no chance against a dual-horned demon and would likely be devoured. If only it could grow stronger. Qinghe considered that if the second spirit could reach the same level of power as his primary self, it would easily consume the demon's essence. Alas, the soul-refining pills had run out, and the 3-life soul-devouring flower would not mature for another 2 years. If he had sufficient soul-refining pills and 3-life soul-devouring flowers, he could cultivate this second spirit adequately. Suddenly, a thought struck him. "Wait, I possess another treasure." Qinghe lifted his gaze, eyes gleaming with determination, and hesitated momentarily before rising to stand before the 9-turned soul-returning herb. This herb was now 700 years old, and its 3rd leaf would mature in another 3 years. Qinghe contemplated, "I wonder what would happen if I allowed the second spirit to absorb one of its leaves. Could it enhance its strength?" After pondering briefly, he concluded, "There are no better alternatives. No matter how potent a spiritual herb may be, if it cannot be utilized by me, it is of little value." He decided to test the efficacy of the 9-turned soul-returning herb. Carefully, he plucked the 1st leaf. A strange luminescence flickered across the herb, and Qinghe sensed that it had weakened considerably. He spoke, "I shall borrow 10 years of your time. Consuming 1 leaf is far preferable to devouring the entire plant." Noticing that the herb did not react, Qinghe mentally chastised himself for expecting it to understand. After all, spiritual herbs were meant for his use. He swiftly absorbed the leaf into his soul, but the second spirit was too weak to assimilate it. The leaf of the 9-turned soul-returning herb radiated an ancient light, enveloping the second spirit akin to a cocoon, waiting for it to emerge as a butterfly. Qinghe felt a surge of inspiration, sensing that the second spirit, shrouded by the leaf, was not as fragile as it seemed, but rather remarkably resilient. Whether it was an illusion or reality, he could not tell, yet it seemed safe for now. To be cautious, Qinghe took out another item, the soul-capturing bell. Channeling his energy, he intended for the second spirit to control the bell. To his astonishment, the bell seamlessly merged with the second spirit, requiring no effort for its refinement. It dawned on Qinghe. The second spirit was fundamentally himself, necessitating no further cultivation. Whatever treasures he could wield, the second spirit could wield as well. Conversely, any treasures the second spirit could command, he could also utilize. He pondered whether, upon successfully refining an external avatar, He could transform the soul-capturing bell into the second spirit's innate magical artifact. Having resolved to successfully create his external avatar, he planned to have it refine the soul-capturing bell into its core artifact. Previously, he had feared the destruction of the second spirit, but now it appeared improbable. Even if the dual-horned demon could not become the external avatar, he could still reclaim the second spirit. In the future, he could seek suitable celestial or spiritual embryos to forge the external avatar. Chapter 0463, The External Avatar Takes Form. The demon ape breaks through to mid-golden core with all preparations complete. Qinghe positioned the subdued dual-horned demon before him and then harvested the fully matured yin-yang divine lotus. The purpose of the yin-yang divine lotus was to serve as a bridge for the second spirit to merge with the spiritual embryo. The living represented yang, while the soul represented yin. The external avatar was the transition between these two states. Qinghe unleashed a series of incantations upon the dual-horned demon until its body was adorned with runes for the refinement of the external avatar. He then infused the second spirit deep into the demon's consciousness. Qinghe sensed a formidable resistance hindering the second spirit's parasitism. Aware that it was the demon's consciousness at work, despite its weakened state, a being's essence would instinctively protect itself. As Qinghe contemplated how to break through this barrier, the leaf of the nine-turned soul returning herb emitted a golden radiance, instantly shattering the obstruction. The second spirit found itself in a peculiar space, where a fragmented consciousness lay dormant. He realized that mastering this space would grant him dominion over it. Awakening at Qinghe's behest, the dormant consciousness perceived an overwhelming threat and lunged at the second spirit in a frenzy. However, shielded by the nine-turned soul returning herb, it could not approach. Observing the frenzied assault, Qinghe reflected, is this what it means to seize a body? In previous instances, he had been the victim of body snatching, but now it seemed he was the one seizing another. Without further hesitation, Qinghe summoned the soul-capturing bell, merely shining it upon the consciousness devoured it whole. No barriers remained. Qinghe withdrew his awareness from the second spirit, acutely aware that the dual-horned demon now existed in a peculiar state, lifeless yet not entirely dead. Sustained by the second spirit's final vestiges of vitality, he dared not delay, hastily grasping the yin-yang divine lotus and implanting it into the demon's form, facilitating the final fusion between the second spirit and this demonic body. Days later, the entirety of the yin-yang divine lotus was absorbed into the second spirit and the dual-horned demon. Qinghe directed his consciousness into the second spirit, feeling as though he had begun to master this body. Though his control was not yet perfected, Qinghe withdrew his consciousness, realizing that it would take nearly a year for complete integration. He felt no urgency and instead took out several divine fruits of transformation, infusing them into the dual-horned demon. During the fusion of the second primordial spirit with its corporeal form, he sought to heal the grievous injuries the demon had sustained. He then placed the dual-horned demon in the spiritual fields where the yin-yang divine lotus was cultivated, allowing it to continuously absorb the dual energies of yin and yang. A satisfied smile finally graced Qinghe's face. Henceforth, this demonic incarnation would remain in the black earth space, tirelessly cultivating with the yin-yang divine lotus. Should he encounter any unforeseen circumstances, he could rely on the demon's incarnation to survive within this realm. At that moment, Qinghe truly possessed a second life. However, under normal circumstances, he preferred not to rely on the dual-horned demon for survival. As a member of the human race, he aspired to live and thrive in his human form. Although the power of demons was formidable, Qinghe believed it could not rival his 5 elemental roots. To him, the dual-horned demon was merely a contingency, a means to endure should his true self fail, to transcend the nascent soul stage and face the exhaustion of lifespan. As he refined his second primordial spirit, a terrifying aura enveloped him. He looked over and discovered that the two-headed demon ape was entwined in lightning, its might rapidly climbing, soon surpassing the 3rd level of the golden core stage. Qinghe hastily retrieved the 5 elements sword array diagram, enveloping the two-headed demon ape's position in a protective shroud. Fearful of the potential repercussions for the entire black earth space, the little fox and the fire python, startled, scurried behind Qinghe for safety. Observing the escalating aura of the two-headed demon ape beneath the 5 elements sword array, Qinghe noted, as anticipated, that with sufficient Qilin transformation pills, coupled with ample precious pills, the demon beast's cultivation speed would soon eclipse his own. Remarkably, within just a few years, the demon ape began to break through to the 4th level of the golden core stage. Qinghe opened a gap in the 5 elements sword array, causing the spiritual energy from the black earth space to surge like a torrent toward the two-headed demon ape, aiding its breakthrough by replenishing its spiritual power. However, the cost was staggering. Transitioning from the 3rd to the 4th level of the golden core stage required over 400 golden essence pills and 20 Qilin transformation pills, not to mention the countless spiritual herbs it had consumed. The expenditure for just this ascension approached 25 million spiritual stones. A level of extravagance even a true monarch of the nascent soul stage would find hard to match. The realization of such consumption startled Qinghe. Even if he were to slay the two-headed demon ape and sell it, he could at most procure a few million spiritual stones. Yet the resources the demon ape had devoured over the years in the Black Earth space had exceeded 30 million spiritual stones. He hoped it would not disappoint him, otherwise the cost would be far too great. Turning his attention to the two gluttons for spiritual herbs, the little fox and the fire python. He noted that the little fox had just stabilized at the first level of the golden core stage, while the fire python made remarkable progress, nearing completion at the first level and poised to break through to the second level within the next 2 months. This brought Qinghe a sense of comfort. In just a few years, the three demon beasts would undoubtedly become his strongest assets. While he may not achieve the 9th level of the golden core stage within 30 years, he was confident that with enough Qilin transformation pills, fire cloud pills, and golden essence pills, the three demon beasts would undoubtedly reach the 9th level of the golden core stage. At that point, even facing a true monarch of the nascent soul stage, he would not be easily subdued. Days later, the demon ape finally achieved its breakthrough, its electrical powers rivaling those of a great adept. Qinghe estimated that the demon ape's combat strength was now on par with cultivators at the 5th level of the golden core stage, even possessing the capability to contend against those at the 6th level. He speculated whether the combined might of the 5 elements sword array and the current prowess of his 3 demon beasts could withstand a cultivator at the 7th level of the golden core stage. However, he had no intention of recklessly seeking out such formidable foes. The demon ape's breakthrough had caused a notable depletion of spiritual energy within the Black Earth space, prompting Qinghe to swiftly replenish his spiritual stones. Originally possessing 27 million spiritual stones, he had exhausted nearly 2 million over the past 2.5 years due to such rampant consumption, a portion of which had been used by the divine formation. Now, Qinghe was left with just over 1,000 upper-grade spiritual stones, a resource he had yet to utilize and which would prove invaluable in the future. Upon reaching the nascent soul stage and lacking divine pills, he would have no choice but to rely on upper-grade spiritual stones for cultivation. He had 6,000 middle-grade spiritual stones remaining, a meager amount of just over 7 million. As for the golden essence grass, once this batch matured, he planned to cultivate more spiritual herbs to concoct pills for sale. The resplendent golden essence grass would soon be ripe, and 9 soul-eating flowers were nearing maturity. Yet, the much-needed enlightenment grass would require another 1.5 years. The starry soul-cleansing grass was on the brink of maturity, and he must urgently seek the seeds of the soul-fixing grass. Additionally, the search for golden xian ginseng and purple smoke fruits must also be prioritized, along with various auxiliary herbs for the yin yang celestial pill. Qinghe's primary focus in the near future would be to cultivate the necessary herbs for the production of golden xian pills, the formula for the purple gold pill, and the ingredients for the yin yang celestial pill, alongside sourcing the recipe and materials for the wood sky pill and the heavenly phoenix nirvana pill. He dared not make his intentions too conspicuous in the Medicine King sect. However, he recalled a place that might harbor the soul-fixing grass. Rising from his seat, Qinghe swiftly departed the Danfeng courtyard, soon landing on the outer sect's Dan Peak. He called out, "Disciple Qinghe respectfully greets the peak master of the refinement peak." A flurry of divine senses probed toward him, and upon recognizing his identity, they promptly retreated. A resonant voice emerged from within. "Enter." Qinghe stepped into the grand hall of Dan Peak and beheld the busy figure of the peak master, Ranbuki. He noted that Ranbuki appeared to be in good spirits, an immense vitality emanating from his being, a clear sign of his refining the longevity fruit. Remarkably, within just a year, Ranbuki had yet to refine a single longevity fruit, and his cultivation had not progressed, remaining stable at the 9th layer of foundation establishment. However, once he began to refine the longevity fruit, extending his lifespan by 100 years, he would require merely 20 years to reach the pinnacle of the 9th layer of foundation establishment. After 30 years, it would be no great challenge for him to ascend to the golden core stage. Qinghe believed that this timeline could be further shortened. As the peak master of the outer sect, Ranbuki's resources were not something ordinary cultivators could compare to. Just his possession of the Imu, Qinglong ginseng indicated that his wealth rivaled that of golden core cultivators, placing him among the few who were exceptionally affluent. Upon seeing Qinghe, Ranbuki's mood lifted, and he inquired, "What brings you, this cultivation fanatic, out of seclusion to seek me?" He had previously visited Qinghe's residence, but was informed that he was in closed-door cultivation. Ranbuki was deeply impressed by Qinghe's dedication to cultivation. No wonder he had managed to reach the 4th layer of foundation establishment in less than 10 years. This was not merely due to Qinghe's extraordinary talent, but also his relentless efforts in cultivation. Had it not been for the circumstances, he certainly would not have hesitated to admit Qinghe into the inner sect. He was qualified to take Qinghe as his personal disciple. Yet, who could have imagined that he would gain immense fortune and celestial opportunities just a year prior? Qinghe did not beat around the bush, directly conveying his intentions to Lian. The disciple required the soul-stabilizing herb and its spiritual seed. Lian was taken aback by Qinghe's words. Have you sustained an injury to your spirit and are in need of the soul-stabilizing herb? He discerned that Qinghe was not in a favorable condition, his complexion pale, indicative of the state resulting from his second soul's cultivation yet to recover. Qinghe nodded. I have encountered difficulties in my cultivation and require the soul-stabilizing herb to concoct a pill that can stabilize my spirit. Rest assured, I will not seek this favor from the peak master without compensation. I am prepared to offer sufficient spirit stones or medicinal pills in exchange. As a disciple, I receive a vial of jade spirit pills and a gu spirit pill each month from the inner sect. The gu spirit pill is a recent addition to the benefits for disciples in the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Explaining why the sect's disciples yearn for the status of core disciples, such benefits are unattainable for other foundation establishment cultivators. Lian waved his hand dismissively. These matters are of little consequence. Fortunately, you have come to find me. Such a high-grade spiritual herb is rare. Even within the inner sect, only available at the spiritual herb mountain. I happen to have a mature specimen and 3 seeds. I shall fetch them for you. Please wait a moment. Lian turned and left the grand hall, returning shortly thereafter, presenting a freshly harvested soul-stabilizing herb to Qinghe along with the 3 seeds. He then sighed. Your timing is impeccable. Otherwise, I would have entered seclusion for at least 3 to 5 years, possibly even longer. My return was prompted by the recent attack on the Medicine King city by a mysterious cultivator, compelling me, as a peak master, to emerge from my retreat. Additionally, it was a time for resource accumulation. I have put forth all my assets, determined to remain in seclusion until I break through to the golden core stage. Qinghe regarded Lian with astonishment. While others may be unaware, he was well aware that Lian already possessed the reverse fate pill. He was evidently confident in achieving the golden core within a decade or so. Qinghe congratulated him. I extend my heartfelt congratulations to the peak master in advance for a successful emergence from seclusion and a significant advancement in cultivation. Lian laughed heartily. I shall take your good wishes to heart. This spiritual herb and its seeds are yours as a gift. Without giving Qinghe a chance to refuse, he insisted. This herb holds little value to me, so you need not bear any psychological burden. We are fated to cross paths. Although you are not my direct disciple, you have emerged from the outer sect. I hope you achieve success in your cultivation and extend kindness to the outer sect. Qinghe could only express his gratitude. Thank you, Peak Master. In this treacherous world of cultivation, Lian could be deemed a commendable elder. It could be said that within the Taishan sect and the Medicine King sect, the cultivators were relatively upright as long as they did not expose themselves excessively. There had not been much in the way of forceful pillaging. By the way, young man, I must issue you a warning. Unless absolutely necessary, refrain from venturing outside the Medicine King sect during this period, especially avoid the Medicine King city. Several months ago, a formidable golden core cultivator attacked the Medicine King city, wielding the blood demon banner and countless blood god puppets, and employing an exceedingly powerful sword technique that utterly obliterated the city lordess residence. Such strength, should you encounter it, even the sect's esteemed ancestors would be unable to save you. That is true, unparalleled cultivation. Qinghe's expression was one of shock. Peak Master. The Medicine King city is the territory of the Medicine King sect. Who would dare to attack it? Lian shook his head. I do not know. It is rumored to be the work of the Blood Demon sect, yet the inner sect has yet to provide a definitive statement and is still investigating. Regardless of who it is, in the eyes of such a powerful cultivator, even I am merely a slightly larger ant. Your cultivation is commendable within the Tianshan cultivation world, but there are always greater powers beyond. The Golden Core ancestors are numerous, and there are even malevolent cultivators who would resort to mass slaughter for resources. I suspect this was a probing and provocation from the Demon sect against the Medicine King sect. Should it escalate, we may not even qualify to be cannon fodder. Chapter 0465. Earth-Level Alchemist. Lin Aoshuang's investment. Only those who have witnessed the annihilation of a family with a land-level defensive formation over 100 miles, leaving behind nothing but a vast pit, can comprehend how minuscule their own strength truly is. Despite being a renowned figure at the 9th level of Foundation establishment, when faced with such ruthless beings, he would have no chance to escape. Thank you, Peak Master. I too must enter seclusion for cultivation. Having little time to leave the Medicine King sect, Qinghe had not anticipated the situation surrounding the Medicine King city would stir such turmoil. If Lian was aware, it was undoubtedly common knowledge within the Medicine King sect. He was even unaware that the sect had dispatched a nascent soul true monarch to the Blood Demon sect. or he would not have remained so composed. He only recognized that for the time being, the situation did not concern him. As long as he did not expose the blood demon banner, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to trace it back to him. However, all actions leave traces. And Qinghe was uncertain whether the nascent soul true monarch would take action, nor did he know their methods. Cultivation. If he had already reached the 9th level of the golden core, even if exposed, he would still possess the strength to fight. After advancing to the golden core, Qinghe felt a sense of crisis for the first time, igniting a fervent desire to rapidly enhance his cultivation. He resolved to dedicate the upcoming time entirely to his cultivation, striving to reach the 9th level of the golden core. Thank you for your generous gift, Peak Master. I take my leave. Lian Buqi was preoccupied with refining the longevity fruit. If he did not fully refine it, it would become evident. He was entirely oblivious to the fact that Qinghe had already discerned this. Go. Qinghe bowed and exited the Grand Hall. He did not return to the inner sect, but instead flew out of the Medicine King sect. A day later, he arrived at Frostmoon Immortal City and met Lin Aoshuang at the treasure gathering pavilion. Qinghe clasped his hands in greeting. Greetings, fairy. Lin Aoshuang appeared languid. Inquiring of Qinghe, what brings you here this time, my friend? Have you brought any delightful news for me? Qinghe's visits often heralded substantial transactions, and she was curious about what resources he required this time. Observing Lin Aoshuang, Qinghe noted her cultivation had reached the 9th level of foundation establishment, equivalent to Lian Buqi's, yet her age was undeniably under a century. This indicated that Lin Aoshuang's innate talent surpassed that of Lian Buqi, and the resources available to her were likely greater than those of Lian Buqi. I require 5 types of heavenly-grade materials for weapon refinement, preferably heavenly-grade spirit ore, the crafting methods for heavenly-grade formation diagrams, and various heavenly-grade herbs. Additionally, I seek several complete golden Xin ginseng. Lin Aoshuang was momentarily taken aback, her expression a mix of amusement and disbelief. Do you truly hold me in such high regard, my friend? Such an abundance of heavenly-grade treasures. Do you think I am a nascent soul true monarch? Moreover, even for a nascent soul true monarch, acquiring such a vast array of heavenly-grade treasures is a formidable challenge. Heavenly-grade materials are exceedingly scarce throughout the cultivation world. Even the mere appearance of 1 or 2 would be seized by a nascent soul true monarch, not something I could hope to covet. Qinghe flattered her. I have faith in the capabilities of the treasure-gathering pavilion, and I believe in you, fairy. If the pavilion cannot procure them, I will have to search for each item individually, though I am uncertain how long that would take. Were it not for the rarity of heavenly-grade spiritual items, he would not have entrusted such numerous tasks to Lin Aoshuang, as it would reveal part of his strength. Lin Aoshuang observed Qinghe's earnest expression, and her demeanor grew serious as she addressed him. These items are exceedingly precious. They cannot even be acquired with spirit stones. Qinghe, well prepared, responded, I have made significant progress in alchemy during this time, and these treasures can be exchanged for heavenly spirit pills. If those are insufficient, then I shall offer golden source pills. This revelation left Lin Aoshuang in a state of astonishment. My friend, have you truly attained the ability to refine earth-grade pills? While Xian-level alchemists can still be found throughout Tiannan, earth-grade alchemists are exceedingly rare. Even in a prestigious sect like the Medicine King sect, there are no more than a handful of them. Qinghe replied, I possess a certain aptitude for alchemy, and by fortunate chance, succeeded in creating golden source pills, albeit with only a 50% success rate. Lin Aoshuang's spirits lifted. Congratulations on reaching the status of an earth-grade alchemist. Although Qinghe concealed many aspects of his abilities, she still placed her faith in him, believing that his claim of becoming an earth-grade alchemist was highly probable. However, even with golden source pills, acquiring materials from a nascent soul true monarch would remain a challenge, and he could only hope for a stroke of luck. While golden ginseng may be difficult to procure, I can certainly manage to find 1 or 2 for you. But please remember your earlier promise. I may encounter some troubles in the near future and might need your protection. Qinghe raised an eyebrow, recognizing that Lin Aoshuang held a significant position within the treasure-gathering pavilion, surpassing that of an ordinary golden core cultivator, akin to one in the mid-golden core stage. What kind of troubles could she face? After some thought, he decided that as long as it wasn't a nascent soul true monarch, he would be willing to assist Lin Aoshuang, as she had helped him immensely. He cautiously stated, in the realm of cultivation in Tiannan, I possess a certain standing. Should it be within my capabilities, I would not hesitate to face any peril. He considered that if the trouble were indeed substantial, he might call upon Elder Yao for assistance, as no one in Tiannan would dare disrespect the Medicine King sect. Sometimes, having a powerful backing proved advantageous, and Elder Yao would certainly not refuse. Having achieved her objectives, Lin Aoshuang refrained from inquiring further into Qinghe's capabilities, as she had her own plans. The golden ginseng would take a month to procure, and the rest would depend on luck. Qinghe expressed his gratitude. I shall return to visit you in a month." As he prepared to leave, Lin Aoshang reminded him, "You may stay at the treasure-gathering pavilion for a time. It would be wise to secure the golden ginseng before departing. Alternatively, do not leave Frostmoon City, as the external circumstances are rather tumultuous at the moment. The events in Medicine King City have left many nearby immortal cities in peril, with everyone fearing a sudden attack." Lu Qinghe discerned her concern for his safety and nodded, "Thank you. I shall remain in Frostmoon City for the next few days, as I still need to acquire some spiritual herbs for alchemy." He preferred not to linger in the treasure-gathering pavilion, as, despite its security, the presence of golden core cultivators could complicate his cultivation efforts unnecessarily. It would be better for him to rent a pill room to concoct pills and organize his resources. Furthermore, he had some resources he needed to sell in exchange for spirit stones. Lin Aoshang did not insist on keeping him. "Once I obtain the spiritual herbs, I will inform you through the communication talisman." At that moment, Lu Qinghe remembered the communication talisman Lin Aoshang had previously given him, which he had nearly forgotten in his storage pouch. "Thank you, miss," he exclaimed as he took his leave from the treasure-gathering pavilion. Lin Aoshang watched him depart, pondering, "This fellow is becoming increasingly enigmatic. It seems he is concealing even more of his cultivation." She felt a sense of urgency. Otherwise, she might miss out on a significant opportunity. As a core disciple of the treasure-gathering pavilion, she inherently had an investment mindset, and Lu Qinghe was undoubtedly her most significant investment. The returns she had already reaped far exceeded her initial expectations, yet the more she gained, the less willing she was to let Lu Qinghe slip from her grasp. Chapter 0466, The Song Family's Wealth. Valued at 30 million spirit stones, Lu Qinghe rented a fire room, utilizing 2 divine formation arrays, primarily employing the Earth Grade array. He arranged the Earth Grade divine formation array within the fire room to conceal the small fox's presence. The small fox resumed its formidable role in guarding the formation, allowing him to enter the black soil space. In a corner, he gazed upon the heaps of resources, the accumulated wealth of the Song family in Medicine King City over several millennia, now all in his possession. However, the sheer volume and disorder of the items meant he had no time to organize them previously. Now was the perfect opportunity to sort through them and sell some safely in Frostmoon City. First, he discovered 2 magical artifacts, the life treasures of 2 golden core cultivators. Aside from these, there were no other magical artifacts, but in terms of spiritual tools, he found 3 supreme-grade spiritual tools, 10 high-grade spiritual tools, 25 mid-grade spiritual tools, and 59 low-grade spiritual tools. Surveying these spiritual tools, Lu Qinghe was astonished by the Song family's accumulation. They truly lived up to their reputation as a 1,000-year-old golden core family. Just these spiritual tools alone were beyond imagination and could easily forge a powerful family in a short time. Additionally, there were spirit stones, 15 million low-grade spirit stones, 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and 800 high-grade spirit stones, which amounted to over 14 million when converted to low-grade spirit stones. This influx would significantly bolster Lu Qinghe's spirit stone reserves, which he desperately needed. Next, he found the most numerous items, pills, though most were various yellow-grade pills, with few Xian-grade spiritual herbs, and only 10 bottles of heavenly spirit pills. There was also 1 bottle of golden source pills containing 5 pills. If sold, these pills would be valued at over 1 million spirit stones. Following this were various ores and spiritual herbs. To Lu Qinghe's disappointment, there were no heavenly grade ores, only a few earth grade spiritual items. It was likely that the 3 golden core cultivators had utilized them for their cultivation, with the best treasures remaining in Song Wudi's possession, as he had not obtained his storage ring. The spiritual herbs were promising, with 20 earth grade spiritual herbs, including 1 golden ginseng. Holding the fully golden ginseng, Lu Qinghe burst into hearty laughter. To acquire this without exerting effort is a stroke of fortune. He also found 5 seeds for spiritual herbs, which would allow him to cultivate a spiritual field for growing golden ginseng. Moreover, there was a purple smoke fruit. Lu Qinghe was taken aback as he gazed at the fruit enveloped in purple mist, confirming with urgency that it was indeed a purple smoke fruit. With this, he had gathered all the necessary spiritual herbs for creating golden ginseng pills, needing only to cultivate them. It would take no more than 10 years to refine the pills. Why 10 years? The golden ginseng matures in 3 years, but to expand cultivation, he would need to plant it at least twice to gather sufficient spiritual herbs for pill making. A 10-year timeline was quite advantageous for Lu Qinghe. Within that period, he was confident he could elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of the golden core 3rd layer. Of course, the more spiritual herb seeds he had, the better. If his spirit and body continued to strengthen, his progress to the golden core 3rd layer would accelerate significantly. Furthermore, enhancing his spirit and body had become effortless for him. He only needed to refine soul-stabilizing pills and wait for the 3 lives-devouring soul flowers to mature. Utilizing the thunder-refining divine technique, his spirit would undoubtedly receive a substantial boost. As for body refinement, he would soon have countless Qilin transformation grasses at his disposal. Once the diamond Bodhi fruit tree matured, he would be confident in advancing his sun-glazed golden body to the Earth-grade superior level. This timeline was not too far off, ranging from a minimum of 4 years to a maximum of 5. Lastly, there was an Earth-grade 9-flower jade dew, a crucial ingredient for refining the Yin heavenly pill. 50 bottles of Millennium Stone milk completed the haul. In the end, there lay countless jade slips, chronicling various cultivation techniques and spells. However, Qinghe felt no need for them, as the divine abilities and techniques he was currently cultivating were of a significantly higher caliber, far surpassing those of the Song family. Among them was the Xianxiaaudiobooks divine ability that Qinghe had previously coveted. Although it was indeed a great divine ability, he ultimately decided against pursuing it, believing that the Qingmu Tun Tian technique was more suited to his needs, rendering the acquisition of more complex divine abilities unnecessary. He would only consider cultivating top-tier divine abilities. Upon acquiring one particular jade slip, Qinghe was taken aback. It was a complete inheritance of a pill formula. This included not only the crafting methods for the Jin Yuan Dan and Jin Xian Dan, but also the Wood Spirit Treasure Pill, Earth Spirit Treasure Pill, Fire Spirit Treasure Pill, Water Spirit Treasure Pill, and Metal Spirit Treasure Pill, 5 elemental treasure pills. These were all classified as low-grade, Earth-level treasure pills, rare elixirs for cultivators of various spirit roots. Yet, he lamented the absence of the Zijing Dan's crafting method, unsure whether it was simply missing or not present in this location. Nevertheless, this inheritance was still of value to Qinghe, as he already possessed the materials required for these treasure pills. The concocted pills would be worth slightly more than the Jin Yuan Dan, allowing him to sell or exchange them for resources. After a brief calculation, Qinghe realized that he had completely emptied the Song family's treasury, amassing over 20 million spirit stones, a significant boost to his dwindling financial resources. However, his greatest gain remained the Jin Xian Shun and the Xian fruit. Although they were valued at merely 200,000 spirit stones, their worth to Qinghe far exceeded that of other resources. With the Qi Tian mask in his possession, he could dispose of useless resources without fear. The mask emboldened him, allowing him to act without concern for being traced, even if someone saw through his disguise. He swiftly assumed the guise of a perfected foundation establishment cultivator and exited the fire chamber, commencing the sale of various resources, countless pills, ores, spirit items, and spiritual weapons. He retained only 3 top-grade spiritual weapons and a few superior-grade ones, anticipating future utility. Similar to the competition at the Yaowang sect, where he could not reveal his treasures and could only utilize spiritual weapons. Having faced such awkwardness before due to a lack of suitable spiritual weapons, he now found himself adequately equipped. Additionally, Qinghe opted to initially exchange for Earth-level spiritual herbs in his resource sales. Days later, he had successfully sold all the materials, netting 8 million spirit stones, 20 stalks of Jin Yuan grass, 3 stalks of Earth Bodhi, and 1 Xian fruit. However, he did not procure any Jin Xian Shun, but instead acquired 5 seeds. This haul was monumental for him. Coupled with his previous spirit stones, his total had surpassed 30 million low-grade spirit stones, sufficient for several years of use. Seated within the fire chamber, Qinghe contemplated. It was no wonder that there were so many robbers in the cultivation world. It was a venture devoid of initial investment, with astonishing returns. Amassing such a wealth of spirit stones was not particularly challenging for him. A casual sale of some pills sufficed. Yet, certain treasures eluded acquisition despite possessing spirit stones. He suppressed the impulse to become a robber, challenging his emotional fluctuations. Thereafter, he focused on refining pills while awaiting news from Lin Aoxian. Unsurprisingly, his actions triggered a seismic reaction throughout Frost Moon Immortal City. The sudden influx of high-quality resources caught the attention of every Golden Core ancestor, who began to investigate and track down the source, ultimately yielding no results. However, the heightened vigilance among the populace grew, fearing a repeat of the calamity that befell Yaowang City. In Frost Moon Immortal City, apart from the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, no one could withstand an attack akin to that of Yaowang City. Any encounter would likely lead to obliteration, just as it had there. Chapter 0467. A flaw in the perfect plan. Awaiting the long-awaited bounty, Qinghe remained industrious, lacking Jin Yuan Dan. He crafted countless flawless Tianling Dan to enhance his cultivation. Although the efficacy of Tianling Dan was merely 1/20th that of Jin Yuan Dan, he was currently able to refine them at an accelerated pace, achieving the extraction of 30 pills daily. Thus, 30 Tianling Dan equated to 1.5 Jin Yuan Dan. This was not an efficient trade-off. It not only halved his cultivation speed, but also extended the time required to break through to the first layer of the Golden Core from 2 years to 5. Moreover, the price of Jin Yuan Dan was only triple that of Tianling Dan, with an ordinary Tianling Dan costing 20,000 spirit stones, while a Jin Yuan Dan would not exceed 60,000 spirit stones. The cost of utilizing Tianling Dan for cultivation was exorbitant. A Tianling Dan valued at 600,000 spirit stones would yield merely the effect of an 8 or 90,000 spirit stones worth of Jin Yuan Dan. Nonetheless, in the absence of Jin Yuan Dan, it was a viable option. Of course, he could opt for the 5 elemental treasure pills for cultivation. As a cultivator with 5 spirit roots, he could utilize any 5 elemental attribute pill. But the maximum potency he could absorb from each treasure pill was only 1/5 of its normal efficacy. Thus, 5 element treasure pills consumed simultaneously would yield results equivalent to 1 Jin Yuan Dan. He inherently required dozens of times the cultivation resources compared to others, making breakthroughs exceedingly difficult. Additionally, the imbalance of elemental forces could lead to complications in his cultivation of the 5 elemental transformation technique, which deterred him from attempting to use 5 element pills for his cultivation. However, for cultivators with heavenly spirit roots, the efficacy of pills of the same attribute vastly surpassed that of Jin Yuan Dan. For Qinghe, pills devoid of attributes were far more suitable, unless he could encounter a pill encompassing all 5 elemental attributes. Qinghe did not believe such a formula existed in the cultivation world. A month later, Qinghe had significantly advanced in his cultivation, nearing the high tier of the first layer of the golden core. This progress stemmed from his prior refinement of 200 Jin Yuan Dan and his subsequent consistent use of Tianling Dan for cultivation. He estimated that after refining another 500 Jin Yuan Dan, he would be on the verge of breaking through to the second layer of the golden core. A radiant light appeared as the transmission talisman he had placed before him finally activated. After tidying up, Qinghe rose and made his way to the gathering treasure pavilion. Lin Aoxiang, as promised, presented him with 2 stalks of Jin Xianxian and 10 seeds. Qinghe likewise opted for ordinary Tianling Dan in exchange. The 2 stalks of Jin Xianxian were valued at 250,000 spirit stones, for which Qinghe paid 12 Tianling Dan. The 10 seeds of Jin Xianxian were worth 3 Tianling Dan, a considerable discount compared to his previous exchange at the Yaowang sect. In total, Qinghe paid for 3 vials of Tianling Dan. Qinghe expressed his gratitude, stating, "Thank you, fair maiden. I appreciate your assistance with the other treasures." Lin Aoxiang smiled and replied, "You are quite generous, my friend. However, the heavenly grade materials are exceedingly precious. We will require the Jin Yuan Dan for trade at a minimum. Yet, there is a chance we may not secure them, so we might have to resort to bartering. I hope you are prepared for that eventuality. Regardless of the outcome, please inform me. If all else fails, he could trade with longevity fruits, as one such fruit would suffice to acquire a type of heavenly grade spiritual herb." Lin Aoxiang noted Qinghe's confidence with curiosity, realizing she had a plan in mind, especially as Qinghe still possessed other treasures. This would considerably enhance her bargaining chips before acquiring heavenly grade materials. After bidding farewell to Lin Aoxiang, Qinghe departed from Frostmoon Immortal City, intending to return to the Yaowang sect to enter closed-door meditation, elevate his cultivation further, and then contemplate other matters. Aside from the advancement of formation diagrams, he had already accumulated sufficient cultivation resources. With all the various spiritual herbs of Jin Xianxian prepared, he could, in theory, continue cultivating until reaching the 6th layer of the golden core before needing to consider future resources. Upon returning to the Medicine King's sect, Qinghe ascended to the main peak to collect all the available resources. Afterward, he flew back to the Danfeng courtyard, discarding the surplus jade spirit pills, benefits of the sect, into the hands of Fulan. Before Fulan could utter a word, Qinghe had already vanished, declaring, "I shall enter seclusion for a period. I will not emerge until I reach the 5th level of foundation establishment." Qinghe's words astonished Fulan. She had not anticipated that he was already preparing to break through to the 5th level of foundation establishment. She had only just stabilized her cultivation, still far from the 2nd level. This was in the Danfeng courtyard, a training ground reserved for core disciples, where she occasionally received various advantages. Looking at the jade spirit pills in her hand, she expressed her gratitude with a bow towards the main peak before storing them away. She began earnestly cultivating various spiritual herbs, knowing that only by presenting these herbs could she repay Qinghe's generous rewards. While Qinghe chose to enter seclusion, one individual was consumed by unease, Chu Xiao, who had come to warn him. No one in the Medicine King's sect felt more dread than he. He had never expected such a situation to arise, with the Song family of Medicine King City being utterly eradicated. He sensed that there was something extraordinarily unusual about this, and that it might be closely linked to him. He relayed the news of Qinghe's departure from the sect to the Song family, noting that ultimately, not even the Golden Core cultivators had managed to eliminate Qinghe, leading to the downfall of the Song family. Could it be that Qinghe was in collusion with the Blood Demon sect, serving as an undercover agent hidden within the Medicine King's sect? The thought startled him. If this were true, it would be utterly shocking to the mundane world. Most worrisome was the fact that disciples of the Song family were disappearing one by one, perishing outside as if a colossal hand were orchestrating it all. If this were indeed the case, he feared he might become the next target. Regardless of the truth, he felt compelled to report to the law enforcement hall, for there he could not only eliminate this threat, but also reap unforeseen benefits. With this in mind, he set off towards the punishment hall. Meanwhile, Qinghe remained unaware that he had become the subject of suspicion. He could not fathom that Chu Xiao was involved in the actions of the Golden Core practitioners against him. He believed that it was merely his status as a core disciple that had drawn the attention of others in the Medicine King's sect. Within the realm of Black Earth, after months of arduous cultivation, Qinghe finally awaited the moment he had long anticipated. The 24 acres of golden yuan grass had finally matured. With 480 stalks of golden yuan grass, he had enough to refine 480 batches of golden yuan pills. Even accounting for potential failures, he would still secure over 2,000 golden yuan pills, which would be more than sufficient for him to break through to the second level of golden core. And he would not be far from the third level. Without delay, he harvested all the golden yuan grass. The other auxiliary spiritual herbs required for the golden yuan pills had also matured numerous times. He had stockpiled thousands of them, with only the golden yuan grass remaining. Qinghe embarked on a fervent pill refining endeavor. Over the course of 2 months, not a single batch failed. He produced a total of 2,400 flawless golden yuan pills, a quantity that would undoubtedly cause a sensation throughout the entire southern celestial realm if it were to appear on the market. Furthermore, the long-awaited 3-life, soul-devouring flower, fire cloud mushroom, and Xianxiaaudiobooks creation grass also matured during these 2 months. Chapter 0468. 2 years in seclusion, second level of golden core, a bountiful harvest. These spiritual herbs were now more crucial to Qinghe than even heavenly-grade herbs. Higher-level heavenly-grade herbs could only be viewed as future resources for him. However, the golden yuan pills, 3-life soul-devouring flowers, Xianxiaaudiobooks creation grass, and fire cloud mushrooms represented true power for him. The golden yuan pills enhanced his magical energy. The 3-life soul-devouring flower bolstered his spiritual essence, and the Xianxiaaudiobooks creation grass fortified his physical form. The fire spirit pills were intended to elevate the cultivation of his fire python and little fox, but most importantly, the Xianxiaaudiobooks creation pills would continuously enhance their bloodlines, exponentially increasing their training speed. Qinghe planted all the spiritual herbs. The quantity of golden yuan grass remained unchanged at 30 acres, but he expanded the cultivation of the 3-life soul-devouring flower. 9 stalks of the flower yielded 27 seeds, compelling Qinghe to allocate 2 acres of spiritual field for their cultivation. He planted 10 acres of fire cloud mushrooms, 5 acres of Xianxiaaudiobooks creation grass, and additionally introduced 9 flower jade dew and 10 stalks of golden xian ginseng, along with 1 acre for purple smoke fruit. The wisdom herb occupied 6 acres. He also cultivated various earthly-grade herbs, longevity fruit, reversal grass, and King Kong Bodhi, among 15 types of earthly-grade herbs, with each occupying an acre of spiritual field. 5 varieties of heavenly-grade herbs occupied 5 acres. These spiritual herbs consumed a significant portion of his spiritual fields, and Qinghe once again felt the pressure of insufficient land. After all, the cultivation of auxiliary herbs vastly outnumbered that of these earthly and heavenly-grade herbs. Yet, compared to earthly and heavenly-grade herbs, the growth rate of yellow and black-grade herbs was remarkably rapid. By the time the earthly-grade herbs could be harvested, they would have matured several times over, even dozens of times. Moreover, Qinghe was only massively cultivating the 4 types of earthly-grade herbs: golden yuan pills, fire cloud pills, Xianxiaaudiobooks creation pills, and soul refining pills. The remainder consisted of materials for refining heavenly spirit pills, barely sustaining his current cultivation. After completing the planting of all the herbs, Qinghe gazed upon the golden yuan grass fields. In 3 years, this batch of golden yuan grass will mature, coinciding with my breakthrough to the mid-golden core stage. He refined all the fire cloud mushrooms into fire cloud pills, yielding 500 pills. With only 75 stalks of Xianxiaaudiobooks creation grass, he retained 25, transforming the remaining 50 into Xianxiaaudiobooks creation pills, producing 250 pills. This process consumed another month of Qinghe's time. However, now that he was no longer employing the 5 divine pill refining technique, his success rate for refining low-grade treasure pills had reached 100%, and all were of perfect quality. Qinghe summoned his 3 spirit beasts and provided the 2-headed demon ape with 500 golden yuan pills, along with 50 Xianxiaaudiobooks creation pills. The demon ape's bloodline had reached the peak of the earthly grade, and the 50 Xianxiaaudiobooks creation pills could potentially elevate it to the very limit. However, he would have to wait for the next batch of Xianxiaaudiobooks creation grass to mature. These resources, combined with the current spiritual energy in the realm of Black Earth, would be sufficient for the two-headed demon ape to significantly enhance its cultivation, potentially reaching the 5th level of golden core, or even breaking through to the 6th level. He divided the remaining Qinghe creation pills and fire cloud pills between the fire python and the little fox. The fire python had also managed to break through during these 2 months, achieving the 2nd level of golden core, while the little fox was close behind, stabilizing at the 1st level. These Qinghe creation pills would allow both spirit beasts to elevate their bloodlines to the peak of the earthly grade. And with their accelerated cultivation speed, the fire python would have no trouble breaking through to the 4th level of golden core. The little fox was also close to reaching the 3rd level. Having allocated the pills, Qinghe instructed the 3 spirit beasts, "Focus on your cultivation. When my seclusion ends, I will need your strength." Qinghe planned to venture beyond the Medicine King's sect after the seclusion. While obtaining ordinary resources within the sect was not difficult, acquiring earthly and heavenly grade resources remained a formidable challenge, particularly for heavenly grade resources, which were primarily controlled by the higher echelons of the Medicine King's sect. Mostly in the hands of Yuaniing true monarchs, it was virtually impossible for him to gain access. As per custom, Qinghe cast the little fox out of the Black Earth realm, allowing it to cultivate outside while guarding the Mi-Divine Array. Qinghe wasted no time, taking up the golden yuan pills to commence his cultivation. With a refining pace of 3 pills per day, his cultivation steadily ascended. Half a year later, Qinghe's aura suddenly erupted, revealing a mysterious rune on his golden core, which had also expanded in size. This signified his advancement to the 2nd transformation of the golden core, having completed the 1st transformation while consolidating his core, thus stepping into the realm of the 2nd layer of the golden core. After solidifying his cultivation, he did not pause. He still possessed 400 golden yuan pills to refine. Qinghe commenced the refinement process, and with his cultivation elevated to the 2nd layer of the golden core, his speed of refining golden yuan pills significantly increased, from 3 pills a day to 4. After another 6 months, the enlightenment grass within the Black Earth space finally matured. He briefly halted his cultivation, collected the 55 stalks of enlightenment grass, and subsequently prepared more spiritual fields to plant an additional 10 acres of it, totaling 200 stalks. Qinghe continued his cultivation for another half-year, reaching the pinnacle of the 2nd layer of the golden core. However, he had no more golden yuan pills remaining. With a sense of helplessness, he mused that he was merely a step away from a breakthrough and would require another year and a half to continue his cultivation. Calculating the time, he realized that it had only taken him 5 years to progress from the 1st layer to the complete 2nd layer of the golden core, equating to a breakthrough every 2 years, an achievement unimaginable to other cultivators. After 30 years of cultivation, he was now 40 years old. Had he been in the mortal realm, he would have long been married with children, surrounded by grandchildren. Qinghe keenly sensed the chasm between immortals and mortals, and upon returning to the Shurtsuan of the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation realm, he surmised that the entire village might have undergone a complete cycle in his absence. Next, he intended to cultivate the thunder refinement technique in the great sun-glazed golden body. Qinghe planned to make a significant leap in both his spirit and physical form, thereby not only enhancing his combat prowess, but also accelerating the speed of his pill refinement. He summoned the 2-headed demon ape, on the verge of breaking into the 5th layer of the golden core, and took out the soul refinement pills and the purple flowers of the 3-life soul-devouring flower he had already prepared. He began to channel the power of lightning to enhance his spiritual cultivation, unaware of the passage of time or any disturbances, and free from the need to scheme for resources or worry about impending crises. Qinghe relentlessly pursued the enhancement of his cultivation, until one day, he finally concluded this phase of training. His aura had become even more ethereal, and upon assessing his current state, he let out a light chuckle. After 2 years of seclusion, his magical power had reached the pinnacle of the 2nd layer of the golden core, and the great sun-glazed golden body had also attained the perfection of a mid-tier magical body. However, akin to his magical power, the level of the Qinghe creation grass was too low for a breakthrough in the short term. He would need the Vajra Bodhi fruit to advance to a superior magical body. On the other hand, his spiritual cultivation had improved significantly, doubling to reach 30 times that of an equivalent cultivator, which meant he had already attained the spiritual power of the later stages of the golden core. Chapter 0469, Is the Matter Exposed? The aura of murder emerges this time. Qinghe's comprehensive elevation in cultivation led him to conjecture that even without employing the 5-element sword array, wielding a low-grade magical artifact would enable him to contend with mid-stage golden core cultivators. With the soul-capturing bell in hand, he felt a 70% assurance of being able to slay a mid-stage golden core cultivator. However, the consumption was equally formidable. 900 low-grade golden yuan pills, 25 stalks of low-grade spiritual herb Qinghe creation grass, 8 low-grade soul refinement pills, and 8 high-grade 3-life soul-devouring flowers. He kept one complete stalk of the three-life, soul-devouring flower in reserve. Translating this into spirit stones yielded an unfathomable astronomical figure, and almost all were treasures not easily procurable. Even though golden yuan pills and soul refinement pills were relatively abundant in the cultivation world, securing them at prices above 50% remained feasible. Yet, he refrained from doing so, as those ordinary pills were akin to poison for him. He only consumed perfect-grade pills devoid of any side effects. Otherwise, taking ordinary pills would require him to resist pill toxicity, while significantly limiting his breakthrough potential. Perfect-grade pills, however, were different. They expedited the process of advancement. Aside from what he possessed, he had yet to encounter perfect-grade pills, nor even medium-grade pills. While medium and high-grade pills certainly existed in the cultivation world, given the few available formulas for medium and high-grade pills, they were typically concealed and utilized like Qinghe's. Qinghe had never exchanged perfect-grade pills for ordinary ones, but a single perfect-grade heavenly spirit pill could easily be traded for an ordinary golden yuan pill. A supposition he held, though he would never be foolish enough to offer perfect-grade pills for resources. The risk was far greater than presenting longevity fruits or life-reversing pills. Initially, Qinghe intended to continue his seclusion. With 55 stalks of enlightenment grass at his disposal, he could comprehend the heavenly-grade glazed golden body cultivation method. However, more critically, he needed to grasp the heavenly-grade refining techniques, whether for the soul-capturing bell or the sword grass, as he currently lacked high-level refining methods. He had attempted to comprehend it, but with his own abilities, it was challenging to grasp in a short time. Normally, understanding a low-grade technique could take decades, while a heavenly-grade technique could span centuries. With the enlightenment grass, Qinghe had no intention of pursuing comprehension through his own means. Moreover, his 5 elements divine powers were mere minor techniques, no longer befitting his current cultivation level. He needed to elevate the 5 spirits' divine powers to major techniques, or even top-tier techniques. Now, he found himself compelled to exit seclusion, as the little fox conveyed news of trouble coming to the Danfeng courtyard, even injuring Fu Lan. In a flash, Qinghe appeared in the great hall, where the little fox chirped at him. Over the course of 2 years, the little fox had also broken through to the 2nd layer of the golden core, nearing the 3rd layer. Meanwhile, the fire python had perfected the 3rd layer of the golden core, just a step away from entering the mid-stage, while the 2-headed demon ape was at the 5th layer, still some distance from the 6th. Qinghe brought the little fox into the black earth space, opting not to let it intervene. The last time the little fox had revealed itself was 5 years prior, at which time it was merely at the 9th layer of the foundation establishment realm. In 5 years, it had advanced to the 2nd layer of the golden core. Should others discover this, it would undoubtedly lead to unimaginable troubles. With a gentle voice, Qinghe called, "Taoist Fu, please come up the mountain to discuss." Hearing his voice, Fu Lan flew up from the foot of the mountain, alighting on the main peak. Entering the great hall, she bowed to Qinghe, saying, "I pay my respects to the peak master." Prior to this, she had been completely sealed off from approaching without Qinghe's permission. Upon observing Fu Lan, Qinghe noted that she was on the verge of reaching the 2nd layer of the foundation establishment realm, but had sustained injuries, making it difficult for her to cultivate in the short term. He inquired, "During my seclusion, I sensed a peculiar aura. Do you know who was responsible?" Fu Lan respectfully replied, "It was a core disciple who wished to see the peak master, but I obstructed him." Qinghe's eyes narrowed. "Did he lay hands on you?" Fu Lan hesitated before responding. "I ventured out of the spirit peak, and that senior brother merely gave me a light reprimand. However, it is of no concern. I brought trouble to the peak master, and I humbly request your punishment." She hastily took the blame upon herself, aware that the core disciple was highly skilled. Not wanting Qinghe to become embroiled in the matter, which could pose a danger to him. Qinghe's expression darkened slightly. Although he did not regard Fu Lan as particularly significant, she was nonetheless the steward of the Danfeng courtyard. If word were to spread that one's own people are being bullied while one endures in silence, it would lead to contempt for one's authority in the Yaowang sect. What perplexes him further is that he has never harbored enmity within the sect. Why then would a core disciple seek to trouble him? Qinghe inquired. "Did he reveal his identity to you?" Fu Lan did not respond directly but stated, "Peak master, I am unscathed, and there is no need to dwell on this matter." Qinghe shook his head. "It is not a matter of dwelling. I merely wish to ascertain what enemies I possess within the Yaowang sect, so that I may guard against future treachery and avoid severe repercussions." Hearing this, Fu Lan breathed a sigh of relief and reported, "I do not know who that person is, but judging by the robe, he is a core disciple of the Dan Peak." She then handed Qinghe an item to deliver to the Peak Master. She presented him with a spirit talisman, which Qinghe accepted before retrieving a vial of medicine from his storage bag. This was the small recovery pill, a mid-tier healing elixir, highly beneficial for Fu Lan. "It is I who have caused you trouble. Consider this pill a form of compensation." Fu Lan attempted to refuse, but Lu Qinghe did not afford her the opportunity, waving his hand and causing her to uncontrollably fly out of the great hall. The doors of the hall then closed behind her. Fu Lan landed outside, staring blankly at the shut gates and the small recovery pill in her hand. She found it hard to believe. Had the Peak Master truly advanced to the 5th layer of Foundation Establishment? Such a pace of cultivation is truly terrifying. And is the 5th layer of Foundation Establishment truly this formidable? I found myself utterly incapable of resistance. Just moments ago, with a mere thought, Lu Qinghe could have easily extinguished her life. Fu Lan bowed toward the hall, considering Lu Qinghe's favor akin to a rebirth. Were it not for him, her breakthrough to Foundation Establishment would have been exceedingly difficult. She might have perished in the outer sect. Lacking such an excellent environment for cultivation and access to the rare elixirs that other Foundation Establishment cultivators could only dream of acquiring. Lu Qinghe paid no heed to Fu Lan, instead shattering the talisman in his hand. Junior brother Lu, it is quite difficult to arrange a meeting with you. However, I kindly ask you to visit my cave dwelling. I would prefer matters concerning the Blood Demon sect and Yaowang City remain undisclosed. I am aware these affairs are inextricably linked to you, and I trust you do not wish for the Punishment Hall to uncover them. A voice, somewhat unfamiliar yet laden with grave implications, echoed from within, causing Lu Qinghe's expression to darken abruptly. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent radiated from his eyes, and he furrowed his brow. How could this be possible? How could such matters be known? Chapter 0470. Framed and Entrapped? Chu Zhao's delusions after careful contemplation. Lu Qinghe concluded that he had left no traces behind. He had erased all evidence. Coupled with the Qitian mask, it would be exceedingly difficult for anyone other than a nascent soul true monarch to catch even a whiff of his presence. However, this individual was neither a nascent soul true monarch nor even a golden core practitioner, merely a cultivator at the 5th layer of Foundation Establishment. This was Chu Zhao, who had previously threatened him in an attempt to gain Elder Dan's legacy. Logically, this should have been impossible. Even a 9th layer golden core master would not be so taken aback by exposure. However, Chu Zhao was far too weak enough to be disregarded entirely. A situation that defied reason. A flicker of menace crossed Lu Qinghe's gaze as he concealed his killing intent. It seemed a visit was in order. Regrettably, he could not act within the sect, for the demise of a core disciple would certainly prompt a thorough investigation by the Yaowang sect. Unlike the disciples of the Wang family, with his current cultivation, eliminating Chu Zhao would be a mere thought, yet Lu Qinghe dismissed this notion. Such actions were impossible within the sect. He needed to ascertain this individual's ambitions, as his actions were undoubtedly driven by ulterior motives. Otherwise, he would not have failed to report to the sect, opting instead to notify Lu Qinghe in such a manner. Yet, he resolved to gauge the situation first, to determine how many were aware of these events and how Chu Zhao had acquired such knowledge. If necessary, he might have to leave the Yaowang sect. Though departing would bring him regret and sorrow, it paled in comparison to the value of his own life. His accumulated strength was sufficient for him to dominate any region in the southern heaven, and thus he felt no excessive attachment. Lu Qinghe did not set off immediately. Rather, he waited several days, until the timing felt appropriate, before flying toward Chu Zhao's dwelling. He had no concerns about ambush, for with his current cultivation, a 5th layer Foundation Establishment cultivator posed no threat. Upon arriving at the entrance of a cave dwelling on Dan Peak, he called out, "Lu Qinghe requests an audience. I wonder if Brother Chu is in." Silence lingered for a while, but Lu Qinghe did not depart, standing calmly before the cave. Through his spiritual sense, he discerned Chu Zhao seated within, scrutinizing him, seemingly deep in thought. Lu Qinghe silently deployed the mysterious god array around him. Should circumstances take a turn for the worse, he would act swiftly and abandon the array to escape the Yaowang sect. After a prolonged wait, a cheerful voice finally rang out from within. "Junior brother Lu has arrived. Please come in." The cave's restrictions were lifted, and Lu Qinghe stepped inside. Chu Zhao sat on a meditation mat, smiling broadly at Lu Qinghe. "Haha. What brings junior brother Lu to my humble abode? Please, do come in." He continued, "I was just engaged in cultivation and may have neglected you. I hope you will not take offense." Were it not for Lu Qinghe's formidable spiritual sense, he might have genuinely believed Chu Zhao's words. The moment Lu Qinghe activated the talisman, he was aware of Chu Zhao's intentions, but had not anticipated the delay in Lu Qinghe's visit. He was on the verge of seeking out Lu Qinghe himself. He had initially intended to report this information to the punishment hall, yet upon arrival, he altered his plan. It would be more advantageous to seize a greater benefit and extract as much from Lu Qinghe as possible. The wealth of a core disciple would undoubtedly be substantial, potentially allowing him to advance to the 6th layer of Foundation Establishment. Should he manage to extract a 9th layer Fire Fox from Lu Qinghe, it would be the perfect outcome. At that point, he could ensure Lu Qinghe's expulsion from the Yaowang sect, allowing him to rest easy. However, Qinghe's demeanor was anything but cordial as he produced the talisman and tossed it to Chu Xiao. I fail to comprehend your intentions, brother. What is this about the Yaowang sect and the Blood Demon sect? I cannot fathom why you would present such items to me. Chu Xiao's brow furrowed. Had he misjudged the situation? Nevertheless, he retained a measure of confidence. Holding the talisman, he spoke, "Do not feign ignorance, junior brother. If I am correct, you possess a special connection to the Blood Demon sect. The destruction of the Song family in Yaowang City must have significant ties to you." Qinghe's tone grew fierce. "Brother, you are slandering me without evidence. It is merely Elder Dan's desire to take me as his true disciple, and your repeated warnings have been unwarranted. Now, you seek to frame me. What is your true intent? If you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, I will have no choice but to report this to the sect and seek justice." Chu Xiao was taken aback. He had not expected Qinghe to react with such fervor, as if the matter bore no relevance to him. Chu Xiao snorted coldly. "Junior brother, do you believe no one knows of your enmity with the Song family? Numerous disciples from the Song family have gone missing recently. I suspect your involvement in this." Qinghe's voice was sharp. "That is inconceivable. If I possess such capabilities, would you still dare to invite me to your cave? Are you not concerned that I might pose a threat to you?" Xiao laughed heartily. "Junior brother, are you admitting it? Since I dare to summon you, I naturally possess the means to ensure your safety. As a core disciple, who among us lacks a treasure or two for self-preservation?" Qinghe's expression settled into calmness. "What am I admitting to? This is merely your fanciful imagination. Surely, you don't believe that a few words would sway the elders of our sect? If you persist in this slander, I implore you to accompany me to report to the sect," Qinghe continued, refusing to concede. Xiao's expression stiffened. He couldn't reveal that he was the one who had informed them. "I have no further comments. But I am entirely convinced that the Golden Core ancestor of the Song family has indeed made a move against you. Yet you returned unharmed. While that ancestor has mysteriously vanished, followed by the destruction of the Song family in Yaowang City. Do you find this reasoning insufficient?" Qinghe chuckled. "Nonsense. If a Golden Core ancestor were to strike, even one with your celestial prowess would not escape unscathed. How is it that you are aware of the Song family's pursuit of me? That makes no sense." Xiao's countenance faltered, unable to admit his role in the affair. "This is classified information. However, I can assert with certainty that the Golden Core ancestor of the Song family did indeed take action. If no Golden Core from the Blood Demon sect intervened, how could you have returned unscathed?" Qinghe asked helplessly. "Are you attempting to frame me, senior brother? I have deduced that the attack by the Song family's Golden Core has a considerable connection to you, perhaps even orchestrated by you. This is not a frame-up. I am acting in your best interest. Once the sect learns of your connection to the Blood Demon sect, not only will you be stripped of your status, but you will also be cast into the ice prison of despair, where death becomes an unattainable desire. Surely you do not wish for such a fate?" Qinghe inquired. "What is it that you desire from this elaborate scheme of yours?" Seeing Qinghe wavering, Xiao seized the opportunity. "I want your savings from these past few years, along with the control technique for the Crimson Flame Fox at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment. If you depart from Yaowang sect, I shall pretend this never happened." Xiao gazed at Qinghe with a look of assured dominance. Chapter 471, The Oath of the Heart Demon. "Senior brother, are you certain you wish to meet the Spirit Fox? Such a brazen demand, akin to a lion's greedy maw." This was the first time Qinghe had encountered someone with such insatiable avarice. Not only did he seek to seize all of Qinghe's assets, but he also had designs on the little fox. Yet upon reflection, had he indeed been merely a 4th-level Foundation Establishment practitioner, he might have found himself at Xiao's mercy, even if he adamantly refused to acknowledge anything. The Yaowang sect was home to not only nascent soul true monarchs, but also spirit treasures. The heaven-deceiving mask could not evade the scrutiny of such treasures. Moreover, Xiao's actions indicated he possessed means to counter the 9th-level Foundation Establishment fox. Qinghe scoffed. "Senior brother, your greed knows no bounds. Are you not afraid that the elders will learn of your coercive tactics? Are you not concerned that I might report you to the punishment hall?" Xiao laughed heartily. "If I truly misjudged you, you would already be in the punishment hall, not here with me." Qinghe's failure to report indicated he harbored secrets of his own. Even if he were not connected to the Blood Demon sect, he certainly had undisclosed matters. His prior silence was a calculated decision. Should the sect uncover any wrongdoings on his part, the consequences would be dire. Thus, he devised this plan, not only to test Qinghe's ties to the Blood Demon sect, but also to shield himself from repercussions. Qinghe's arrival spoke volumes. He raised a thumb in admiration. "Senior brother, your meticulous scheming is truly impressive." Xiao, far from feeling shame, felt a swell of pride. The path of cultivation often involves stepping over the corpses of others to reach a higher realm. For instance, with your assistance, my cultivation will flourish, and I will garner the favor of the esteemed Elder Yao, potentially becoming his true disciple. Who knows? I might ascend to the pinnacle of the Golden Core Tao. This was Xiao's ambition, to achieve the status of a Golden Core practitioner, with Qinghe as the most crucial stepping stone. Qinghe refrained from rebuttal. He had no intention of such treachery. His actions, whether offensive or defensive, were predominantly for self-preservation. He acquired treasures only through equitable exchange. And even then, he would not impose his will. Yet he understood the harsh realities of the cultivation world, particularly among loose cultivators. He had been fortunate to enter the Tai-Xian sect early on. Though his experiences were far from ideal, they were still vastly superior to those of a wandering cultivator. Among kin and companions, even partners and spouses, conflicts over spirit stones and magical artifacts could erupt into violent strife. Though he occasionally felt anxiety, sleepless nights were rare for him. Now, within the Yaowang sect, had he no profound secrets, the privileges he enjoyed were beyond the wildest dreams of countless beings. Seeing Qinghe silent, Xiao grew more confident and posed. Junior brother, what are your thoughts? I am safeguarding your life. Resources can be reclaimed, but a life lost is irrevocable, Qinghe stated candidly. Your greed is pushing me toward a dead end. Xiao inquired. Is that an admission from you? Qinghe sighed. Your words leave me speechless. Fearing Qinghe would act out of desperation, Xiao hastily produced a talisman, addressing Qinghe. Do not act rashly, junior brother. I am aware of your 9th level foundation beast. He had expended a substantial sum to acquire a talisman capable of unleashing an attack from a golden core ancestor. Although Qinghe's spirit beast was exceptional, it could not withstand a strike from a golden core. Qinghe chuckled, realizing this was a tactic he had often employed against others, now turned against him. Given the gravity of this situation, you wouldn't dare share it with anyone else, would you? Qinghe had already surmised that his appearance here was a signal to Xiao that he posed a threat. Yet he had no choice but to come. He needed to ascertain who else within the Yaowang sect might be aware of his potential connection to the downfall of the Song family in Yaowang City. Xiao, interpreting Qinghe's words, erupted in laughter. It signified his acknowledgement and agreement. Rest assured, junior brother. I can guarantee that no one besides myself will learn of this matter. Qinghe shook his head. Words alone hold no weight. I would like you to swear the oath of the heart demon. Xiao's smile faded, his expression darkening as he regarded Qinghe with dissatisfaction. Junior brother, you are the one in need of my assistance. Qinghe remained unfazed. The oath of the heart demon is of far lesser value than what you seek. Or would you prefer to act violently, drawing the attention of the entire sect? Xiao did not refuse. How could such matters be allowed to reach the ears of others? I swear, I shall never divulge any information regarding you, nor shall I reveal this secret to a third party. Should I break this oath, I vow that I will never transcend my current level of cultivation, and my life shall be forfeit. Qinghe maintained his focus on Xiao, sensing the authenticity in his words through the fluctuations of his spirit. After the oath of the heart demon was sworn, Xiao fixed his fervent gaze upon Qinghe, rubbing his hands together. Junior brother, may I now receive the techniques for controlling your storage bag and spirit beast? Without hesitation, Qinghe relinquished his storage bag to Xiao. Xiao accepted the storage bag, but found he could not open it with his consciousness. He turned to Qinghe. I kindly ask you to unlock the storage bag. With a mere thought, Qinghe opened the storage bag. As Xiao delved his consciousness inside, his expression darkened. He ominously inquired of Lu Qinghe, Junior brother, are you jesting with your elder brother? This jest is far from amusing. There was nothing in the storage bag, not even a low-grade spirit stone. Faced with Chu Zhao's fury, Lu Qinghe remained unperturbed and replied, Elder brother, what are you saying? You are well aware that I have been in seclusion for an extended period. All my resources have been devoted to my cultivation. By the way, I also have a crimson flame fire fox. I wonder if you would like it? Chu Zhao doubted Lu Qinghe's words. Yet armed with a talisman and a medium-grade defensive spirit tool, he felt no fear. First, he would master the control technique for the spirit beast, and then he would properly deal with Lu Qinghe. He swore not to divulge any secrets, but he had never promised not to take action against Lu Qinghe. Chu Zhao's expression normalized. I misunderstood you, junior brother. Please, release the spirit fox. Lu Qinghe did not immediately release the little fox, but instead confirmed with Chu Zhao. Are you truly certain you wish to see the spirit fox? Chu Zhao suspected Lu Qinghe was up to some trickery and warned, Junior brother, know your limits. My temper is not particularly forgiving. Lu Qinghe smiled enigmatically. Then as you wish, elder brother. With a thought, the little fox appeared before him. Upon seeing the little fox, Chu Zhao broke into a grin. A A spirit beast at the 9th layer of foundation establishment could yield resources beyond his wildest dreams. Such a spirit beast was a complete waste in Lu Qinghe's possession. However, the little fox merely glanced at Chu Xiao, and he was struck dumb, paralyzed in fear as he gazed at the creature. Chapter 0472, Golden Core Ancestor? A collapse of heart and mind, just a single glance rendered him breathless. Such pressure could not possibly emanate from a foundation establishment beast. Even a fully realized foundation establishment beast could not possess such a terrifying gaze. Chu Xiao swallowed hard. A golden core great demon? Impossible. He could scarcely believe that the 9th layer foundation establishment spirit beast from years past had suddenly transformed into a golden core spirit beast. The breakthrough of spirit beasts was not so rapid. They possessed lifespans tenfold that of humans, yet their advancement required cultivation time several times greater than that of humans. The little fox had advanced from the 9th layer of foundation establishment to golden core in less than 10 years, equivalent to a human cultivator who had only just broken through to the 9th layer a month ago, and yet had achieved the golden core realm in merely a month's time. He could hardly fathom how Lu Qinghe, a mere 4th layer foundation establishment cultivator, could possibly command a golden core spirit beast. He was unaware that the little fox was already at the 2nd layer of golden core and on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd layer. Otherwise, the shock would have been unimaginable. However, for foundation establishment cultivators, there was little difference between the 1st and 9th layers of golden core. Both were beyond the reach of foundation establishment cultivators. Lu Qinghe smirked. Elder brother, your insight is sharp. Indeed, this is a golden core great demon. Chu Xiao's face turned ashen, and upon hearing Lu Qinghe's words, he finally snapped out of his terror. In its place blossomed greed. With the support of a golden core spirit beast, he could certainly rise to prominence, perhaps even become the golden core ancestor of the Medicine King sect. Furthermore, he was confident that Lu Qinghe would not dare to act against him. After all, they were within the Medicine King sect, where even the slightest disturbance would attract the attention of the golden core ancestors. Junior brother, quickly impart to me the method to control the golden core great demon. I will forego your storage bag. I only desire this golden core spirit beast. Lu Qinghe gazed at Chu Xiao with a sense of regret, blinded by greed. He still failed to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Noticing Lu Qinghe's silence and inaction, Chu Xiao threatened, do you intend to act against me, junior brother? We are within the Medicine King sect. A golden core great demon cannot stir any waves here. If it acts, the golden core ancestor will surely manifest and suppress it. At that point, junior brother, you will find yourself in an irreparable situation. Seeing that Chu Xiao remained so oblivious, Lu Qinghe chose not to feign ignorance any longer. Elder brother, do you believe my actions might provoke a special circumstance? Chu Xiao's expression shifted. He extended his consciousness outward, only to discover that his spiritual sense was obstructed, unable to penetrate the cave dwelling. His face darkened. What have you done to my cave, junior brother? Lu Qinghe replied candidly, I have done nothing. I merely set up a divine concealment great array, a heavenly grade divine concealment great array. Any occurrences here will go unnoticed not only by the golden core ancestors, but even by a nascent soul supreme. Lu Qinghe's words chilled Chu Xiao to the core. He finally awoke to the reality of the situation. He could not fathom how Lu Qinghe could have obtained a heavenly grade formation. Even golden core ancestors would find it difficult to acquire one. Yet, he could indeed feel his spiritual sense trapped, ensnared by the array. Coupled with the looming threat of the golden core ancestor, Chu Xiao had no choice but to concede. Junior brother, let us pretend that nothing has happened. I know nothing of this, and you have never been here. I can even vow a heart demon oath. Lu Qinghe smiled. Elder brother, do you truly believe that is feasible? You have framed, plotted, and threatened me. Who knows when you might bring me great trouble? Observing that Lu Qinghe did not intend to let him off easily, Chu Xiao's tone sharpened. Lu Qinghe, do not forget that I am a core disciple. The moment I perish, the main peak will be alerted. At that point, the golden core ancestor will descend, and you too shall not escape. Lu Qinghe understood this predicament. Should he kill Chu Xiao, the golden core of the Medicine King sect would undoubtedly appear to investigate. Lu Qinghe nodded. Elder brother is correct. I have no intention of causing your demise, at least not at this moment, for you are of great use to me. Perhaps one day, you might even save my life. Upon witnessing the insidious glint in Lu Qinghe's eyes, Chu Xiao hesitated no longer. He had to open the external great array to secure a slim chance of survival. He hurled the talisman toward the little fox and shifted his form to appear before Lu Qinghe, seeking to seize him. Boom. The little fox was blasted away by the talisman, and Chu Xiao, wielding the spirit tool, lunged at Lu Qinghe. He knew his first layer golden core talisman would not suffice against a golden core spirit beast. It was merely a delay tactic. He needed to control Lu Qinghe before the golden core great demon reacted. Just as he thought he was on the verge of success, his entire body became paralyzed. Struck as if by lightning, the spirit tool he wielded could not inch closer than a few centimeters to Lu Qinghe, as a terrifying aura emanated from him. Chu Zhao's spirit tool shattered into fragments, and he was sent flying, crashing violently against the cave's walls, ignoring his grievous injuries. He gazed at Lu Qinghe with a look of sheer horror, finally gritting his teeth to utter a few words. Golden Core Ancestor? This revelation was even more unbelievable than the little fox's ascension to a Golden Core Great Demon. Yet the aura he had just felt was undoubtedly that of a Golden Core Ancestor. Chu Zhao descended into madness. A delusion? It's all an illusion. How could you possibly be a Golden Core Ancestor? It must be a dream. There is no heavenly great array, no Golden Core Ancestor, no Golden Core Ancestor. Regardless of how resolute his heart might be, he could not accept this reality, teetering on the brink of collapse. How could Lu Qinghe possibly be a Golden Core cultivator? It was entirely inconceivable. He believed everything to be a mere figment of his imagination, that he had made a grave error in his cultivation. Amidst Chu Zhao's frenzied state, Lu Qinghe's calm voice broke through. Elder brother, you are not seeking to understand how I control the Golden Core Great Demon. Rather, I am the Golden Core Ancestor. Chu Zhao remained unconvinced. You are deceiving me. If you were an ancient being, how could the sect remain unaware? How could you be classified as a core disciple? Lu Qinghe would not provide an explanation to Chu Zhao. These matters held no significance for his senior brother. Soon, his senior brother would announce his retreat into a life-and-death seclusion, emerging only when his junior brother was in dire need. Chu Zhao, with urgency in his tone, demanded, "What do you intend to do?" He conjured a tempest, attempting to flee. Yet, Lu Qinghe swiftly seized him from the air, stating, "Since you are aware of my Golden Core status, do not entertain thoughts of escape. If there is blame to be assigned, it rests upon your insatiable greed. Had you reported to the sect promptly, this situation would not have arisen. If Chu Zhao had acted immediately, it would have posed a significant crisis for him. He would never have considered implicating Chu Zhao. However, in pursuit of his own interests, Chu Zhao ultimately faced this unfortunate fate. Deep within, Lu Qinghe admonished himself to exercise caution in future endeavors, ensuring that greed did not cloud his judgment, for the world of cultivation harbors countless unknown perils. Lu Qinghe produced the soul-capturing bell, and with a series of chimes, he began to manipulate Chu Zhao's spirit. Given that Chu Zhao was a fifth-level foundation establishment cultivator, he was not as easily swayed as a Qi refinement practitioner. Nevertheless, Lu Qinghe's spiritual strength had amplified several-fold, enhancing the potency of the soul-capturing bell. After a brief period, Chu Zhao's spirit was entirely subdued by the bell's power. Chapter 0473, The Method of Calamity Soldiers. Reforging the soul-capturing bell. Observing Chu Zhao standing dazedly to the side, Lu Qinghe ceased his actions. Although risks remained, with meticulous handling, no one would discern that Chu Zhao's spirit was under external control. Regrettably, he could not perish now. That concern would have to be addressed later. As this potential threat was temporarily resolved, Lu Qinghe cast several incantations, placing Chu Zhao into a state of seclusion for the life-and-death trial, ensuring that no one would disturb him. Having completed his tasks, Lu Qinghe departed mysteriously, leaving no trace of his presence at Chu Zhao's location. Upon returning to the Danfeng courtyard, even Fu Lan was unaware of Lu Qinghe's absence. Seated cross-legged on the mat, Lu Qinghe pondered, should he leave the Yaowang sect to evade scrutiny? With his current capabilities, he could easily establish a celestial city in a realm untouched by the sect, acquiring ample cultivation resources. However, as a premier sect, the Yaowang sect offered unimaginable advantages that a loose cultivator could scarcely fathom. To attain the finest resources, one could only find opportunity within the sect. While loose cultivators may seem appealing, the chances to access Earth-level resources were exceedingly rare, let alone celestial-level cultivation materials. There was no need to rush. He would wait to see if the Gathering Treasure Pavilion could procure materials for 5-element celestial-level spirit artifacts. This period could be utilized to master celestial-level refining techniques and enhance the potency of several divine abilities. Currently, he possessed 55 wisdom grass plants, which could exponentially augment his power. Lu Qinghe retrieved the refining technique, which was his most pressing focus for cultivation. Had he grasped the celestial-level techniques earlier, the soul-capturing bell would have already ascended to a mid-grade magical treasure, potentially even a superior one. He would also be able to refine swordgrass. Even if it did not unleash the full might of a spiritual treasure, it could still manifest the power of a top-tier magical artifact. This refining technique was known as the method of calamity soldiers, invoking heavenly tribulations to forge a spiritual treasure, transcending through lightning and metamorphosis. Unlike specialized refining techniques that could only craft singular or unique treasures, the method of calamity soldiers was applicable to most refining methodologies. Lu Qinghe noted that its complexity surpassed the treasure refining skills he had previously acquired through the wisdom grass. Such divine methods were the hallmark of celestial-level arts. Regardless of cultivation, techniques, or spiritual objects, once reaching the celestial level, They each adhered to their own rules. Qinghe speculated that this refining technique might have been conceived through insights gained from the nascent soul achieving enlightenment. He commenced the understanding of the method of calamity soldiers using a wisdom grass plant. Days later, he had consumed one plant, mastering the method of calamity soldiers to the standard of low-grade earth level. He could now employ this refining method to create low-grade magical artifacts. Indeed, comprehending any technique was no simple feat. No wonder that in the realm of cultivation, few cultivators ever attain mastery in specific fields. This not only required extraordinary talent, but also sufficient longevity, as most cultivators were engaged in a relentless struggle against time, fervently training their abilities, leaving little room to comprehend additional techniques. Once more, Qinghe produced a wisdom grass plant to begin refining. One plant could grant him approximately 5 days of comprehension time. After 5 days, his refining technique reached the mid-grade level of earth level. Yet, this was still far from sufficient. He could not even attempt to refine celestial-level phoenix bloodwood. A month passed, and Qinghe finally grasped the low-grade celestial-level method of calamity soldiers. However, the consumption of wisdom grass exceeded his expectations. 2 plants enabled him to understand the upper tier of earth level, but it took a full 5 plants to progress from upper earth level to low celestial level. Thus, he utilized 8 wisdom grass plants to attain the celestial level refining technique. 8 plants held a value of 10 million spirit stones, enough to produce 8 earth-level golden core cultivators within a premier sect like the Yaowang sect. Now, he could attempt to forge the soul-capturing bell anew. Qinghe had long desired to enhance its power, and it was the perfect time to test whether his refining technique bore fruit. He retrieved the prepared phoenix bloodwood, along with the soul-devouring flower and soul-capturing flower from the 3 lives devouring soul flower, totaling 16 blossoms. He wondered how these materials, when integrated into the soul-capturing bell, would amplify its potency. Upgrading the soul-capturing bell to a mid-grade magical artifact posed no challenge. However, Qinghe aspired for it to ascend directly to the superior artifact level. At that point, wielding a superior artifact like the soul-capturing bell would render him impervious to any advantage a late golden core cultivator might attempt to gain. Qinghe took out the vermilion bird cauldron, using the pure glaze flame to temper the phoenix bloodwood, embedding the refining incantations into the wood until it transformed into the necessary materials for crafting a magical treasure. Yet, this was far from adequate. He still needed to reforge the soul-capturing bell itself. He channeled incantations into the bell, repeatedly employing the method of calamity soldiers to forge it anew. Compared to his previous techniques, the method of calamity soldiers was far more profound and intricate. Days later, after re-ritualizing the soul-capturing bell, although its grade remained unchanged and impurities had been removed, its original near-mid-grade status had diminished. However, this did not detract from its power. Instead, it enhanced the bell's efficacy by 20%. One should not underestimate a mere 20%. Even 1% of a low-grade artifact's power could rival a top-tier spiritual item, and a 20% increase equated to the might of 2 such spiritual items. After the ritual, Qinghe retrieved the now-transformed phoenix bloodwood. He was prepared to fundamentally alter the composition of the soul-capturing bell, integrating this wood. Even if it did not endow it with the qualities of a spiritual treasure, it would still be a top-tier material among magical artifacts. Employing the refining technique, Qinghe fused the phoenix bloodwood into the soul-capturing bell, entirely replacing its former materials. Half a month later, a soul-stirring resonance reverberated throughout the grand hall, and a blood-red phoenix apparition emerged upon the soul-capturing bell. The bell's chimes harmonized with the phoenix's cry, creating an eerie spectacle. Even Qinghe, as the bell's master, felt the effects, struggling to maintain his mental fortitude until the echoes of the phoenix's call subsided. As all matters settled, Qinghe hurriedly grasped the soul-calling bell, examining it with utmost seriousness. A medium-grade magical artifact composed of the finest materials, infused with the celestial-grade phoenix bloodwood. The soul-calling bell not only advanced to a medium-grade artifact, but also acquired the essence of a top-tier treasure. Had Qinghe chosen the soul-calling bell as his life-bound artifact earlier, there would have been no need to integrate additional materials. With mere nurturing through his dantian over several centuries, the bell would have naturally evolved into a supreme-grade artifact. Now that the material quality had reached its zenith, what remained was enhancing the bell's divine powers. Previously, its soul-capturing and soul-devouring abilities were merely minor spells. By elevating these 2 abilities to grand spells, the soul-calling bell would undoubtedly transform into a formidable superior-grade artifact. However, Qinghe hesitated. The 3-life soul-devouring flower in his possession was more than sufficient to facilitate the bell's ascension, yet he found himself still able to control it. He was uncertain whether he could maintain complete mastery over the artifact should it ascend further. Chapter 0474, the second life-bound artifact. Moon Wuxiao emerges from seclusion should the soul-calling bell spiral out of control. The consequences were beyond his imagination. His feelings towards the bell were a blend of anticipation and trepidation. Qinghe conceived a method to gain absolute control over the soul-calling bell, refining it into his life-bound artifact. This would not only maximize the bell's potential, but also ensure his complete command over it. A cultivator is permitted to refine only one life-bound artifact. Yet Qinghe possessed an external avatar, initially intended for controlling the blood demon banner. It was now feasible to attempt refining the soul-calling bell as the life-bound artifact for his avatar. Without delay, Qinghe entered the Black Earth space with the soul-calling bell. In the transition of consciousness, he found himself atop his avatar. Over time, his second primordial spirit and avatar had melded seamlessly. Under the influence of the transformation divine fruit and the yin-yang divine lotus, his demon avatar not only rejuvenated but also restored its cultivation to the second level of the golden core stage. However, within the Black Earth space, there were only 2 yin-yang divine lotuses, which had yet to mature, and the Taoist essence they generated was insufficient for a rapid enhancement of the demon avatar's cultivation. Nonetheless, once both yin-yang divine lotuses matured and were refined for the demon avatar, its cultivation would ascend to an astonishing level. With a flick of his hand, the soul-calling bell in his corporeal form appeared in his grasp. 3-element refining method. This was a technique Qinghe acquired during his time in the Song family, a means of refining life-bound artifacts. Although it could not compare to the previous sword cultivation method for the 5-element sword array, it was perfectly suited for refining the soul-calling bell into a life-bound artifact, and an exemplary method at that. The process of refining life-bound artifacts was not particularly arduous, especially since Qinghe had already established a foundation. There was no need to squander a precious enlightenment herb, which was invaluable to him. Moreover, he had yet to acquire a sufficient quantity of enlightenment herbs, so every single one saved was significant. After half a month of contemplation, he successfully comprehended the 3-element refining method. Addressing the soul-calling bell, he cast several golden light spells, with essence as the foundation, with law as the fire, with spirit as the craft. The 3 spirits unite to forge my divine artifact. This encapsulated the core of the 3-element refining method, utilizing essence, magical power, and divine consciousness to forge a life-bound artifact. This was the most common method of refining life-bound artifacts, while the sword cultivation method was rather unique, suitable solely for sword paths. The surface of the soul-calling bell shimmered with the phantom of the blood phoenix, attempting to flee. You wretched thing, as my artifact, do you presume to defy me? Though the soul-calling bell was not a spiritual treasure, it had established a foundation akin to that of a top-tier artifact. Should the blood phoenix endure a lightning tribulation, it would evolve into a spirit of a spiritual treasure. However, at present, it was not yet formidable enough, merely augmenting the bell's power. Under Qinghe's soul suppression, the blood phoenix vanished, and the soul-calling bell reverted to its normal state. Qinghe commenced the refining process, which proceeded smoothly. Although the soul-calling bell possessed formidable soul-restraining power, it was not merely an artifact of Qinghe. It was intricately linked to his soul. More importantly, Qinghe's terrifying soul power was now a force to be reckoned with. Even ordinary superior-grade artifacts could be refined. The soul-calling bell, though strong, was still merely a medium-grade artifact, and its 2 minor spells posed little challenge to him. After another half-month, the soul-calling bell emitted a faint glow, transforming into a beam of light that merged into the demon avatar's dantian. The demon avatar opened its eyes, revealing a sinister smile, one that appeared grotesque and terrifying upon its demonic visage. I have succeeded. I have mastered my second life-bound artifact. No matter how powerful the soul-calling bell becomes, it shall never escape my grasp. Qinghe had not anticipated that refining the soul-calling bell into a life-bound artifact would be so effortless. He had considered the possibility of failure. An important factor crossed his mind. The cultivation method of this second primordial spirit was no ordinary one, and he wondered who had traded it. At the spirit herb peak, Ruanxingzhu regarded the emerging Moon Wuxiao with admiration, stating, "Well done. You have turned misfortune into fortune. Not only have you fully recovered from your injuries, but your cultivation has also significantly advanced. A breakthrough to the late foundation establishment stage is imminent." Moon Wuxiao expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Master, for procuring the divine medicine for me. Otherwise, I would have required decades to recover, let alone experience such a significant advancement." For her, decades were an eternity. Wasting such time on recovery would mean a lifetime devoid of the golden core path. Now, with the enlightenment herb in Qinghe's possession, along with the treasures obtained from the cave, she was 90% confident in stepping onto the golden core path. Ruanxingzhu's expression darkened. In saving Moon Wuxiao, not only had she been compelled to emerge from seclusion prematurely, but she had also squandered a heavenly grade flame dragon fruit. While she had acquired a sky-high priced heavenly spirit pill through trade, such elixirs were of little use to her given her current cultivation level. Fortunately, she could exchange the heavenly spirit pill within the sect for several potions to enhance her cultivation and had also obtained a reversal life pill. Ultimately, she waved her hand. For Moon Wuxia had grown up under her watch. It was not an exaggeration to call her like a daughter. You are well, and that is what matters. My recent excursion has indeed yielded significant gains. Wan Xingzhu did not wish to elaborate further. The fate of the reversal life pill would depend on Moon Wuxia's future performance. There is one more matter I wish to consult you about. Curious, Moon Wuxia inquired what her master needed to ask her. Wan Xingzhu continued, for many years. The Peak Master of the Heavenly Sword Peak has expressed a desire for you to become Dao partners with Qiyun. However, I have refrained from making any statements until now. Recently, the Peak Master has brought it up again, promising to assist you in acquiring a magical artifact. Qiyun is commendable. As the true disciple of the Heavenly Sword Peak, possessing a gold element heavenly spirit root, he is highly likely to tread upon the golden core path, making him a suitable match for you. Moon Wuxia's complexion paled, and she hastily replied, Master, I only wish to focus on my cultivation. I cannot afford to consider matters of a Dao partner before stepping onto the golden core path. Wan Xingzhu remarked, the golden core path is not so easily traversed. Even I faced life-threatening challenges to reach it. If you were to unite with Qiyun, your chances of breaking through to the golden core would be significantly enhanced. Moon Wuxia remained resolute, stating, Master, I cannot entertain this notion. Observing her unwavering stance, Wan Xingzhu furrowed her brow, perplexed, and asked, Is it possible that you are concerned about that lad from the Alchemy Peak? This inquiry left Moon Wuxia momentarily stunned, but she quickly realized that Wan Xingzhu was referring to Lu Qinghe. She has always been concerned about Lu Qinghe's safety, otherwise she would not have emerged from her seclusion now. When she initially departed from the Starry Island, it was due to being pursued by golden core cultivators, and it was Wan Xingzhu who rescued her. However, there has been no news regarding Lu Qinghe, and her emergence from seclusion is solely to inquire about his whereabouts. Now, it seems that Wan Xingzhu is aware of Lu Qinghe's location. Chapter 0475. Cultivating Demonic Techniques. Late Golden Core Combat Power. Yu Wuxia hastily asked, Master, do you know the whereabouts of Junior Brother Lu? Yu Wuxia's demeanor only heightened Wan Xingzhu's displeasure. Answer me directly. With a sense of helplessness, Yu Wuxia explained, Master, where are you getting these ideas? I share a good friendship with Junior Brother Lu. We are merely close friends. Unexpectedly, Yu Wuxia did not anticipate Wan Xingzhu's interpretation. Although she and Lu Qinghe have a decent relationship, and she holds him in high regard for not seizing opportunities in perilous situations, but rather ensuring her safety within the confines of a golden core cultivator's cave. She certainly did not harbor the intentions Wan Xingzhu presumed. Seeing that Yu Wuxia did not appear to be lying, Wan Xingzhu's expression softened significantly as she cautioned, I hope this is your true sentiment. That boy, whom I have encountered, emerged from the bottom without anyone to shield him. It is exceedingly difficult for such a cultivator to rise. To reach his current position, his cunning is profound. Underestimating him would have led to countless deaths. Such cultivators are exceedingly perilous, and although he possesses commendable talent and cultivates at an astounding pace, Yao has intentions of taking him as an inner disciple. Yet the likelihood appears slim. The path to breaking through to the golden core realm is fraught with challenges, and you and he are not of the same world. Yu Wuxia wished to refute her, but felt an inexplicable premonition that Lu Qinghe had a significant chance of breaking through to the golden core realm, given his rapid cultivation and possession of the enlightenment grass. Moreover, with numerous heavenly spirit pills at his disposal, he required merely a reversal fate pill to match her chances of advancing to the golden core. However, after some contemplation, Yu Wuxia chose silence, realizing it would only invite further complications. She obediently nodded, Master, I understand. Please inform me if Junior Brother Lu is safe. He was burdened by me last time, and I worry for his safety. He has returned to the Yaowang sect and is undergoing assessment by Yaowu, Wan Xingzhu replied. What about Qiyun's matter? Are you truly not considering it? Yu Wuxiao affirmed, I implore you to convey my intentions. I only wish to cultivate. Wan Xingzhu did not press further, wanting to avoid any lingering resentment from Yu Wuxia in the future. She waved her hand, I understand. You shall devote yourself to cultivation at the Spirit Herb Peak. You are not permitted to leave the Spirit Herb Peak until you reach the late Foundation establishment stage. Yes, Yu Wuxia dared not defy Wan Xingzhu's command. For not only is Wan Xingzhu her master, but she is also a formidable figure of the late Golden Core stage, whose every action could reverberate throughout the entire Southern Sky cultivation realm. With Lu Qinghe's safety assured, her heart felt at ease. Unbeknownst to Lu Qinghe, Yu Wuxia had emerged from her seclusion. Even if he were aware, he would not seek her out, as he had already gathered most of the spiritual herbs he required. Other rare spiritual herbs could still be procured in the Immortal City, yet the heavenly grade herbs he sought were beyond Yu Wuxia's reach. After successfully refining his second life-bound magical treasure, Qinghe did not immediately enhance the soul-capturing bell. Instead, he maintained his consciousness within the demonic clone. Retrieving a jade slip that contained the blood demon sect's blood demon technique, he intended for the demonic clone to cultivate this technique, which had dual advantages. It would allow him to master the blood demon flag and the blood demon great array more effectively. He had prepared several complete golden core corpses specifically for the blood demon great array. Another benefit was that, besides devouring the Yin-Yang divine lotus, the demonic clone would have an additional pathway to enhance its cultivation. This time, Qinghe did not plan on relying solely on his own comprehension, for he was entirely unfamiliar with the demonic techniques, which were fundamentally contrary to conventional cultivation methods. He could only rely on the enlightenment grass for insight. After consuming a piece of the enlightenment grass, Qinghe began to grasp the blood demon technique. In just a few days, he had comprehended the technique in his hands. However, this jade slip only recorded a portion of the blood demon technique, with the heavenly grade cultivation sections entirely absent. Qinghe speculated that they must be in the possession of the blood demon true monarch, who would not easily allow disciples to practice such a technique, as it had been obtained from the first golden core cultivator killed by the blood demon sect. Nonetheless, this technique was sufficient for him, allowing the demonic clone to cultivate to the late golden core stage. The heavenly grade cultivation portions could be pursued later when the demonic clone reached the nascent soul realm. At that time, he could simply seize them from the blood demon sect. Although he rarely engaged in such forceful acts, he would not hesitate if it were the blood demon sect. As the demonic clone began to operate the blood demon technique, it encountered no obstacles nor adverse effects from practicing demonic arts. A trickle of blood demon power coursed through the demonic clone, and its operational speed was astonishingly rapid. This astonished Qinghe, as the technique seemed tailor-made for the demonic clone. He contemplated a possibility: not only the blood demon technique, but all demonic cultivation methods might be suitable for the demonic clone. The demonic path likely originated from the inheritance of demons, subsequently modified to suit the cultivation of human practitioners. In the future, he would seek out several demonic techniques to experiment with. After all, the demonic clone was difficult to vanquish, and even if issues arose during cultivation, it would not jeopardize its life. Qinghe left a wisp of consciousness to sustain the technique's operation, allowing the demonic clone to cultivate autonomously. He had no intention of instilling independent consciousness in the demonic clone. As to him, it was merely a tool. Upon returning his consciousness to his true body, Qinghe waved his hand, and the soul-capturing bell soared from the demonic clone's dantian into his grasp. With the bell in hand, Qinghe finally felt a connection of spirit and blood. This brought him relief, as it confirmed that life-bound treasures could indeed be utilized interchangeably. Presumably, all treasures could be shared between both bodies. Only then did Qinghe take out the 3 live soul-devouring flower to refine the soul-capturing bell. One by one, the 3 live soul-devouring flowers were refined, and the bell's power surged rapidly. In just 3 days, he had refined 16 petals, and the phantom of the blood phoenix on the soul-capturing bell became increasingly vivid. Just a glance sent waves of trepidation through Qinghe's heart. The high-grade treasure, the soul-capturing bell, had truly materialized into a formidable weapon, yet activating it required a significant amount of mana equivalent to that of the 5-element sword formation diagram. Although using a life-bound treasure consumes only half the mana, along with various intricate mysteries, Qinghe, being merely at the 2nd layer of the golden core stage, could muster mana comparable to a 4th-layer golden core cultivator at best, even with quintupled reserves. Typically, high-grade treasures could only be activated by cultivators at the late golden core stage, with full power unleashed only by those at the 9th layer. Nevertheless, Qinghe felt elated. He was not concerned about not being able to fully activate the soul-capturing bell with the Qingmu swallowing heaven technique. As long as he had sufficient earth-grade spiritual herbs, he could activate it as many times as necessary. Coupled with the 5-element sword formation diagram, he now possessed 2 powerful high-grade treasures. Even if a late golden core cultivator were to arrive, he could certainly hold his ground. Chapter 0476, The Discontent of Elder Yao. Bestowal of treasures. Qinghe assessed his current cultivation level and determined that he could engage in a fierce confrontation with a cultivator at the 7th level of the golden core stage. This assessment is not a manifestation of arrogance on Qinghe's part. The disparity between the 1st level and the 7th level of the golden core stage is far more significant than that between the early and mid stages of the foundation establishment realm. Typically, a cultivator at the 2nd level of the golden core stage bears no comparability to one at the 7th level. This gulf is even greater than that from the 1st layer of foundation establishment to its consummate form. For a late-stage golden core cultivator to vanquish one at the early stage is a matter of mere ease, requiring neither magical artifacts nor profound techniques. However, Lu Qinghe's situation is somewhat exceptional. His two high-grade magical artifacts possess the capability to eliminate a late-stage golden core cultivator. Furthermore, with a 30-fold enhancement of his spiritual consciousness, quintuple his magical power, along with various spiritual herbs and techniques, as well as several other artifacts, Lu Qinghe himself lacks a clear understanding of his own strength. Despite having faced numerous crises, he has never engaged in battle with a late-stage golden core cultivator. Since entering the golden core stage, he has already dispatched 3 golden core adversaries, 1 at the first level and 2 at the second level. Yet, none could withstand a single strike from him. After refining the soul-capturing bell into a high-grade artifact, Lu Qinghe paused his further artifact creation. The 5 heavenly swords now lacked the materials necessary for their advancement, and the abyssal mirror was in the same predicament, while the sword grass remained unrefined. Although he had mastered the heavenly grade forging techniques, his current capabilities were insufficient to forge a spiritual treasure. Additionally, he needed to refine the sword grass into a 5-element spiritual treasure but lacked the heavenly grade materials. The most daunting aspect was that the spiritual treasures produced using the robbery art must endure heavenly tribulations. Failure to do so would result in total destruction, even of the sword grass. Lacking sufficient confidence, Lu Qinghe would not dare to attempt it lightly. Each artifact he currently possessed was the result of immense toil and countless sacrifices to reach its present state. The destruction of even one would render the recreation of such an item nearly impossible. Lu Qinghe initially intended to enter seclusion to fully comprehend the 5-element divine abilities, anticipating that by then, the golden yuan grass would be ripe, allowing him to strive for the 4th level of the golden core stage in one vigorous effort. However, at this juncture, a decree appeared, summoning Lu Qinghe to the main peak to meet Elder Yao. This decree manifested directly above the Danfeng courtyard, and Lu Qinghe gazed at the vanishing edict in the sky. Uncertain about Elder Yao's intentions, he wondered if it pertained to the matter of Chu Xiao. Yet, that seemed improbable. If Chu Xiao's situation had been exposed, it would have warranted the involvement of the law enforcement hall rather than a mere decree. The law enforcement hall was a fearsome entity within the Yaowang sect, causing all disciples to tremble at its mere mention. Lu Qinghe had been diligently cultivating in seclusion, rarely encountering the enforcers of the law enforcement hall. Now that he had become a core disciple, as long as he refrained from wrongdoing, the enforcers would not seek him out without reason. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Qinghe transformed into a streak of light and vanished from the Danfeng courtyard. By the time he reappeared, he stood within the grand hall of the main peak. Apart from Lu Qinghe, another individual was present, Huangfu Xuanqi, a rare prodigy from the Pill Peak, regarded as a member of the foremost echelon within the Yaowang sect. Notably, this individual was a direct disciple of the Peak Master. However, Lu Qinghe had never encountered the Pill Peak Master, who was rumored to be in seclusion, striving to break through a realm. It remained uncertain whether the breakthrough was to the 9th level of the Golden Core or to the true monarch of the nascent soul stage. Nonetheless, it was entirely normal for such an arduous cultivation process to span decades. As 6 years had passed, Huangfu Xuanqi's cultivation had further advanced, reaching the consummate stage of foundation establishment, radiating a rich aura of wood elemental energy. It was evident that he was in the process of comprehending divine abilities, though he still appeared to have a considerable distance to traverse. Lu Qinghe promptly offered his respects. "Greetings, Elder." Elder Yao scrutinized Lu Qinghe. "I have heard that you have been in seclusion for some time." "Indeed, Master," Lu Qinghe replied, "my talents are lacking, compelling me to engage in arduous cultivation." From the tone of Elder Yao, it seemed he was not inquiring for the purpose of reproach. Yet Lu Qinghe remained unable to fully relax, hastily seeking an excuse to appease him. Elder Yao was quite pleased with Lu Qinghe's cultivation speed and attitude, and he was somewhat astonished. In just 2 years, Lu Qinghe had not only stabilized his cultivation at the 4th level of foundation establishment, but had also reached its consummate form, potentially breaking through to the 5th level in less than 2 years. Such a pace of cultivation rivaled that of those with heavenly spiritual roots. Further elevating his regard for Lu Qinghe, he inquired of Lu Qinghe, "How have you fared with the task I entrusted to you?" Lu Qinghe had not anticipated that Elder Yao still remembered the assessment. He had initially intended to investigate, but the matter concerning the Song family had delayed his plans. While he could overlook other things, acquiring a medicinal garden would undoubtedly yield immense benefits for him. Lu Qinghe respectfully responded, "I am currently making preparations, yet my strength remains somewhat insufficient." Elder Yao's demeanor shifted slightly, revealing his displeasure. Cultivation is a contest against heaven and humanity, a relentless advance against the current. Without such courage, how can one aspire to realize the heart of the great Tao? Particularly at the golden core threshold, it is a test of one's heart. How many gifted individuals have achieved consummation in foundation establishment and comprehended divine abilities, yet, lacking in resolve, find all efforts in vain? Lu Qinghe could not wholly agree with Elder Yao's words. He firmly believed that longevity was the essence of cultivation. Without a long life, even the greatest opportunities would be futile, all efforts would yield nothing. This perspective was a product of his 30-plus years of cultivation experience. As long as he lived long enough, he would inevitably grow strong. Of course, Lu Qinghe was unaware that not everyone possessed boundless spiritual herbs and resources at their disposal. Without resources, one could not hope to break through. Failing to strive would ultimately lead to stagnation, resulting in nothing more than a heap of dust. Nevertheless, he could not defy Elder Yao's sentiments, as the elder had treated him quite favorably. Thank you for your guidance, elder. I shall heed your advice, and once my cultivation improves slightly, I will promptly fulfill the task. This nearly elicited a laugh of exasperation from Elder Yao. He had been so forthright in his guidance. Yet his disciple remained timid and concerned for his own safety. Most importantly, there were countless individuals wishing to enter his tutelage, yet here was a disciple exhibiting such hesitance. Had he misjudged this individual, perceiving a lack of resolve in him, incapable of taking that final step? Even Huangfu Xuanqi, who had remained silent, cast a perplexed glance at Lu Qinghe, unsure of what to make of it. Elder Yao decided to forego any further circumlocution. In 2 years, I shall celebrate my 400th birthday. I require a particular spiritual herb from that medicinal garden. You will present it to me at that time. Lu Qinghe furrowed his brow, inquiring about the specific spiritual herb Elder Yao sought. May I ask, Elder, what kind of spiritual herb do you require? Elder Yao shot Lu Qinghe a glare. When I assign you a task, you are to undertake it without excessive chatter. However, you are correct. The task may entail risks. The celestial beings have mentioned that you possess a high-grade spirit artifact. Thus, I shall refrain from providing you with another. Moreover, given your status as a 9th-level foundation establishment cultivator, the spirit foxes are unlikely to pose a significant threat to you. This is a talisman I personally crafted, containing a sealed divine ability from the late stage of the Golden Core. In times of peril, it may well save your life. Chapter 0477, Sect Mission. Huangfu Xuanqi Elder Yao waved his hand, and a talisman appeared in Lu Qinghe's grasp. Lu Qinghe was taken aback. He had not anticipated receiving such a boon. This talisman, containing a divine ability, held considerable value, capable of inflicting substantial damage even upon late-stage Golden Core cultivators. Yet, at present, it seemed of limited utility to him. Lu Qinghe dared not refuse, and could only silently appreciate this gesture of kindness. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your generous gift. As Lu Qinghe stowed the talisman into his storage pouch, Elder Yao turned to discuss more pressing matters. The reason I have summoned both of you today is to assign you a task that, although not obligatory for core disciples, will greatly benefit you. Naturally, there are certain risks involved, but with the reputation of the Yao Wang sect behind you, no one would dare openly cause you trouble. Seeing that Huangfu Xuanqi displayed no surprise, Lu Qinghe surmised that he was already aware of the task's nature. However, Lu Qinghe himself had little interest in such missions, unless they involved a reward from the Dan Peak. Otherwise, he held no regard for the other rewards offered by the Dan Peak. Should the task prove too burdensome, he would simply find an excuse to decline. Gratitude was one thing, but he was not one to risk his life for a mere talisman. Noticing their silence, Elder Yao felt a twinge of curiosity. While it was expected for Huangfu Xuanqi to know the task's details, Lu Qinghe's expression remained utterly unchanged. His composure was remarkable. Elder Yao recalled that he had always been this way, unfazed and unambitious, yet remarkably swift in his cultivation. This could only indicate that Lu Qinghe was destined for greatness, blessed with an extraordinary fortune. This was a significant reason why Elder Yao had considered accepting Lu Qinghe as a true disciple. After contemplating this, Elder Yao proceeded to outline the task. You are likely aware of the recent events in Yaowang City, where the Song family, the city lord's household, has been utterly destroyed. Tens of thousands from the Song family, including 3 Golden Core ancestors and a Golden Core cultivator at the 4th level, have been eradicated. Even if this was not the work of a nascent soul true monarch, it was undoubtedly executed by a formidable Golden Core cultivator at the 9th level. However, Yaowang City is under the jurisdiction of the Yaowang sect, and whoever is responsible for this act will be pursued relentlessly. Even if they are a 9th level Golden Core practitioner, a nascent soul true monarch has already begun to deduce the circumstances, and the results will soon be revealed. Elder Yao's words caused Lu Qinghe's expression to shift slightly, a sense of foreboding rising within him. He was unsure if the nascent soul true monarch's deductions could lead back to him, which indicated that the Yaowang sect might no longer be a secure refuge. Noticing the subtle change in Lu Qinghe, Elder Yao inquired, Lu Qinghe, do you have any thoughts on this matter? Lu Qinghe quickly responded, Elder, Are you suggesting we investigate? Elder Yao chuckled lightly. With your current capabilities, what chance do you have against a 9th-level golden core cultivator? Even if you were to uncover the truth, it would risk your lives. This falls under the purview of the punishment hall and does not concern you. I have procured an opportunity. Yaowang City is set to select a new city lord from several prominent families. 2 stewards are needed, and I have advocated for you. While there may be dangers in Yaowang City, this experience will greatly hone your resilience. This assignment will not last long, perhaps a year or 2, or at most 3 to 5 years. Of course, as I mentioned, the Yaowang sect does not impose mandatory tasks on core disciples, and you are free to decline. Huangfu Xuanqi did not hesitate, bowing to Elder Yao. I will follow the arrangement of my esteemed uncle. Lu Qinghe also refrained from refusing. A journey to Yaowang City was advantageous for him, as he did not require the sect's resources for his cultivation. I will abide by the elder's arrangement. Elder Yao sensed their acceptance. You may proceed to the task hall to confirm your assignment and prepare for departure. Yes, they replied, bowing before exiting the grand hall. Once outside, the usually reserved Huangfu Xuanqi suddenly spoke. Junior brother Lu, it seems that our uncle holds you in high regard. Given Elder Yao's earlier behavior, it was clear he had favored Lu Qinghe, for it was unlikely that a mere Foundation Establishment 4th-layer disciple would be entrusted with such a task amidst many 8th and 9th-layer disciples vying for the same opportunity. Lu Qinghe humbly replied, I fear that my lack of talent may disappoint the Elder's expectations. Huangfu Xuanqi firmly disagreed. Such sentiments are misguided, junior brother. Those whom our uncle chooses are far from ordinary. They are the rarest of talents. He had faith in Elder Yao's judgment. The selection of Lu Qinghe, amidst many exceptional candidates, indicated that Lu Qinghe possessed an extraordinary talent that was not immediately apparent. Lu Qinghe wished to avoid dwelling on this matter, knowing that he might ultimately disappoint Elder Yao. He was confident in breaking through to the later stages of the Golden Core realm within 20 years, at which point he would be on par with Elder Yao. Brother, what are our primary objectives for this task? Lu Qinghe inquired. Huangfu Xuanqi replied, to acquire benefits. This response momentarily stunned Lu Qinghe, and seeing Huangfu Xuanqi's expressionless face, he quickly sought clarification. Please enlighten me, brother. Were it not for Elder Yao's earlier demeanor, he would have refrained from further inquiry. However, given that Lu Qinghe was a favored disciple of Elder Yao and would be his partner in this task, clarification was warranted. The selection of the city lord in Yaowang City has little bearing on us. Our only requirement is to bring back numerous talented disciples and various spiritual herbs to the Yaowang sect. Who becomes the city lord is their affair. We need not interfere. Our focus should be on cultivation and awaiting the appointment of the city lord. Moreover, with the Golden Core ancestors and other disciples of the Yaowang sect present in Yaowang City, the potential for benefits is substantial, and you will be able to gauge that for yourself. With that, Huangfu Xuanqi stood to leave, preparing for their journey. Lu Qinghe suddenly realized that this was not merely a task, but rather a form of privilege. Their purpose was to collect gifts. As core disciples dispatched by the Yaowang sect, the families vying for the city lord position would naturally wish to make offerings. These offerings would undoubtedly be theirs to keep. Lu Qinghe speculated that this might be a method employed by the Yaowang sect to cultivate its disciples. Huangfu Xuanqi was undoubtedly a candidate for the Golden Core, and the Yaowang sect likely intended to bolster his foundation in forming the Golden Core through this approach. As for Lu Qinghe, he might be a benefactor, perhaps even a result of Elder Yao's advocacy. Lu Qinghe finally understood why several top sects had remained unchanged for millennia. Such exploitative practices would only serve to strengthen the top sects while weakening other factions. This might be the Yaowang sect's strategy to control Yaowang City. And not just Yaowang City, as the Yaowang sect governed countless celestial cities, numbering in the thousands. Most operated in a similar fashion, with Yaowang City being one of the more prominent examples. Nonetheless, Lu Qinghe found this task appealing. Not only would it yield benefits, but it also provided a temporary escape from the Yaowang sect, allowing him to acquire more resources through Yaowang City. For him, this assignment was perfectly tailored. As Chapter 478 unfolds, Elder Su and Tian will inquire about the comprehension of the 5 elements grant spell. Lu Qinghe never anticipated returning to Yaowang City in such a manner. Upon arriving with Huangfu Xuanqi at the Yaowang City outpost, several figures blocked their path. However, upon recognizing the sect robes adorning the two, they hurriedly bowed. Greetings, esteemed senior brothers. Huangfu Xuanqi casually scanned the group, commanding, take us to see Elder Su. A cultivator at the 5th level of Foundation Establishment stepped forward, gesturing for them. Esteemed senior brothers, please follow me. In the Grand Hall, Lu Qinghe and Huangfu Xuanqi encountered Su Tianwen, a Golden Core practitioner at the 3rd level. They bowed in respect. We pay our respects to the Elder. Although the core disciples hold a unique status within the Medicine King sect, they are still no match for the venerable Golden Core ancestors, who exist in a realm beyond their reach. Su Tianwen remained silent, merely observing the two individuals before him. Their arrival indicated that they possessed considerable potential, both being seedlings of the Golden Core stage. However, he was puzzled by Huang Fu Xuanqi, a prodigy renowned at Danfeng for achieving the pinnacle of foundation establishment. How could Lu Qinghe, a mere practitioner at the 4th level of foundation establishment, be granted such an opportunity? Could it be that his background was extraordinary? While core disciples enjoy a special status within the Medicine King sect, it should not draw the attention of the external Golden Core ancestors, who hold a transcendent position wherever they may be. After a moment of contemplation, Su Tianwen finally spoke. Esteemed nephews, you are most courteous. Being here is no different from being within the Medicine King sect. Your cave dwellings have already been prepared. Qinghe, please escort these two esteemed nephews to their quarters for rest. The disciple at the 5th level of foundation establishment responded promptly. Yes, master. Su Tianwen added. If you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. Thank you, elder. The two departed under Qinghe's guidance and were soon settled into their well-prepared cave dwellings. Qinghe then returned to report. Master, everything has been arranged. Su Tianwen nodded. Observe them closely. If they are amiable, it would be beneficial for you. Additionally, look into Lu Qinghe's identity within the Medicine King sect. Qinghe acknowledged. Understood, master. Su Tianwen expressed his concerns. I hope they do not cause any trouble. Qinghe curiously inquired. Master, do you believe they might interfere with matters in Medicine King City? Su Tianwen shook his head. Not to that extent. It is merely that core disciples are often proud and ambitious, and their presence here is likely aimed at exploiting a few families. Qinghe looked on with envy, realizing that even as a true inheritor of the Golden Core, such opportunities were beyond his wildest dreams. You may go now. I take my leave. Within the cave dwelling, Lu Qinghe felt immense satisfaction with the accommodations for cultivation. Though it was not equipped with a heavenly grade spirit gathering formation, it did feature a superior quality mystic grade formation. The spaciousness indicated that it had been meticulously prepared. Without hesitation, he deployed his earthly grade Mishan formation, which, while likely to astonish onlookers, would not attract undue attention given his status. He had no interest in the affairs of Medicine King City. This opportunity was perfect for focused cultivation. Trusting that his non-involvement would keep him out of trouble, he summoned the little fox to oversee the formation before vanishing into the black earth space. This black earth space was now enveloped by the profound essence of various earthly grade spiritual herbs and the extraordinary phenomena of heavenly grade herbs. Upon inspection, he noted that 5 acres of genuine grass were nearing maturity, while the remaining 25 acres would also be ready within a year. The Xianxian ginseng was thriving, and in 2 years, he could expand its cultivation. Once he broke through to the mid-golden core stage, he could refine Xianxian Dan to enhance his cultivation. Additionally, the Wuxian grass and Sanxing Shirhan flower had sprouted, maturing in 4 years, ample for his needs within the Golden Core realm. Earthly grade herbs were no longer his primary focus. His goal was to cultivate more heavenly grade herbs. Heavenly grade herbs were not only scarce, but also required an extensive amount of time to mature. Notably, the supreme heavenly grade 9-turn soul returning grass would take an additional 3 years for its 3rd leaf to mature. He was uncertain whether this 9-turn soul returning grass was classified as 2-leaf or 3-leaf, having previously harvested 1 leaf for the refinement of his 2nd primordial spirit. However, this would not hinder him. At most, it would cost him a decade. Given his lifespan, he could allow the 9-turn soul returning grass to mature 5 or 6 times without issue. The 2 yin-yang divine lotuses would mature in 5 years, and he planned to refine them into heavenly pills, which, if successful, could aid the demon beasts in breaking into the nascent soul stage. This was contingent upon his ability to concoct the Tianhuang Nirvana pill, enabling their bloodlines to evolve to heavenly grade. The 3 stalks of Xian ginseng could yield 1 for his cultivation of the 5 spirits transformation technique, while the other 2 could be exchanged for necessary heavenly grade resources. Subsequently, he would dedicate a year to comprehending the 5 spirits' divine powers with the Wuxian grass, ultimately mastering them into a grand technique. The synergy of the 5 spirits would undoubtedly possess a power rivaling that of the most supreme techniques. The supreme techniques, after all, are the strongest forms of power beneath the laws of the universe. Lu Qinghe resolved to dedicate himself to mastering the Jinwu divine technique, Qingmu swallowing heaven technique, infinite sword tribulation, water god incarnation, and the mountain river great seal. After a year of rigorous training, mysterious energies began to circulate around him, with the 5 types of spiritual power emanating distinct colors, transforming him into a vibrant spectacle. At one moment, he embodied a blazing golden crow, at another, a colossal sword capable of cleaving the heavens, and then a great seal that could suppress the cosmos. A water god flickered behind him, and astonishingly, the ground beneath him shifted between a desolate wasteland and a thriving landscape. After an indeterminate period, all these phenomena subsided, and Qinghe returned to his normal state. He slowly opened his eyes. The five spirits' divine powers have finally culminated into a grand technique. Their convergence is undoubtedly comparable to that of supreme techniques. Supreme techniques are accessible only to those at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage, and stepping further would lead to the understanding of the laws. By grasping these laws, I could achieve the status of a nascent soul, true monarch. Chapter 0479, 5 Spirits Refining Pill. Breaking through to the 3rd level of the Golden Core, Qinghe then conceived an even more astonishing thought. The union of the 5 elements' divine powers into a grand technique constituted a supreme technique. What if I could comprehend the 5 elements' grand technique to the level of a supreme technique without grasping the laws? If that were the case, it would be terrifying. He could potentially shatter the conventions of the cultivation world and wield the power of the laws with his Golden Core cultivation. Even a mere fraction of that power would render him unmatched against any Golden Core practitioner, save for those of the 9th level equipped with supreme treasures and techniques. This meant he could potentially eliminate Golden Core 9th level practitioners at will. For the first time, Qinghe experienced the terrifying and defiant nature of his 5 spirit roots. He suppressed this wild notion, recognizing that it was merely speculation. Even if he possessed such an ability, he would not dare to test it. His physical and spiritual constitution could hardly withstand the might of the laws. Should he fail to vanquish his enemies, he would only endanger himself, incurring a tremendous loss. Moreover, comprehending a grand technique had already consumed 20 stalks of wushan grass. Attaining a supreme technique would require at least 100 stalks or more. Now, he found himself with less than 20 spirit grasses in hand, and even comprehending a single divine ability to its utmost pinnacle proved to be a formidable challenge. This realization illuminated Qinghe's understanding of the arduous path faced by Gold Core cultivators. Without innate talent, one could scarcely advance even a fraction. Should he perfect the thunder refining technique and elevate the great sun-glazed golden body to the celestial level, it might be possible to wield the combat prowess of the nascent soul within the realm of the Gold Core. Yet, Qinghe could not help but smile wryly. He had yet to encounter a true nascent soul, true monarch, making it impossible to gauge their formidable might. The chasm between the Gold Core and the nascent soul was far greater than that between the Foundation establishment and the Gold Core, rendering the latter akin to mere ants in the presence of the former. The magical power and abilities of a nascent soul, true monarch, were beyond his comprehension. With clarity restored to his gaze, Qinghe resolved to avoid the nascent soul, true monarchs for as long as he had yet to attain that level. After adjusting his state of mind to prevent himself from falling into despair, he commenced the alchemical process. The 5 acres of golden yuan grass had matured a year prior. Yet he had been engrossed in cultivating the 5 elements divine technique, leaving him no time to concoct golden yuan pills to enhance his cultivation. Now was the perfect opportunity to practice the Earth-level 5 spirits alchemy technique. In producing inferior-grade treasure pills, he could manage 12 batches in a single day, while only 3 batches of medium-grade treasure pills and a mere 1 batch of superior-grade treasure pills. He deemed this pace far too sluggish. As the pills he required numbered in the thousands, even tens of thousands. He extracted a single spirit grass and began to comprehend the method of crafting treasure pills using the 5 spirits alchemy technique. Previously, he had refrained from attempting it due to the lack of spirit grasses, requiring extensive time and numerous alchemical recipes to even consider trying, compounded by a scarcity of earth-level spiritual herbs for practice. While he may have lacked in cultivation and comprehension of divine abilities, Qinghe possessed an undeniable talent for alchemy. His skills were not merely the result of an abundance of spiritual herbs. He inherently exhibited a considerable aptitude for the craft. With the number of pills he had produced exceeding several 100,000, even a venerable Gold Core patriarch would struggle to match the quantity amassed over centuries. The quality of his creations stood in stark contrast to those of others. Another factor contributing to his success was the necessity for treasure pills to be of artifact grade. The failure rate with inferior spiritual tool pill furnaces was alarmingly high. He laid out all the alchemical recipes in his possession, including that of the yin yang heaven pill, and began a comparative analysis and fusion with his existing knowledge of alchemy. After refining a single spirit grass, he felt confident in his ability to concoct golden yuan pills using the 5 spirits alchemy technique. He retrieved the vermilion bird cauldron, employing the pure glazed flame to sequentially place the spiritual herbs for 5 batches of pills into the cauldron. Then he initiated the alchemical process, expertly controlling the fire for each of the 5 materials. It was less taxing than anticipated, as his soul power had more than doubled since his previous attempts. An hour later, Qinghe opened the vermilion bird cauldron, revealing 25 resplendent golden yuan pills within. A satisfied smile graced his lips. Success. 25 pills from a single batch. I might just be the foremost alchemist in the southern celestial cultivation realm. His assertion was not mere arrogance, it was grounded in his undeniable prowess. While others required several days to produce a single batch of treasure pills, often yielding no more than 5, he had accomplished 25 in merely 1 hour. Such a feat would surely astonish the alchemists throughout the southern celestial realm. Though he lacked the ability to concoct celestial-grade pills, one must remember that he was creating perfect-grade pills long thought lost to the annals of time. With such alchemical prowess, he would boldly claim second place. As none would dare to contest his superiority, even the nascent soul true monarchs fell short in comparison. With 5 acres of spiritual land yielding 100 golden yuan grasses, he could produce 100 batches of golden yuan pills. Lu Qinghe continued his work with the 5 spirits alchemy technique, and despite requiring 8 days to fully complete 100 batches, he astonishingly finished in under 2 days. Though he did suffer one failure, wasting 5 batches, he ultimately secured 95 batches, totaling 475 golden yuan pills. After stowing away the vermilion bird cauldron, Lu Qinghe immediately began to cultivate using the golden yuan pills. 3 months swiftly passed, during which he refined 430 golden yuan pills, causing a surge of energy to envelop him. The gold core within his dantian began to whirl, relentlessly absorbing the heavenly and earthly spiritual energy from the black earth space, forming a fearsome vortex. Not only the gold core but the 5-element sword array diagram also activated, drawing upon the radiance of the 5-colored golden pills to enhance its power. This commotion persisted for a full day before finally subsiding. Lu Qinghe concluded his cultivation. He had reached the 3rd layer of the gold core. He had previously been but a step away from this threshold, and with the ample supply of golden yuan pills, he had surged forward to attain the 3rd layer in one swift motion. However, the journey from the 3rd to the 4th layer would not be as straightforward. The number of golden yuan pills he could refine had dwindled to 5 per day, and nearly 3,000 would be required to make that leap, necessitating 2 years of concentrated effort. Fortunately, he was not lacking in golden yuan pills. Moreover, an additional 25 acres of golden yuan grass had matured, providing sufficient resources to concoct the pills necessary for his ascension to the 4th layer of the gold core. His innate treasure had also seen considerable enhancement. It appeared that upon breaking through to the mid-stage of the gold core, significant augmentation would occur, even without considering other means. Once he reached the 9th layer of the gold core, his innate treasure would automatically evolve into a mid-grade artifact. The 5-element sword array diagram possessed the power of a high-grade artifact, yet the materials, from the 5 heavenly swords to the diagram itself, were all of low grade. Chapter 0480. Su Tianwen's Praise. The Du family gifts treasures. He resolved to consolidate his progress for a while. Excessive haste would only yield adverse effects. Time was needed for him to acclimate to his new level of cultivation. After several days of alchemical endeavors, Lu Qinghe finally decided to emerge from his seclusion. Uncertain of the current state of the Medicine King city, he knew that while he was not responsible for its affairs, an extended absence would not reflect well. He adjusted his aura to that of a 5th-layer Foundation establishment practitioner before stepping out of the Black Earth space. Exiting his secluded chamber, he made his way to the main hall of the residence. A sweep of his divine sense revealed Su Tianwen diligently practicing within the hall. Though both he and Su Tianwen were at the 3rd layer of the gold core, Lu Qinghe's divine consciousness was 30 times more potent, rendering him undetectable to Su Tianwen's awareness. The latter could hardly fathom that a Foundation establishment disciple would dare to probe his consciousness. "Disciple Lu Qinghe has come to pay respects to Elder," he called out. Hearing the voice, Su Tianwen opened his eyes, his expression one of confusion. This core disciple, who had secluded himself since arriving at the Medicine King sect, was now making a rare appearance. Su Tianwen was already somewhat acquainted with Lu Qinghe's circumstances, lacking a notable background. He had transitioned from an outer sect disciple to a core disciple through his own merit. Additionally, he possessed a formidable 9-layer Foundation establishment Scarlet Flame Fox, not to be underestimated among core disciples. Su Tianwen also noted that Lu Qinghe had employed a formation that obstructed divine sense, which he could not penetrate. This was not particularly surprising. Every core disciple of the Medicine King sect wielded various techniques far surpassing those of other Foundation establishment practitioners, and it was not unusual for them to possess a formation capable of repelling the divine senses of gold core cultivators. "Enter," Su Tianwen commanded. Lu Qinghe entered the grand hall and respectfully greeted Su Tianwen, saying, "Greetings, Elder. My cultivation had been unstable, and I could only enter closed-door meditation to break through. I hope the Elder will not take offense." Su Tianwen had already noticed that Lu Qinghe's cultivation had advanced from the 4th to the 5th level of Foundation establishment. He congratulated, "Congratulations, disciple. Your remarkable progress in cultivation suggests that your future achievements are boundless." Lu Qinghe understood that this was merely a polite compliment from Su Tianwen and did not take it too seriously. He inquired, May I ask if the appointment of the city lord of Yawang City has been finalized? If it has, I plan to leave for a while to visit Shuangyue City and see if Lin Aoshang has found the heavenly grade or I need. Moreover, I have almost gathered all the spiritual herbs necessary for the Jin Dan. I only need to wait for the expansion of cultivation to commence. However, this is far from sufficient. The refinement of the Zijin Dan must also be prioritized. The Zijin Dan requires the high-grade earthly spiritual herb, Zijinghua, as its main ingredient, which matures once every 500 years. It will take 5 years in the height of space, not to mention the need for other earthly spiritual herbs. Currently, I do not possess the recipe for the Zijin Dan, making it uncertain whether I have the necessary earthly spiritual herbs. Thus, I must continue my search. Su Tianwen responded. Is it that you, disciple Lu, hold a particular view on the selection of the city lord of Yawang City? Are you perhaps involved in the competition of one of the families? Lu Qinghe shook his head. Not at all. I merely wish to conclude this task swiftly and return to the sect to solidify my cultivation. Su Tianwen chuckled heartily at these words. It seems that disciple Lu is quite dedicated to his practice. However, one should not rush in cultivation. It requires not only the mastery of techniques and spiritual power, but also the refinement of one's heart and mind. Just like in this past year, Huangfu disciple has made notable progress in his cultivation. Lu Qinghe replied, I, as a disciple, am lacking in talent and can only encourage myself. This prompted Su Tianwen to laugh even more heartily. You are right. How many prodigies have failed to break through certain realms due to a lack of a resolute heart for cultivation, ultimately living with regret for their entire lives? Thank you, Elder, for your guidance. I have learned much. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Lu Qinghe said respectfully. Su Tianwen nodded. Rest well and consolidate your cultivation. I will call for you if anything arises. Disciple takes his leave. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Qinghe exited the grand hall. Observing Lu Qinghe's departure, Su Tianwen's eyes reflected a hint of approval. This individual's will is resolute. No wonder the ancestor Yao Lao has taken notice of him. To forsake various benefits and engage in closed-door cultivation for a year to break through his realm is indeed commendable, causing Su Tianwen to regard Lu Qinghe with newfound respect. Upon returning to his cultivation cave, just as Lu Qinghe was about to continue his practice, a voice interrupted him. The Du family of Yawang City seeks an audience with the esteemed Immortal. Lu Qinghe was puzzled, as he did not seem to recognize the Du family. A thought crossed his mind. Could they be one of the families competing for the city lord of Yawang City? Uncertain of their intentions, Lu Qinghe initially planned to refuse, but ultimately decided it would not hurt to meet them. Please, come in. Upon opening the restrictions of the cave, a middle-aged man dressed in green appeared within. The man possessed the cultivation of the 8th level of foundation establishment. Yet he did not adopt a senior demeanor upon seeing Lu Qinghe. Rather, he showed respect, saying, Elder Du Tao from the Du family of Yawang City pays his respects to the esteemed Immortal. You honor me, Senior, Lu Qinghe replied, offering a table and spiritual tea for Du Tao. He then inquired, May I ask what brings you here, Senior? Du Tao hastily waved his hand, saying, You flatter me. Esteemed Immortal, you may simply call me Du Tao. Although Lu Qinghe's cultivation was only at the 5th level of foundation establishment, he was nonetheless a core disciple of the Yaowang sect, and his status far surpassed that of a family elder like Du Tao. Additionally, Lu Qinghe's cultivation was evidently much stronger than the reported 4th level. Lu Qinghe chose not to insist on titles, thinking that if Du Tao knew he was a golden core cultivator, it would surely evoke a different reaction. Then I shall be presumptuous and call you fellow Taoist, Lu Qinghe stated, which brought a smile to Du Tao's face. This core disciple was indeed easy to interact with. In that case, I am honored to meet you. Fellow Taoist, I intended to visit a year ago, but you were always in closed-door meditation, and the chance never presented itself. This is but a small token of appreciation. I hope you will not find it lacking. Du Tao presented a storage bag to Lu Qinghe, who did not accept it. I cannot accept gifts without merit. Fellow Taoist, your generous offering is beyond my means. This sentiment echoed what Huangfu Xuanqi had previously indicated. However, Lu Qinghe did not regard these gifts highly, as he did not believe they would present anything of earthly grade value. Anything less than that held no interest for him. Du Tao was momentarily taken aback, as this had always been customary. Perhaps this core disciple simply deemed the gift insufficient and was attempting to drive a hard bargain. After considering, he added another item to the storage bag, yet Lu Qinghe remained unmoved. Du Tao's expression darkened. He felt that Lu Qinghe was being excessively greedy, and the goodwill he had felt moments ago waned. A cultivator of the 8th level of foundation establishment visiting and presenting a generous gift was already a significant show of respect. Contemplating the current situation in Yaowang City, he took a deep breath. May I ask what you require, fellow Taoist? If it is within our Du family's capabilities, we shall surely procure it for you. Lu Qinghe sought to avoid entanglements with these cultivators, not wishing to accrue unnecessary karma. He shook his head. You misunderstand. I reiterate, I cannot accept gifts without merit. Observing Du Tao's increasingly grim demeanor, Lu Qinghe found the situation somewhat amusing. Was he truly attempting to force a gift upon him? Chapter 0481. The Three Great Golden Core Families and Purchasing Talismans. Du Tao, unable to fathom Lu Qinghe's intentions, spoke up, fellow Taoist. I require your assistance in speaking a few good words for our Du family within the Yaowang sect. Seeing that his refusals had proven ineffective, Lu Qinghe ceased to decline, reasoning that any karmic ties would fall upon the Yaowang sect. Very well, I shall accept your goodwill. He grasped the storage bag, accepting it without even glancing inside. Upon seeing Lu Qinghe finally accept the storage bag, Du Tao breathed a sigh of relief. Although Lu Qinghe's influence in the appointment of the city lord of Yaowang City was minimal, it was still unwise to offend him. Core disciples of the Yaowang sect held a special status, and even a few words could significantly impact the Du family. Then I shall take my leave, Du Tao said, eager to fulfill his task. Please. After Du Tao departed, Lu Qinghe glanced at the storage bag and smiled slightly. The Du family is quite generous, offering a Tianling Dan, 2 bottles of Yuling Dan, and 2 mid-grade Xian-level spiritual herbs. I wonder what benefits Huangfu Xuanqi will gain from this. He tossed the items aside. They held no value for him. In the following days, 2 more families visited him, the Li family and the Sun family, making 3 golden core families vying for the position of city lord of Yaowang City, alongside the Du family. The gifts they presented were comparable, though ultimately useless to him. Yet, they were relatively decent within the realm of foundation establishment. This was the first time Lu Qinghe had received such benefits due to his status. Of course, they did not place their heavy bets on Lu Qinghe. To them, his importance was negligible, as long as he did not obstruct their plans. The key players remained Huangfu Xuanqi and Su Wentian. As long as they had the support of both, their chances of success were significantly increased. Lu Qinghe held no objections to this attitude. He had always been a peripheral figure, not seeking trouble, and others were unlikely to bring him any. Lu Qinghe produced a key given to him by the Elder of Medicine for assessment. Should he visit this medicinal garden? Perhaps he might discover Zijinghua and heavenly-grade spiritual herbs? He showed little interest in the status of a true disciple. However, when it came to spirit herbs, the situation was quite different. If circumstances permitted, he would seize every opportunity to acquire them. Lu Qinghe rose and made his way to the grand hall where Su Wentian resided. Disciple Lu Qinghe seeks an audience. Come in. Lu Qinghe entered, and Su Wentian inquired, Lu Shizhi, may I ask the reason for your visit? Lu Qinghe replied candidly, before departing from the Medicine King sect. Elder Yao entrusted me with a special task, but my recent seclusion for breakthroughs has delayed my progress. I wish to take a leave of absence, and I kindly request the Elder's approval. Su Wentian looked at Lu Qinghe and asked, with Elder Yao's birthday approaching, are you seeking gifts for him? Lu Qinghe nodded. That is indeed one of the reasons. Su Wentian did not impede him. Very well, since that is the case, I see no reason to stop you. I hope you successfully complete your task and return to the Medicine King city soon. Lu Qinghe expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your kind permission, Elder. After bidding farewell to Su Wentian, he reflected on Huangfu Xuanqi, who had not been seen since arriving in the Medicine King city. Having gained countless benefits, he was currently in seclusion, attempting to comprehend the seeds of divine abilities. Lu Qinghe was uncertain whether he would succeed. While Huangfu Xuanqi possessed remarkable talent, being born with a wood-type spiritual root and decent comprehension, he lacked the comprehension of divine grass, making it quite challenging for him to grasp the seeds of divine abilities. Rather than departing directly from the Medicine King city, Lu Qinghe visited the treasure-gathering pavilion, where he needed to procure several essential items. The person in charge of the pavilion was still Lin Xian, who did not recognize Lu Qinghe as the Golden Core ancestor who had engaged in a high-priced transaction with him not long ago. Nevertheless, he dared not treat him with disregard, especially considering the robe Lu Qinghe wore, signifying his status as a core disciple of the Medicine King sect. From the moment Lu Qinghe and Huangfu Xuanqi left the Medicine King sect, they had thoroughly investigated both of their backgrounds. The treasure-gathering pavilion was powerful, boasting several nascent soul-true monarchs. However, it was still far inferior to the Medicine King sect. Lin Xian greeted him with a hearty smile. Haha. A distinguished guest from the Medicine King sect has arrived. I am Lin Xian, the person in charge of the treasure-gathering pavilion. It is a pleasure to meet you. Fellow Taoist, Junior Lu Qinghe greets you, Senior. Lin Xian, being at the 8th level of foundation establishment, found it quite acceptable to address Lu Qinghe as Senior. Given his evident prowess, he presented a fine spirit tea, saying, you may simply refer to me as fellow Taoist. May I inquire what brings you to the treasure-gathering pavilion? Lu Qinghe responded, I have come to the treasure-gathering pavilion, of course, for its treasures. Lin Xian laughed heartily, What does fellow Taoist require? I am confident the treasure-gathering pavilion can meet your needs. I need several Earth-grade talismans, particularly the Void Transfer Talisman. The Void Transfer Talisman? That is undoubtedly the best means of escape. I recall a female cultivator from the misty Holy Land using such a talisman to evade capture in my presence. Wuxia has also utilized it, allowing for instantaneous movement over hundreds of kilometers. While my current thunder movement secret technique, enhanced by the inferior-grade magical treasure, the Eye of the Thunder God, allows me to traverse 200 kilometers in an instant, it still pales in comparison to the Void Transfer Talisman, which requires no expenditure of spiritual energy. Lin Xian was taken aback that Lu Qinghe immediately requested Earth-grade resources. He replied, the treasure-gathering pavilion does possess a few talismans, but their prices are somewhat steep. Lu Qinghe nonchalantly stated, do not worry about the spirit stones. Lin Xian understood that disciples of the Medicine King sect were affluent. Each core disciple's wealth could not be compared to that of an average foundation establishment cultivator. Please wait a moment. Lin Xian exited the hall and quickly returned, presenting 4 boxes to Lu Qinghe. These are the 4 talismans currently available at the treasure-gathering pavilion. One is the Void Transfer Talisman you seek, an inferior-grade Earth talisman capable of instantaneously transferring over 100 miles. The other 3 include an inferior-grade Frost Spirit Talisman, which can freeze 1,000 miles, an inferior-grade Barrier-Breaking Talisman, capable of dismantling Earth-grade formations, and a middle-grade Earth Talisman, the Divine Thunder Talisman, which invokes Divine Thunder, equivalent to a powerful lightning divine ability. Lu Qinghe felt a twinge of disappointment upon realizing there were no intermediate or higher-grade transfer talismans. Nevertheless, he resolved to purchase all 4 talismans and inquired, may I ask how many spirit stones these talismans cost? Lin Xian elaborated, the Void Transfer Talisman is 250,000 spirit stones. The Frost Spirit Talisman is 200,000 spirit stones. The Barrier Breaking Talisman is 200,000 spirit stones. And the Divine Thunder Talisman is 500,000 spirit stones. Lu Qinghe gazed at Lin Xian with a fixed expression. The price was sufficient to acquire an ordinary magical treasure. That is exorbitant. Lin Xian anticipated such a reaction from Lu Qinghe. Dear fellow Taoist, your assessment is misguided. Although the price is steep, Earth-grade resources are invaluable to Golden Core ancestors. Each of these talismans would provide significant benefits to a Golden Core ancestor. Lu Qinghe countered, for the Void Transfer Talisman, I can offer a maximum of 200,000 spirit stones. For the Frost Spirit Talisman and Barrier Breaking Talisman, I can offer 150,000 spirit stones each. And for the Divine Thunder Talisman, I can offer 350,000 spirit stones. Lu Qinghe's offer left Lin Xian astonished, struggling to believe. Are you truly intending to purchase all 4 talismans? Even at your proposed price, the total exceeds 850,000 spirit stones. Not to mention foundation establishment cultivators. Even Golden Core ancestors would find it challenging to produce such a sum. Chapter 0482. Beast Attack. The Ice Jade Spider. Lu Qinghe smiled and nodded. If the treasure-gathering pavilion can offer a favorable price, I will take all 4 talismans. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He was momentarily uncertain whether Lu Qinghe spoke the truth or could indeed produce such a sum. However, since this was a transaction, he naturally engaged in haggling. Dear Taoist, your price would not even cover costs. Given your sincere intent to purchase, I can offer you a maximum 10% discount. This is the greatest concession the treasure-gathering pavilion can offer. You may inquire elsewhere. I assure you that our prices for talismans are the most competitive, as these items can ensure the safety of Golden Core ancestors. Lu Qinghe calculated the 10% discount, which was indeed reasonable. He addressed Lin Xian. I currently lack sufficient spirit stones. Might it be possible to settle the balance with elixirs? Lin Xian welcomed this method of settlement. In the realm of cultivation, spirit stones were scarce, but elixirs were even more so. Of course, the elixirs from the Medicine King sect are of good quality, and the treasure-gathering pavilion is willing to purchase them at market price. You will need to provide elixirs worth 1,030,000 spirit stones. Lu Qinghe had no intention of offering high-grade elixirs. He possessed countless yellow-grade elixirs and presented 800 bottles of spirit transformation pills, 450 bottles of spirit refining pills, and 17 bottles of yellow dragon pills. This was sufficient to offset the cost of 1,030,000 spirit stones. Upon witnessing such an abundance of elixirs, Lin Xian could not help but be astonished. He realized that everyone in Medicine King City had underestimated this core disciple at only the 5th level of foundation establishment. The quantity of elixirs he produced was beyond what even the 9th level core disciples of the Medicine King sect could muster. After collecting the elixirs, Lin Xian became even more enthusiastic. These 4 talismans are now yours. After securing the talismans, Qinghe took his leave, saying, "I will take my leave now." Lin Xian stood to escort him. "Should you require any treasures in the future, do remember to visit the treasure-gathering pavilion. I assure you of both resources and quality." "Certainly." Qinghe exchanged a few polite words before departing the treasure-gathering pavilion. Watching Qinghe leave, Lin Xian contemplated a realization. It seemed likely that Qinghe had indeed been accepted as a true disciple by Elder Yao and was held in high regard, for otherwise, he would not possess such a wealth of elixirs, a legacy of a late-stage golden core cultivator. It would be prudent to foster a good relationship with him in the future. To him, Qinghe was undoubtedly a client of extraordinary potential. Qinghe departed from Yaowang City, producing a key to glance at it before transforming into a radiant streak, vanishing in the direction indicated by the key. Days later, Qinghe stood atop a colossal fire python, surveying the gray expanse below. According to the key's guidance, the medicinal garden lay beneath. Before he could investigate further, a chilling gleam surged from the mist, racing towards his brow in the blink of an eye. A massive sword, the Qinghe, materialized in Qinghe's hand, cleaving through the icy brilliance. He was astonished to find that this cold light was comparable to a low-grade magical artifact. Yet the threat was far from over, as countless icy beams erupted from the fog, raining down upon Qinghe and the fire python like a torrential downpour. As the fire python encountered the attack, it roared fiercely, unleashing a torrent of flames to incinerate the icy onslaught. However, the icy beams formed clusters of frost, piercing through the inferno with relentless momentum. This left Qinghe astounded. The fire python was a beast of the third layer of the golden core stage. And although its breath was not as formidable as that of a supreme power, it was significantly more potent than that of lesser abilities. Typically, beasts in the early golden core stage wield lesser abilities. Those in the mid-stage possess supreme powers, and late-stage beasts may grasp top-tier abilities. Of course, exceptions existed, as many extraordinary beings roamed among the demon beasts. The infinite sword calamity. Countless destructive sword energies descended, and the infinite sword calamity that Qinghe commanded had already reached the level of supreme power, enhanced by the sword path, surpassing other supreme abilities. Every icy beam was obliterated by the destructive sword energies. Qinghe extended his consciousness into the mist, only to discover that it possessed the ability to obstruct his divine sense. Nevertheless, his formidable consciousness swiftly discerned the form of the attacking entity concealed within the fog. A massive spider, incessantly spinning webs, was the source of the earlier icy onslaught. The ice jade spider, a mid-stage golden core beast, was considerably inferior to the two-headed demon ape, which explained its ability to penetrate the fire python's defenses. Was this ice jade spider the guardian of the medicinal garden? It lay in wait within the mist, poised to deliver a fatal strike to Qinghe and the fire python, though it could not sense Qinghe's presence. The aura emanating from the fire python, a third-layer golden core beast, ignited its greed. It regarded the fire python as a meal, believing that consuming it would significantly enhance its cultivation. Qinghe also noted the hidden army of spiders lurking behind it. Under the command of the ice jade spider, swarms of smaller spiders emerged, surrounding Qinghe and the fire python in a dense mass. Qinghe patted the fire python. "Eliminate those smaller spiders. The Spider King is mine." The fire python comprehended Qinghe's words and roared as it charged into the swarm, unleashing terrifying breaths that scorched the ground, soon accompanied by the anguished cries echoing through the mist. Witnessing its offspring being slaughtered, the ice jade spider emitted a bizarre, piercing shriek. Threads of icy silk shot towards the fire python, the Qinghe exorcising demon sword. With a single move, Qinghe shattered all the threads, calling out to the ice jade spider, "Your opponent is me." A fourth-layer golden core beast was precisely what he needed to test his strength. The ice jade spider, taken aback that a human cultivator could find it hidden in the mist, recognized the threat posed by Qinghe after 2 encounters. Yet, gazing at the inferno unleashed by the fire python, it felt its ferocity surge, launching countless threads towards Qinghe. The infinite sword calamity. The air erupted in a cacophony of clashing sounds as endless sword rains collided with the multitude of icy threads. With a cultivation level in the third layer of the golden core, coupled with the infinite sword calamity, Qinghe surprisingly held his ground against the ice jade spider. Streams of sword energy flew, and Qinghe's mastery of the infinite sword calamity deepened, revealing its formidable nature. Had it been a human cultivator of the fourth layer of the golden core facing such an onslaught, they would have sustained grievous injuries unless equipped with defensive artifacts. Yet, demon beasts were inherently stronger than ordinary human cultivators, and within this treacherous mist, they could contend with Qinghe. After half a day, Qinghe's spiritual power was nearing depletion. He had refrained from employing the Qingmu swallowing heaven technique to restore his power. The ice jade spider, too, was in dire straits. Though formidable, its stamina could not withstand such relentless consumption. Furthermore, the ceaseless rain of destruction from the infinite sword calamity rendered its endless threads ineffective. With a reluctant shriek, the ice jade spider turned to flee into the mist, while the remnants of its spider army, decimated by the fire python, vanished in an instant, leaving behind a landscape strewn with charred bodies. Qinghe wasted no time, summoning the blood demon flag to gather the spider corpses, all of which possessed chi refining cultivation, with some even at the foundation establishment level. Chapter 0483. The blood demon flag brings crisis. Could it be a heavenly medicine? The blood of these spider demon beasts not only enhanced the power of the blood demon flag, but also allowed the demon avatars to cultivate. This was a unique feature Qinghe had discovered after enabling the demon avatars to practice the blood demon divine art. This realization heightened Qinghe's vigilance. The blood demon flag was not merely a special artifact within the blood demon sect's spiritual treasures, but rather the sect's true treasure. If the existence of the blood demon flag on his person were to be discovered, it would undoubtedly attract the relentless pursuit of countless blood demon sect cultivators, potentially even drawing the direct intervention of the blood demon true monarch. Currently, he possessed a chance to evade those at the 9th layer of the golden core, but against a nascent soul, he was still too weak. Qinghe stored the blood demon flag and ventured deeper into the mist, uncertain whether the only beast within was the ice jade spider that had just fled. Unbeknownst to Qinghe, at the skeletal palace of the eternally blood-soaked blood demon sect, the figure of the blood demon true monarch, blood god, materialized upon the elevated crimson throne, clutching a blood-red orb. A figure sensing the emergence of the blood demon true monarch hurriedly entered to pay respects. Greetings, true monarch. The blood demon true monarch spoke. The destiny pearl, which I have expended great resources to refine, has finally reacted. Today, the one who suppressed the destiny pearl has used the blood demon flag. To locate the blood demon flag, he had invested heavily in the destiny pearl to establish communication. However, previously, the blood demon flag had been obscured, eluding detection by the destiny pearl. The figure, astonished, inquired, what treasure could evade the perception of the destiny pearl? Earlier, they speculated that the blood demon flag had fallen into the hands of a nascent soul true monarch, suppressed by a spiritual treasure, which explained their inability to locate it. Yet, even so, the destiny pearl should have sensed its presence. The blood demon true monarch shook his head. I do not know. But whatever can suppress the aura of the blood demon flag without revealing it must be at least a mid-grade spiritual treasure. It can even conceal my soul imprint. This treasure is no ordinary item. Alas, I am being watched by the Yaowang sect and cannot leave. The blood demon flag had not departed from the southern immortal realm, remaining within the wilderness. Yet the one controlling it was not a nascent soul true monarch, but rather a golden core cultivator. To err on the side of caution, I bestow upon you a nascent soul avatar. This avatar can wield 10% of my power, sufficient for you to slay any golden core cultivator, even a half step into the nascent soul realm. Moreover, I have sensed that the final key to the blood demon temple is also in the hands of this individual. If I am not mistaken, the events in Yaowang City are the handiwork of this person. Exercise caution and refrain from disclosing any information. At all costs, retrieve the blood demon banner, the key, the spiritual treasures, and the body of this individual. Uphold the decree. The blood demon true lord extracted a drop of blood from himself and imbued it upon the forehead of the figure, causing the silhouette to vanish from the throne. We humbly bid farewell to the true lord. With the aura of the blood demon true lord dissipated, the figure rose and called out to those outside the grand hall. Come, several of you, accompany me to the wilds. Unbeknownst to Qinghe, a crisis was imminent. Enveloped in the fog, he found himself unable to sense the presence of the ice blue jade spider. Even with his formidable spiritual awareness, the mist had significantly diminished its efficacy, rendering him incapable of tracking the spider. It appeared that he lacked a method of pursuit. Tracking techniques had never crossed Qinghe's mind, for he had no use for them in the past. He was either in hiding or being pursued. Thus, such methods were of no relevance to him, which explained his current predicament. Clearly, upon leaving this place, he would need to seek out a powerful tracking technique. Qinghe possessed a potent artifact capable of tracking, a treasure procured by the Song family from a nascent soul true lord in their quest to capture him. However, he dared not utilize it, for any item associated with a nascent soul true lord was far from simple. Moreover, he had not erred in identifying one of the auras as belonging to Nangongyu. He still relied on this disc to locate the whereabouts of the 3 sects of the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation world and Nangongyu. Nevertheless, he dismissed the notion of pursuing the ice blue jade spider further, deeming a mid-stage golden core beast of little value. Qinghe withdrew the key to search for the location of the herb garden, noticing that the key pointed deeper into the mist. He pondered, Who would establish a herb garden in such a location? Though perplexed, he did not doubt it. It was quite likely that the cultivator had perished and entrusted the key to their descendants. If no successors could reach this place, it would eventually be auctioned off. Furthermore, Elder Yao would not scheme against him. Given Elder Yao's cultivation level and status, no one would dare oppose him directly within the Medicine King sect. There was no need to plot against a mere foundation establishment cultivator like him, especially since he had participated in the auction for the key. Albeit not anticipating it would come into his possession in such a manner, he remained uncertain if this was the territory of the ice blue jade spider, for he had not encountered any other beasts. Unbeknownst to him, the ice blue jade spider was formidable, possessing innate abilities for concealing its presence, coupled with a vast lineage. Under the protection of this mist, even an ordinary late-stage golden core cultivator would find it quite challenging to confront. After traversing several hundred miles, guided by the key, he still failed to locate the entrance to the herb garden, despite sweeping the surrounding area with his powerful spiritual awareness. The absence of any trace of the garden led Lu Qinghe to suspect. Could this key be a forgery? Or had someone employed a terrestrial-level concealment array to obscure the entrance to the garden? His spiritual awareness was 30 times that of a typical golden core third layer, nearly equivalent to that of a late-stage golden core cultivator. Yet, discerning a terrestrial-level array designed to obstruct spiritual awareness was no simple feat if it were indeed an array. He should be able to find some clue. Now an adept at terrestrial-level formations, Lu Qinghe began to search for signs of an array. After half a day's effort, he found himself at a loss, bemused by the realization that he had traversed such a distance only to be deceived. Elder Yao had also been swindled out of over 1 million spirit stones. He wondered if reporting this to Elder Yao would elicit belief in his account. Seated upon a stone, Lu Qinghe resolved to sense once more for any traces of an array in the vicinity. Suddenly, a peculiar expression crossed his face. This mist seemed rather unusual. Previously, Lu Qinghe had believed the mist to be a natural phenomenon of the area. But upon closer examination with his spiritual awareness, he detected a hint of the aroma of spiritual herbs. This revelation left him astounded, shaken by his own conjecture. He quickly shook his head. Impossible. How could the mist be related to spiritual herbs? Unless it were a heavenly grade spiritual herb. A glint of extraordinary light ignited in Lu Qinghe's eyes, quickly followed by an exhilarating joy. Spiritual herbs possess profound essence. Terrestrial-level low-grade herbs have a range of mere several xiang, while mid-grade ones extend to dozens of xiang. However, high-grade terrestrial herbs, as he had experienced with the reverse fate pill, could influence an area spanning nearly a kilometer. Heavenly-grade spiritual herbs could envelop 200 acres of black soil. If this mist were indeed the manifestation of some spiritual herb's essence, it must be at least a heavenly-grade herb. Was it worth a try? He would soon find out. Lu Qinghe produced a withered branch, an unknown treasure he had acquired from the underground black market of the Great Qinghe Kingdom. Over the years, it had absorbed countless essences, yet it had scarcely gained a semblance of vitality, making survival impossible. Upon the appearance of the withered branch, an extraordinary phenomenon erupted. The mist surged toward the branch in a frenzy, engulfing it entirely. Chapter 0484, The Lifeless Herb Garden. Heavenly grade superior 7-colored moon orchid. The withered branch devoured the endless gray fog like a voracious glutton. However, to consume all this fog would take an unfathomable amount of time. The area of the mist spanned thousands of miles. With its limited capacity for consumption, it would require centuries to finish. Nevertheless, this confirmed Lu Qinghe's wild hypothesis. The gray mist was indeed the manifestation of a spiritual herb or a means of self-protection. This was akin to the reverse fate grass, though the latter's abilities were not nearly as potent. While the illusion of the reverse fate grass had once caused him trouble, this mist merely suppressed his spiritual awareness. At that time, he had only been at the foundation establishment level, but now his cultivation had grown dozens of times stronger, with his spiritual power exceeding that of his past by 100-fold. Had he ventured here with the strength of his foundation establishment days, he would have been walking to his doom. The mist would have entirely suppressed his spiritual awareness, leaving him with no chance to encounter the ice blue jade spider before being slain. It was possible that the mist would seal his spiritual awareness forever, awaiting the depletion of his mana and his eventual demise. Spiritual herbs are both great sources of nourishment and formidable dangers. Lu Qinghe continued to probe the source of the mist with his spiritual awareness, utilizing the branch's absorption to determine the direction from which the mist thickened. After several days, Lu Qinghe found himself standing at the center of the mist. He was certain it was the center because the source of the mist emanated from this location and spread outward. However, even here, Lu Qinghe found no trace of the herb garden. Despite unleashing his mana in a furious barrage, it yielded no results. There was undoubtedly a heavenly-level array capable of isolating spiritual awareness in this vicinity. Lu Qinghe took out a forbidden break rune, hesitating momentarily. For this rune could only be used once. Once activated, it would vanish, regardless of its effect. Additionally, if it were indeed a heavenly level array, this terrestrial level rune might prove ineffective. This talisman was worth 200,000 spirit stones. I lack not for spirit stones. Should it disappear, I can simply purchase another later. Qinghe resolved to take the plunge. If it failed, he could depart and devise another plan. A sliver of mana emerged, activating the Forbidden Break rune, which flickered with a peculiar radiance, enveloping Qinghe. When he reappeared, he found himself in an unfamiliar realm. Qinghe was overjoyed. It actually worked? However, he had no time to rejoice. He quickly surveyed his surroundings and discovered that not only was his spiritual awareness ineffective here, but his mana was also sealed. As he treaded cautiously, a colossal figure lunged towards him with lethal intent. Encountering this peril, a golden radiance emanated from Qinghe, transforming into a majestic golden body that illuminated the entire enigmatic space. With a swift strike, he sent the attacking specter hurtling away. The ice jade spider, upon landing, was struck with disbelief. It had not anticipated that this human cultivator possessed such formidable physical prowess. Qinghe discerned the ice jade spider's reliance on physical attacks, indicating that it too was unable to invoke its demonic powers within this realm. It appeared that you too are restricted from employing your demonic abilities. Fortunately, my corporeal strength remains at my disposal. With my mid-grade treasure body, I can indeed contend with this mid-stage golden core beast. However, attempting to vanquish the ice jade spider solely through the might of my golden body, without invoking spells or magical artifacts, would prove exceedingly challenging. Similarly, the ice jade spider's inability to wield its demonic strength rendered it a relatively minor threat to him. Initially, Qinghe contemplated harnessing the power of his contract to summon 3 demonic beasts to dispatch the ice jade spider, wishing to avoid unnecessary delays. Yet, upon discovering that the contract's power was inoperative, he found it difficult to connect with the black earth space. He could, at a cost, dispel the soul suppression, but deemed it unnecessary. Heightened vigilance enveloped him. He must remain cautious of any means of mental suppression in the future, lest he be slain before even having the chance to escape into the black earth space. Though he possessed a clone capable of reincarnation, he was uncertain whether the destruction of his current body would lead to the demise of the black earth space. Qinghe dared not take such a gamble. The black earth space held immense significance for him. Thus, while his demonic clone may be obliterated, his original form must remain unscathed. The demonic clone served as a contingency. Unable to transcend the nascent soul stage, destined to exist only as long as his lifespan permitted. However, before that eventuality, he was determined to elevate the demonic clone to a level beyond the nascent soul. While Qinghe's thoughts spiraled in contemplation, the ice jade spider was not inclined to wait for him to regain his composure. Its 8 spider legs descended towards him with ferocity. Each leg, akin to the size of a pillar, wielded destructive power reminiscent of a magical artifact. Qinghe, unwilling to yield, unleashed the divine light of his golden body against the ice jade spider. Each assault resonated with his terrifying physical strength, capable of shattering everything in proximity. Qinghe's current physical form was comparable to a mid-grade magical artifact devoid of spells. As the battle dragged on without resolution, Qinghe's patience waned. He retrieved a shriveled branch from his robe. Having been unable to store it in the black earth space due to time constraints, it now proved fortuitous. He encircled the branch around his head, loosening the oppressive grip on his consciousness. Immediately, 3 demonic beasts materialized before him. Addressing the ice jade spider, he commanded, "It is your task." Initially taken aback by their inability to utilize their demonic power, the 3 beasts hesitated momentarily, but upon hearing Qinghe's command, they charged towards the ice jade spider without hesitation. In that moment, the ice jade spider could do little but evade, for the terrifying physical might of the fire python was already on par with its own. Not to mention the even more ferocious 2-headed demon ape, which could only rely on its familiarity with the environment to dodge the assaults of the 3 spirit beasts. Qinghe paid little attention to the ensuing chaos of the battle. He felt no remorse for employing such tactics of overwhelming numbers. Instead, the effectiveness of his 3 spirit beasts brought him relief, alleviating the burden of their daily consumption of precious pills, which had previously caused him considerable distress. With his spirits lifted, he began to stroll forward, taking in his surroundings. He ultimately confirmed that this place was indeed a medicinal garden, shrouded by a celestial great array that had weakened over time. Otherwise, he would never have been able to enter. Curiosity piqued. He wondered how the ice jade spider had managed to breach this sanctuary. There must be a passage he was unaware of. Moreover, upon assessing the situation, he deduced that this herbal garden was devoid of any vitality. It had long since been rendered barren, with no spiritual herbs remaining in the entire secret space. Could it be that this misty realm was a manifestation of the decay of a celestial-grade spiritual herb? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed, leading him to believe that his endeavors might end in futility. After half a day's time, Qinghe found himself beside a pool, where a dull and lifeless spiritual herb rested upon a stone platform at its center. After a careful examination, Qinghe's countenance shifted dramatically. A celestial-grade upper-tier herb. The rainbow moon orchid. This was a celestial-grade upper-tier herb, one that a nascent soul true monarch would covet, willing to engage in battle with another nascent soul true monarch for its possession. The rainbow moon orchid served as a primary ingredient in the concoction of an extraordinary elixir, the ascending immortal pill. This pill, known for granting ascension to immortality, was also referred to as the boundary-breaking pill. One ascending immortal pill could forcefully transcend a barrier in cultivation, regardless of the level within the nascent soul realm, thus bypassing the need for arduous refinement that could span centuries. The cultivation of the nascent soul entails that each breakthrough requires hundreds of years, with some cultivators taking centuries to ascend a single level. The bottlenecks from the third to the fourth layer of the nascent soul, and from the sixth to the seventh, are particularly daunting. With the ascending immortal pill, practitioners could bypass these arduous trials, saving them over a century of grueling cultivation. Moreover, the disparities between each layer of the nascent soul are significantly greater than those of the golden core stage. A nascent soul at the second layer can easily defeat one at the first layer. Of course, it could also be utilized for breakthroughs in the golden core realm, although such usage would be wasteful. However, possessing an ample supply of ascending immortal pills does not grant limitless ascension. Much like the longevity fruit, it is a one-time use. Nevertheless, the mere existence of an ascending immortal pill is a phenomenon of extraordinary proportions, compelling even the most reluctant nascent soul true monarchs to risk confrontation with their peers. A wave of regret washed over Qinghe as he beheld the rainbow moon orchid, which had long since lost its spiritual potency due to countless years of decay. This represented a lost opportunity for him to rapidly elevate his cultivation. One ascending immortal pill held a value surpassing that of hundreds of heavenly elixirs. He now comprehended that the mist outside originated from the withering of the rainbow moon orchid, which had led to the destruction of the entire herbal garden. Qinghe surmised that the rainbow moon orchid had matured thousands of years ago, resulting in the obliteration of all spiritual herbs within the garden, ultimately causing the great array to shatter and allowing the mist to seep forth. This also explained how a mere earthly-grade barrier-breaking talisman had granted him access to this place. With a determined leap, Qinghe ascended to the stone platform, searching diligently. The spiritual soil upon the platform was remarkable. Though devoid of vitality, it was exceptionally hard. Had it still possessed spiritual energy, its grade would be unfathomable. Each grain now equated to a superior magical artifact. If he were to extract this spiritual soil, he could forge thousands of exquisite magical artifacts. Before long, Qinghe's hands brushed against what he sought. He grasped it eagerly. A decayed seed appeared in his palm. A look of disappointment marred Qinghe's face. The special spiritual soil capable of nurturing the rainbow moon orchid had lost its spiritual energy, rendering the seed incapable of survival. Its decay over the millennia was only to be expected. Yet, Qinghe remained unsatisfied, continuing his search. Soon, he uncovered another rotting seed. In swift succession, he retrieved 4 decayed seeds from the depths of the soil. However, having failed to uncover the 5th seed, Qinghe wore a visage of profound regret. It appeared that the colorful moon orchid had not borne its 5th seed. After a moment's contemplation, he summoned a fragment of his consciousness to delicately excavate the withered colorful moon orchid along with the stone platform into the black soil space. As he stood beside the pond, preparing to depart, a sudden thought struck him. He leapt into the water, meticulously searching every inch without overlooking a single spot. With his spiritual consciousness currently inaccessible, he had no choice but to employ this cumbersome method of exploration. Before long, Qinghe's hand brushed against an object, which he surfaced, revealing a half-decayed seed in his palm. He erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, there truly is a 5th seed, and it still possesses a glimmer of vitality." He cradled this seemingly lifeless seed as if it were a treasured gem. For others, no extraordinary means would suffice to revive it, but in the black soil space, even a whisper of life could allow it to thrive. It was no wonder that the medicinal garden had vanished. It likely absorbed the very vitality of the entire garden, granting it a slender chance of survival. By this reasoning, it was probable that this medicinal garden had existed for over 5,000 years. The maturation period for a top-grade heavenly spiritual herb is 5,000 years, and even with special cultivation methods, it requires several millennia. No longer hesitating, Qinghe cast the seed into the black soil space. He then turned to leave, only to find that the battle outside had concluded. The ice jade spider. which had sought to impede him, was now battered and barely clinging to life at the hands of the three spiritual beasts. Observing the grotesque form of the ice jade spider, Qinghe felt no inclination to subdue it. Primarily, a beast of the 4th level of the golden core stage was of little use to him now. The resources required to nurture 3 spiritual beasts were already a strain. Adding another beast to the mix would leave him drained. Unless it were a rare beast, he had no intention of expanding his menagerie further. Ultimately, he resolved to slay it, repurposing its remains for the future reconstruction of the blood demon array. At that moment, the entire secret realm began to collapse, the 2 great arrays shattering into disarray. Qinghe sensed that his spiritual consciousness was now accessible. He summoned the 3 spiritual beasts into the black soil space and discarded the corpse of the ice jade spider into the blood demon banner. He then ascended into the air, emerging into the mist above the ground. Although he had secured the colorful moon orchid, the mist would require at least a century to dissipate naturally. With a rumble, the ground fractured beneath him. Qinghe hastily took flight, swiftly escaping the misty region. Soon thereafter, he sensed something amiss and let out a cold chuckle. He had previously found it peculiar that this key had appeared at the auction. Now it became evident that someone had laid a trap for him, with the key serving merely as bait. A formidable array descended upon him, accompanied by a mid-grade magical treasure aimed to strike him down. Possessing formidable spiritual consciousness and reflexes, Qinghe reacted instantaneously as the mid-grade magical treasure plummeted. He unleashed several incantations, the Great Golden Crow Divine Technique. 5 resplendent golden crows erupted forth, not only repelling the incoming magical treasure, but also dismantling the Earth-grade array. A voice of astonishment echoed, "Divine technique?" The assailant had not anticipated that Qinghe had comprehended such a divine technique, which was not typically possessed by a mere golden core 3rd-level cultivator. Qinghe stood resolute in the air, gazing at the golden core 4th-level cultivator before him, his expression rife with murderous intent. "Friend, should you wish to subdue me with your array, you still have a long way to go. Allow me to demonstrate a technique." With that, Qinghe executed a spell, summoning a mountain and river seal imbued with overwhelming power, directed toward the opposing cultivator. Upon witnessing the might of the mountain and river seal, the cultivator's face paled in shock. Another divine technique. Sensing the imminent threat, he transformed his magical treasure into a dragon, colliding with the mountain and river seal in a thunderous clash. The Golden Core 4th-level cultivator had not anticipated being at a disadvantage against a Golden Core 3rd-level practitioner. Hesitating to continue the fight, he inquired, "Who are you? Dual spiritual roots? Have you also comprehended divine techniques from 2 elements? Even as a mid-stage Golden Core practitioner, I possess only minor divine techniques, merely scratching the surface of their true power. Yet here stands a Golden Core 3rd-level practitioner who commands 2 divine techniques from the fire and earth elements." Qinghe coldly retorted, "That question should be directed at you, friend. Who are you to attack me without cause?" He pondered whether this matter might be connected to Elder Yao, but concluded it was unlikely. Elder Yao had no knowledge of the existence of the withered colorful moon orchid. Moreover, had it not been for that withered branch, he would never have discovered the entrance to the medicinal garden. It was also possible that Elder Yao, sensing impending danger, had gifted him a precious talisman. Reflecting on these thoughts, Qinghe's brow relaxed considerably. The Golden Core 4th-level cultivator replied, "I am the Scorpion Ancestor. Friend, surrender your magical treasures, divine techniques, and storage ring, and I shall allow you to depart." Dual spiritual roots achieving the Golden Core stage were no ordinary individuals, and the Scorpion Ancestor recognized that Qinghe was not to be trifled with. For a moment, he hesitated to act rashly. However, as a Golden Core 4th-level cultivator, he could hardly let a plump target slip away. The key to the medicinal garden had been an unexpected acquisition from a long-established cultivation family, one that had waned over the ages. In the end, only a single Golden Core 1st-level ancestor remained to guard it. The Scorpion Ancestor had brazenly seized the key. Filled with hope, he sought this location, only to find not the anticipated medicinal garden, but rather a vast expanse of mist that suppressed his spiritual consciousness. He had nearly met his demise at the jaws of the ice jade spider. Ultimately, he devised a plan to auction the key to the medicinal garden, enticing other cultivators to this place, where they would first engage in a fierce battle with the ice jade spider, allowing him to seize the opportunity for his own gain. Moreover, he was astute enough to recognize that such actions could not be frequent, lest they draw suspicion, a tactic to be executed once every century. He had previously succeeded twice, eliminating 2 Golden Core cultivators, which had allowed his own cultivation to ascend from the 2nd to the 4th level of the Golden Core stage over the course of 200 years. Qinghe was the 3rd target. With a bemused expression, Qinghe addressed the Scorpion Ancestor, "Do you truly believe you have me at your mercy?" The Scorpion Ancestor unabashedly proclaimed, friend. Your innate talent is exceptional, having transcended to the golden core path with dual spiritual roots and mastering 2 divine techniques. Yet, in the end, you remain merely a golden core 3rd level cultivator, while I am a mid-stage golden core 4th level practitioner. I surmise, friend, that you encountered difficulty with the ice jade spider. Observing that you lack a magical treasure, did you perhaps leave it within the mist? He found it hard to believe that Qinghe could have ventured into the mist in search of the medicinal garden without being ambushed by the ice jade spider. He then cautioned, do not sacrifice your life for material possessions. The mid-grade magical treasure in the scorpion ancestor's hand radiated a black luminescence, a colossal scorpion flickering above it. Exuding a menacing aura, Qinghe recognized that this was another practitioner of sinister ways, akin to the previous Tong, Sojinren. Qinghe had unraveled the scheme. You have been scheming all along, auctioning the key to lure me here, only to strike and seize my wealth. The scorpion ancestor did not deny it. Cultivation is inherently an act of defiance against the heavens. Without such means, how could I attain enlightenment? Moreover, it is not solely you. A century ago, I decisively vanquished a practitioner at the 4th level of the golden core stage, while I was merely at the 3rd level myself. Qinghe, intrigued, inquired, from your words, it seems you have been here for centuries. Have you not sought to uncover the whereabouts of the medicinal garden? The scorpion ancestor furrowed his brow, perplexed by Qinghe's question, yet he patiently replied, what medicinal garden? I was merely deceived. Over the course of several hundred years, although he dared not delve too deeply into the mists, he was certain that no such garden existed. He had attempted numerous methods to search, but apart from the frost jade spider, no other life forms were present, let alone any spiritual herbs. It appeared that this individual was unaware of the 7-colored moon orchid, which greatly relieved Qinghe. Indeed, you have been misled. Thus, I have a suggestion. I have other matters to attend to. Would you permit my departure? He saw no need to clash with a mid-stage golden core practitioner, despite his confidence in being able to eliminate Qinghe in a heartbeat. However, the world of cultivation was fraught with treachery. Who could say if the other possessed hidden trump cards or divine abilities? Just like himself, one could not ascertain true combat strength solely based on realm. The scorpion ancestor replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes. As long as you fulfill what I have just stated, I shall naturally keep my word and allow your departure. Realizing that a confrontation was unavoidable, Qinghe's expression grew grave as he questioned the scorpion ancestor. Do you truly wish for a battle to the death? The scorpion ancestor regarded Qinghe with suspicion, wondering if he harbored some extraordinary means of survival. Regardless, he was determined to eliminate Qinghe. His lifespan was drawing to a close, and he required sufficient resources to seek a method to extend it. Moreover, he could not allow the secret of the key to escape. Otherwise, his deceptions to acquire resources would be rendered impossible. Here, within the mists suppressing spiritual awareness, the ferocious frost jade spider served as his finest ally. The scorpion ancestor solidified his resolve, as the treasure in his hand radiated a pitch-black chill, proclaiming, if that is how you perceive it, then since you refuse to cooperate, I shall send you on your way. With the magical artifact in hand, he channeled all his power into it, enveloping the sky with a colossal scorpion. Qinghe found himself engulfed in darkness, with the black mist saturated not only with a bloody stench, but also with an overwhelming toxicity. Startled, Qinghe realized he was witnessing the potency of such a treasure for the first time. The great sun-glazed body within him activated, incinerating all the toxins. The scorpion ancestor, bewildered by the absence of Qinghe's screams, pondered the potency of the god-eroding miasma, capable of incapacitating mid-stage golden core practitioners. This miasma, born of countless beings' resentful spirits and fragmented souls, had evolved into a horrific toxin over millennia. He had refined it into his magical artifact, amplifying its power through the slaughter of countless mortal cultivators throughout the years. The potency of the god-eroding miasma had been steadily increasing, such that even a 6th-level golden core practitioner would instantly lose their senses and suffer severe bodily erosion if they inhaled even a trace of it. Piercing through the god-eroding miasma, the scorpion ancestor beheld Qinghe's great sun-glazed body. Astonished, you are unscathed? No, you are a body-refining practitioner, and of a considerable level? He had not anticipated that a body-refining practitioner could withstand the god-eroding miasma. This was a first for him. He then declared, regardless of your myriad methods, you are but a 3rd-level golden core practitioner. Today, I shall slay you without fail. Qinghe, unwilling to hold back, replied, during this period, I have also refined a personal magical artifact. Let me test its might against you. With a flourish of his hand, the soul-absorbing bell materialized, emanating eerie waves that radiated outward in all directions. The terrifying power of this superior-grade artifact rippled through the very fabric of the heavens and earth. What? A superior grade artifact? The Scorpion ancestor's voice turned sharp with disbelief. He could not fathom the existence of such an artifact here, as only 9th level Golden Core practitioners had the qualifications to wield one. Furthermore, not even all 9th level practitioners possessed one. Such figures were exceedingly rare, and superior grade artifacts were even scarcer. The crafting of a superior grade artifact required immense resources, often the accumulation of a Golden Core family's heritage over millennia, along with extraordinary fortune. How could it possibly be in the hands of a 3rd level Golden Core practitioner? Impossible. How can you possess a superior grade artifact, and how are you able to wield it? He exclaimed incredulously. He believed he must have misjudged. It was already remarkable for a 3rd level Golden Core practitioner to possess even an inferior grade artifact. Moreover, a practitioner of that level would be incapable of channeling a superior grade artifact's power. He himself could not do so. Observing Lu Qinghe's apparent ease, the Scorpion ancestor's conviction only strengthened. Lu Qinghe, unfazed by the Scorpion ancestor's shock, took action. The Scorpion ancestor was destined for death. Pray, test the might of my artifact, he urged. Sensing impending danger, the Scorpion ancestor hastily activated his artifact, attempting to strike Lu Qinghe down in one blow. But it was too late. Clang, clang, clang. Accompanied by the wailing of the blood phoenix, an overwhelming pressure and spiritual force surged into the Scorpion ancestor's soul. Desperate to resist, he was suddenly ensnared by a golden thread that immobilized his soul within his body, rendering all resistance futile. Lu Qinghe unleashed a spell toward the soul-absorbing bell, extracting the Scorpion ancestor's soul from his corporeal form. The Scorpion ancestor's soul, filled with terror, gazed at Lu Qinghe, pleading, "Fellow practitioner, I understand my mistakes. I beseech you to spare my life. I am willing to serve you like a beast of burden." He no longer dared to refer to himself as ancestor, now calling himself merely this old Taoist in hopes of receiving mercy. He could hardly believe that this was indeed a superior grade artifact, and the most peculiar type at that, one related to soul manipulation. All his trump cards and means were rendered useless in the face of such a powerful artifact, and none of his hidden weapons could counter it. Unwilling to accept such a fate, he lamented the hundreds of years he had invested to reach his current level of cultivation, the annihilation of his clan and sect in pursuit of transcendence, and the creation of the god-eroding miasma, all for a fleeting vision of a medicinal garden. He had sacrificed friendships of over a century, even wiping out those closest to him, to seize the key. He still held the potential to cultivate to the 5th or 6th level of the Golden Core stage, perhaps even ascend to the lofty heights of a 9th level Golden Core Grandmaster. After giving everything, he could not resign himself to such an ending. Lu Qinghe remained unmoved, stating, "I will not engage in the folly of releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Furthermore, I have a penchant for directly eliminating those who attempt to kill me." The service of a 4th level Golden Core practitioner held no value for him. Were it not for the Qilin creation pill, he would have long since rendered his contracted 3-headed spirit beasts obsolete. I implore you to assist me, becoming nourishment for the soul-absorbing bell, thereby augmenting its power. When the soul-absorbing bell attains enlightenment, it shall surely sing your praises. Without granting the Scorpion ancestor any opportunity, Lu Qinghe commanded the soul-absorbing bell to consume his soul amidst the latter's rage, resentment, and fear. The venerable Scorpion ancestor, burdened by various regrets, found himself perplexed by how a mere Golden Core practitioner at the 3rd layer could command 2 formidable divine powers and effortlessly wield a top-tier magical artifact. Perhaps this was a 9th layer Golden Core Grandmaster. Otherwise, how could one emerge unscathed from the enigmatic Misty Realm? Yet, these musings would remain unverified, leaving behind only a cold corpse. With a flick of his hand, Lu Qinghe absorbed the remains into the Black Earth space. This marked the 5th complete Golden Core corpse. Upon returning to the Medicine King city, he could contemplate reforming the Blood Demon Great Array, thereby forging 5 Golden Core Blood God puppets. Not only would the array reach an unparalleled level of power, capable of ensnaring a 9th layer Golden Core Grandmaster, but in critical moments, the Blood God puppets could also be deployed for assault. Furthermore, the soul-capturing bell proved to be extraordinary, capable of instantly seizing the soul of a mid-Golden Core practitioner, potentially rivaling the potency of a supreme artifact when refined into a life-bound treasure. As a gray light flickered, the corroding god miasma, now bereft of its master, attempted to flee. Lu Qinghe swiftly grasped the void, capturing the miasma in his hand. Black toxic gas erupted continuously, but Lu Qinghe effortlessly suppressed it. Scrutinizing the corroding god miasma, this artifact was no trifling matter, ranking among the upper echelons of mid-tier treasures. However, its malevolent nature, requiring souls as sustenance, bore similarities to the soul-capturing bell. Had it not been for his intermediate-level treasure body, he might have suffered a grave misfortune this time. Unsure of how to deal with this nefarious artifact, Lu Qinghe decided to seal it away and cast it into the black earth space for later resolution. Turning away, Qinghe resolved to visit Frost Moon Immortal City to seek Lin Aoxiang, hoping she might have acquired 5 elements heavenly Oregon. Securing even a single piece would allow him to explore the possibility of refining sword grass into a 5 elements spiritual treasure. After flying several hundred kilometers, he suddenly sensed something amiss and abruptly lifted his gaze toward the distance. The very heavens trembled, and an overwhelming pressure descended from above. The sky was collapsing. Though Qinghe did not comprehend the unfolding events, he instinctively knew how to respond. Without wasting a moment in inquiry, he turned and fled deeper into the wilderness. A blood-red colossal cloud ship materialized, and a cold voice echoed. "Where do you think you're escaping?" Countless blood god puppets descended, sealing off the entire expanse of heaven and earth. Even with Qinghe employing the thunder movement secret art, he found himself ensnared. The art could traverse 200 miles in an instant, yet it paled in comparison to the speed of a 9th-layer golden core grandmaster. Anger and dread surged within him. Had a nascent soul, true monarch, intervened? Upon seeing the blood god puppets, Qinghe immediately recognized the involvement of the blood demon sect. There was no doubt their target was him. He was more astonished by how the blood demon sect had managed to locate him. After years of meticulous effort to erase all traces, he thought he was undetectable, even with the heavenly deception mask. It should have been exceedingly difficult for a nascent soul, true monarch to trace him. What he did not realize was that for the sake of the blood demon flag, the blood demon true monarch had forged the destiny pearl, which revealed his whereabouts. As the colossal ship vanished, 3 figures emerged in the void. The foremost, an elderly man in a black robe, was a 9th-layer golden core grandmaster, while the other 2 were formidable practitioners at the 6th layer. "Ants, do not delay. Come forth and meet your demise," the black-robed elder sneered, noticing no immediate response and detecting nothing unusual with his divine consciousness. "You possess some skill. No wonder you have eluded us until now. But today, regardless of your myriad strategies, you cannot hope to escape." The destiny pearl in the elder's hand emitted a crimson glow, homing in on Qinghe's concealed position. Seeing this, Qinghe's countenance turned pale with dread. He too recognized the pearl in the elder's grasp, though he was unaware of its nature as a treasure capable of revealing his location. "Found you." The elder's palm descended like thunder upon Qinghe's position. No longer concealing himself, Qinghe summoned the immense sword. Limitless sword cataclysm. Countless annihilating sword energies surged upwards, piercing the elder's divine hand into a myriad of wounds. The black-robed elder, taken aback by the formidable sword intent, inquired, "A sword path divine power? Are you from the heavenly sword sect?" Qinghe nodded, affirming, "Indeed, I am a core disciple of the heavenly sword sect. No matter your identity, I urge you to depart swiftly." The elder's smile turned ominous. "What does it matter that you are a core disciple of the heavenly sword sect? You shall die nonetheless. And I suspect you are not truly one of them. How curious that you possess such profound sword techniques at the 3rd layer of golden core. You must be either exceptionally gifted or have consumed the enlightenment grass." By openly admitting his association with the heavenly sword sect, Qinghe inadvertently revealed to the elder that he was deceiving him. His ascension to the 9th layer was a testament to his formidable capabilities as a demonic cultivator of divine soul mastery. Every shift in Qinghe, even the slightest fluctuation of his soul, did not escape the elder's keen observation. Yet, he could not discern the means by which Qinghe concealed his secrets, relying solely on verbal deductions. If you are not truly a disciple of the heavenly sword sect, then you must have consumed the enlightenment grass. A remarkable feat indeed. No wonder you dared to seize the blood demon flag and slay the sect's disciples. Now, hand over your treasures, and I shall grant you a swift end. The elder's true aim was not to kill Qinghe, but to retrieve the blood demon flag, the key to the divine demonic tomb, and the spiritual treasures capable of suppressing the flag. Qinghe was taken aback, pondering how this ancient being could possess such insight, deducing so much from so little. Naturally, he would not concede. "I know not of what you speak. Even if you are a 9th-layer golden core grandmaster, you are but an ant before the heavenly sword sect. I implore you, senior, do not make this difficult for me. Allow me to depart." Faced with such a formidable assembly, Qinghe reluctantly softened his stance. He was capable of contending with the 2 6th-layer practitioners, but against a 9th-layer grandmaster, the mightiest entity beneath the nascent soul stage, he stood no chance. The black-robed elder sighed. "I initially regarded you as a potential asset. It would be a pity to kill you, for you would make exquisite material for a blood god puppet. However, I do not enjoy wasting time and shall not afford you a second chance. Once captured, I shall utilize the soul-searching great art to extract your memories." Soul-searching great art? A flicker of shock and gravity crossed Qinghe's eyes, tinged with a hint of fear. After years of cultivation, He had rarely encountered anything that instilled such dread within him, save for the pressure from the heavenly-grade beasts in the wilderness mountains. Now, however, the specter of fear resurfaced. The soul-searching great art, a divine technique of the soul, could unearth a practitioner's entire life history without leaving any secrets concealed. If he were to be captured and subjected to this technique, not only would all his cultivation secrets be plundered, but the mysteries of the Black Earth space would also be compromised. Furthermore, having his soul stripped would reduce him to a mere husk. Nonetheless, this was a divine technique, mastered by a select few. Even among those who cultivated divine soul arts, the numbers were scant. The cultivation of divine soul techniques was considerably more arduous than that of other divine arts. Qinghe had not anticipated that a ninth-layer grandmaster from the blood demon sect would wield such a terrifying power. As the words flowed, the black-robed elder conjured the formidable power of the 9 heavens of the golden core, transforming it into a river of blood that descended upon Qinghe with the weight of an entire world. Celestial might? Qinghe inhaled deeply, pondering whether this was indeed the true strength of the golden core's 9th layer. He had previously contemplated the terror of such power, yet he believed that with his current soul and magical prowess, he could at least escape, even if he could not withstand the elder's assault. It appeared he had overestimated himself and underestimated the might of the golden core cultivators. However, after years of bloodshed, having encountered numerous golden core practitioners, he understood one crucial truth: opportunities often come but once. Should he fail to contend with the 9th layer of the golden core this time, or evade the blood demon array, he would find no further chance to flee. Qinghe retrieved the talisman bestowed upon him by Elder Yao and cast it into the blood river. A terrifying conflagration erupted, igniting an inferno, prompting an incredulous voice from the black-robed elder. A fire-based grand technique, and yet you wield the power of a late-stage golden core? It seems fortune favors you, child. But this is hardly sufficient to breach my blood river. With another palm strike, he transformed his essence into a massive blood-red seal, extinguishing the talisman effortlessly. Qinghe was rendered speechless. After all, Elder Yao was a golden core cultivator of the 7th layer, and yet the talisman he crafted failed to even ruffle the elder's presence. Undeterred, Qinghe hurled 2 more talismans, the Xinbing talisman and the Imu Shenlei talisman. In an instant, the entire blood river was encased in ice, while countless Imu divine thunders descended upon it. The 2 golden core practitioners of the 6th layer sensed impending doom and hastily summoned their treasures to defend themselves. While they could manage the ice, the divine thunder posed a significant threat. The descending Imu divine thunder caused the black-robed elder to furrow his brow, compelling him to summon his power to form a blood-red magical shield to withstand the onslaught. He did not forget to admonish Qinghe, child. If this is all the power you possess, prepare to await my soul-searching technique. Qinghe seized the moment, having consumed 3 earth-level spirit herbs. He laughed uproariously into the sky. Thank you for the reminder, esteemed elder. Allow me to demonstrate this technique. The 5 elements sword array diagram soared forth, for only it could challenge a practitioner of the 9th layer of the golden core. The aura of the 5 celestial swords instilled a sense of trepidation within the black-robed elder. Could it be a spiritual treasure? With a decisive strike, the 5 elements sword array advanced toward the ice-encased blood sea, targeting the 2 golden core 6th layer practitioners who were struggling to resist. The black-robed elder instantly recognized Qinghe's intent, his voice laced with fury. You dare, child? It was already too late for him to intervene. He had never anticipated that Qinghe would possess such a terrifying magical artifact, capable of unleashing such formidable power. Having consumed 3 earth-level spirit herbs, coupled with Qinghe's quintupled magical essence as a 3rd-layer golden core cultivator, his power now rivaled that of a 7th-layer golden core practitioner. Boom! The clash between the blood river and the 5 elements sword array echoed through the heavens. Chapter 0489. The end reveals the dagger, hellish Rakshasa. The 2 golden core 6th layer practitioners were swept into the maelstrom. Break! Qinghe poured forth all his magical essence. The Qingmu swallowing heaven technique had granted him but a single opportunity. If he could not shatter the blood demon array, he would undoubtedly fall into the hands of the black-robed elder, with neither of the 2 golden core 6th layer practitioners to sustain it. The 5 elements sword array shattered the blood demon array. Yet, a colossal handprint materialized behind him, and Qinghe's 8 desolation mirror emerged. The overwhelming force obliterated the 8 desolation mirror, rendering it dull and lifeless, while Qinghe was struck by the terrifying wave of magical energy, causing him to spew forth blood. As the blood demon array collapsed, Qinghe dared not linger. He tore open a space with a teleportation talisman, vanishing from sight. He then procured several earth-level spirit herbs and utilized the Qingmu swallowing heaven technique once more to amass magical essence, transforming into a bolt of lightning as he fled into the distance. In the blink of an eye, the black-robed elder was taken aback by Lu Qinghe's unexpected capabilities. All he could see was a streak of lightning vanishing into the horizon, his expression darkening. Having endured my strike, I am curious to see how far you can escape. Casting a cold glance at the two pallid golden core 6th layer practitioners beside him, who had narrowly avoided being dispatched by Lu Qinghe's 5-element sword array, he disdainfully uttered, "Useless." Their performance had indeed tarnished the reputation of the Blood Demon sect. The black-robed elder stepped forth, covering hundreds of miles in a single stride, surpassing Lu Qinghe's speed utilizing the thunder movement secret technique. As Lu Qinghe fled, he felt the pressure of the elder's celestial might closing in with relentless intensity. He had not anticipated that the significant cost of his previous strike would fail to impede the elder's advance or pose any difficulty for him. His situation grew dire. His Dantian meridians were in disarray, and he bore grievous injuries. Had it not been for his precious physique, he would have been unable to continue devouring earth-level spirit herbs to restore his magical essence. The 5-element sword array could scarcely unleash the previous level of terror. If he attempted to repeat that assault, his Dantian would surely shatter completely. As for the soul-capturing bell, its efficacy against a grandmaster with divine soul abilities would diminish significantly, compelling him to conceal it. He contemplated retreating into the black earth space, yet refrained. For the last time he had done so, the mysterious Holy Land-s Cloud Sea awaited his return, threatening to expose the secrets of the black earth space. Now, with a 9th-layer golden core practitioner pursuing him, he could not afford to gamble on the elder's capabilities. And the potential exposure of the black earth space could summon the Blood Demon sect's nascent soul true monarch. At that point, he would be as good as dead. As the figure behind him drew ever closer, Lu Qinghe's countenance grew grim. Was escape truly impossible today? After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to summon 3 spirit beasts to stand in his defense. Hold them off for just a moment. As long as I have even a sliver of residual soul, I shall reconstruct your souls and grant you life anew. The 3 spirit beasts, sensing the terrifying aura above, displayed a flicker of fear in their eyes. They perceived that this power was far beyond their capacity to withstand, yet the command from Lu Qinghe compelled them to comply. The 2-headed demon ape erupted in tempestuous lightning, its aura as a golden core 5th-layer beast surging mightily, the storm's force approaching that of a grand technique. The fire python bore crimson streaks upon its body, exuding a fierce and unrestrained presence. The little fox transformed into a towering, flame-wreathed demon fox. The 3 spirit beasts charged fearlessly toward the black-robed elder. Upon witnessing the trio of demonic beasts, the black-robed elder expressed admiration. 3 spirit beasts, one at the golden core 5th layer, one at the golden core 3rd layer, and one at the golden core 2nd layer. I wonder how you manage to subdue them and nurture them to such strength. The more impressive they are, the more intrigued I become. Yet do not harbor illusions about their effectiveness. Alongside your treasures, they may contend with a 7th-layer golden core practitioner. But the 9th layer is an entirely different realm. The divine abilities I command are not for you to fathom. Were it not for my need for you to remain alive, to procure your soul, I could obliterate you with my innate treasure. Lu Qinghe feigned ignorance of the black-robed elder's words and did not flee. Instead, he retrieved a magical artifact, the Fire Dragon Shield, obtained from a female cultivator of the mysterious Holy Land. Upon witnessing Lu Qinghe brandishing a mid-grade magical artifact, the elderly figure clad in black robes regarded it with disdain. Though he was astounded by the sheer terror of Lu Qinghe's prowess and the multitude of treasures he possessed. Very well, he mused, with 3 intact demon beasts, I can forge 3 formidable blood god puppets. With a swift motion, the black-robed elder directed a palm toward the 3 spirit beasts. In response, they unleashed their most powerful divine abilities, only to have all their efforts extinguished in an instant by his hand. The beasts were driven into the ground, severely injured. Even their formidable demon bodies could not withstand the might of a cultivator at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage. However, unbeknownst to the elder, the 3 demon beasts had devoured countless spiritual herbs, their bodies having undergone a transformation far beyond that of ordinary creatures of their kind. Ignoring their grievous injuries, they roared defiantly and ascended once more, launching another assault on the black-robed elder. The elder furrowed his brow, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes as an even more terrifying surge of magical energy erupted from him. Blood Demon Grand Technique. A river of blood materialized, sweeping the 3 demon beasts into its depths, their anguished cries echoing amidst the crimson tide. The black-robed elder paid them no heed, fully aware that in but a moment, they would dissolve into blood, becoming part of his blood demon technique. His gaze sharpened as it fell upon Lu Qinghe. Young man, it is now your turn. I am exceedingly intrigued by the secrets you harbor. Once I acquire your memories, everything that follows will belong to me. Unfazed, Qinghe began to merge all the spiritual artifacts, treasures, and various ores from his black earth space into the fire dragon shield. His only hope of escape lay in refining this mid-grade artifact into a superior or even a top-tier magical treasure. Observing Qinghe's actions, the black-robed elder raised an eyebrow in confusion. Do you still possess the means to forge artifacts? Yet, is it not a tad late for such endeavors? He reached out to seize Qinghe, only to be thwarted by a figure that materialized before him, blocking his advance. Upon recognizing the silhouette, his expression shifted dramatically. Hell Rakshasa? He was utterly taken aback. The Hell Rakshasa was a legendary and fearsome demon god, typically possessing the cultivation level of a true monarch in the nascent soul stage, with combat prowess far surpassing that of even the most formidable true monarchs. This cannot be. A Hell Rakshasa cannot possibly manifest in this realm. These demons have long been banished, and you should only possess the strength of a golden core at the 3rd level. The demon avatar, indifferent to the elder's astonishment, was born for slaughter, ready to unleash its innate bloodthirst upon Qinghe's command. With a thunderous roar, it surged forth. Undeterred by the black-robed elder's formidable presence, its body pulsating with the dual energies of yin and yang, the power of blood magic swirling within as it charged at the elder. Chapter 0490, erupting with a superior magical artifact. Another golden core at the 9th level. The black-robed elder narrowed his eyes, controlling the dual forces of yin and yang while also cultivating the blood demon technique. Quite extraordinary. Regardless of whether you are indeed a Hell Rakshasa, today I shall subdue you for a thorough examination. If you are a genuine Hell Rakshasa, your pure bloodline from the ancient demon gods would be invaluable to the demonic path. Most of the dark arts teachings derive from ancient demon gods, and possessing a Hell Rakshasa would undoubtedly lead to the comprehension of earth-shattering techniques. It might even pave the way for transcending the nascent soul stage onto a path of enlightenment. Yet, he couldn't fathom how this entity had materialized or why it was under the control of a mere insect at the 3rd level of the Golden Core stage. He had begun to believe the true monarch's claims that Qinghe possessed a powerful spiritual treasure, which seemed to exceed the quality of a mere mid-grade artifact. Likely edging towards a superior one, he unleashed a palm strike, sending the demon avatar crashing away. Although it sustained injuries, it did not crumble like the 3 spirit beasts, exhibiting a measure of resistance. To the elder's astonishment, the demon avatar absorbed a portion of his blood magic, converting it into its own strength, rather than inciting his wrath. This development filled the black-robed elder with delight. The ability to consume demonic power suggested it was indeed a Rakshasa, or at the very least, a member of the demon clan. Blood demon grand technique. He ensnared the demon avatar within the river of blood, temporarily restraining it. This demon would be studied later. His immediate concern lay with the insect on the ground, a task assigned to him by the true monarch. At this moment, Qinghe amalgamated all the ores and countless spiritual artifacts from his black earth space, including several treasures obtained from slain golden core cultivators, into the fire dragon shield. His situation was dire. Such crafting typically required months to complete, yet he accomplished it in a fraction of the time, unaware of how many spiritual herbs he had consumed in the process. Nevertheless, he succeeded in refining the fire dragon shield into a temporary, superior magical artifact, just a step away from reaching the pinnacle of artifact quality. However, without top-tier materials, the metamorphosis of the fire dragon shield into a top-grade artifact was utterly unattainable. The black-robed elder was perplexed by Qinghe's intentions, yet he could not overlook the superior artifact in Qinghe's grasp. A mid-grade master craftsman. What a pity, he remarked. Yet, judging by your current state, you lack even the ability to wield a fraction of this artifact's power, and such inferior quality poses no threat to me. Qinghe's visage darkened, yet he managed to smile. Then please, esteemed elder, allow me to greet you with a technique. With the last vestiges of his magical energy, he hurled the fire dragon shield. The black-robed elder scoffed, channeling his power to suppress the artifact in his grasp. Just as he prepared to mock Qinghe, the fire dragon shield emitted a terrifying surge of energy. Not good. The elder's expression shifted dramatically as he flung the fire dragon shield away. Yet the explosion of energy had already commenced. Boom. The very fabric of the heavens and earth trembled and shattered, creating a vacuum in the place where the fire dragon shield had detonated. In that instant of explosion, Qinghe had already retreated into the black earth space, re-emerging to assault the beleaguered demon avatar and the 3 demon beasts, who were on the brink of collapse within the blood river, before vanishing from sight. Moments later, the black-robed elder was enveloped in waves of divine power as he utilized his life-bound magical artifact to withstand the catastrophic explosion of the superior fire dragon shield. Though injured, His profound cultivation allowed him to escape the chaotic void, a feat that would have otherwise proven fatal. Fury etched across his face. He could hardly believe he had been outmaneuvered by an insect at the third level of the Golden Core stage. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Despite his earlier intentions to capture Lu Qinghe alive and uncover his secrets, he now harbored a desire to kill. He cast a glance in the direction Lu Qinghe had fled, and with a sweeping motion, quelled the turbulence before him. He gazed deeply in the direction of Lu Qinghe's escape. Young man, regardless of your extraordinary abilities or the fabled destiny pearl you possess, you shall not evade your fate. Though he could pursue Lu Qinghe, he hesitated, sensing a formidable presence approaching from afar, aware that trouble was imminent. Adjusting his robes, he stood poised in the void, watching as a fiery figure descended. Emerging was a crimson-robed elder, who, upon sensing the residual energies in the air, was initially taken aback by the clash of two powerful cultivators. However, upon detecting a familiar aura, a flicker of rage crossed his countenance. The crimson-robed elder scrutinized the black-robed elder before him, his voice cold and commanding. "Are you a cultivator of the blood demon sect?" The black-robed elder did not deny it. Such denial would be futile, for the very essence of blood magic permeated the air, and his own power emanated strongly. Moreover, as a cultivator at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage, he held little fear, dismissing the opposing elder, who was also at the same level. Nodding in acknowledgement, he said, "Indeed, I am Shui Yanluo of the blood demon sect. Might I inquire as to how you are addressed?" The elder in red robes revealed a glimmer of murderous intent in his eyes. "I am Lin Tianxiong of the misty holy land, here in pursuit of a treasure that belongs to me. A fire dragon shield, originally bestowed upon my disciple Qinghe, has gone missing since my incompetent disciple perished years ago. When I arrived, only the lingering aura of blood magic remained, and the one who slayed Qinghe claimed to be a true disciple of the blood demon sect. Now, with the presence of the fire dragon shield here, I wonder if you could provide me with an explanation. Were it not for Shui Yanluo being a formidable cultivator at the 9th level of the Golden Core, he would have acted immediately." Shui Yanluo was taken aback. A peculiar expression crossed his face as he seemed to grasp the situation. It was that very young man who had killed the true disciple of the misty holy land. Furthermore, he had done so while masquerading as a member of the blood demon sect. It was evident that with Lu Qinghe's cultivation level, eliminating a core disciple at most at the mid-Golden Core stage was hardly a challenge. Coupled with the blood demon flag in his possession, the demonic being that recently displayed the blood demon art, and that high-grade artifact he had just refined, it was all too clear that Lu Qinghe was responsible. However, he chose not to refute it, for the secrets surrounding Lu Qinghe were far too significant. Should they fall into the hands of the misty holy land, he would not only lose the secrets that Lu Qinghe possessed, but the blood demon flag and the key to the demonic tomb would also securely belong to the misty holy land, making any attempt to reclaim them utterly futile. "I am unaware of the matter you speak of. However, there was an audacious Golden Core cultivator who provoked my disciple and was subsequently slain. I had no knowledge that he was a true disciple of the misty holy land." Lin Tianxiong's murderous intent erupted. "An admission suffices. Today, I shall vanquish demons and avenge Qinghe." The crimson aura around him surged, an indication of his mastery over supreme fire techniques. Shui Yanluo cursed internally and summoned the blood river. Engaging in battle with Lin Tianxiong. Chapter 0491. A dire situation, the demonic race. The clash between two 9th level Golden Core cultivators, each wielding supreme techniques, wreaked havoc upon the realm. The earth trembled and shattered, mountains crumbling, and within moments, a 1,000-mile radius was reduced to a desolate expanse. It was only when a furious roar echoed from the depths of the wilderness that the two were jolted, hastily retreating. This was a warning from a powerful celestial beast lurking in the wilds. Before departing, Lin Tianxiong swore in fury, "Blood demon sect, await my reckoning. I shall not rest until I have settled the score with you." Their enmity was now irrevocably forged, yet the time for a life-and-death struggle was not yet ripe. He recognized his own shortcomings and strength. He would return to the misty holy land to seek reinforcements. Days of flight found Lu Qinghe lost in an unknown location. Exhausted, he had drained the last vestiges of his magical energy, and without hesitation, he utilized the final remnants of his power to slip into the black earth space. There, he succumbed to a deep slumber, while the nine-turned soul returning grass within his consciousness began to whirl, emanating a unique energy that gradually began to mend his soul. Within the black earth space, time stood still, with neither sun nor moon, only the unchanging luminous pure fire suspended above. After an indeterminate period, Lu Qinghe awakened. Surveying his condition, dire, to say the least. His golden core was dim and lifeless, his dantian on the brink of shattering, and the majority of his meridians lay in ruin. He was incapable of wielding even a fraction of his golden core power, and it seemed he could barely muster the strength of a foundation establishment cultivator. The past decade had seen him sail through life with ease, leading to a dangerous complacency and overconfidence in his abilities. Had he been better prepared, he would not have fallen into such a predicament at the hands of a 9th-level golden core cultivator. He had come perilously close to total annihilation. Before him lay a vast expanse of spiritual herbs, the majority of which were of earthly grade. Yet, no matter how abundant the resources, without the means to convert them into power, they were rendered useless. Once he recovered, he would need to devise methods to contend with not only 9th-level golden core practitioners, but also true monarchs of the nascent soul stage. This experience had illuminated his inadequacies. Despite possessing numerous magical artifacts and a cultivation speed that far surpassed those of spirit-rooted cultivators, his training had been far too brief. He had failed to allocate his resources wisely, lacking the initial fervor he had when he first entered the Taishan sect, where he spared no effort in seeking improvement. Ultimately, the truth remained, he was still too weak. Unlike others who would find despair in such injuries, Qinghe remained unfazed. He possessed an abundance of transformation fruits, capable of healing such wounds with the consumption of a few. However, given his current condition, fully refining even one would require considerable time. This was of little concern to him. He was unaware if the Blood Demon sect's 9th-level cultivators continued to pursue him or if he had safely evaded them. Whether the Black Earth space would be discovered remained uncertain. Once he regained some strength, he would venture out to assess the situation. He did not rush to mend his wounds, but instead moved to a different area, gazing at the 3 spirit beasts. Tragic, utterly tragic. All 3 had been drained to mere skin and bones by the blood river. Had he delayed even a moment longer, they would have been reduced to nothingness. He produced 6 transformation fruits and administered them to the spirit beasts, allowing them to gradually recover. Fortunately, the situation of his demonic avatar was much better. Though its body had also sustained damage, its formidable regenerative abilities rendered it nearly impossible to kill. Were it not for the need to safeguard the Black Earth space, he would have chosen the demonic avatar's form for himself. Moreover, it had absorbed a significant amount of blood magic, enhancing its strength considerably. This revealed a terrifying ability, the capacity to absorb blood magic to bolster its power. This opened a new avenue for Qinghe. He planned to allow the Blood Demon sect to assist in enhancing the demonic avatar's cultivation once he grew strong enough. Should he engulf a Blood Demon sect, the demonic avatar might surpass the nascent soul true monarch realm, and even if it could not, it would surely reach the late nascent soul stage. Those in the late nascent soul stage were among the few revered cultivators in the entire southern heaven realm of cultivation, including the depths of the wilderness and the boundless seas. Some spiritual herbs had already matured. Qinghe bore through excruciating pain to harvest a portion. He then seated himself upon the ground, producing a transformation fruit to begin the refining process for his recovery. Nearly 2 months passed before his injuries showed significant improvement, allowing him to barely activate a magical artifact, such as the 5 Elements Celestial Sword. However, wielding the soul-capturing bell and the 5 Elements Sword Array remained quite challenging. Fortunately, his physical body had recovered substantially, enabling him to handle typical early Golden Core cultivators without any issue. He turned and exited the Black Earth space, only to find himself still in the wilderness. Employing the heaven-deceiving mask to conceal his aura, he chose a direction to fly away. He needed a secure location where he could hide and cultivate while acquiring resources. However, as he soared through the air, Qinghe sensed something amiss. He found himself utterly unable to escape this wilderness. Moreover, the mingling aura that pervaded the environment was perplexing. It was a chaotic amalgamation of demonic energy. Qinghe's expression darkened. Had he inadvertently wandered into the territory of some fearsome beast? As he flew, he continuously scanned his surroundings with his divine sense. Several days later, he finally detected a remarkable commotion. 2 powerful cultivators were engaged in combat high above the sky. From the tumult of battle, it was evident that both combatants were cultivators of the 3rd level of the Golden Core stage. One bore striking stripes upon his body, with a spectral image of a tiger-like great demon looming behind him. The other, with a pair of horns sprouting from his head, was accompanied by the phantom of a powerful bull, leading Qinghe to momentarily suspect them of being demonic entities. Was it possible they were practitioners of dark arts? This thought crossed Qinghe's mind, as he recalled his previous encounters with scorpions and centipedes. However, he quickly dismissed the notion. For these 2 cultivators did not wield magical power, but rather demon energy. Even if they were practitioners of dark or demonic arts, they would still be employing magical energy, albeit of a different variety. The supernatural abilities they utilized were strikingly reminiscent of those possessed by the 3 spiritual beasts. A terrifying possibility dawned on Qinghe. They were of the demon race, not human. His knowledge of the demon race was limited to mere whispers heard during his time at the Medicine King sect, where many, even venerable Golden Core ancestors, were uncertain of the demon race's existence. Many cultivators believed that the ancient records of the demon race merely referred to demon beasts. Qinghe himself held this belief until now, when his understanding took a different turn. Whether these two cultivators were indeed demons remained to be seen. But another dreadful possibility loomed. He had ventured deep into the wilds. Should he subdue these two demons to inquire further? Just as Qinghe hesitated on whether to act, the striped man glanced in his direction and bellowed, "Who dares to spy on this young master?" Upon his words, the horned man ceased his assault, casting a suspicious glance towards Qinghe's location. Chapter 0492. Suppression. Demon territory. Surprised to be discovered, Qinghe chose to reveal himself, stepping out from the shadows. The two demons fixated on him, their eyes wide in astonishment at the strikingly different colors that adorned his gaze, one a deep black, the other a gleaming copper. The bull-horned demon roared, "You audacious scoundrel, daring to hide in the shadows and spy. Do you intend to ambush us while we fight? Today, I shall cleave you in two." The brutality of the demon race was evident, their propensity for slaughter, combined with a heightened intelligence and unique cultivation methods, set them apart from mere demon beasts. A gust of demonic wind swept in as the enraged bull-horned demon swung an axe towards Qinghe, radiating a brilliant golden light. Qinghe unleashed a punch that sent the bull-horned demon flying. The bull demon, taken aback by the sheer strength of Qinghe's golden body, exclaimed, "What a formidable physique! From which clan do you hail?" Qinghe countered, "And you, from which clan do you belong?" The bull-horned demon replied, "I am of the Heavenly Bull clan, and that there is of the Tiger Devourer clan. Yet, one such as you, I have never encountered." At last, Qinghe was certain they were indeed demons. Whether it was sheer misfortune that led him to be pursued by a 9th-level Golden Core master, only to stumble into demon territory, he could not say. He pondered how many cultivators in the southern realm of the cultivation world were aware of the demon race's existence in the depths of the wilderness. The Tiger Devourer clan demon shouted, "Bull Ben, stop wasting words with him. Kill him first, and then we shall settle the score between our clans." Bull Ben nodded in agreement, finally snapping to attention. The two demons, who had been embroiled in fierce battle moments prior, now united to launch a coordinated assault on Qinghe. He defended against their strikes with his golden body, but defeating both was an impossible task. Not only had they achieved the lower-tier treasure body level, but their powers as demons surpassed that of their human counterparts significantly. Of course, human cultivators possessed an inherent advantage, their supernatural abilities and magical artifacts, elements that demons could not rival. With no other option, Qinghe activated his supernatural powers, summoning a golden crow behind him. Not stopping there, he fused the pure glaze fire into the golden crow's supernatural abilities. Although this formidable strike did not reach the pinnacle of supernatural powers, its might exceeded that of most grand supernatural abilities. This was the most powerful blow he could muster at that moment. The entire realm was engulfed in flames as the great sun golden crow descended. The bull and tiger demons sensed an impending sense of doom. With a roar, Bull Ben shed his garments, transforming into a towering Tinjong bull demon. The tiger demon also concealed itself within the void, its claws imbued with unknown supernatural strength, lunging towards Qinghe. Boom! The great sun golden crow descended, unleashing a cataclysmic force before the terrified gazes of the bull and tiger demons. Qinghe quickly activated his great sun-glazed golden body to shield himself from the devastating shockwave. The massive bull and tiger demons were struck and plunged into the earth below. As the dust settled, Qinghe found himself standing over a vast crater, with the fates of the tiger and bull demons uncertain at its depths. Just as Qinghe began to lower himself into the pit, the tiger demon attempted to escape in a wisp of shadow. Anticipating this, Qinghe summoned a mountain river seal, successfully trapping the tiger demon, along with the bull demon. The previous blow had severely wounded them, leaving them unable to recover for the foreseeable future. At most, they could muster the strength of a foundation establishment cultivator. Their survival under the Great Sun Crow's supernatural might was due to the demon's formidable physique and terrifying regenerative capabilities. The tiger demon, now subdued, gazed at Qinghe in shock, exclaiming, "You are not of the demon race. You are an outsider, a human cultivator." Qinghe inquired, "And what of it? What does it matter?" The tiger demon retorted, "You cursed human cultivators had best release this young master, or you shall face the wrath of the entire tiger clan." Bull Ben, his eyes wide with disbelief, stared at Qinghe, a human cultivator. He could hardly believe it. This was demon territory, a forbidden zone for human cultivators. In ancient times, humans and demons had fought together against malevolent forces, but as humans grew in power, They forced demons into the wilds, seizing dominion over the land. For countless millennia, contact had been rare. This was his first encounter with a human cultivator. Qinghe snorted disdainfully. You know not the peril of your situation. Yet you dare to threaten me. With a whip of pure glaze fire in hand, he lashed at the tiger demon. Instantly, anguished cries filled the air. Though Qinghe had often regarded the pure glaze fire as merely a spirit fire for alchemy, it was indeed an earth-level spirit fire, possessing the potential to wreak havoc. It could affect even those of the early Golden Core stage, let alone those of the mid-Golden Core stage. Observing the tiger demon's pitiful plight, Bull Ben quailed. Refraining from further speech, Qinghe, brandishing the pure glaze fire, threatened the two demons. If you wish to avoid experiencing that torment again, you shall answer my questions properly. Noticing the flicker of uncertainty in their eyes, Qinghe reassured them, I promise I will not take your lives. Upon receiving Qinghe's assurance, the two demons finally exhaled in relief. Qinghe then began to inquire about the circumstances of the demon race in this territory. Ultimately, he concluded that they were deep within the wilds, millions of miles away from human civilization, shrouded by a demon race barrier. Only those human cultivators who had reached the nascent soul true monarch stage could hope to enter. For others, it was an arduous challenge. Qinghe pondered how he had managed to enter this place, contemplating the possibility that it was the heaven-deceiving mask that had allowed him to bypass the demon barrier and wander in. He could think of no other treasure capable of such trickery. It seemed he had underestimated the capabilities of the heaven-deceiving mask. Moreover, he learned that there were 10 major tribes of demons here, comprising hundreds of thousands, with 5 powerful clans housing true demons, equivalent to nascent soul true monarchs. This revelation somewhat eased Qinghe's concerns, as it appeared that the number of demon true monarchs was not excessively high, perhaps even fewer than their human counterparts. Upon grasping the fundamental circumstances of the two, Qinghe retrieved the soul-controlling bell, prompting both individuals to witness yet another magical artifact in his possession. Niu Ben, filled with ire, vehemently questioned, Did you not vow not to take our lives? Ignoring his anger, Qinghe activated the soul-controlling bell, ensnaring the souls of the two demons. Before casting them into the vermilion bird cauldron, I did proclaim that I would spare your lives, yet I made no assurances against your subjugation. It was inconceivable to release the two demons. However, he feared that eliminating them might invoke a soul lamp or similar restrictive measures, leading to unwanted complications. As he certainly did not wish to become the target of countless demon clans. He had just learned of the demon race's pronounced hostility towards humans. The two demons would have to ponder their escape from the demon territory on their own, for they were equally oblivious to how one might exit. Thus, he resolved to delve deeper into the demon realm to discover a means of departure. Qinghe then activated the deceptive sky mask, transforming his appearance to resemble that of the bull demon, Niu Ben. Employing a minor water-based spell, he scrutinized his visage. As long as he refrained from utilizing magical artifacts or powers, it would be exceedingly difficult for other demons to discern his impersonation. He sought a secure location to restore his strength, ensuring greater safety in the future. Qinghe's figure vanished into the dense forest. Chapter 0493, The 3,000-Year, 9-Turn Soul Recovery Grass. Mastery of the Thunder God's refinement technique, Qinghe traversed the fringes of the demon territory, wary of venturing deeper lest he encounter formidable demons who might uncover his true nature. The powers of the demon race surpassed those of demon beasts. As they also practiced secretive techniques, Qinghe could only remain vigilant. However, he was assured of one thing. Irrespective of the capabilities of the Golden Core practitioners from the Blood Demon sect, penetrating the demon realm would prove immensely challenging. This knowledge alleviated his concerns, for he remained unaware of how the Blood Demon sect's Golden Core had located him. But he was confident that even if they were aware of his presence within demon territory, it was highly improbable they could pursue him here. He doubted the Blood Demon sect possessed the capacity to ally with the demon race. Finding a secure spot, Qinghe set up an array and retreated into the Black Earth space to recuperate from his injuries. Over the course of 3 months, he refined 4 essence fruits, managing to restore his condition to a significant degree. He observed the state of the 3 spirit beasts, although they had yet to awaken. They had regained much of their vitality and merely required a continual infusion of elixirs and essence fruits. Not only would they recover, but their cultivation would also ascend to a higher echelon. The recent consumption of their blood essence by the Blood River had ultimately benefited them, cleansing their previously inferior bloodlines. The bloodlines now emerging were robust, enhanced by the Qilin transformation pill, solidifying their lineage to that of late-stage Golden Core demon beasts. Upon awakening, their cultivation would yield remarkable results, especially with sufficient Qilin transformation pills. Their bloodlines could effortlessly reach the pinnacle of the Golden Core's 9th level. Achieving this transformation otherwise might demand a century or more. Even if Qinghe relinquished all other pursuits to cultivate to the 4th level of the golden core, it would require over 2 years. Normal cultivation would necessitate 3 years. Furthermore, even if he attained the 4th level of the golden core, the means at his disposal would render it impossible to contend with a 9th level golden core practitioner, particularly one who had comprehended top-tier divine abilities, manifesting an illusory realm akin to the blood river of the blood demon sect. Being ensnared within such a domain would severely diminish his combat prowess, placing him within the control of his adversary. He currently contemplated 2 potential strategies to confront a 9th level golden core practitioner. One was to comprehend a top-tier divine ability, thereby engaging in combat on more equal footing. The other was to forge a genuine spiritual treasure, which, if wielded, could annihilate even the most formidable divine abilities in an instant. However, both avenues appeared fraught with improbability. Firstly, regarding the top-tier divine abilities, he possessed only 13 understanding herbs, and the prospect of mastering a premier divine ability was unlikely. Moreover, his current physical form might not withstand the influx of such power. Employing a top-tier divine ability could result in self-inflicted losses. Thus, to comprehend such an ability, he needed to elevate his cultivation to the late stages of the golden core or cultivate a superior body of treasure. As for forging a spiritual treasure, Qinghe hesitated. Although he possessed heavenly-level crafting techniques and the materials necessary for a spiritual treasure, if such treasures were easily forged, they would not be so exceedingly rare. With his current strength, creating a spiritual treasure would demand over a decade and might still end in failure. Additionally, if he aimed to craft a treasure of the 5 elemental attributes, he lacked the heavenly-grade mineral resources necessary. The most daunting aspect remained the heavenly tribulation required for forging a spiritual treasure, which would necessitate weathering a tribulation, albeit milder than that associated with ascending to the nascent soul stage. Nevertheless, Qinghe did not believe he could withstand such trials. Even nascent soul, true monarchs faced perilous odds, and a moment's inattention could lead to his demise, rendering even the 9-turn soul recovery grass ineffective. As a result, he continually suppressed these reckless thoughts. Even if he were to succeed, he would find it implausible to wield a spiritual treasure. Currently, he struggled to manipulate a high-grade artifact, the 5 elements sword array, requiring the consumption of several earth-grade spiritual herbs to unleash a full-strength attack. After much contemplation, Qinghe felt a sense of frustration, realizing that his best option was to remain hidden within the demon territory, awaiting the ripening of the next batch of understanding herbs and the maturation of the diamond Bodhi fruits. At that point, he could seize the opportunity to master 1 or 2 top-tier divine abilities and then escape. The silver lining was that the next batch of understanding herbs would mature in just 4 years, while the diamond Bodhi fruits would be ready in 3 years. With fruit already formed, each plant bore only 3 diamond Bodhi fruits. Yet they would undoubtedly enable Qinghe to elevate his great sun glazed gold body to a high-grade treasure body without issue. For the time being, he harbored no intention of departing from the demon territory. However, he did not wish to remain quietly within the black earth space for his cultivation. The demon realm might present a rare opportunity. Here, he could potentially find various spiritual herbs that were difficult to acquire elsewhere, should fortune smile upon him. Obtaining several earth-grade herbs would yield unimaginable benefits. Heavenly-grade herbs were beyond his aspirations. Such herbs were invaluable not only to human cultivators, but also to demon beasts and the demon race. With his demon avatar fully restored to the 3rd level of the golden core, Qinghe divided a strand of his consciousness to inhabit the demon avatar. He produced an understanding herb, instructing it to comprehend the crafting technique for the blood god puppets. Intending to refine several golden core corpses from the blood demon flag into blood god puppets, this would undoubtedly amplify his combat prowess significantly. The demon avatar transformed into a streak of blood light, merging into the blood demon flag, seated amidst the sea of blood to grasp the method of crafting the blood god puppets. Qinghe, not in haste to exit the black earth space, shifted his gaze nearby, where the 3rd leaf of the 9-turn soul recovery grass had begun to unfurl with golden radiance. The 3rd leaf of the 9-turn soul recovery grass had matured. Qinghe approached, brandishing the eye of the thunder god, unleashing arcs of lightning as he commenced the thunder god's refinement technique to cultivate his soul. Previously, he had squandered the essence of the 9-turn soul recovery grass to comprehend divine abilities. This was a misallocation, as the principal benefit of the 9-turn soul recovery grass lay in its enhancement of the soul. Utilizing it for cultivating soul techniques would undoubtedly yield superior results. As the technique activated, within a mere breath, Qinghe's soul experienced a remarkable enhancement of 10%, an astonishing feat. for soul cultivation was inherently the most arduous and enigmatic endeavor, with growth being exceedingly difficult. As Qinghe contemplated the steady progress he had made, he began to question whether he could fully master the thunder refinement of the divine spirit technique. Shaking off these convoluted thoughts, he devoted himself entirely to the cultivation of his art. As the essence of the 9-turn soul recovery herb was refined and absorbed, it inexplicably triggered the leaves of the herb within his sea of consciousness, which began to emanate a terrifying soul power, continuously nourishing Qinghe's spirit. His soul multiplied to 31 times, then 32, and finally 33 times its original strength. The enhancement occurring behind him was at an unimaginable pace. Ultimately, Qinghe's consciousness stabilized at 50 times its original power, the pinnacle of the thunder refinement of the divine spirit technique, indicating that he had pushed both body and spirit cultivation to their limits. In Chapter 494, transformed into a prodigy, unintentionally disrupting the blood demon sect's conspiracy, Qinghe's soul had transcended mere illusion, becoming more substantial, akin to that of a corporeal being. Its strength surpassed even that of the golden core 9th layer master he had once encountered. The advantages of such a powerful soul were evident. Typically, a golden core 3rd layer cultivator's soul could perceive a radius of 30 kilometers. However, the amplification of soul power did not correspond to a linear increase in sensing range. The larger the area, the exponentially greater the required soul strength. With his 50-fold soul power, Qinghe's perception exceeded 500 kilometers, reaching the level of a golden core 9th layer cultivator. This meant that his golden core 3rd layer soul now stood on par with that of a golden core 9th layer. Should he break through to the golden core 4th layer, his soul power might even surpass that of a golden core 9th layer master. Such formidable perceptual abilities would allow him to detect dangers in advance, granting ample time for assessment and preparation. Furthermore, his comprehension of magical techniques had significantly improved. His aptitude for understanding the 5 elements divine techniques now surpassed that of a dual-element root. Whether he had reached the level of a heavenly root remained uncertain. The heavenly root, with its innate alignment with the Tao, was beyond his comparison. Without the insightful spirit herb, it might have taken him a century to grasp even a minor magical technique. However, those with heavenly roots could comprehend the seeds of divine techniques upon reaching the peak of foundation establishment, an advantage he could not match. His cultivation speed had also increased markedly, primarily because he had become a prodigy in the realm of soul cultivation. Qinghe was confident that with his current soul power, he could easily embark on the path of soul techniques without the need for the insightful spirit herb. While he could not claim to master the highest tier techniques, creating a major soul technique would not pose a significant challenge. Unfortunately, he lacked any major soul techniques at his disposal. He recalled the black-robed elder of the blood demon sect, a golden core 9th layer master, who commanded the soul-searching technique. Qinghe resolved that he must eliminate this individual in the future to obtain and cultivate this technique. Mastering such a technique, combined with refining the heaven-deceiving mask into a spiritual treasure, would unleash a terrifying power. Simultaneously, his speed in refining golden yuan pills had surged from 5 to 6, making the acceleration of his cultivation even more astonishing. However, the single leaf of the 9-turn soul recovery herb in his mind had diminished considerably, becoming increasingly thin. Qinghe pondered whether absorbing the entirety of the 9-turn soul recovery herb, along with countless 3-life soul-eating flowers, could elevate his soul to the level of a yuaning true monarch. He mused, the 9-turn soul recovery herb has taken 3,000 years to record my cultivation time. I have already cultivated for 35 years. In the realm of cultivation, time is but an illusion, especially for golden core cultivators like him, where decades, even centuries, amount to merely a fleeting phase. He had acquired the seed of the 9-turn soul recovery herb after 5 years of cultivation. The once overlooked 5-element root had now ascended to the golden core 3rd layer. He thought of the 3 individuals who had brought him into the sect. Only Lin Yun remained alive. He wondered if she was still hidden somewhere in the southern realms of the immortal cultivation world alongside the Taishan sect. Over the years, Qinghe had come to understand that the 3 sects had long devised their escape routes. They would not be foolish enough to remain unprepared for the blood demon sect's impending assault on the Zhao kingdom's cultivation realm after decades of tranquility. Moreover, the blood demon sect's invasion of the Zhao kingdom's cultivation realm remained shrouded in mystery. While it was said that the blood demon sect aimed to expand its resources to stabilize the cultivation of a yuaning true monarch, after all, the resources needed to nurture such a being were staggering, requiring the equivalent of hundreds of golden core cultivators' worth of resources. Attacking the Zhao kingdom, a land rich in resources, seemed logical. However, upon reflection, Qinghe sensed many peculiarities within this scheme. He suspected that matters were far more complicated than they appeared. The Blood Demon sect's exertion of such effort could not merely be for the resources of the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation realm. There must be larger, more intricate plans at play. With his thoughts swirling, he retrieved a key. Could this be related to whatever the key was meant to unlock? He harbored doubts about the Blood Demon sect's motives. If it were true, then their immense effort to locate him was not solely for the Blood Demon flag, but also for this key. Qinghe tucked the key away. Any obstruction to the Blood Demon sect's actions would be advantageous for him. After a long duration, the originally 25 acres of golden yuan grass had matured. Qinghe began refining pills, employing the 5 spirits pill refining technique. In just a few days, he had successfully produced all the golden yuan pills, yielding a perfect grade of 500 pills. He then reduced the cultivation area of the golden yuan grass, leaving only 1 acre from the original 30. These golden yuan pills would suffice for him to advance to the golden core 4th layer, at which point he would require golden xian pills for further cultivation. However, the spiritual herbs for the golden xian pills could not be expanded for cultivation, particularly the 3 types of herbs, golden xian ginseng, earth bodhi, and purple smoke fruit. To produce sufficient materials for pill refinement, he would need at least 3 harvests, taking a minimum of 8 years. Yet, Qinghe's perspective had shifted should the opportunity arise. He would exchange his resources for a large quantity of spiritual herb seeds, enabling him to acquire enough materials for pill refinement without such a lengthy wait. After several days of cultivation, Qinghe seized an opportunity to exit the black earth space and return to the outside world. As he stowed away the divine array, he immediately sensed that this realm felt unusually different. Compared to just a few days prior, the demonic energy seemed to have intensified significantly. This was no mere illusion. With his enhanced soul perception, he could discern that this surge in demonic energy had more than doubled. Could it be that a Yuanying realm demon had emerged? While Qinghe pondered this, several figures descended, revealing themselves to be members of the Bull Demon clan. 2 Foundation Establishment 9th layer Bull Demons beheld Qinghe with delight, mistaking him for their master, Bull Ben, and knelt before him, proclaiming, "Third young master, we have finally found you." Qinghe inquired, "What has transpired?" The 2 demons exchanged puzzled glances, but recalling Qinghe's identity, they hastily replied, "It is the day of the sacred festival. The great elder has commanded the 3rd young master to return swiftly, lest you miss the occasion." Qinghe was unfamiliar with this sacred festival, yet he could surmise that the changes in demonic energy were closely tied to it. He replied nonchalantly, "I have been engrossed in my cultivation and lost track of time." The 2 demons congratulated him. "Congratulations, 3rd young master, on your significant advancement in cultivation. It appears you have defeated the Tiger Howl of the Shirhu clan." With a hint of pride, Qinghe responded, "Of course, a mere tiger clan is no match for me." Another demon queried, "Third young master, you haven't slain Tiger Howl, have you?" Qinghe's gaze was fixated on the Bull Demon, who, sensing the chill in the air, hastily reported, "It is as follows. Not long ago, an elder from the Tiger clan came to our tribe seeking individuals, apparently because of the disappearance of Hu Shao. They specifically demanded to trouble the 3rd young master." Qinghe replied, "Although I have vanquished him, his strength is formidable, and he managed to escape, likely seeking a place to recuperate from his injuries. That is well and good, but the 3rd young master should still avoid the Tiger clan. They are not reasonable folk. Now, we kindly request the 3rd young master to return to our tribe with us." Chapter 0495, The Sacred Rite of the Demon Clan, the Celestial Phoenix, True Flame Fruit? This was clearly not a venture to consider, as the Bull Demon clan harbors a celestial demon. He did not believe he could elude the watchful eyes of the nascent Soul Demon clan. Previously, he thought the heavenly deception mask could conceal him from the scrutiny of a nascent soul, true monarch, but this time, after facing an onslaught from a Golden Core practitioner at the 9th level, he had witnessed the sheer terror of their power. If a Golden Core at the 9th level was so fearsome, then in the eyes of a nascent soul true monarch, even the strongest Golden Core cultivator would merely be regarded as a slightly more robust insect. To venture there would likely be akin to walking into a trap. He crafted an excuse, stating, "I have other matters to attend to and shall not return to the tribe just yet." Qinghe's words left the 2 demons momentarily stunned, one of whom anxiously exclaimed, "Third young master, the sacred rite is upon us. How can you not return?" Qinghe looked at them with confusion, and upon noticing his bewildered expression, the 2 demons exchanged glances and queried, "Third young master, you haven't forgotten about the sacred rite, have you?" The sacred rite is the most significant event for the demon clan, occurring once every millennium, presenting a rare opportunity to strengthen the demon race. Although demons do not possess lifespans as lengthy as those of demon beasts, they still live more than twice as long as humans. Qinghe inquired, "Please elaborate on the situation." The 2 demons, though puzzled, proceeded to share what they knew. The so-called sacred rite involves paying homage to the demon emperor, the most ancient royal lineage among demons. The specifics of their might are beyond the comprehension of the two low-ranked demons, but at the very least, they possess nascent soul-level strength, and it is highly likely that they are late-stage great demons of the nascent soul. Of course, this was not the primary focus. The crux of the matter is that the 10 clans will enter the sacred mountain to vie for treasures, of which there are countless varieties. It is rumored that the 3 most powerful treasures include one known as the Celestial Demon Stone, which, when possessed, can significantly enhance one's cultivation speed. Another is the Celestial Phoenix True Flame Fruit, a divine fruit that, when consumed, can revert a demon's bloodline to its ancestral form, not only enhancing their innate abilities, but also allowing them to comprehend unique bloodline divine powers. The most extraordinary aspect is that if fortune smiles upon them, they may even grasp a fragment of their ancestral bloodline, ensuring their ascension into the realm of celestial demons in the future. This revelation left Qinghe astounded, realizing that the Celestial Phoenix True Flame Fruit existed within the demon race. Observing the awestruck expressions on the 2 demons' faces, Qinghe began to comprehend. The Qilin Creation Grass and the Celestial Phoenix True Flame Fruit, while of limited utility to human cultivators beyond physical enhancement and spirit beast cultivation, held immense value for demons, as they could augment their bloodlines and enhance their innate talents. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Qinghe asked, "What is the worth of the Qilin Creation Grass?" "It is an invaluable treasure." "Third young master, have you forgotten? Your ascension to a terrestrial demon was made possible by a Qilin Creation Grass from our clan, which purified your bloodline and awakened the heavenly bull lineage. Though it was but a trace, it facilitated your rapid advancement over the past century, leading to your current cultivation level." Qinghe had not anticipated that Niu Ben possessed such fortuitous luck. "I had forgotten. Now, what of the third treasure?" "The third treasure is a void jade pendant." Qinghe, puzzled, queried, "What is this? Is it a powerful demon artifact?" Cultivators utilize magical implements, while demons wield demon artifacts. The 2 demons regarded Qinghe with confusion, wondering if he had encountered some issue in his cultivation, as he appeared unaware of something so fundamental. The void jade pendant is not a demon artifact, but rather a peculiar treasure with a singular purpose. It enables passage from the wilds of the demon clan to the human realm. Qinghe smiled, pleasantly surprised to discover a lead on something he needed. However, acquiring it would not be as simple as it seemed. Qinghe sought further information regarding the sacred rite, gradually piecing together a comprehensive understanding of it. Deep down, he recognized this could be an opportunity. Not to mention the void jade pendant, even the Celestial Phoenix True Flame Fruit warranted a risk. This heavenly-grade spiritual herb, if missed, would yield no further chances. It is not merely a celestial-grade herb, it guarantees the potential for his 3 spirit beasts to ascend to the realm of nascent soul. Without the Celestial Phoenix True Flame Fruit to concoct the Celestial Phoenix Rebirth Pill, the possibility of his 3 spirit beasts attaining the nascent soul stage would be nearly impossible. Qinghe immediately commanded, "You are moving too slowly. Return to the tribe and report. I shall proceed to the sacred mountain first and return to the tribe after the sacred rite concludes." Before the 2 demons could react, Qinghe soared into the sky, vanishing from their sight. As mere foundation establishment cultivators, they had no hope of stopping Qinghe and could only watch helplessly as he disappeared. When Qinghe reappeared, he found himself at a gathering spot of the demon clan, located at the foot of the sacred mountain. Without the command of the demon emperor, no one dared ascend the mountain. Moreover, the sacred mountain was guarded by formidable prohibitions, making forced entry utterly impossible. At this moment, Qinghe's identity was not that of Niu Ben from the Bull clan. He had assumed a different persona, that of a demon avatar, concealing his true form. He then transferred the heavenly deception mask to the demon avatar, who concealed his demonic traits effortlessly. There was no need for any disguise. His entire being exuded a powerful demonic aura, unmistakably marking him as one of their kind. Fortunately, along the way, he encountered several oblivious demons, all of whom he swiftly eliminated, learning that any terrestrial demon under 500 years of age could participate. The demon avatar was certainly less than 500 years old. Naturally, Qinghe's reckless venture had additional motives, primarily to acquire a few demon artifacts. While his 3 spirit beasts could activate magical implements, they were incapable of refining them, which severely diminished their combat effectiveness. Previously unaware, he had now realized that demon artifacts could also be utilized by his spirit beasts. Thus, he sought to find 2 powerful fire and lightning attribute demon artifacts. Furthermore, he sought cultivation techniques. Logically, the demon clan's cultivation methods should be suitable for his spirit beasts. Even if they were not, he could still attempt to experiment. He possessed countless enlightenment grasses, which he planned to provide to his spirit beasts. hoping they could comprehend suitable cultivation methods. Demon beasts cultivate slowly, relying solely on instinct to refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth along with elixirs. If he could find appropriate cultivation techniques, Qinghe believed their cultivation speed would reach a terrifying level, potentially rivaling that of those with heavenly roots. Qinghe arrived at a territory where the demon clan also engaged in trade, exchanging unnecessary resources for those conducive to their cultivation, akin to human cultivators. Numerous demons were already setting up stalls, but unlike human cultivators, the sole rule here was the display of formidable strength. Otherwise, not only would it be challenging to acquire the desired resources, but they would also risk being robbed by more powerful demons, leading to potentially fatal consequences. These demons regarded the demon avatar with a flicker of uncertainty in their eyes, having never encountered a demon resembling him before. However, the overwhelming aura emanating from him instilled a healthy fear among them. The demon avatar paid no heed to their scrutiny, sitting cross-legged on the ground, his palm outstretched, revealing a Qilin creation grass before him. The Qilin creation grass. In an instant, countless members of the demon clan inhaled sharply, their gazes filled with eager greed as they fixated on the Qilin creation grass situated before the demon avatar. Chapter 0496, The Evolution of Yin and Yang, Suppressing Yujutsu. The Qilin creation grass is a treasure capable of defying fate, valued no less than the fateful reversal grass cherished by cultivators. A gust of toxic wind swept through, accompanied by a shadowy voice. This Qilin creation grass belongs to the crown prince. Qinghe's consciousness was vast, and he had prepared himself the moment the demon clan made their move. A peculiar whirlwind materialized in his hand, formed from a trace of yin and yang energies. It was only after mastering the demon avatar that he realized these energies could evolve demonic and magical auras. Bam! 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 After exchanging several blows with the demons within the toxic wind, the malevolent breeze was entirely devoured by the demon avatar, revealing a demon with a human head and a serpent's tail. This was a member of the Yuming Python clan, who commanded the Yuming Ghost Fire and Toxic Miasma, ranking among the top 5 in the demon realm. The one confronting Qinghe was a peak golden core stage demon from the Yuming Python clan, his face etched with shock as he beheld Qinghe. He had not anticipated that the Toxic Miasma, capable of injuring those at the Earth level's 4th stage, would prove ineffective against this demon, let alone that it would be mysteriously taken from him. Such instances were rare occurrences. Countless demons recognized the figure before them, identifying him as Yujutsu, one of the 5 crown princes of the Yuming Python clan. He was attempting to seize the Qilin creation grass, but had evidently suffered considerable losses. This individual was an unusual demon general, his prowess impressive. Perhaps he belonged to the Qinghe clan. After all, aberrations occasionally emerged. Fuming with rage, Yujutsu glared at Qinghe, astonished that Qinghe dared to retaliate. "Do you know who I am? How dare you act against the crown prince?" he demanded. "If you are wise, surrender the Qilin creation grass, and I may consider sparing you." The ferocity of the demons was apparent, yet Qinghe coldly replied, "I know not who you are, only that those who strike at me meet a singular fate." Intrigued, Yujutsu inquired, "And what fate is that?" "To be suppressed by me." As he spoke, the yin and yang energies in Qinghe's hand transformed into demonic aura, and he struck his palm towards Yujutsu. Seeing Qinghe take the initiative to attack only fueled Yujutsu's fury further. "You lowly race dare to strike at the crown prince? Very well. I shall kill you and seize the Qilin creation grass." He was accustomed to being exalted as the prince of the demon race, untouchable, with no one daring to defy his will. He aimed to slay the demon before him, not only to vent his frustrations, but also to acquire the Qilin creation grass. By refining it, his bloodline would surely become significantly more potent, and a breakthrough to the 4th stage would then be within reach. The Yuming Ghost Fire and Toxic Miasma emerged, forming a barrier against Qinghe's attack. However, Qinghe wielded the power of yin and yang, albeit faintly. Not as pure as the true forces of yin and yang, yet its quality far surpassed that of the demonic energy. And even his true form dared not attempt to harness the yin and yang energies. This was a unique ability of the demon avatar. Even more formidable was the demon avatar's capacity, akin to absorbing blood magic power. It could also consume these toxic miasmas. Though it did not elevate his cultivation as blood magic would, the toxins posed no threat to him. The Yuming Ghost Fire was merely a minor fire-based divine ability, inflicting limited damage on the demon avatar. When Qinghe initially suppressed the demon avatar, it had taken considerable effort, and despite the explosive release of power, even with the 5-element sword array, Qinghe might not have managed to subdue it. This entity could withstand assaults from heavenly grade formations without perishing, and now, with the soul-capturing bell in hand, along with the blood demon banner, These could not be revealed unless in dire circumstances. Qinghe, unwilling to squander time, subtly activated the power of the soul-capturing bell, causing Yujuchio to momentarily freeze. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself in Qinghe's grip. The surrounding demons, fearful of being caught in the fray, had already retreated several miles. Witnessing the battle conclude in an instant, with Yujuchio's neck clasped firmly in Qinghe's hand, they collectively gasped in astonishment. It was crucial to note that here, the strongest among them was merely at the Earth level's third stage, while those stronger had yet to appear. They understood Yujuchio's power. The combination of Yuming ghost fire and toxic miasma could allow a demon general at the Earth level's fourth stage to escape. Yet, they were astonished that he could be so swiftly subdued, his life and death now at the mercy of another. Clearly, Qinghe must possess at least the strength of the Earth level's fourth stage, explaining his audacity to claim the Qilin creation grass. He was likely a lower-tier demon who had consumed the Qilin creation grass, gaining exceptional abilities through ancestral bloodline return. Although they still coveted Qinghe's Qilin creation grass, they now dared not entertain any further thoughts. Yujuchio, incredulous, stared at Qinghe and asked, "What was that ability you just used?" Qinghe merely shook his head. "Isn't it something you ought to know? I will suppress you and grant your Yuming Python clan 3 days' time. Within 3 days, present me with a fire attribute Earth-grade demon weapon, or I shall end your life." Furious, Yujuchio roared, "How dare you? Do you know the grave consequences of offending the crown prince?" Qinghe was not one to indulge in idle chatter. He covertly urged the power of the soul-capturing bell, completely binding Yujuchio's soul, then carelessly discarded him aside. The demons, witnessing Qinghe's actions, were left aghast. Such brutality. This was not merely a slap in the face to Yujuchio, but rather an affront to the entire Yuming Python clan. Did he not fear the clan's retribution? They had brought several formidable individuals, including an Earth level's 8th stage ancestor leading the way. Here, those ancient beings refrained from intervening. As this was a confrontation of the current generation of demons, their involvement would disrupt the balance, leaving only the younger demons capable of acting. The strongest among the Yuming Python clan's younger generation barely reached the Earth level's 5th stage, and facing one who could easily dominate Yujuchio was no small feat. He had seemingly employed a demon ability, yet it remained a mystery what sort of terrifying ability had rendered Yujuchio incapable of resistance. Seeing his authority established, Qinghe once more took a seat, aware that without demonstrating some capability, negotiations would be utterly futile. Yujuchio was simply unfortunate. As for offending the Yuming Python clan, he did not overly concern himself. He would soon depart the demon realm, and no matter how powerful the demons were, they would not dare pursue him among the human race, lest they remain hidden deep within the wilderness. Moreover, they would be unable to find him. He would not reveal his identity as a demon upon returning to the demon realm, for that would not only invite pursuit from righteous cultivators, but also from demonic cultivators. The blood magic sect's golden core 9th stage cultivator had indicated that his demonic identity was far from simple. The hellish Rakshasa held an irreplaceable role within the demonic path. Qinghe produced the Qilin creation grass once more. "I seek to exchange the Qilin creation grass for a fire attribute or lightning attribute Earth-grade demon weapon, or perhaps a celestial-grade cultivation method of the demon race." At this moment, no one dared to act recklessly. They had witnessed Yujuchio's fate, and were merely curious whether Qinghe would resort to lethal force if the Yuming Python clan failed to produce the demon weapon within 3 days. Chapter 0497, The 10,000 Demon Code, Demon Emperor's Law Form. A demon approached, casting a glance at Yujuchio before looking at the Qilin creation grass before Qinghe. Fellow Taoist, while the Qilin creation grass is indeed precious, it is hardly equivalent to an Earth-grade demon weapon. Earth-grade demon weapons are comparable to the treasures of the human race, and they are even more challenging to forge, and therefore far more valuable. Qinghe produced another herb. What about those two? 2 Kirin transformation herbs can transform an ordinary demon into a prodigy. Upon seeing Qinghe take out yet another Kirin transformation herb, the demon before him narrowed his eyes, while the others displayed expressions of astonishment. The demon hastily clasped his hands in greeting. "I am Wolf 13 of the Shadow Wolf clan. May I inquire your esteemed name, friend?" Qinghe retorted. "If I were to reveal 2 Kirin transformation herbs, would I then be foolish enough to expose my own lineage?" Wolf 13 paused momentarily before bursting into hearty laughter. "You speak the truth, friend. Possessing 2 Kirin transformation herbs would indeed invite endless troubles upon you." It was then that everyone comprehended why this demon appeared unfamiliar. He had concealed himself through special means. While he lacked a terrestrial-grade demon artifact, he possessed a cultivation method capable of reaching celestial grade, the 10,000 demon formula. Although this method was unremarkable, it amalgamated the strengths of all demon clans. enabling most demons to cultivate it. Wolf 13 held a jade slip tightly in his hand. However, 2 Qinghe transformation herbs were insufficient. I require 3. Lu Qinghe's gaze sharpened. Should I slay you, that method would fall into my possession. He was disinclined towards such incessant escalating demands. Who could predict that upon producing 3 Qinghe transformation herbs, Wolf 13 might then demand 4? Wolf 13, unperturbed, advised, I suggest you refrain from such actions. I am not one to be trifled with like you, Jiuqiu. While he respected Lu Qinghe's displayed strength, he was confident in his ability to slay him should he unleash his full power. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Qinghe replied, Very well. I tend to have a short temper. I hope you will not go back on your word. He produced the 3rd Qinghe transformation herb. Currently, he possessed a considerable amount of Qinghe transformation herbs, having matured a total of 100 from 5 acres. Neither he nor the 3 spirit beasts required such a surplus. Exchanging them for resources would be most advantageous. Upon witnessing the 3rd Qinghe transformation herb in Lu Qinghe's hand, the eyes of all demons turned even more peculiar. They had speculated that Lu Qinghe possessed a significant quantity of these herbs, and this was fully confirmed. Wolf 13 cast a meaningful glance at Lu Qinghe, discarded the jade slip, and with a wave of his hand, the 3 Qinghe transformation herbs transformed into a gust of demonic wind and vanished. Meanwhile, the other demons, having witnessed Lu Qinghe suppressing Yu Jiuqiu, felt their earlier ambitions reignite. A brief silence enveloped the area when a terrifying aura suddenly emerged. A thunderous voice boomed. Who dares to strike against the Yuming Python clan? As the voice resonated, a figure descended to the ground, prompting everyone to scatter. It was none other than Yuya, rumored to have entered the 4th tier of terrestrial grade a century ago. It was uncertain if he had reached the 5th tier. Yuya glared at Lu Qinghe with a face full of murderous intent, having already spotted the subdued Yu Jiuqiu. You possess remarkable audacity to dare to assault the Yuming Python clan. Though he held Yu Jiuqiu in disdain, this matter pertained to the honor of the Yuming Python clan, and he felt compelled to eliminate Lu Qinghe to restore their dignity. Lu Qinghe stowed the jade slip away and regarded Yuya coolly. He was at the pinnacle of the 4th tier of Golden Core, just a step away from the 5th tier. As long as he was not facing a late-stage Golden Core practitioner, Lu Qinghe harbored little concern. Armed with the soul-capturing bell and his 50-fold spiritual strength, he could easily handle any cultivator beneath that level. Unless one had cultivated a divine soul ability, they would be powerless to resist the soul-capturing bell's assault. Facing the threat, Lu Qinghe declared, Begone, I shall pretend I have heard nothing. You seek death. Yuya wielded a mid-grade terrestrial demon artifact, unleashing boundless Yuming flames towards Lu Qinghe. Since you are so oblivious to danger, let us see if your Yuming Python clan possesses the artifacts to barter for your life. Lu Qinghe summoned the dual energies of yin and yang, enhancing his blood demon power. A demon artifact appeared in his grasp. It was the axe artifact of Niu Ben. Though merely a low-grade terrestrial artifact, it was sufficient to withstand Yuya's weapon. Boom. The 2 artifacts clashed, unleashing a tremendous demonic energy wave that sent countless demons fleeing from the area. Those caught in the wave would suffer instant devastation. While Lu Qinghe managed to block Yuya's mid-grade terrestrial artifact's assault, the axe in his hand was shattered in the process. Seeing this, Yuya burst into laughter. I expected a formidable opponent, yet you are so weak. He pressed forward, undeterred. Though this mid-grade artifact could not slay the demon avatar, it would certainly inflict severe damage. Lu Qinghe had no choice but to employ the soul-capturing bell once more. A phoenix's cry echoed, causing Yuya's soul to freeze, and his demonic energy and attacks came to an abrupt halt. Devour. Instinctively, the demon avatar manifested its ability to consume, attempting to engulf Yuya. This startled Lu Qinghe. Such an act would reveal his demon avatar's existence. Only demons possess the ability to devour living beings to enhance their cultivation. This was precisely why the demon and human races had once united to combat the demons. Lu Qinghe hastily retracted the devouring ability and seized Yuya in his grasp. As Yuya regained consciousness, he looked at Lu Qinghe in terror, especially at his bizarre and fearsome visage. He could scarcely believe he had been defeated. Lu Qinghe sealed the astonished Yuya. Now, he wielded 2 terrestrial demon artifacts. Umph, Junior, you have gone too far. Lu Qinghe raised his gaze to see an elder hovering in the void, his expression dark as he regarded Lu Qinghe. This elder instilled apprehension in Lu Qinghe. A demon at the 8th tier of Golden Core, were it not for his perfected thunder-refining divine art, he would have struggled to discern the true strength of a late-stage Golden Core practitioner. Yet now, he could see through both 8th tier and 9th tier Golden Core cultivators. Lu Qinghe regarded the elder, whose face was filled with murderous intent. He remained vigilant, but unafraid. Senior, they sought to seize my Qinghe transformation herbs. Even if I slay them, it would be due to their insufficient strength. Do you wish to defy the rules of the sacred mountain and act against the junior? The elder's murderous intent remained. Junior, you are too naive, attempting to leverage the sacred mountain against me. This is beneath the sacred mountain. The sacred rite has yet to commence. After a moment's thought, he concealed his murderous intent. Hand over Yu Ya and Yu Jiuqiu to me, and I shall not lay a hand on you. Lu Qinghe remained unmoved. I have stated my terms, 2 terrestrial demon artifacts, or I shall slay them and refine them into artifacts. As the two stalemated, a blinding light pierced the heavens, and a terrifying phantom appeared above. An overwhelming pressure descending upon the realm. Lu Qinghe stared in horror at the celestial figure above. It was the manifestation of a nascent soul. A power exclusive to nascent soul true monarchs. Bow before the demon emperor. All demons prostrated themselves. Even the elder of the Python clan who intended to strike at Lu Qinghe, showing utmost respect. Lu Qinghe bowed his head, though it was merely a nascent soul manifestation. He had no desire to be targeted by it. Moreover, from the manifestation, it was evident that this was the king of the Jiaolong demon clan. As the form was that of a golden Jiaolong, a solemn voice resonated. The sacred mountain has opened. All eligible demons may enter to seek treasures within. Without revealing its true form, the nascent soul emperor issued a decree, and the golden dragon manifestation gradually faded, while the others remained in worship. A flash of light enveloped Lu Qinghe, leaving behind a lingering voice. There are still 2 days remaining. If the Python clan cannot produce 2 demon artifacts, I shall slay them. Upon witnessing Lu Qinghe merge into the sacred mountain, the elder of the Python clan seethed with fury. You insolent wretch, how dare you? A ferocious and terrifying aura erupted, sending the surrounding demon clans flying, leaving them seething with rage yet unable to voice their anger. They promptly raised their tokens, and figures bearing these tokens vanished into the sacred mountain. The elder of the Python clan felt utterly helpless, unable to enter the sacred mountain. He resolved to seek an explanation from the demon emperor. Within the sacred mountain, it was not merely a mountain but rather a secret realm brimming with demonic energy. Countless pillars of demonic energy soared, each harboring various treasures that the demon clans sought to seize. It appeared that this sacred festival was designed to incite fierce battles among the demon prodigies, allowing the strong to grow even stronger while the weak fell further behind, a far crueler ordeal than the trials faced by the human cultivators. Lu Qinghe raised his gaze to the horizon, where 3 colossal pillars of light stood tall, embodying the 3 most powerful treasures of this sacred festival. He could forego the others, but the Tianhuang Jinyan fruit was a necessity he must obtain. However, his demonic avatar possessed only the cultivation of the 3rd level of the golden core stage. Although its speed surpassed that of typical cultivators at this level, it paled in comparison to those above the 4th level. Lu Qinghe felt a pang of regret. Had he known, he would have ensured his demonic avatar mastered the thunderous movement technique and brought along the eye of the thunder god. Yet, regret was futile now. He summoned the power of blood magic, transforming into a streak of crimson as he soared forward, ignoring the other pillars of light. As he flew, his spiritual awareness suddenly detected a demon clan member lurking in the shadows. A chill crept across Lu Qinghe's lips. A demon of the 3rd level of the golden core stage dared to launch a sneak attack on him, just as the demon prepared to strike. Lu Qinghe preemptively unleashed the soul-absorbing bell, incapacitating the demon's soul and leaving it frozen in place. Though it was but a fleeting moment, it sufficed for Lu Qinghe. He swiftly produced the blood demon banner, ensnaring the demon within, intending to later refine it into a blood god puppet. In an instant, he had captured the demon. And after a brief contemplation, he ensnared 2 more demons from the Python clan, realizing they would likely not seek to rescue them. Without further delay, he continued onward. These demon prodigies were indeed formidable, yet most were at the 2nd or 3rd level of the golden core stage, with few reaching the 4th, relying on the element of surprise afforded by the soul-absorbing bell. As long as he faced no beings with profound spiritual mastery or those in the later stages of the golden core, combined with his demonic avatar's unique training, he was nearly invincible. Beings with profound spiritual mastery or those at the later stages of the golden core were unlikely to appear in this realm. Only extraordinarily gifted races or ancient beings could possess such cultivation. After dispatching 3 demons of the 3rd level of the golden core stage, Lu Qinghe delved deeper into the sacred mountain. Here, the number of demons dwindled, as they were preoccupied with seizing the various treasures along the way, significantly reducing the troubles for Lu Qinghe. In the deeper regions, only the swiftest demons above the 4th level of the golden core stage had the chance to contend for treasures. Days later, Lu Qinghe stood before a pillar of light, where 3 figures floated, each a demon of the 5th level of the golden core stage. Within the pillar lay a jade pendant, the void jade pendant that could facilitate a return to the human realm. This revelation left Lu Qinghe feeling disheartened. Glancing into the distance, He noticed that 2 pillars of light still shimmered, indicating that the Tianhuangjinyan fruit had yet to be claimed. The 3 demon prodigies noticed Lu Qinghe's presence, their eyes narrowing in surprise at the sight of a lowly 3rd-level demon in such a place. However, after a cursory glance, they dismissed him. A mere 3rd-level demon was no threat to any of them, their true adversaries being one another. One demon called out, "Friends from the Tiger Clan and the Spirit Crow Clan. This jade pendant holds no value for you. Why waste your time here? You should be competing for the demon artifacts and the Tianhuangjinyan fruit." The Tiger Demon retorted sarcastically, as expected from the Spirit Fox Clan. "Thinking a few words could drive us away. The benefits of a pendant that connects to the human realm are unfathomable. With the resources of the Demon Clan, it could be exchanged for a wealth of cultivation resources among humans. Its value far surpasses that of demon artifacts and the Tianhuangjinyan fruit." The Spirit Fox Demon interjected. "The human realm is perilously dangerous. If discovered, one would be slain and refined into human artifacts. I advise both friends to refrain from greed." The Spirit Crow laughed derisively. "No matter how persuasive your words, I will claim this void jade pendant today." The 3 demons eyed each other warily, hesitant to strike first. Suddenly, they were taken aback as they saw Lu Qinghe step into the pillar of light. In a fit of rage, the 3 demons shouted, "You impudent wretch, how dare you!" Yet, Lu Qinghe paid them no heed. The pillar was a high-grade, earth-level barrier, and it would be challenging for the 3 demons to breach it. His ability to enter stemmed from his mastery of earth-level formations. He had not anticipated that such knowledge would prove useful here. As the 3 demons unleashed their powers toward him, they were instantaneously rebuffed by the barrier. The Spirit Fox coldly remarked, "He is a master of formations." The other 2 demons were astounded. A being capable of traversing the barrier with ease must be of elder status within the demon clan. The Tiger Demon, filled with murderous intent, thought, "Perfect. He can help us retrieve the pendant. Once he emerges, we shall slay him." The Spirit Crow queried, "What if he does not come out?" "Then we shall breach the pillar," came the reply. As the 3 demons conspired, Lu Qinghe emerged, the void jade pendant in hand. "You wretch, hand over the pendant." The 3 demons shouted in unison, attacking Lu Qinghe simultaneously. Yet, he unleashed a terrifying wave of spiritual power, akin to that of a 9th-level golden core, crashing down upon the 3 demons like a mountain. The 3 demons collapsed to the ground, their faces etched with horror as they glanced at Lu Qinghe before fleeing without a backward glance. The sheer pressure left them with no will to resist. Observing the retreating figures of the 3 demons, Lu Qinghe retracted his spiritual pressure, muttering, "Consider yourselves fortunate. However, it is wise to use such methods sparingly." Even the demonic form could hardly withstand such immense spiritual force, having nearly crumbled under it. Once he had recovered, Lu Qinghe did not pursue the 3 demons, but instead darted towards another pillar of light. This caused a stir throughout the entire sacred mountain. One of the 3 monumental pillars had vanished, indicating that someone had claimed one of the treasures. The identity of the one with such capability, as well as the nature of the treasure taken, remained a mystery. Chapter 0499. Deceiving Heaven and Crossing the Sea. Under the watchful gaze of the demon emperor, slaughter and battle became the dominant themes upon the sacred mountain. As treasures were seized, personal grudges were settled, clan rivalries erupted, and unique cultivation techniques were unleashed. This place should not be called the sacred mountain, but rather the mountain of demons. However, for those fortunate enough to emerge alive from the sacred mountain, their cultivation would soar in the coming centuries, establishing them as the pillars of a new era for the demon race. Though it was bloody and brutal, it was also immensely practical. Yet, it was precisely this that rendered them inferior to the humans, having been driven into the depths of the wilderness. Before one of the pillars stood a super prodigy of the 6th level of the Earth realm for the demon race. Attaining the 6th level within 500 years was akin to the human cultivators reaching the nascent soul stage. Here, dozens of demons were embroiled in a terrifying battle, divided into 3 factions, each led by a demon of the 6th level of the Earth realm. Various demon abilities enveloped the surrounding area, stretching for hundreds of miles. Some lesser demon clans could only stand at a distance, too timid to approach, while others sighed in resignation, aware that the treasures within did not belong to them. They would be better off seizing other treasures instead. This sacred festival presented 100 artifacts, the least of which were of low earth grade, and acquiring even one would be a significant boon for them. However, amidst the chaos of battle, the 3 factions remained oblivious to a solitary figure who had stealthily emerged. Lu Qinghe, disguised by the heavenly deception mask, assumed the guise of a 3rd-tier Earth-grade prodigy from the Python clan. Gradually, he approached the luminous pillar, unnoticed. For a 3rd-tier Earth-grade demon simply could not breach the light. Only the victorious faction, through the combined might of several demon prodigies, could unlock the pillar. Lu Qinghe cast a peculiar glance at the aerial battle before scrutinizing the light column, swiftly devising a method to unravel its mystery. Fortunately, he had arrived in time and was fortunate to have encountered the contention for the true flame fruit of the celestial phoenix. Had he ventured towards the pillar for the demon artifacts, he might have missed the opportunity for the true flame fruit entirely. With a few incantations, he flickered into the light column, scarcely pausing to admire it, and instantaneously retrieved the true flame fruit. This sudden turn of events captured the attention of the battling demons. This is bad. Someone has taken the true flame fruit. In an instant, countless attacks surged toward Qinghe. Cursing under his breath, he had not anticipated the demon's rapid response. With no means of escape, he relied on his demon avatar to withstand the onslaught. The formidable avatar was soon battered and broken. Without a moment to spare, Qinghe summoned an object, and in a flash, a figure escaped at an astonishing speed. The eyes of the demons glowed crimson. He has fled. We must eliminate him and seize the true flame fruit. The true flame fruit was of utmost importance to them, capable of elevating their bloodlines to the heavenly grade and enhancing their chances of breaking through to the celestial demon realm by 30%. Before they could gather their wits, 3 powerful demons vanished from sight, pursuing the fleeing figure. Moments later, the area lay desolate, littered with the debris of battle, a testament to the fierce conflict among the demons. At that moment, a presence emerged from beneath the ground, as Qinghe, who had been assailed, crawled out from the depths. He had utilized the demon's onslaught to burrow underground, concealing his aura with the heavenly deception mask. Then, he cast out a demon he had previously controlled with the soul-capturing bell to divert attention. He needed to leave swiftly. Once the demon prodigies realized the situation was awry and discovered the absence of the true flame fruit, they would surely retaliate. As his aura shifted, Qinghe altered his course and hastily departed in the opposite direction. Just as he left, several powerful figures materialized, their expressions grim as they exchanged suspicious glances. They had not anticipated being deceived. The demon they had slain bore no trace of the true flame fruit. Niyo clan. One of them bellowed, "Xiaobing, Langs. Was it your scheme? Who else but you two could have pulled such a ruse?" Lang scoffed. "I could just as easily accuse you of the same. You were the one who struck down that Python clan member with lethal intent." Xiaobing, regarding the 2 demons with indifference, replied, "That Tiger clan individual was under someone's control. The one who sees the true flame fruit is not merely a formidable formation master, but also adept in soul secrets. Seek out those particular clans, and you shall uncover the true flame fruit." With that, he disregarded the 2 demons, transforming into a serpentine dragon and departing, evidently in search of trouble with those skilled in formations and soul arts. The 2 demons, fearing Xiaobing would gain the upper hand, likewise summoned a tempest of demonic wind and left. Days later, Qinghe concealed himself in a relatively safe corner. He had acquired the 2 most significant treasures for himself and had no desire to seize any others. Furthermore, artifacts suited for demons might not be suitable for him, and the last artifact would undoubtedly be contested among the strongest demon prodigies, who could possess any number of unfathomable abilities. He considered himself extraordinarily fortunate to have secured the true flame fruit and another treasure, employing the heavenly deception mask and his formidable soul to evade detection. With a few days remaining until the conclusion of the sacred festival, he pondered how to safely transport both treasures. He feared that the demons might tamper with them, and should he be exposed, his demon avatar could be suppressed, potentially revealing his true form. This was the price he had to pay for seizing the true flame fruit. With every gain comes a loss. It is impossible for the heavens to favor him unconditionally. Nevertheless, he had made thorough preparations, hiding his true self within the black earth space. Even if his demon avatar were to be subdued, he would merely need to remain in the black earth space for several decades. By then, his foundation would surely allow him to escape the demon realm. In a grand palace, a middle-aged man clad in luxurious golden robes sat upon a dragon throne, his expression calm as he observed the unfolding scenes before him. Images flickered, ultimately focusing on Qinghe's position. He had acquired the true flame fruit, along with the void jade pendant, and possessed the means to evade detection, coupled with formidable soul power. Which clan's prodigy is this? His eyes sparkled with golden light as he endeavored to uncover Qinghe's true identity. After a moment, he withdrew his gaze, a hint of coldness curling at the corners of his mouth. A demon's body, a magical artifact. Is the demon world resurfacing? With such paltry means, do they believe they can deceive me? They underestimate my authority. The sacred festival is nearing its end. I shall capture him and ascertain the truth. Meanwhile, Qinghe, within the sacred mountain, felt a chill wash over him, and his expression darkened instantly. He extended his consciousness, and, though he sensed nothing, he was certain he had attracted the attention of a powerful demon clan. This was a special perception arising from his demon avatar's instincts, a facet he did not fully understand. He looked up, his face grave. A yawning demon clan? It seems trouble is truly brewing. Chapter 500, The Demon Avatar Captured. A unique transaction Qinghe would certainly not sit idly by, unless absolutely necessary. He would not forsake his demon avatar. However, if it posed a threat to his true self, he would not hesitate to abandon it. Remaining hidden, Qinghe was acutely aware that a yawning celestial demon had set its sights on him, and he dared not provoke any further. Yet, he concealed his awareness of being watched and began cultivating the blood demon divine art to enhance his strength. Another half-month passed, and the demon prodigies suffered heavy casualties. Disputes were drawing to a close. The most brutal had been the contest for the final artifact. Inexplicably, the pendant and the true flame fruit had vanished, leaving no trace, regardless of their divine techniques. On that day, the entire sacred mountain erupted in brilliant light, prompting everyone to look up. The sacred festival had concluded. As they awaited their transport from the mountain, a resounding phoenix cry echoed, unleashing a terrifying aura of soul power that swept over countless demon prodigies. Soon, they regained their senses, their faces pale with horror. What just happened? Who attacked us? Was it a soul attack? And a soul artifact? It is he. Undoubtedly the one who seeks to seize the heavenly phoenix true flame fruit. How terrifying it is, such a soul attack. How could such a formidable master be concealed among us? All were filled with rage, yet felt utterly powerless. Radiance illuminated the surroundings as figures were teleported away from the sacred mountain. By the time all the demon clans had been transported from the sacred mountain, the number of cultivators present had diminished by more than half. They had not anticipated such fierce competition, nor the considerable loss of so many outstanding demon talents. Before they could ascertain the fate of those demon prodigies, a multitude of figures hastily retreated into the distance. Countless demons gazed bewilderingly at these fleeing figures, unable to comprehend their intentions. Leaving the sacred mountain now, under the intimidation of the demon emperor, seemed unwise. Could any demon still dare to act at this moment? If you have come, then remain before this emperor. The entire celestial realm instantaneously froze, as all the fleeing figures became ensnared in the void, unable to advance further. A hand descended from the void, capturing these fleeing figures within its grasp. The demons were struck with horror. The demon emperor had intervened. They could not fathom why the exalted demon emperor would act at this juncture. The voice of the emperor echoed, "Is it the demon race or the human cultivators? Such audacity to underestimate this emperor, to enter the sacred mountain. Yet how could you escape my watchful gaze?" The demons regained their composure, astonished to discover that both demons and humans had infiltrated this sacred ceremony. They recalled the dreadful chime they had heard earlier. Could it be the work of the demons? Yet, most of those captured by the emperor were indeed demon prodigies, many of whom they recognized. A voice emerged, "Demon Emperor. I merely stumbled into the territory of the demon race by accident. I implore the emperor to allow my departure, and I shall express my profound gratitude." The demon emperor inquired coldly, "What qualifications do you possess to bargain with this emperor? And as for the blood god puppets, are you a cultivator of the blood demon sect, or has the blood demon sect discovered that divine tomb and released the demons? Reveal yourself." Under the emperor's hand, he pointed directly at the demon avatar. Boom. The demon avatar let out a furious roar, igniting all the demon clans under the control of the soul-capturing bell, as well as every blood god puppet forged within the blood demon flag. Over 20 golden core cultivators self-destructed, unleashing a cataclysmic force. As this terrifying power surged, countless demons were engulfed in dread. Flee. They scattered without hesitation, knowing that even a mere brush with such power would lead to their obliteration. The demon emperor's palm opened. "Be subdued." The formidable force capable of shaking the sacred mountain was quelled under the emperor's single hand. The demons, still shaken, gazed in awe at the subdued power, chanting loudly, "Demon Emperor's might! Demon Emperor's might!" The demon emperor paid no heed to the demons' cries, for he had already ensnared the demon avatar within his grasp, vanishing from the sacred mountain. Meanwhile, in a distant location within the black earth space, Qinghe slowly opened his eyes. So powerful, is this the prowess of a true monarch of the nascent soul? Even if I were tenfold stronger, I would still be no match for this demon emperor, capable of killing with a mere gesture. Today's events will bear fruit in the future. I will ensure the demon race provides me with an explanation. Qinghe was unaware of how the demon emperor would handle the demon avatar, utilizing the soul-capturing bell to control countless demons and triggering the self-destruction of the blood god puppets. This was the strongest method he could currently unleash. Such a strategy could even contend with a grand master of the blood demon sect at the 9th layer of the golden core realm. Yet, the demon emperor merely needed to extend a hand, and all was quelled. This power was beyond his comprehension. This revelation led Qinghe to understand a profound truth. The chasm between the golden core and the nascent soul is insurmountable. However, I have successfully cleansed the aura of the demon avatar, coupled with the black earth space. It would not be an easy task for the demon emperor to locate my true form. I must first cultivate, elevating my strength to the mid-golden core stage. By then, the next batch of enlightenment herbs should be ripe. I will then comprehend several top-tier divine abilities before considering my departure from the demon territory. Qinghe cast aside distractions, producing golden yuan pills to commence fervent cultivation. In the realm of cultivation, he placed his utmost trust in his own strength. Everything else was unreliable. Under such fervent training, Qinghe's cultivation ascended at an unimaginable pace. With a rate of 5 golden yuan pills refined each day, a year later, he had refined 800 pills, standing just one step away from the 4th layer of the golden core. Sensing a change, Qinghe halted his cultivation, opening his eyes. It seems I have succeeded. He turned and exited the black earth space, stepping into the outside world. A figure approached him rapidly, while Wolf 13 vigilantly scanned the surroundings. Wolf, my friend, you have not disappointed me. Upon hearing the voice behind him, Wolf 13's expression shifted, and he turned to face Qinghe with caution. Wolf 13, are you a human cultivator? Qinghe did not respond directly, but instead said, knowing too much is not beneficial for you, my friend. Simply hand over the items, and I shall provide you with what you seek. I need to see the items you promised. Wolf 13 harbored doubts about Qinghe. Humans were cunning, and given this human's bizarre methods capable of triggering the self-destruction of countless demons, such a terrifying tactic made him uneasy. Qinghe tossed the already prepared Qilin transformation pills to Wolf 13. Of course, these were merely of ordinary quality. However, they were supreme elixirs for any demon. This constituted the transaction between him and Wolf 13. Wolf 13 would retrieve the storage bag from the sacred mountain, and in return, Qinghe would provide him with a vial of Qilin transformation pills. Chapter 501. The Return of Treasures. The Heavenly Phoenix True Flame Fruit acquired to avoid detection by the Demon Emperor, Qinghe opted for a rather risky approach in his collaboration with Wolf 13. This was evident from the instant the blood god puppets and the demons controlled by the soul-capturing bell were seized by the Emperor. Any tampering he attempted would be discovered. The true monarch of the nascent soul had surpassed his realm of comprehension with a mere thought. His consciousness could sweep across countless territories, capable of solidifying heaven and earth. A single manifestation could suppress innumerable golden cores, and this was merely a casual display of power. He could scarcely fathom how terrifying it would be for a nascent soul to employ the laws of divine abilities. Of course, Wolf 13 might also alert the Demon Emperor or the Wolf clan to lay an ambush for him, a risk he had to bear. However, as long as he remained inconspicuous, the Wolf clan and the Demon Emperor would not believe Wolf 13. This was a transaction, as well as a gamble. He wagered that Wolf 13, driven by his own interests in the prospect of ascension to the heavenly demon realm, would not betray him, whether cultivators or demons. In pursuit of the path of longevity and advancement, all were inherently selfish. Reporting Wolf 13 would not yield such benefits. Wolf 13 accepted the vial, taking a whiff of the medicinal fragrance, his ancestral wolf blood pulsating within him. Breathing rapidly, he exclaimed, "Indeed, it is the Qilin transformation pill." His eyes gleamed with obsession. Such an elixir would be coveted even by the most revered ancestors within his lineage. The efficacy of the Qilin transformation pill far surpassed that of the Qilin transformation grass, capable of completely enhancing his bloodline. One pill could refine it 5 times, and combined with the previous 3 Qilin transformation grasses, he could refine his bloodline 8 times. He had no way of knowing what kind of wolf bloodline he could achieve, but it would surely be exponentially stronger than his current innate abilities, with an 80% chance of comprehending the grand divine ability of the ancestral wolf. After a prolonged moment, he finally emerged from the reverie induced by the Qilin creation pill. His expression fluctuated between darkness and light, and a glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. The prospect of slaying the human cultivator before him or directly notifying the demon emperor loomed large. If he succeeded, all the treasures on the man's person would become his, and he would undoubtedly earn the emperor's favor. How audacious one must be to dare to toy with his majesty the demon emperor. Do you comprehend that should the emperor learn of this, you would find no place to hide? Qinghe smiled. You need not concern yourself with how the demon emperor would come to know. If you inform him, not only will your gains be confiscated, but you will also incur a grave punishment. Do you truly believe I would act without preparation? I implore you, do not mislead yourself. Such actions will only lead to your regret. Furthermore, the contents of your storage bag are of no use to you, and you surely lack the means to unlock them. I presume you have attempted this several times already. You sought the assistance of the demon kin from the 9 heavens, yet here you are. Qinghe's tone was calm, yet undeniably assertive. At this point, there was no opportunity left for Wolf 13 to choose. Relinquish the storage bag to him, or upon turning his back, it would be all too simple to eliminate Wolf 13. The latter's countenance changed. He gazed at the seemingly harmless cultivator, whose smile now felt ominous. He was entirely convinced of the man's words. A being capable of deceiving even the demon emperor could easily deal with him. With a hearty laugh, he declared, "I was merely jesting with you, my friend." He tossed the storage bag to Lu Qinghe before employing some unknown technique to vanish from sight. Lu Qinghe, having retrieved the storage bag, made no attempt to pursue him. Now that he had it back, Wolf 13 could not report to the demon emperor. Colluding with a human cultivator would spell disaster for him. He would never be foolish enough to expose Lu Qinghe. Instead, he would seek a secluded spot to consume the Qilin creation grass and the Qilin creation pill, a process that would require years of refinement. By then, he would have long departed from the demon territory. For his safety, Lu Qinghe also chose to remain in this vicinity. He opened the storage bag, revealing the Qitian mask in his hand, and simulated the aura of Niubin. He swiftly disappeared from the realm. When he re-emerged, he found himself in the domain of the Bull Demon clan. Several bull demons, upon seeing Lu Qinghe, hurriedly bowed. "We greet the third young master." Lu Qinghe waved his hand dismissively. "I was injured in the Holy Mountain and have been recuperating outside for a year. I have returned now, but it will take several more years for me to fully recover. Quickly, lead me to a secluded place for my recovery." At once, Lu Qinghe was escorted to Niubin's cultivation site, where he left behind a water spirit avatar to mislead others before entering the Black Earth space. He opened the storage bag once more, revealing the Blood Demon flag, the tightly sealed Void Jade pendant, and the Heavenly Phoenix True Flame fruit. Gazing at the fiery red fruit, which bore a phoenix's ethereal visage and was about the size of a human head, he pondered whether this endeavor had yielded a profit or a loss. The exorbitant price paid for this single fruit weighed heavily on his mind. He had lost the demon avatar and all his blood god puppets, all while courting the risk of attracting the demon emperor's attention. Yet, after some reflection, Lu Qinghe had deemed it worthwhile. For others, this was merely a heavenly grade spiritual herb worth millions of spirit stones. But for him, once cultivated, it would yield an endless supply of heavenly grade spiritual herbs. When he reached the nascent soul realm, he would rely on these heavenly grade pills to make significant advancements. Relying on earthly grade pills, he knew that it would take him millennia to reach the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Even with boundless earthly grade spiritual herbs, the quantity required for each breakthrough at the nascent soul level was astronomical. Tens of thousands of herbs for each minor advancement. He could scarcely fathom how long it would take to refine them all. Thus, he had never considered using earthly grade herbs to cultivate once he reached the nascent soul realm. Another reason he was determined to obtain the Heavenly Phoenix True Flame fruit was that once it matured, he could refine his body into a heavenly grade body. The benefits of such a transformation were immense, enhancing his abilities to utilize divine powers and consume pills at an accelerated rate, drastically improving his cultivation speed. Without cultivating his physical body, he was still far from breaking through to the golden core stage. Lu Qinghe produced a jade slip. Additionally, the 10,000 Demon Sutra should be attempted by the three spirits when the divine awakening grass matures in 2 years, regardless of whether they succeed or fail. Nearly 2 years had passed, and the three spirit beasts had already recovered. However, as Lu Qinghe had previously surmised, their bloodlines had regenerated, acquiring a purer earthly grade lineage. Breaking through their bodily constraints during their slumber, they not only absorbed the spiritual energy from the Black Earth space, but Lu Qinghe also continuously infused them with Fire Cloud pills and Golden Yuan pills, causing their auras to ascend rapidly. By the time they awakened, the two-headed demon ape would reach the 5th level of the Golden Core stage. The Fire Python would advance to the 4th level, and the Crimson Flame Fox would reach the 3rd level. Fortunately, Lu Qinghe had previously amassed over 30 million spirit stones, which had sustained the operation of the Black Earth space over the past 2 years. However, he had also expended nearly 15 million spirit stones. After 2 years, if he could not leave the demon territory, the spiritual energy in the Black Earth space would cease to replenish. At that point, he might find himself trapped in a state of depletion following his cultivation. This realization instilled in Lu Qinghe the understanding that an abundance of spirit stones was paramount. He must prepare extensively. Otherwise, if he ever found himself ensnared in a dire predicament for decades, the spiritual energy in the Black Earth space would dwindle to nothing. Chapter 0502, Golden Core 4th Level. Refining the Golden Xian Pill. Lu Qinghe located a plot of spiritual field and planted the Heavenly Phoenix True Flame fruit. A heavenly grade low-tier spiritual herb, it would take a millennium to mature, but within 10 years in the Black Earth space, he would harvest a fully grown Heavenly Phoenix True Flame fruit. While he was uncertain of the exact yield, under normal circumstances, it should produce 3 fruits, or at least 2. For Lu Qinghe, this was more than sufficient to refine his great sun-glazed golden body into an unparalleled golden form. Within the Black Earth space, he had already acquired 5 types of heavenly grade spiritual herbs and 1 type of heavenly grade material. the 9 transformation rebirth grass, which would metamorphose into an immortal herb after 3,000 years, might even be of considerable quality. Previously, Qinghe had considered it a heavenly grade spiritual herb, but later realized that the cultivation world classified it based on a millennium per leaf. Thus, the 9 transformation rebirth grass was merely a low-tier heavenly grade herb. While reaching 5 leaves would elevate it to a top-tier heavenly grade herb, and surpassing 9 leaves would classify it as a true immortal herb. 2 yin-yang divine lotuses would require another 4 years to mature. Now that he had lost the demon avatar, the yin-yang divine lotuses could only be used to refine the yin-yang heavenly pill. One of the 2 sword herbs had matured, while the other would also take 4 years to reach maturity. By then, he would have more materials for his 5 elements sword formation diagram. The flame dragon fruit had already borne fruit and would ripen in 6 years. However, this particular heavenly grade spiritual herb was unique, as it could only yield 1 fruit. Qinghe, unable to utilize it immediately, would have to continue cultivating it, anticipating that in another decade, he would harvest 2 flame dragon fruits, one of which he could use to cultivate the 5 elements creation technique. The 3 which Xianxiaaudiobooks had already taken the form of dragons, rooting in the black earth space like azure dragons. Qinghe intended to use them to exchange for other heavenly grade spiritual herbs. One of the plants, designated for cultivating the 5 elements creation technique, had matured and was sealed away. Additionally, the mid-tier earthly grade golden Xianxiaaudiobooks had matured once, yielding 3 mature plants. He continued to cultivate them, producing 15 more. In 3 years, the golden Xianxiaaudiobooks would also be ready for larger-scale cultivation, allowing him to refine the golden Xian pill. The soil bodhi and purple smoke fruits are also expanding their cultivation. Qinghe, however, need not worry about breaking through to the mid-stage of the golden core. It is merely regrettable that to this day he has yet to acquire the formulas for the purple gold flower and the purple gold pill. Otherwise, he could have already commenced preparations for the late stage of the golden core cultivation. Observing the state of the black soil space, Qinghe's previously gloomy mood has significantly improved. He once again resolved to immerse himself in his training. After half a month, the aura around him began to surge. With a breakthrough, the golden core within his dantian spun wildly, each rotation inciting a tempest of spiritual energy within the black soil space. After half a day's time, the 4th golden vein appeared upon the golden core. Once all the energies settled, Qinghe exhaled a sigh of relief. After 6 months of arduous cultivation, he had finally achieved the 4th level of the golden core, and his magical power surged once more. Currently, his magical power intensity is slightly inferior to that of the 7th level of the golden core, yet the disparity is minimal. The strongest aspect remains his soul, with a 50-fold enhancement at the 4th level of the golden core. Previously, he was quite distant from the 9th level of the golden core, but now he possesses the soul capacity characteristic of the 9th level. Should he further cultivate his precious body to the superior grade and develop top-tier divine abilities, he would be well equipped to confront the 9th level of the golden core. Even if he were to fall short, he would not find himself in such dire straits. Being pursued by those at the 9th level of the golden core is quite vexing, rendering him unable to act recklessly within the territory of the demon race. His fervent cultivation is aimed at ensuring he possesses the strength to contend with the 9th level of the golden core. In stark contrast to his previous state of utter helplessness, he had nearly sacrificed both himself and his spiritual beasts to escape. Qinghe continued to cultivate using the golden yuan pill, assessing its efficacy. However, after consuming just 1 golden yuan pill, he abandoned the notion of relying on it for further cultivation. While others at the 4th level of the golden core typically require only a few hundred golden yuan pills to ascend to the 5th level, he finds himself in need of an amount exceeding 20 times that, approaching 10,000. Without the black soil space, even the formidable 5 spirits creation technique would halt at the golden core realm, making it difficult to reach the mid-stage. He has now grasped why the 5 spirits creation technique stagnates at the golden core level, lacking subsequent advancements. It is possible that its creator only cultivated to the golden core realm. Yet it stands to reason that a golden core cultivator could not have conceived such a remarkable technique. Alternatively, it may have been crafted by a supreme being who discovered a significant flaw, concluding that this technique could never lead to the nascent soul realm, thus ceasing the progression to nascent soul techniques. Qinghe leans towards the latter possibility. Only a transcendent being could devise a technique capable of harmonizing the powers of the 5 elements. In the southern realms of the cultivation world, not to mention a balance of 5 elements, even a dual element balance technique is absent. Regardless of the number of spiritual roots, practitioners invariably focus on the most potent single root for their primary cultivation technique. Currently, he finds himself unable to cultivate his magical prowess, and must instead focus on body refinement. Qinghe notices that the distant Bodhi fruit will mature in another 6 months, with 5 of these fruits being high-grade spiritual herbs. Yet they will not suffice to elevate his body refinement to the superior grade. His path of body refinement appears to have reached its conclusion under normal circumstances. A single fruit coupled with countless Qinghe creation grasses would suffice. His situation is unique, yet 5 high-grade spiritual fruits for body refinement should certainly be adequate. Rather than waiting for the Bodhi fruit to ripen, Qinghe retrieves the remaining Qinghe creation grasses to continue his body refinement. Simultaneously, he begins to study the sword grass, pondering how to refine it into a spiritual treasure. However, regardless of his efforts, Qinghe concludes that, given his current capabilities, crafting a true spiritual treasure remains a formidable challenge. He may only be able to refine the sword grass into a high-grade magic weapon, and he does not dare to attempt this lightly. Only upon acquiring 5 elemental heavenly grade ores could he proceed. Otherwise, wasting a single plant would cost him a decade. And time is his most pressing scarcity. He cannot afford such losses. Subsequently, Qinghe produces 3 stalks of golden xian ginseng, intending to attempt the refinement of the golden xian pill. He then presents 3 stalks of soil bodhi and purple smoke fruits, along with countless other spiritual herbs, many of which have matured countless times already. Presently, he lacks sufficient quantities of golden xian ginseng and soil bodhi, though he has 10 purple smoke fruits. Naturally, he cannot employ the 5 spirits pill refining technique to concoct the golden xian pill. Firstly, it is unnecessary, and secondly, the failure rate is excessively high. Each stage of the 5 spirits pill refining technique necessitates the cooperation of the insight grass. Lacking talent, he relies on herbs to compensate. This is Qinghe's path of cultivation. The foundation of his practice pales in comparison to a single heavenly grade spiritual herb. With preparations complete, Qinghe retrieves the vermilion bird cauldron and the glazed pure fire. His ambition extends beyond the ordinary golden xian pill. He aspires to create a perfect grade golden xian pill. The higher the grade of the pill, the longer the refinement process. The crafting of a single batch of golden xian pills took Qinghe an astounding 3 hours, half a day's time. Yet, he met with failure. Qinghe remained unperturbed, as this outcome was entirely anticipated. However, he has identified the source of his error, and after much contemplation, he commences the refinement of a second batch of golden xian pills. Once again, half a day's time passes, and he unexpectedly succeeds, with 5 pure and flawless golden pills swirling within the vermilion bird cauldron. Chapter 0503, The Superior Grade Precious Body, the Concept of Elemental Fusion. Qinghe rejoices, extracting the 5 pills and bringing them to his nose for a fragrant inhalation. The high-grade energy, surpassing that of the golden yuan pill, coursed through his entire being. The perfect quality golden xian pill has been achieved. This success is no mere coincidence. It is a testament to his profound understanding of pill crafting, which has reached an extraordinarily advanced level. He has refined over 20,000 low-grade precious pills, including fire cloud pills, Qinghe creation pills, and golden yuan pills, and has produced 6 high-grade reverse fate pills. This achievement has facilitated the straightforward crafting of the golden xian pill. Eagerly, Qinghe begins to refine one, taking 2 hours to fully absorb a single golden xian pill, yet the enhancement to his cultivation is comparable to that of nearly 20 golden yuan pills. This is not only due to the terrifying potency of the golden xian pill compared to the golden yuan pill, but also because the quality of the golden xian pill's medicinal properties far surpasses that of the golden yuan pill. The disparity in pill quality between each stage can indeed be likened to the distinctions among low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade spiritual stones. For golden core cultivators, utilizing golden yuan pills for training is akin to cultivating with low-grade spiritual stones, while the golden xian pill corresponds to mid-grade spiritual stones, and the purple gold pill equates to the effects of high-grade spiritual stones. As he senses the rapid enhancement of his magical power, Qinghe finds himself somewhat unfulfilled. It is regrettable that he lacks sufficient golden xian pills. Otherwise, within merely 3 years, he could elevate his cultivation to the 5th level of the golden core. Given his current cultivation state, he can refine 3 golden xian pills in a single day, an astonishing rate of absorption. A typical practitioner at the 4th level of the golden core requires half a month to refine a single golden xian pill, and normally, they would need just over 100 golden xian pills to break through to the 5th level. In contrast, he requires nearly 1,000 golden xian pills for his breakthrough. Qinghe continues to refine a 3rd batch of golden xian pills, achieving success once more, yielding 5 golden xian pills. Over the course of 3 days, he fully refines all the golden xian pills, significantly advancing his cultivation. Yet, this progress feels sluggish. Awaiting the next batch of golden xian ginseng to mature will take 2.5 years, yielding only 15 stalks. In another 3 years, he might obtain 75 stalks of golden xian ginseng. At this pace, acquiring sufficient golden xian ginseng will require nearly 9 years. The time needed to secure enough golden xian pills for a breakthrough to the 7th level of the golden core extends beyond 15 years, perhaps even longer. There exists a method to obtain a sufficient quantity of golden ginseng by cultivating an expanse of 30 acres. One could achieve the consummation of the 6th tier of the golden core within merely 6 years, enabling a breakthrough to the 7th tier within a decade. However, this endeavor is not without its complexities, as it necessitates 600 seeds of golden ginseng. The purple smoke fruit is manageable, with each plant yielding 5 fruits. Yet the Bodhi seed also requires 600 seeds. Should one dare to venture into the territory of the demon race? This thought was swiftly dismissed by Qinghe. Although the demon realm may house numerous spiritual herbs, such actions would likely expose his identity as a human cultivator. If a heavenly demon at the nascent soul stage were to appear, he may find himself without an avenue for escape. Thus, it is prudent to first master the refinement of his body and the comprehension of divine abilities. Upon returning to the human realm, acquiring these spiritual herb seeds would not pose a significant challenge. Having witnessed the terror of the demon emperor, he wished to avoid attracting the attention of any nascent soul heavenly demon. Nevertheless, it is improbable that a nascent soul heavenly demon would routinely investigate the entirety of the demon race. He has deduced the reason for his potential exposure at the sacred mountain. This arose from his theft of the void jade pendant and the true flame fruit of the phoenix. Months passed, and at last, the Vajra Bodhi fruit reached maturity. The 5 fruits radiated an unparalleled celestial power, reminiscent of 5 divine Vajra arhats. With a flick of his hand, Qinghe grasped the 5 fruits, hoping they would not disappoint him in achieving the pinnacle of body refinement. After a half-year wait, he was finally able to attempt the refinement of the Vajra Bodhi fruit to cultivate the great sun glazed golden body, transforming into a figure of golden essence. He commenced his practice. With each cycle of his technique, his aura and radiance intensified, and his golden form expanded in size. Another 6 months elapsed, during which Qinghe refined 3 of the Vajra Bodhi fruits. He manifested as a towering golden figure, exuding an oppressive force that left others breathless. The majority of the black soil space was suffused with a golden hue, comparable to the color of the celestial glazed pure fire. The vicinity of his golden body bore an overwhelming pressure, producing a series of cracking sounds. After 15 days of cultivation, he finally attained the upper-grade earth level of the great sun-glazed golden body, a physical form rivaling that of a superior-grade magical treasure. In his current state, even a mid-stage golden core cultivator wielding a mid-grade magical treasure would find it exceedingly difficult to breach his defenses. Upon achieving the treasured physique, the formidable strength of his physical body gradually manifested, albeit still inferior to the divine abilities and magical treasures of the same level. However, in comparison to divine abilities and magical treasures, a powerful physique not only harbors terrifying strength, but also possesses the capacity for endless regeneration, amplifying his spiritual power manifold. Now, with a mere gesture, he could obliterate mountains without expending any magical energy, capable of vanquishing a golden core cultivator of the 3rd tier with a mere finger. It became evident that it was not a deficiency in body refinement, but rather the arduous nature of cultivation. Qinghe had effortlessly reached the upper-grade treasured physique, surpassing even his magical energy cultivation by a tier. Nonetheless, he had consumed over 100 Qilin evolutionary grasses and 4 Vajra Bodhi fruits, depleting resources valued in the millions of spirit stones to achieve this success. Other cultivators, even those at the nascent soul stage, would find it exceedingly challenging to cultivate the great sun-glazed golden body to such heights. Clenching his fist, Qinghe reflected. In the face of a 9th-tier golden core cultivator, he might still stand no chance, yet he could withstand a strike or two. His current diligence in cultivation was entirely aimed at matching the 9th-tier golden core cultivators of the blood demon sect, for he knew that upon exiting the demon realm, he would inevitably confront them. Should he elevate his physical form to the unparalleled golden body, even at the lower heaven grade, he would undoubtedly be able to contend with 9th-tier golden core cultivators. He simply lacked the means at present. Only 30 Vajra Bodhi fruits and 2 true flame fruits of the phoenix were necessary to realize this ambition. Qinghe planted the remaining 2 Vajra Bodhi fruits, preparing for future ascension to the heavenly grade. Now, only the divine abilities remained. He wielded 5 elemental divine abilities, each harmonizing with the other in a manner akin to top-tier divine techniques. Should this information circulate, it would be met with incredulity, for he had not utilized the fusion of elemental abilities in his previous encounter. This was due to both his incomplete mastery of the fusion technique and the risk of exposing the secret of his 5 elemental abilities, which might provoke the blood demon sovereign. What he needed to do now was to create a usable divine ability that could fuse the 5 elements. a feat unattainable even by nascent soul sovereigns, indeed surpassing their capabilities. Yet Lu Qinghe was determined to attempt this, for his 5 acres of enlightenment grass had matured, granting him over 100 plants. He could not believe that such an abundance of enlightenment grass would fail to yield a divine ability that harmonized the 5 elements. Additionally, he possessed the foundational knowledge of the 5 spirits' evolutionary technique, which would serve as his greatest asset. Chapter 0504, The Crisis of Soul Annihilation. Comprehension of the fusion of the 5 elements. Lu Qinghe meticulously arranged rows of enlightenment grass, such an extravagant endeavor, for in millennia, the cultivation world had never witnessed such an abundance. Though failure was a possibility, should he succeed, he would master a divine ability that rivaled the 5-element sword array technique, and more importantly, he would gain early insight into the powers of the laws. Grasping a stalk of enlightenment grass, he resolved to begin with the wood element divine ability, as wood embodies the gentlest force, giving rise to fire. The azure wood swallowing heaven technique manifested in his hands as he endeavored to merge it with the golden crow divine ability. Failure ensued, and days passed until the potency of the enlightenment grass dissipated, marking another setback for Lu Qinghe. Yet he did not yield. He found clarity in his thoughts, and his various realizations became sharper. As he continued to cultivate and reflect, the energies of the wood and fire elements surged within him, nearly overwhelming his control. His formidable soul emerged, and he summoned the 5-element sword array to quell the turmoil. After 3 stalks of enlightenment grass, he paused his training, realizing he could not succeed. Even with wood-feeding fire, merging the 2 attributes proved nearly impossible. Lu Qinghe could not complete the cyclical integration of these 2 elements. He refrained from further cultivation and instead settled onto his meditation cushion, engaging in deep contemplation. After hundreds of iterations, he seemed to grasp a kernel of understanding. The powers of the 5 elements, interdependent yet opposing, were not insurmountable. He waved his hand, conjuring the 5-element sword array before him. The sword array was indeed based on the principles of the 5 elements interactions. If he could deconstruct it, and, furthermore, leverage his 5 elemental souls, he realized his initial mistake. The fusion of the great divine ability of the 5 elements was not reliant solely on comprehension, but also required external aids, the 5-element sword array and the 5-element soul. Lu Qinghe attained enlightenment. The 5-element sword array served as the optimal vessel for cultivating the great divine ability of the 5 elements. As long as he could complete the fusion within the confines of the 5-element sword array and subsequently comprehend it, he could introduce the divine ability seed using his 5-element soul, thus facilitating the cultivation of the great fusion divine ability. With the 5-element sword array in hand, he thought, should this endeavor fail, he would have to await the acquisition of other opportunities in the future. Prepared, Lu Qinghe found his magical energy sufficiently robust to effortlessly execute the great divine ability. He cast several incantations, channeling the azure wood swallowing heaven technique into the emu longevity sword, yet did not halt there. He swiftly unleashed a multitude of incantations, infusing the golden crow technique into the fire god sword, followed by the infinite sword calamity into the colossal axe, and the mountains and rivers seal into the earth god sword, concluding with the water god clone into the water god sword. This time, the elemental divine ability, relying on the 5-element sword formation, astonishingly did not collapse. Instead, it began to operate autonomously. However, this was far from sufficient. Not only did he need to comprehend the functioning of the elemental divine ability, but he also had to integrate it into his soul. After several attempts, Lu Qinghe began to experiment with introducing the seed of the fused elemental divine abilities into his spirit. With a sudden crash, Lu Qinghe's terrifyingly powerful soul, amplified 50-fold, disintegrated as if ice and snow were melting away. Startled, Lu Qinghe had not anticipated such a drastic change. His 5 souls were gravely wounded, and he urgently sought to rid himself of the elemental divine power. Yet, it was too late. His soul's strength was instantly obliterated, leaving him no time to intervene. A bitter thought lingered in Lu Qinghe's consciousness. Was he destined to perish here? He never imagined that after enduring so much, scheming for decades, and navigating the treacherous path of cultivation, he would not fall to the hands of a 9th-layer golden core cultivator or be casually struck down by a Yuanian true monarch, but rather extinguish his own soul through his own cultivation of divine abilities. Suddenly, a realization struck him. No, the demonic avatar. He still possessed the demonic avatar, and this fragment of consciousness could be revived within it. This seemed to be Lu Qinghe's best option, to abandon his corporeal form and resurrect within the demonic avatar. Although the avatar was suppressed by the demon emperor, it had not been destroyed. Falling into the hands of the demon emperor was preferable to the current fate of annihilation. Just as Lu Qinghe was about to utilize the last vestige of his consciousness to resurrect through the demonic avatar, The nine-turned soul, returning grass deep within his soul, began to activate. Countless terrifying soul energies surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping the previously melted five souls and instantly restoring his spirit. Not only that, but the dreadful soul power also enveloped the seed of the elemental divine ability, continuously washing it with soul energy. Powerless to intervene, Qinghe no longer felt anxious. With the restoration of his soul, the immediate danger was averted, and there was no longer a need to resurrect within the demonic avatar. Time passed, and a radiant five-colored light materialized behind Qinghe, revealing an ethereal realm of the five elements suspended in the void, reflecting the entire black earth space within it. Before Qinghe could fully absorb the scene, the five-colored light and the five elements realm receded like a receding tide. All returned to tranquility. Qinghe's face turned pale as he realized that the recent events had drained his soul power and magical energy. Yet, he felt no despair. Instead, he erupted into laughter. I succeeded. I truly succeeded. I have successfully fused the elemental divine abilities. A sense of survival after calamity washed over him. Accompanied by the joy of achieving such a monumental feat, he promptly consumed several transformation fruits to restore his magical energy, then performed the incantations. First invoking the Qinghe swallowing heaven technique, followed by the Jinwu divine ability. This time, rather than exploding, the two divine abilities harmoniously fused. The amalgamation of these powers elevated their efficacy. Though not reaching the terrifying heights of top-tier divine abilities, they were nonetheless considered superior among great divine techniques. He subsequently incorporated the infinite sword calamity, amplifying its power even further, and continued to merge the mountain river great seal and the water god avatar into the mix. The previously vanished five-colored light and the ethereal realm of the five elements re-emerged, their manifestations serving as a testament to the pinnacle of divine abilities. Qinghe felt an overwhelming force surging within him, as if he could obliterate the entire world in an instant. Of course, he would not act on such impulses. This was the Black Earth space. If destroyed, all his years of effort would be in vain. He stored the elemental divine ability away, attuning to the changes within his body. While the power had reached the level of top-tier great divine abilities, the consumption was equally formidable, allowing for only a single strike before requiring immediate restoration of magical and soul energy. Only upon reaching the late stage of Golden Core could he fully master this divine ability. However, as long as he did not encounter a 9th-layer Golden Core cultivator, he was confident that he could slay an 8th-layer Golden Core cultivator, provided they lacked powerful innate treasures. It was a fanciful notion that a 4th-layer Golden Core cultivator could slay an 8th-layer one. Even surviving in the hands of a 5th-layer cultivator would be a feat. The gap between a 4th-layer and an 8th-layer Golden Core cultivator was akin to that between a Foundation Establishment cultivator and a Golden Core cultivator. Yet, Qinghe was confident in his own strength. Chapter 0505, Pinnacle Divine Ability, Cloud and Rain Technique. Accelerated growth of spiritual herbs. The fusion of the elemental divine abilities was successful, yet the foundation of this power still rested upon the 5 elemental divine abilities. The stronger the elemental powers of wood, metal, water, fire, and earth, the greater the potency of their fusion. The rejuvenation of wood, the explosive nature of fire, the sharpness of metal, the weight of earth, and the nourishing essence of water all played pivotal roles. The Qinghe swallowing heaven technique, Jinwu divine ability, infinite sword calamity, and mountain river great seal were all satisfactory. However, Qinghe felt less content with the water god avatar. It was not that the water god avatar lacked efficacy, but rather that it did not harmonize well within the fusion of the elemental divine abilities. Qinghe recalled the cloud and rain technique he mastered during his chi refinement phase, which blessed all things and transformed spirits into rain. Lacking a divine ability level cloud and rain technique, he now faced two choices: to seek a divine ability level cloud and rain technique in the realm of cultivation, or to utilize the insight grass to elevate his cloud and rain technique to a divine ability level. Both options had their pros and cons. Searching for a divine ability level cloud and rain technique in the cultivation world would consume excessive time, yet the cost would be minimal. Conversely, using the insight grass to comprehend the cloud and rain technique would be the fastest route, yet it would require 10 stalks of the rare herb. One stalk of insight grass could fetch at least 150,000 spirit stones at auction, while a divine ability level cloud and rain technique was only valued at several tens of thousands of spirit stones. One stalk of insight grass could be exchanged for a top-tier divine ability. After a moment's contemplation, Qinghe opted to use the insight grass to grasp the cloud and rain technique, as he currently had ample supplies. The fusion of the 5 elements had required only 10 stalks of insight grass, leaving him with 90 remaining. In the depths of his mind, a mid-tier cloud and rain technique, long untouched for countless years, resurfaced. Qinghe took out a stalk of insight grass and began to comprehend the technique. From a superior-grade cloud and rain technique to a low-grade profound one, then to a mid-grade and finally a high-grade profound one. After a month, a divine radiance enveloped Qinghe as he successfully comprehended the cloud and rain technique as a divine ability. Upon achieving this, Qinghe's expression turned peculiar. The divine ability level cloud and rain technique possessed some unique characteristics. He produced a seed of spirit gathering grass and, while performing the incantation for the cloud and rain technique, a rain cloud appeared. Remarkably, under the nurturing of the cloud and rain technique, the spirit gathering grass seed began to sprout rapidly. By the time Qinghe's magical energy was exhausted, the spirit gathering grass had grown to a stage equivalent to half a year's growth. Qinghe marveled at the astonishing capacity of the divine ability level cloud and rain technique to accelerate the growth of spiritual herbs. Although its efficacy paled in comparison to the black earth space, if his magical energy were sufficient, a single spirit gathering grass could mature after just 2 applications of the cloud and rain technique. It seemed that the realm of cultivation truly held methods for hastening the growth of spiritual herbs, be it through powerful cloud and rain techniques or high-level spiritual energy spaces. However, it could not compare to the black earth space. The small divine ability level cloud and rain technique could only cover a radius of 1 mu of spiritual field, enabling a single mu to accelerate its growth. Moreover, with his magical energy, he could only mature a single mu of spirit gathering grass once a day. The cloud and rain technique at the divine level equates to a growth period of 1 year for spiritual herbs, yet when applied to spiritual herbs of the profound level, it requires several years of repetition for a single profound herb to mature. The effects diminish significantly for earthly spiritual herbs, necessitating decades for one to reach maturity. The impact on heavenly spiritual herbs is virtually negligible. Viewed in this light, this divine ability appears to be rather superfluous. Cultivators are in a relentless pursuit of time. And who possesses such an abundance of time to expend vast amounts of effort and magical energy nurturing spiritual herbs? They all strive to utilize every possible means to enhance their cultivation. However, for Qinghe, the implications are extraordinary. Should he master the law-level cloud and rain technique, he could reduce the growth time of all herbs in the black soil space by a third. Though it may seem like a mere third, a century's worth of herbs would mature in just 7 months, while a millennium's worth would only require 7 years. He could expedite the growth of the herbs he needed by over 100-fold, significantly shortening the time wasted waiting for their maturation, which has been a major hindrance to his cultivation progress. Had he possessed sufficient golden yuan pills and golden profound pills, he might have already reached the late stages of the golden core. His wait for the herbs to mature has cost him at least a decade. Furthermore, if one day he surpasses the nascent soul stage and comprehends a cloud and rain technique above the heavenly level, wouldn't the growth of spiritual herbs in the black soil space be halved? It is a terrifying thought, and contemplating this possibility, Qinghe feels the extraordinary potential of the cloud and rain technique. Were it not for the recent fusion of the 5 elemental divine abilities, he would never have conceived of such a means to accelerate the growth of spiritual herbs. Of course, this does not come without its costs. Firstly, his magical energy must be sufficient to sustain the application of the cloud and rain technique. Secondly, there is the consumption of the natural spiritual energy. After utilizing the technique twice, he distinctly sensed a depletion of the surrounding spiritual energy, although it quickly replenished. The divine level cloud and rain technique would significantly deplete the natural spiritual energy. Once Qinghe recovered, he isolated a portion of the surrounding spiritual energy and invoked the cloud and rain technique once more, discovering that the dissipation of heavenly level spiritual energy amounted to approximately 3,000 spirit stones. This implies he could utilize a concentration equivalent to 6,000 spirit stones to mature an acre of gathering spirit grass within a single day. In the black soil space, one application of the cloud and rain technique could yield rapid maturation. However, an acre of gathering spirit grass is valued at merely 500 spirit stones, resulting in a substantial loss. Yet Qinghe did not waver. As long as he possessed sufficient spiritual herbs, acquiring a large quantity of spirit stones would be a trivial endeavor for him. He remains resolute in the understanding that in the realm of cultivation, only absolute power guarantees safety. Everything else is ephemeral. This is still far from enough. He must first comprehend the cloud and rain technique to its utmost pinnacle and discern its potential transformations. The current cloud and rain technique is merely a minor divine ability. He aspires to elevate it to a major divine ability, surpassing even that. As he consumed one spirit herb after another, his understanding of the cloud and rain technique continually deepened. After expending 40 spirit herbs, Qinghe finally grasped the technique to the level of a supreme divine ability. Behind him, a phantom of a water realm emerged. Should he bring this water realm from illusion to reality, It would embody the force of the nascent soul laws. However, the supreme divine ability still demands considerable energy from him, albeit less so than the supreme divine abilities born from the fusion of the 5 elements. Moreover, mastering the water attribute supreme divine ability would significantly enhance the potency of the 5-element fusion technique. Yet, for Qinghe at this moment, these considerations are secondary. He executed the incantation of the cloud and rain technique, summoning spiritual rain that cascaded upon an acre of golden profound ginseng, causing it to surge forth in rapid growth. When his magical energy was depleted and the technique ceased, Qinghe observed the golden profound ginseng and arrived at a staggering conclusion. The ginseng, which typically required 3 years to mature, would now only need 2 years if subjected to the supreme divine ability of the cloud and rain technique daily. This was a monumental discovery. Suppressing his excitement, Qinghe began to replenish his magical energy to continue experimenting. Soon, however, he realized an undeniable flaw in the supreme divine ability of the cloud and rain technique. Aside from the massive consumption of natural spiritual energy, its effects were limited to spiritual herbs below the superior earthly grade. His experiments with the diamond fruit revealed a marked decrease in efficacy on superior earthly spiritual herbs. And for the top-tier spirit understanding herbs and reverse fate herbs, the effect was halved. The impact on heavenly-level spiritual herbs was negligible. Unlike the black soil space, where the technique's effects were uniformly applicable to any herb, to influence heavenly-level herbs, he would need to comprehend the law-level cloud and rain technique, which is currently beyond his grasp. The required spirit understanding herbs for this endeavor would number in the hundreds, if not more. No hurry, as long as it proves useful for the golden profound ginseng, and given that the supreme divine ability can influence an area of 5 acres. He could rapidly cultivate 5 acres of golden profound ginseng provided he had enough seeds. This alone is already extraordinary. Anything more would render the technique too formidable to be easily mastered, and thus cultivators would not lack such divine abilities. At this moment, Qinghe's curiosity about the origins of the black soil space deepened. What entity possesses such an extraordinary capability? He sensed that the black soil space resembles a seed, though he remains uncertain of its specific nature. Currently, it may only be in its nascent state. Once his cultivation is sufficiently robust, its true form will be revealed. Qinghe glanced at the remaining spirit understanding herbs. 50 remain, sufficient for him to comprehend another supreme divine ability. He had previously experimented and found that 30 spirit understanding herbs could elevate a major divine ability to the level of a supreme divine ability. What he seeks now is a supreme divine ability with formidable offensive power, one that can unleash terrifying attacks without the need for the 5-element fusion technique. His most potent attacks are the Golden Crow divine ability and the infinite sword technique. The sword path inherently possesses tremendous power, even surpassing the lightning path. The Golden Crow divine ability is strongest when fused with the glazed pure fire. However, at present, the glazed pure fire is merely a mid-grade earthly spiritual fire. And if the Golden Crow divine ability were elevated to the supreme level, the fire's efficacy would be diminished. Such a Golden Crow divine ability would be no more than an ordinary supreme divine ability, far inferior to the infinite sword Tao. Qinghe recognized the exceptional nature of the infinite sword Tao upon obtaining it, and each time he simulates it, he bolsters the foundation of the infinite sword catastrophe, rendering it exceedingly formidable. One could liken the foundation of other divine abilities to that of a magical tool, whereas the foundation of the infinite sword catastrophe has reached the level of a divine treasure. Naturally, the infinite sword catastrophe he deduces will differ from the orthodox version, but he is unaware of which is stronger or weaker. Moreover, throughout his life, even if he were to live for 1,000 or 10,000 years, encountering the orthodox infinite sword catastrophe would be exceedingly rare. It is far too ethereal. Next, he must prioritize enhancing the glazed pure fire, while refining earthly grade pills is manageable. Crafting heavenly grade pills is impossible without the glazed pure fire reaching that caliber. Qinghe resolved to seek various spiritual fires to elevate the glazed pure fire after departing the wilds of the demon domain. He chose the boundless sword tribulation, grasping the enlightenment grass to begin his contemplation of the sword path. A month passed, and behind Qinghe, an ethereal sword domain materialized, emanating a terrifying sword intent. An emotion surged within his heart. I am the sword path, the sovereign of the sword domain. Qinghe did not anticipate that the supreme divine ability of the boundless sword tribulation would manifest as a sword domain. Within this domain, each sword strike rivaled that of a superior magical artifact. As his magical power began to wane, Qinghe dissipated the sword domain. A brilliant light ignited in his eyes. I am ready. I wonder if you are prepared as well. With mastery over 2 supreme divine abilities and the fusion technique of the 5 elements, Qinghe felt a 10% certainty in confronting a great practitioner at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage. He directed his gaze toward a distant location, where the demon's doppelganger resided. He dared not use his divine sense to awaken the doppelganger, for fear that the demon emperor would seize even a fragment of his soul, leaving him with no escape. There was also the possibility of mastering secret methods to strike him down from hundreds of thousands of miles away. Abandoning the demon doppelganger was not an option. As long as it remained intact, he was certain that with a bit more strength, he would retrieve it. Qinghe exited the Black Earth space and arrived at the training ground of Niubin, transforming into the water god doppelganger. A void jade pendant appeared in his hand, and he executed a spell. The pendant radiated light, and a rift in the void emerged, enveloping Qinghe and causing him to vanish. Far away, atop the sacred mountain, at the moment the void jade pendant was activated, he suddenly opened his brilliant eyes. His expression darkened. Someone has activated the void jade pendant to leave the demon realm. I have been deceived. Yet I have scanned all souls departing from the Sacred Mountains demon clan, finding no issues. How did this person manage to send out the void jade pendant? The true flame fruit of the heavenly phoenix, and the soul treasure? With a wave of his hand, the demon doppelganger appeared in his grasp, sealed by golden runes. Such skill, to so easily abandon such a precious external incarnation. However, you underestimate me too much. I will surely find you. Blood demon sect, you say? As a demon emperor who has lived for over 2,000 years, he recognized at a glance that this demon doppelganger was merely an external incarnation. Yet, the main body had unhesitatingly discarded it, leaving no trace of its soul. This was beyond his expectations. Were it him, he could never bear to part with it. He did not rise to pursue, for chasing now would be futile. Whoever had used the void jade pendant had already crossed into human territory. Stepping out would expose him to attacks from the human's nascent soul stage. It is for the best. I shall seek a yin-yang divine lotus and see if I can refine this demon into an external incarnation to aid my ascension. As Qinghe departed the demon realm, within a grand hall, the destiny pearl before Blood Yanluo shimmered with dazzling brilliance. Blood Yanluo's aura trembled. 3 years have passed, and he has reemerged, walking alive from the demon realm. Although previously deterred by the aura of a heavenly-grade demon beast, he did not abandon the pursuit of Qinghe. Not only did Qinghe harbor significant secrets, but he also possessed invaluable spiritual treasures. How could he possibly give up? Moreover, this was the command of the blood demon, true monarch. He pursued once more, ultimately discovering that Qinghe had seemingly utilized some method to escape into the wild demon realm, where the barrier weakened the tracking of the destiny pearl. He dared not rashly enter the demon realm. Stepping into it could spell doom for a practitioner at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage. And even for a nascent soul true monarch, he initially believed Qinghe would meet his end within the demon realm, at which point he would have to rely on the blood demon true monarch to retrieve the blood demon flag and the key. Yet unexpectedly, the destiny pearl flickered back to life, indicating that Qinghe had exited the demon realm's barrier and reappeared in the world of cultivation. He transformed into a streak of blood light and departed from the blood demon sect. Chapter 0507, The Boundless Immortal Island, the Infinite Immortal Sea upon an Immortal Island. A rift appeared, and shortly thereafter, a disheveled figure flew forth from it. Qinghe appeared rather disheveled, having undergone an unknown ordeal within the void rift. After a few coughs, he regained his composure, glancing apprehensively at the vanishing rift. The void is terrifying, if I am not mistaken. The void jade pendant is a heavenly-grade teleportation talisman. Moments ago, he had merely wished to observe the chaotic currents of the void, nearly paying a grave price for his impulsiveness, almost being swept into the void's turmoil. Safely emerged, Qinghe exhaled in relief. He surveyed his surroundings, sensing the thin spiritual essence of heaven and earth. Although the aura was sparse, he knew he had truly left the demon realm and returned to the world of cultivation. Finally out, yet he was uncertain of his current location. The southern sky cultivation realm is vast. His previous training grounds were limited to the territories of the Medicine King sect and the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, and he had not ventured into the domains of the demonic realms, the Beast God Mountain, the Heavenly Sword sect, or the mysterious Holy Land. Each of the 3 demonic paths and 5 holy lands spans millions of kilometers, collectively exceeding tens of millions of kilometers. This calculation only accounts for the cultivation world, not the mortal realm. Otherwise, the southern sky cultivation realm would be several times larger. Then there are the wild demon realm, the wild demon beast realm, and the infinite immortal sea, which even nascent soul true monarchs would find difficult to fathom in terms of size. Initially, he intended to find a nearby immortal workshop to inquire about the situation, but now it seemed unnecessary. Under his divine sense, several figures were rapidly approaching, possibly alerted by the earlier void rift. Mere moments later, 3 silhouettes stood outside the immortal island, cautiously probing the island's situation with their divine senses. 3 Foundation Establishment practitioners, one of whom was at the 8th layer of Foundation Establishment. This puzzled Lu Qinghe. Given the thin spiritual essence, such capable cultivators should not exist nearby. The 3 outside the Immortal Island were entirely unaware of Lu Qinghe's presence. One of them questioned, puzzled, could we have misjudged? The celestial phenomenon earlier must indicate the emergence of some treasure. Could it have been claimed by someone else? Another chimed in, that is possible. But who among us could have concealed their actions from our divine senses and departed with the treasure? Then, they turned to the 8th layer Foundation Establishment practitioner, fellow Taoist Feng. What do you think? Feng Yu's divine sense swept the area repeatedly, yet he discovered nothing. It is possible that the treasure possesses spirit and is hiding. We should enter the Immortal Island to investigate thoroughly. Fellow Taoist Feng is indeed correct. The 3 flew into the Immortal Island. But their expressions immediately changed drastically upon spotting a practitioner within the island. One of them nearly spoke, but Feng Yu quickly silenced him with a glance. Feng Yu hastily bowed. I greet you, esteemed senior. We were unaware of your presence here in seclusion. We apologize for any disturbance and shall take our leave at once. The other 2 also came to their senses, realizing that they could not penetrate the divine sense of the young man before them, who was likely a golden core ancestor. Contemplating this possibility, their expressions turned grave. They had nearly recklessly confronted a golden core ancestor, and with their cultivation, they would not have known how they met their end. They quickly bowed. We greet you, esteemed senior. Lu Qinghe appraised the 3, indifferent to their thoughts. A single breath from 3 Foundation Establishment practitioners could easily obliterate them. Lu Qinghe inquired, what place is this? Feng Yu, perplexed by Lu Qinghe's question, hesitated but, sensing the impossibility of gauging Lu Qinghe's cultivation, dared not be presumptuous. Replying respectfully, this is the domain of the boundless Immortal Island. Far beyond the horizon lies the infinite Celestial Island, overseen by the venerable ancestor of the infinite. Present to me the coordinates of this island, the younger generation implored. I shall promptly manifest it for you. With a flick of his hand, Master Feng Yu inscribed a coordinate, marking the location of the infinite Celestial Island. Lu Qinghe waved dismissively. Very well, you may depart. At your command. The 3 bowed respectfully to Lu Qinghe before hastily taking their leave. Once they had exited the island, a lingering sense of trepidation compelled them to glance back at its majesty. They had not anticipated the presence of such an enigmatic cultivator, likely a golden core ancestor. The treasures they had previously encountered must have been acquired by this adept, or perhaps he was in the midst of refining an extraordinary artifact. The cultivator at the 6th level of Foundation Establishment felt a surge of discontent. After 20 years at this stage, he found himself unable to progress further. Only the acquisition of a precious treasure could possibly alter his fate. Another companion, puzzled, turned to Master Feng Yu, inquiring, Friend Feng, are you certain this individual is truly a golden core ancestor? Could he merely be a charlatan attempting to deceive us and hoard the treasures for himself? Master Feng Yu, observing the avarice in their eyes, was at a loss for words. His longevity on this celestial isle was attributed to his caution. Although he could not discern Lu Qinghe's cultivation level, he recognized the indifference in Lu Qinghe's demeanor, which suggested he regarded the trio as inconsequential. Even if this individual were not a golden core ancestor, he undoubtedly possessed formidable abilities. Dear friends, Master Feng Yu cautioned, do not allow greed to cloud your judgment. It would be wise to depart swiftly, lest we incur the wrath of this individual, from whom we could gain nothing. With that, he vanished in a flash of light, riding atop a superior spiritual artifact, leaving the other 2 to exchange glances. Ultimately, they cast one last reluctant look at the island before following Master Feng Yu away. Moments after their departure, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, halting the trio in their tracks. They stared in astonishment at the fleeting thunderbolt, their mouths agape. Faces ashen, a Thunder Dao cultivator? Master Feng Yu inhaled deeply. It is the ancestor of the Thunder Dao. Such speed is beyond that of a mere golden core ancestor. Realizing the gravity of their near encounter, the other 2 bowed gratefully to Master Feng Yu. Had it not been for his warning, they might have offended a golden core ancestor, and a most formidable one at that, the Thunder Dao golden core. Thank you, dear friend Feng. Master Feng Yu waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for thanks. We are allies, and we must support one another in the future. The 2 nodded in agreement. Indeed, indeed. Transforming his appearance with a heavenly deceit mask, Lu Qinghe arrived at the infinite Celestial Island, the domain of the venerable ancestor of the infinite. A golden core adept at the 8th level, Lu Qinghe understood that he was situated on the periphery of the boundless Celestial Sea, an area dotted with countless celestial islands. Akin to the group of celestial islands he and Yu Wuxia had previously visited. Yet, the cultivators here were significantly stronger and more fearsome. Furthermore, This was merely the outer region, with the entrance to the boundless celestial sea, the Dragon God Island, still 100,000 miles distant. Over 100 celestial islands like the infinite celestial islands surrounded this area. Qinghe rented a cave dwelling and settled onto a mat, reflecting, "I never expected to arrive at the boundless celestial sea, a staggering distance from the Medicine King sect. However, it is reasonable. The demon race would never place their stronghold within the territories of the 3 demonic paths and 5 holy lands. The boundless celestial sea is relatively safe for them." Chapter 0508. A Million Spirit Stones. The ancestor of the infinite Qinghe was in no rush to return to the Medicine King sect, especially since he was unaware of its current state. Having spent 3 years in the demon territory, he had missed the decennial competition for core disciples. According to the sect's regulations, his status as a core disciple would have been revoked, leaving him only with the title of inner sect disciple. Returning now would hold little significance. He could only wait for the next decade to vie for the core disciple position again. For only core disciples could access advanced alchemical recipes and high-grade spiritual herbs. However, he could also explore alternative avenues, such as obtaining high-grade spiritual herbs from wuxia. Thus, it seemed that his immediate need for the core disciple title had diminished. Moreover, the boundless sea was rife with opportunities. Acquiring the resources he sought was more feasible now than ever. With his current strength, he could even contemplate ventures that previously seemed daunting. Nonetheless, his most pressing concern remained spirit stones. Upon entering the demon domain, he possessed less than 20 million spirit stones, yet after 3 years, he was left with merely 2 million, all of which were mid-grade and high-grade stones. Even if he were to exhaust these stones entirely, they would only sustain him for a few months. His daily consumption was exacerbated by the use of the cloud and rain technique to nourish his spiritual fields, while the energy depletion in his black soil space had increased exponentially, with the spirit energy concentration failing to rise. If this continued for much longer, he would find himself utterly depleted. He needed to sell a significant quantity of elixirs to procure cultivation resources. His ambition was to seize a celestial island and establish a power base within the boundless celestial sea. However, he found the peripheral regions unworthy of his aspirations. What he sought was a stronghold nearer to the core area, close to the entrance of the boundless celestial sea. There, countless powerful beings resided, and the demand for elixirs was unimaginable. In the cultivation world, there exists a rule. The stronger the cultivator, the more resources and spirit stones they possess. Now, he planned to concoct a batch of elixirs to sell on the infinite celestial island, hoping to acquire seeds for the golden xiandan and earth bodhi spiritual herbs. Qinghe intended to market 5 types of elixirs: the spirit transformation pill, the spirit refinement pill, the yuan cultivation pill, the jade spirit pill, and the small recovery pill. These elixirs were particularly popular among foundation establishment cultivators, and many powerful cultivation families had a heightened demand for them. He had already prepared tens of thousands of ingredient portions for these elixirs in his black soil space. All that remained was to refine them. Qinghe summoned the vermilion bird cauldron to concoct these elixirs, ensuring that he would produce only those of ordinary quality. Utilizing the 5 spirits alchemy technique, he was confident of his success. After half a month of diligent work, a staggering quantity of elixirs had accumulated within the black soil space. 10,000 bottles each of the spirit transformation pill, spirit refinement pill, and yuan cultivation pill, along with 5,000 bottles of the jade spirit pill and 2,000 bottles of the small recovery pill. He planned to raise the prices for this batch of elixirs. The high-grade elixirs would be priced at 1,000 spirit stones per bottle, the jade spirit pill at 8,000 spirit stones per bottle, and the small recovery pill at 25,000 spirit stones per bottle. The infinite celestial island was slightly more formidable than the red maple celestial workshop, yet it could not compare to the frost moon celestial city or the medicine king city. Qinghe certainly could not sell all his elixirs here, as doing so would undoubtedly attract the attention of the ancestor of the infinite, a golden core adept at the 8th level. Moreover, this island would not be able to consume such a vast quantity of elixirs. Qinghe altered his aura to that of a 9th level foundation establishment cultivator. This would garner the attention of the island, but it would not directly draw the notice of the ancestor of the infinite. He did not fear the ancestor. He was confident in his ability to contend with an 8th level golden core cultivator, especially with the awakening of the 3 spirit beasts, granting him a 50% chance of defeating such an opponent. He merely wished to avoid unnecessary trouble. Of course, this was contingent upon the golden core ancestor not mastering great supernatural powers. Once he comprehended the gap between great supernatural powers and top-tier supernatural powers, he would understand their significance. Generally, unless one was a prodigious genius, it was exceedingly challenging for an 8th level golden core cultivator to grasp top-tier supernatural powers. Only upon reaching the 9th level of golden core could one begin to practice them. A golden core of the earth Tao could only be considered a genuine yuan seedling upon mastering top-tier supernatural powers. Lu Qinghe adopted various identities to navigate the numerous elixir shops, selling his wares wherever they would be accepted. In the entirety of the Wajixian Islands alchemy shop, ultimately only 3 types of superior elixirs were consumed, totaling 6,000 vials of high-grade elixirs, 500 vials of Yuling Dan, and 30 vials of Xiaohuan Dan. This allowed Lu Qinghe to amass an impressive sum of 75 million spirit stones, effectively reaping 1/10 of Wajixian Island's spirit stones. Beyond spirit stones, Lu Qinghe also garnered significant rewards: 3 stalks of Jinxian Dan, 15 seeds of Jinxian Ginseng, 10 stalks of Tu Bodhi, and 50 seeds of Tu Bodhi. All of these were exchanged for elixirs at a premium price, valued at 30% above their normal cost. Lu Qinghe was unconcerned with these elixirs, as they would greatly accelerate his cultivation towards the latter stages of the Golden Core realm. Suddenly, Lu Qinghe sensed a presence beneath his spiritual awareness. Although it was well concealed, it could not elude Lu Qinghe's perceptive grasp. He called out, "Fellow Taoist, since you have arrived, please reveal yourself." A figure abruptly materialized in the small courtyard, scrutinizing Lu Qinghe with a mix of astonishment and suspicion. The elder, unable to discern the truth, wore a face full of admiration. "Fellow Taoist possesses remarkable skills. I believed I had concealed myself well, yet you were able to detect me." No matter how he looked, he could only ascertain that the cultivator before him was at the 9th level of foundation establishment. However, he was certain that this individual had concealed their true cultivation level. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to discover him, much less address him as a fellow Taoist. The figure could very well be a grand cultivator at the 9th level of the Golden Core realm. Lu Qinghe took a moment to assess the elder, identifying him as the Grand Master of Wajixian Island, at the 8th level of the Golden Core. With a wave of his hand, a chair appeared, accompanied by a serving of Millennium Spirit Tea. The Grand Master took a sip of the Spirit Tea and remarked, "What an exquisite tea this is. Millennium Spirit Tea. I have not had the pleasure in 100 years. For a Qi refining cultivator, a cup of such tea is sufficient to elevate one's realm by a small margin." Lu Qinghe inquired, "I wonder what brings you to visit at such a late hour, fellow Taoist?" The Grand Master clarified his intentions. "Seeing that you have sold such a substantial quantity of elixirs on Wajixian Island, it would be remiss of me not to take a look. I am Wajixian Island's Grand Master." Lu Qinghe maintained a calm demeanor, only expressing curiosity. "How do you conclude that I am the one selling these elixirs?" Upon observing Lu Qinghe's nonchalant reaction to his identity, the Grand Master burst into laughter. "Your methods are astonishing. I could not discern them. However, as the island's master, a brief inquiry into the unfamiliar faces of late revealed much. Furthermore, I received a report days ago of a young Golden Core elder discovered nearby, who bore a striking resemblance to you." Lu Qinghe realized he had been somewhat careless. It must have been the 3 foundation establishment cultivators from a few days prior who reported his situation. "I was indeed negligent. What is your purpose for coming here?" "If it is for spirit stones and elixirs, I might as well test the might of my supreme divine abilities. Perhaps I could even claim this island as my own, thereby alleviating many of my troubles." Chapter 0509. News of the auction. Invitation to discuss. Tao the Grandmaster had indeed come with the intention of seizing spirit stones and elixirs. At his level, the resources required for further advancement were staggering. He needed to acquire various resources at any cost, as he was already over 400 years old, and the chances for survival were slim. However, upon encountering Lu Qinghe, the Grandmaster found it impossible to gauge his cultivation level and abandoned that notion. Should the person before him be a grand cultivator at the 9th level of the Golden Core realm, he would regret it too late. At his age and level, he had experienced far more than others could imagine. Despite Lu Qinghe's youthful appearance, which hardly suggested he was a 9th level Golden Core Grandmaster, he dared not take the risk. In the realm of cultivation, certain unique techniques could preserve one's youthful visage indefinitely, such as the beauty-preserving pill. The Grandmaster, shrouding his curiosity, countered with a question, "Might I inquire how you are addressed?" Lu Qinghe introduced himself. "I am Jinwu Taoist, a mere wandering cultivator from Tiannan." The Grandmaster found this hard to believe. He thought it improbable that a mere wandering cultivator could ascend to the later stages of the Golden Core realm. He remained convinced that Lu Qinghe was either a 9th level Grandmaster or at least a late-stage Golden Core cultivator. The Grandmaster did not challenge him directly. "I have met Jinwu Taoist. I presume you are here for the decennial auction held by the Shenlong Island." Lu Qinghe was taken aback. He had not realized that Shenlong Island would host an auction. He remembered Lin Aoshang mentioning it previously, but time had long since passed. However, 10 years was indeed the perfect interval. Curiously, Lu Qinghe asked, "Does Shenlong Island hold an auction every 10 years? The Grandmaster frowned, surprised that Lu Qinghe was unaware of this. He began to question his own judgment, but proceeded to explain. Indeed, the endless sea of immortality is rich with resources, with various heavenly materials and earthly treasures surfacing daily. However, not every treasure suits cultivators. Hence, we must auction and exchange them for the resources we desire. That is why Shenlong Island holds a grand auction every decade. It will attract forces from deep within the endless sea of immortality, as well as cultivators from various parts of the Tiannan cultivation world, with treasures aplenty. As long as you possess sufficient spirit stones and elixirs, you can almost certainly procure the cultivation resources you seek, including even heavenly grade resources. This time, it coincides with the Centennial event, making it even more grand. And I have heard that not only the righteous and demonic factions of the Tiannan cultivation world will participate, but also cultivators from the 4 holy islands. Lu Qinghe has scratched his head in confusion. I am aware of the 3 demonic paths and 5 holy lands, but what are the 4 holy islands? The Grand Master explained that they were colossal powers within the endless sea, whose strength surpassed that of the 3 demonic paths and 5 holy lands, yet remained shrouded in mystery. Located deep within the endless sea itself, even he had not reached that realm, only knowing that there were 4 massive islands akin to land masses. Lu Qinghe posed an even more intriguing question. Could it be that the 4 holy islands harbor terrifying beings that surpass the nascent soul, true monarch level? The Grand Master gazed at Lu Qinghe in astonishment, only to see confusion reflected in Lu Qinghe's eyes. It was then that the Grand Master remarked, currently, no cultivator could possibly surpass the nascent soul, true monarch. The strongest among them may be at the great perfection of the true monarch, but even a late-stage true monarch could establish a superlative holy land. Lu Qinghe also noticed the Grand Master's unusual demeanor and refrained from pressing further, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for clarifying, fellow Taoist. As this is my first time in the Endless Sea, I was unaware of these matters. The Grand Master concealed his lingering suspicions and extended an invitation to Lu Qinghe. I have come to invite you to participate in a discussion of Tao. Seeing your puzzled expression, let me elucidate. I have several friends who are also attending the Shenlong Island auction 6 months hence. However, prior to that, we can exchange resources and see if we can obtain the celestial fortunes we seek. Rest assured, the number of participants will be limited, with each one being a golden core elder. He had his sights set on Lu Qinghe's wealth, since he could not act against him. He opted to invite him to the discussion, hoping that Lu Qinghe might indeed possess treasures they required. Lu Qinghe pondered the prospect of attending the golden core discussion. It might yield some valuable artifacts. Such an opportunity was rare, akin to a grand auction. However, Lu Qinghe held reservations about the Grand Master, fearing he might be schemed against. Had it not been for the Grand Master's inability to discern his cultivation level, he would have acted when concealed in the shadows, yet he chose to extend an invitation instead. Noticing Lu Qinghe's prolonged silence, the Grand Master realized the situation. It is my own negligence, dear friend. There is no need for concern regarding any unseemly intentions on my part. I am willing to pledge the oath of the heart demon. Furthermore, considering your cultivation level is on par with mine, no one would wish to provoke a venerable golden core ancestor such as yourself. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Qinghe resolved to seize this rare opportunity. As the venerable Wuji ancestor aptly stated, with his current cultivation at the nascent soul, true monarch stage, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to slay him. Even the most formidable practitioners among the 9th level of the golden core stage, possessing ultimate divine abilities, would find it challenging to confront him, and escaping would not pose a difficulty. Moreover, not every practitioner at the 9th level of the golden core possesses the comprehension of such supreme techniques. Lu Qinghe spoke. If you are willing to swear the heart demon oath, I would indeed be inclined to participate, as I have certain resources I wish to offer. Wuji ancestor was taken aback by the vigilance exhibited by the Jinwu Taoist, to the extent that he felt compelled to establish an oath. Abandoning his initial intention to attack Lu Qinghe, he pledged the heart demon oath. Upon witnessing Wuji ancestor's vow, Lu Qinghe's face brightened with a smile. Thank you, esteemed Wuji. For the invitation, I shall certainly attend. Wuji ancestor nodded and took his leave. I must also make preparations. I shall return in 3 days to welcome you to the place of discourse. With Lu Qinghe's agreement secured, Wuji ancestor's figure vanished from the small courtyard. Once he sensed the absence of Wuji ancestor, Lu Qinghe murmured, I hope to acquire several of the resources I require, as I am currently in dire need. Lu Qinghe's deficits extended beyond mere spirit stones. He sought seeds of the golden Xian ginseng, seeds of the earth Bodhi, materials of the 5 elements level, as well as thunder Dao spiritual artifacts and spiritual fire. He needed the crafting methods for array diagrams and the materials required for their creation. Additionally, he sought the recipe for the purple gold pill, essential for late-stage golden core cultivation, along with various auxiliary spiritual herbs required for its refinement. He also required several top-grade earthly spiritual herbs for the refining of the yin-yang celestial pill. If possible, he wished to locate the formula for the ascension pill and other necessary refining herbs. Furthermore, the 8 desolation mirror had become inadequate for his current pace and must be refined into a superior magical treasure. Each resource he possessed was akin to a centerpiece item at an auction. However, Wuji Ancestor was not to be fully trusted, and preparations were necessary. Lu Qinghe was no longer the naive youth he once was. He had grown wise to the strategy of planning meticulously before acting. Chapter 0510. The 3 Spirit Beasts Cultivation. Arrival at Golden Ao Island. Lu Qinghe planted 15 seeds of golden xian ginseng in the black soil space, bringing his total to 30. This significantly accelerated the refining speed of the golden xian pill, yet it was still far from sufficient. He required a large quantity of golden xian ginseng seeds. Ideally, he sought to acquire 600 at once, thus enabling him to cultivate to the late golden core stage in 5 or 6 years rather than the usual 10. Having planted 30 earth bodhi seeds, the total number grew to 3 acres, and another planting would yield approximately 15 acres, which would suffice for Lu Qinghe's needs. Naturally, the more seeds he obtained, the greater his harvest of spiritual herbs, thereby expediting the production of golden xian pills in both speed and quantity. Earth-grade spiritual herbs were scarce, yet the seeds were still somewhat plentiful. Previously, he had refrained from openly seeking seeds, fearing suspicion regarding his unique methods of cultivating spiritual herbs. However, with his current strength, such concerns diminished. The root of all his challenges lay in his insufficient strength. Had he been a nascent soul, true monarch, he could have easily revealed his vast reserves of spiritual herbs and pills in exchange for various heavenly-level cultivation resources. Lu Qinghe employed the cloud and rain technique on the 30 golden xian ginseng plants, enhancing their growth rate by 30%. Thus, the ginseng, which typically required 3 years to mature, now had the potential to be ready in 2. He then infused 500,000 spirit stones into the spirit gathering array. The low-grade heavenly spirit gathering array no longer met the demands of the black soil space. It was time to devise a method to acquire a more advanced spirit gathering array. With the cloud and rain technique, the spiritual energy consumption reached tens of thousands of spirit stones daily, representing the cost of nurturing the spiritual herbs. The 500,000 spirit stones merely balanced the expenditures. Had he possessed a mid-grade or high-grade heavenly spirit gathering array, he could have converted millions of spirit stones in a month. With his current abilities, he could perform the cloud and rain technique multiple times a day, enabling him to produce vast quantities of earth-grade spiritual herbs in a remarkably short time. His magical power allowed him to cast the cloud and rain technique only once daily before exhaustion. Yet he also had the Qinghe swallowing heaven skill, which could sustain him through the consumption of several earth-grade spiritual herbs. With his high-grade golden body, he no longer needed to fear that consuming earth-grade spiritual herbs would harm his magical power. Indeed, Lu Qinghe believed this method to be more reliable than spending a decade cultivating golden xian ginseng. However, this remained theoretical. Practical experimentation was still needed. At this juncture, Lu Qinghe recognized his shortcomings. Despite his vast collection of spiritual herbs and innumerable alchemical creations, he lacked a deep understanding of both spiritual herbs and pills. Unlike other golden core cultivators who had immersed themselves in specific fields for hundreds of years, he realized that once he acquired sufficient resources, he would need to return to the Medicine King sect and spend a century or more rectifying these deficiencies. After organizing the spiritual herbs in the black soil space, Lu Qinghe collected all the matured earth-grade spiritual herbs. He retrieved 3 golden xian ginseng plants and commenced the refinement of the golden xian pill. After 3 days, he succeeded in producing 15 flawless golden pills. He planned to refine them at an opportune moment to further elevate his cultivation. In the distance, the 3 spirit beasts had awakened. Lu Qinghe utilized the remaining Qilin transformation grass to concoct numerous Qilin transformation pills to further enhance their bloodlines. He also brewed countless fire cloud pills and golden element pills for the 3 spirit beasts to cultivate, noting that their cultivation progress outpaced his own significantly. The 2-headed demon ape had stabilized at the 5th level of the golden core, with Thunder Dao techniques reaching the level of great divine abilities. He had no trouble contending with a 6th level golden core practitioner. The fire python, though slightly behind, was still exceptionally gifted. At the 4th level of the golden core, with formidable fire-based divine abilities, possessing an advantage over 4th level golden core practitioners. The little fox lagged slightly. At the 3rd level of the golden core with minor divine abilities, capable only of preying on early-stage golden core cultivators. Lu Qinghe intended to find a suitable location for the 3 spirit beasts to test the 10,000 demon technique. Once his affairs were in order, if successful, their cultivation speed would experience yet another dramatic increase. By the time he reached the late golden core stage, Even the weakest little fox would be able to cultivate to that level. Qinghe was pleased with the cultivation speed of the three spirit beasts. Their progress was not only extraordinary compared to the demon beast clan, but also surpassed that of human cultivators with heavenly spiritual roots. However, the costs were staggering. The resources consumed by the three spirit beasts could sustain an entire nascent soul sect. Reflecting on the performance of the three spirit beasts against a 9th-level golden core master previously, Qinghe had deemed these expenditures worthwhile. He had always operated independently. Unable to manage every aspect, the three spirit beasts served as excellent support. As he emerged from his cave abode, Qinghe noticed Wuji Ancestor's appearance. His expression a blend of suspicion and astonishment. He had just witnessed Qinghe effortlessly retract a formidable array, which, had he not discerned it was an Earth-grade mending god array, would have left him astounded. Moreover, his divine sense could not penetrate it. It was indeed a high-grade mending god array, a display of astonishing wealth. Little did he know that it was, in fact, a heavenly-grade mending god array. The thoughts nestled deep within my heart dissipated in an instant as the ancestor of infinity greeted Qinghe. Fellow Taoist Jinwu, the time for our discourse has arrived. I have come to invite you to join me. Qinghe nodded in acknowledgement. I am fully prepared and ready to depart at once. Please, follow me, fellow Taoist Jinwu. With a flick of his cloak, the ancestor of infinity soared forth, moving at a speed characteristic of a late-stage golden elixir cultivator. Traversing hundreds of miles in the blink of an eye, Qinghe did not lag behind. Utilizing the thunder movement secret technique combined with his current cultivation, he managed to keep pace with the ancestor of infinity, transforming into a streak of lightning trailing closely behind. The ancestor of infinity, witnessing Qinghe's ability to truly match his speed, dispelled his doubts. This was indeed a fellow golden elixir cultivator at the 8th level, and a formidable practitioner of Thunder Dao at that. Such prowess could potentially surpass even his own. Qinghe, discerning the ancestor's thoughts, recognized this as a test of his cultivation and did not mind showcasing his abilities. After 2 hours, they descended upon a unique celestial island, which bore the striking form of a colossal golden turtle. A powerful array safeguarded it, rendering it exceedingly difficult to penetrate with divine consciousness. Qinghe briefly scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense before retracting it, deeming it unnecessary to provoke the island's master. The ancestor of infinity introduced. This is Golden Turtle Island, the abode of fellow Taoist Qinghe, and the venue for our discussion today. He continued, fellow Taoist Qinghe, like you and I, is a cultivator at the 8th level of the golden elixir stage. However, he possesses certain peculiarities, so I hope you will not take offense. Just as the two engaged in conversation, a hearty laugh echoed through the air. Haha, fellow Taoist infinity has arrived. Upon the conclusion of the greeting, a figure materialized in the sky. Qinghe glanced over, his expression turning peculiar. A member of the demon race? He shook his head, realizing this individual emanated magical power, not demonic force. The figure was covered in scales, and it was unclear whether this was due to a cultivation technique or some other cause. The golden turtle Taoist cast a puzzled glance at Qinghe, having sensed an unfamiliar aura earlier, which had prevented him from lowering the island's defensive array to allow the ancestor of infinity entry. Who might this friend be? He inquired. The ancestor of infinity replied. This is a new friend of mine, Taoist Jinwu, who will also be attending the auction at the Divine Dragon Island in 6 months. I have invited him to participate in today's discourse. The tension in the golden turtle Taoist's demeanor eased significantly. Since he is a friend of fellow Taoist infinity, his presence at the discourse is certainly welcome. Observing the ancestor's attitude, he discerned that this Jinwu Taoist cultivation was extraordinary, entirely deserving of participation in the event. He then clasped his hands in greeting. Golden Turtle pays respects to you, fellow Taoist. Qinghe reciprocated. I have the honor of meeting you, fellow Taoist. I apologize for any unintended intrusion. The Golden Turtle Taoist laughed heartily. Please, both of you, make yourselves comfortable. The protective array of the island was deactivated, and the two followed the Golden Turtle Taoist into the heart of the island. In a courtyard at the center of the island, 2 individuals were already seated, one a 6th-level golden elixir cultivator, the other at the 7th level. Upon seeing the ancestor of infinity, they immediately saluted. We pay our respects to fellow Taoist infinity. It was evident they were familiar with one another. The ancestor surveyed the two and remarked, Taoist Zheng and Yun, it has been a century since we last met, and both of your cultivations have made significant progress. One of them appeared quite dejected. In 100 years. Fellow Taoist Yun has ascended to the immortal ascendancy. Yet, I remain unable to cross this threshold, having been trapped for an entire century. Perhaps in this lifetime, I am destined to be estranged from the path of immortality. Despite over 100 years of cultivation, He could not surpass the chasm of the 7th level of the golden elixir stage. His path to immortality seemed forever severed. The ancestor of infinity could only offer consolation. If you managed to obtain a superior elixir, or perhaps a life-extending fruit during this gathering, there might still be a chance. Daoist Zheng, however, was skeptical. Heaven-grade elixirs are beyond my reach. Treasures like the life-extending fruit are exceedingly rare. Not only is their appearance uncertain, but even when they do manifest, it is unlikely any cultivator would part with them for auction. The life-extending fruit is not solely beneficial to golden elixir cultivators. From qi refining practitioners to nascent soul true monarchs who wouldn't desire an additional century of life. Cultivation is fundamentally about longevity and supernatural powers. Typically, the longer one lives, the stronger their abilities become. I have come this time considering the younger generation, hoping that in 100 years, the Zheng family will not face swift extinction. The others empathized, although they had progressed further than Daoist Zheng, as long as they did not break through to the nascent soul stage. They had merely augmented their supernatural abilities without extending their lifespans. Yet, the path to nascent soul was one they had deemed impossible, and they too would ultimately return to dust and despair. Daoist Zheng, calming his emotions, queried, "This friend seems quite unfamiliar?" Lu Qinghe introduced himself. "I am Jinwu Daoist. Honored to meet both of you." The wandering Daoist regarded Lu Qinghe with a curious gaze. "I observe that your physique is remarkably youthful. May I inquire how many years it took you to achieve the golden elixir?" Lu Qinghe furrowed his brow slightly, but, out of respect for the ancestor of infinity, replied, "I condensed my golden elixir at 180 years of age and have cultivated for 350 years since. The reason I can maintain such a visage is due to a youth-enhancing pill I obtained within an ancient divine tomb located in the Immortal Desolation realm, allowing me to preserve my youth." The others were taken aback. They had not anticipated such talent from Lu Qinghe, who had reached at least the 7th level of the golden elixir stage after merely 350 years of cultivation. This surpassed the innate capabilities of any of them present, marking him as a prodigy even among the elite sections. If that was the case, Lu Qinghe still had another 150 years to cultivate the golden elixir, presenting a genuine possibility of reaching the unparalleled nascent soul stage. The shift in their demeanor was palpable. Regardless of whether Lu Qinghe could break through to the nascent soul stage, the mere fact that he could potentially outlive them all rendered it unwise to offend him, particularly for those golden elixir cultivators with familial legacies. Offending a relatively youthful yet potent golden elixir ancestor would certainly be an ill-advised decision. The wandering Daoist exclaimed, "Fellow Daoist, you possess remarkable talent and fortune. It is a pity that the youth-enhancing pill is crafted from the life-extending fruit. It is said to not only preserve youth, but also enhance lifespan by a century." This revelation left Lu Qinghe momentarily stunned. He had not known the pill possessed such effects. However, it seemed reasonable that using the life-extending fruit as a primary ingredient would naturally extend one's lifespan by a century. Nevertheless, the youth-enhancing pill had not appeared in the cultivation world for over 10,000 years, leaving Lu Qinghe uncertain about the veracity of the wandering Daoist's claims. The others glanced at Lu Qinghe with odd expressions. Should this be true, the individual before them could potentially have another 250 years to cultivate towards the nascent soul. Lu Qinghe shook his head. "I cannot definitively say. All I know is that after consuming the youth-enhancing pill, my appearance has remained unchanged for centuries." The ancestor of infinity sensed the atmosphere shifting and interjected, "We are merely awaiting Chu Han and Granny Qingwan. I wonder if they will join us this year." As soon as the ancestor's words fell, two figures appeared in the sky above Golden Turtle Island. The Golden Turtle Daoist laughed heartily. "It seems our two friends are as eager as we are." He deactivated the island's protective array, saying, "Please, enter, dear friends." Before long, the two figures descended, one an elderly woman with graying hair, the other a refined middle-aged man. Lu Qinghe scrutinized the middle-aged man for a moment. Despite being merely a 7th-level golden elixir cultivator, the strength of his spirit had already reached the 8th level. This is a tale of a cultivator of the divine soul. It is the first time Lu Qinghe has encountered such a practitioner. As they introduced themselves, the presence of Lu Qinghe, a stranger at the golden core stage, did not raise eyebrows among the others. To them, a golden core cultivator of his caliber implied the possession of treasures, which was undoubtedly a fortuitous circumstance. Seated together, there were a total of 7 individuals, each a formidable golden core cultivator. The least powerful among them were Elder Zheng and Granny Qingwan, both at the 6th level of the golden core stage, merely a step away from the 7th. The others included Daoist Qinghe and Elder Wujia, both at the 8th level, while Yin Yuxi and Chu Han stood at the 7th. Although Lu Qinghe was merely at the 4th level, he undoubtedly possessed the most formidable overall strength. As the host, Daoist Qinghe was the first to speak. esteemed friends, time is of the essence, and we must proceed to the divine dragon Immortal Island for this rare gathering of discourse. Let us not squander time, but rather engage in equitable exchanges, for any breach of these rules may lead to exclusion from future gatherings. This was a convention upheld once every century. Any transgression would result in expulsion. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in his words. Chapter 5:12. The magical treasure Qingxian ruler and the inner pill of the thunder beast. Shall one of our esteemed friends take the initiative? After a brief exchange of glances, it was clear that each participant had prepared various treasures for this discourse. After all, they were all seasoned golden core practitioners, and opportunities for acquiring treasures in such a setting were exceedingly rare. Yet, no one was willing to present their offerings just yet, concerned that presenting something too valuable might not yield the desired resources, while something too trivial might invite disdain. Observing the hesitation, Elder Wujia was the first to produce an item, being the most accomplished among them. He revealed a half-zhong long azure ruler, exuding a formidable aura that commanded respect. This is the Qingxian ruler, a mid-tier magical treasure. It possesses the ability to suppress and seal, making it a rather unique artifact. Discovered by me 30 years ago in a secret realm of the endless immortal sea. As a mid-tier magical treasure, its capabilities of suppression and sealing surpassed that of ordinary offensive or defensive artifacts. For them, possessing mid-tier treasures was already a rarity, with only Elder Wujia and Taoist Qinghe likely to possess superior treasures. The others' artifacts were merely mid-tier, and even those who possessed additional items had only low-tier treasures. The significance of magical artifacts for any cultivator is self-evident, as they greatly enhance a practitioner's strength. Much of Lu Qinghe's ability to escape from cultivators of several higher realms could be attributed to his powerful artifacts. Granny Qingluan exclaimed in astonishment. I never expected that Elder Wujia would be willing to part with a mid-tier magical treasure. What do you seek in exchange? The value of a mid-tier magical treasure was considerable, and they wondered if they possessed anything of equal worth. Elder Wujia stated his desire. I seek a top-grade, earthly-level wushan grass. The audience gasped in shock. They had not anticipated Elder Wujia would covet a wushan grass to such an extent. Yin Yushi remarked, the wushan grass is indeed a divine herb, but it only holds half the value of this treasure. Elder Wujia nodded. I am aware of its worth. You need not worry that this artifact is flawed. My desire for the wushan grass stems solely from the pursuit of a profound divine art. Taoist Qinghe's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Could it be that Elder Wujia seeks to comprehend a top-tier divine art, having attained the 8th level of the Golden Core stage? Elder Wujia had undoubtedly grasped significant divine arts, and the only reason he would covet the wushan grass so fervently would be for a top-tier divine art. Should Elder Wujia indeed possess such a technique, exchanging a mid-tier magical treasure for the wushan grass would be worthwhile. Lu Qinghe remained composed. Surprised by the wushan grass's high value, a mid-tier magical treasure was worth 300,000 spirit stones. He now understood why Yu Wuxia had so readily exchanged a heavenly-level body refinement technique for it. By this calculation, he had consumed nearly 100 mid-tier magical treasures over the past few years. Elder Wujia would naturally not confess to such matters. Although they had known each other for centuries, admitting to such would invite unnecessary complications. A top-tier divine art is beyond my reach. It is merely a unique divine art, and one wushan grass cannot unlock such a power. Otherwise, golden core cultivators at the 9th level would not be so rare. The others nodded, agreeing with Elder Wujia's assessment. If comprehending divine arts were so simple, there would not be such a scarcity of yuanying true lords in the cultivation realm. Furthermore, the distinction between a 9th level golden core cultivator who comprehends a top-tier divine art and one who does not is substantial. They do not belong to the same tier. While they were all drawn to the Qingxian ruler, none could offer the wushan grass. Elder Zheng was particularly eager to acquire the Qingxian ruler, knowing that if he fused it with his innate artifact, even if it did not reach the level of a superior magical treasure, it could ascend to the pinnacle of mid-tier treasures. This might allow him to break through to the 7th level of the Golden Core stage. None of them had seen the wushan grass, but the Qingxian ruler was of great significance to Elder Zheng. Why not have Elder Wujia consider exchanging it for spirit stones or medicinal pills? It's possible there may be fruitful acquisitions at the upcoming auction on the Divine Dragon Immortal Island. Elder Wujia pondered for a moment, but ultimately decided against it, realizing that he might achieve a higher price by entrusting it to the auction. With no transactions forthcoming, he reluctantly stored away the Qingxian ruler. The second treasure was presented by Chu Han, who held a pulsating inner pill shimmering with lightning. This was the inner pill of a 6th-level Golden Core Thunder Beast, infused with terrifying thunderous powers and divine arts, making it a treasure for either crafting thunder-related artifacts or for thunder practitioners seeking enlightenment. I merely seek an earthly-level pill to enhance the soul of equivalent value. Upon seeing the Thunder Beast's inner pill, Taoist Qinghe and Granny Qinghewan's eyes lit up. But upon hearing Chu Han's desired exchange, they furrowed their brows. Such items were rare commodities. Lu Qinghe, too, felt a stirring within. If he were to refine this inner pill for the two-headed demon ape, it could very well reach the 6th level of the golden core within a year or two without any issue. Taoist Qinghe produced 3 pills, 3 earthly-level low-grade soul refining pills, along with a low-tier magical treasure. Chu Han did not immediately agree. The low-tier magical treasure held little significance for him, and the 3 low-grade soul refining pills were insufficient. If no one else presented other soul-enhancing pills, he might consider the exchange. At that moment, Lu Qinghe stepped forward with an item. I do not possess any soul-enhancing pills, but I do have a spirit herb, the soul-enhancing flower from the 3 lives, soul-devouring blossom. Lu Qinghe felt a pang of regret. He had many soul-refining pills on him, yet could not offer them for trade, as all his soul-refining pills were of perfect quality. Only a single soul-digesting flower of the 3 lives could be extracted. The 3 lives soul-digesting flower had ripened months ago, and now there were 20 plants cultivated over an acre. Thus, this one flower was of little concern. Upon seeing the purple blossom in Lu Qinghe's hand, everyone was struck with astonishment. The 3 lives soul-digesting flower? The Taoist Qinghe was particularly agitated, eagerly inquiring of Lu Qinghe, Taoist Jin Wu, do you possess a complete 3 lives soul-digesting flower? If so, I am willing to pay any price for it. Chu Han interjected, cutting off Qinghe's words. Taoist Qinghe, this is a transaction between me and Taoist Jin Wu. We shall discuss other trades post-completion. Without waiting for Qinghe's response, Chu Han handed the Thunder Beast's inner core to Lu Qinghe. This core belongs to you now. He looked at Lu Qinghe with eager anticipation, hoping to finalize the exchange. Chapter 0513, Heavenly Level Spiritual Materials. Enchanting elixirs. Lu Qinghe was taken aback by the fervent reaction to the 3 lives soul-digesting flower. It wasn't just Qinghe and Chu Han. Others too wore expressions of intense desire. To Lu Qinghe, the 3 lives soul-digesting flower was merely a high-grade earthly elixir. Its worth far inferior to the reversal grass or the longevity fruit, and it could not even compare to the enlightenment grass. Nevertheless, he offered the purple flower to Chu Han in exchange for the inner core. Relieved, Chu Han promptly stowed the flower away and thanked Lu Qinghe sincerely. Thank you. Taoist Jin Wu. Qinghe's face fell with disappointment, yet he cautiously asked, might you possess any other 3 lives soul-digesting flowers? I am willing to purchase them at a high price. Lu Qinghe waved his hand and produced the remaining 2 flowers of the 3 lives soul-digesting flower. A fearsome aura of soul-devouring power emanated from them, causing several to change countenance. Lu Qinghe addressed Qinghe, though one flower has been lost. If a high-grade soul-enhancing elixir can be procured, it can still unleash 80% of the power of the 3 lives soul-digesting flower. He expressed a desire to exchange for a heavenly-grade spiritual material of the 5 elements or a highly defensive heavenly-grade material, with the condition that a mid-grade thunder attribute earthly treasure would also suffice. Qinghe's expression turned to one of shock. Are you, perhaps, intending to forge a supreme spiritual treasure? Lu Qinghe shook his head. I possess no such capability. Rather, I aim to enhance the foundation of a magical artifact. Qinghe refrained from further inquiry, instead pondering Lu Qinghe's true cultivation level. No matter how he scrutinized, he could not discern it. Unsure of what methods Lu Qinghe employed to conceal his prowess. I do have a piece of Thai gold essence. Qinghe produced a jade box containing a golden essence resembling a star. The Thai gold essence, a heavenly grade material of the gold attribute, was renowned as the essence of the 5 spirits and served as an exceptional material for crafting magical artifacts, including defensive treasures. Alas, it was but a single grain, entirely insufficient for forging a spiritual treasure, far inferior to the previously acquired phoenix bloodwood. However, it would suffice to elevate the 8 desolation mirror to a high-grade magical artifact. Deal. Lu Qinghe exchanged the 3 lives soul-digesting flower for the Thai gold essence. Following this, several other items were presented. Though each possessed their own marvels, none captivated Lu Qinghe's interest. Besides spiritual herbs, he sought only high-grade earthly cultivation resources or heavenly-level cultivation resources. Despite the presence of formidable figures among the golden elixirs, it was challenging to find treasures that stirred Lu Qinghe's desire. Until Granny Qinghewan unveiled a vial of treasures that made Lu Qinghe's heart race, a complete vial of 10,000-year heavenly heart milk. All present knew that the 1,000-year stone milk was a low-grade earthly spiritual item capable of cleansing marrow and refining low-grade elixirs. The 10,000-year heavenly heart milk was an evolution of spiritual or over a millennium, not only suitable for crafting heavenly elixirs, but also for refining the yuan ing of true monarchs. Even refining golden elixirs would be more than sufficient, greatly enhancing their cultivation speed. Qinghe gazed at the 10,000-year heavenly heart milk. He did not seek it for refining his golden elixir, which was unique and bore the characteristics of a heavenly Tao golden elixir. He speculated that his 5 elements golden elixir might, in certain aspects, surpass the heavenly Tao golden elixir, yet he currently lacked the means to access such potential. Instead, he sought the 10,000-year heavenly heart milk for concocting the Inyang heavenly elixir, a treasure that was indeed hard to come by. The others were equally delighted. Treasures that could enhance their cultivation were few, and the 10,000-year heavenly heart milk was an excellent choice. Refining their golden elixirs would significantly accelerate their cultivation rate. The Eternal Void Ancestor immediately inquired, Granny Qinghuan, what do you require? Granny Qinghuan replied, I am nearing the end of my days, having lived for 480 years, soon to enter eternal rest. Yet I am reluctant and wish to extend my life for a few more years. She had withheld using the 10,000-year heavenly heart milk solely for the purpose of prolonging her lifespan. She turned her gaze to Qinghe. If I could obtain a beauty-preserving pill like Taoist Jin Wu, that would be perfect. The longevity fruit would suffice as well. The mention of the longevity fruit caused several to exchange glances, for such a treasure was considered superior to even the 10,000-year heavenly heart milk. And they would not trade it lightly. Who would not desire to live 100 more years? They understood why Granny Qinghuan did not use such treasures for her cultivation. At her age, they could only prolong her life, not enhance her strength. It was not merely a gamble for longevity. One must have life to harbor hope. Yet, no one spoke, as voicing their thoughts could shatter Granny Qinghuan's slim chance of survival and offend her. Instead, they contemplated whether, should Granny Qinghuan fail to obtain the longevity fruit, they might secure it through other treasures. Just as they thought the transaction might falter, Qinghe spoke, Granny Qinghuan, fortune smiles upon you. I obtained a longevity fruit in the cave, where I found the beauty-preserving pill. Qinghe produced a longevity fruit. Gasps echoed as all present stared in disbelief at the fruit in Qinghe's hand, their breaths trembling with a surge of murderous intent. Even the Eternal Void Ancestor revealed his intent to seize the longevity fruit immediately. However, Granny Qinghuan's quick reflexes prevailed, as the others hesitated, mindful of the consequences. Granny Qinghuan burst into laughter. This 10,000-year heavenly heart milk shall belong to you, dear Taoist. She swiftly approached Qinghe, handing him the vial of heavenly heart milk, and without waiting for a reaction, swallowed the longevity fruit in one gulp. Boom. The terrifying medicinal power of the longevity fruit erupted within her, leaving her severely injured. Yet, she paid it no heed, her eyes filled with gratitude. This was the only way to secure the fruit. Otherwise, with her cultivation level, even years of camaraderie would not deter these old monsters from acting. Qinghe could have stopped Granny Qinghuan, but he chose not to, having acquired what he sought. Fair trade was his utmost desire. If only the entire cultivation world could adhere to such principles, his cultivation would transcend its current limits. Granny Qinghuan sat undisturbed, beginning the refinement of the longevity fruit. With her cultivation, fully refining it would require at least a month. Witnessing her resolve, the others wore expressions of disappointment. Casting peculiar glances at Qinghe, the wandering son remarked with deep significance, Taoist Jin Wu is indeed remarkable to possess a treasure like the longevity fruit. Qinghe discerned their thoughts, a cold smile forming within. He hoped these individuals would harbor no ill intentions, for he had ample confidence in his actions. Otherwise, I would not have produced the lifespan fruit. Qinghe replied nonchalantly, it is merely a stroke of good fortune. The Eternal Ancestor inquired, Friend Jin Wu, I wonder if there are any more lifespan fruits available. I am willing to pay any price for an exchange. All eyes once again turned to Qinghe. With a wry smile, Qinghe remarked, to have obtained a beauty pill and a lifespan fruit is already an extraordinary stroke of celestial fortune. I possess no more. Were it not for the earlier information from the Wanderer, who informed me that the beauty pill also has longevity-enhancing properties, I would not have revealed the lifespan fruit. Qinghe's words were riddled with inconsistencies, yet the Eternal Ancestor could only acquiesce. The lifespan fruit is indeed a treasure of immense value, as Qinghe stated. Acquiring even one is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. How could there be a second? I have overstepped. Yet, such a providence is of utmost importance to us, he lamented. This is the plight of cultivators. Despite possessing great powers, whether golden core ancestors or nascent soul true monarchs, they can only watch helplessly as their lifespans gradually dwindle. Qinghe continued, I do not possess any lifespan fruits, but as an alchemist, I require numerous golden ginseng and purple gold flowers. 1 seed of golden ginseng is worth 1 golden yuan pill. 5 seeds are equivalent to 1 golden yuan pill. 5 seeds of purple gold flower are worth 1 golden yuan pill. while 30 mature purple gold flowers equate to 1 golden yuan pill. In pursuit of resource exchanges, Qinghe not only concocted several celestial spirit pills, but also produced 30 vials of ordinary golden yuan pills. The assembly was once again astounded. Qinghe's wealth exceeded their wildest imaginations. Although golden yuan pills are merely of low-grade earthly quality, they serve as the primary elixir for golden core cultivators. While the rarer golden ginseng and purple gold pills are exceedingly difficult to procure, Elder Zheng exclaimed in surprise. I never expected that friend Jinwu still had surplus golden yuan pills. Do you happen to have golden ginseng or purple gold pills? Qinghe shook his head. I can barely manage to refine golden yuan pills. I am still exploring the process of creating golden ginseng pills and am uncertain if I will ever possess that capability. The others regarded him with newfound respect. An alchemist capable of refining earthly-grade pills holds a special status in the cultivation world. Even a mere first layer of golden core cultivators would generally avoid offending such a figure. Only the eternal ancestor remained puzzled, suspecting Qinghe to be a thunder path cultivator, while most alchemists are typically associated with fire attributes. Of course, there are exceptions, such as thunder path alchemy or water elemental alchemy. However, these practices are rare and challenging to master. Another method involves refining a strand of spiritual fire, which also enables pill creation, yet crafting earthly-grade pills necessitates earthly-grade spiritual fire, which is equally arduous to obtain. Elder Zheng, his countenance filled with disappointment, mused that if he could acquire a purple gold pill, he might truly break through his current bottleneck. While he had no purple gold flowers, he did possess 2 stalks of golden ginseng and 10 seeds. This equates to a staggering price of 10 golden yuan pills for 1 stalk of golden ginseng, a value that an auction could not match. He presented the 2 stalks of golden ginseng and the 10 seeds to Qinghe. Amidst the curious gazes of the others, Qinghe produced 20 golden yuan pills and handed them to Zheng Yun. Zheng Yun's spiritual sense swept over them, discerning that they were indeed 20 high-quality golden yuan pills. He clasped his hands in gratitude and quickly secured them. Witnessing Zheng Yun's acquisition of 20 golden yuan pills ignited the interest of the others. This price was double that of auctioning. Moreover, golden ginseng requires 300 years to mature, and seeds are typically challenging to sell at a premium. Chu Han produced a stock of golden ginseng and 20 seeds, stating, "The golden ginseng has been used for daily cultivation, but I retained 20 seeds." Qinghe waved his hand, sending 25 golden yuan pills into Chu Han's grasp. For him, the value of the seeds far surpassed that of the mature golden ginseng. Were it not for the fear of revealing the secret of his black soil space, he would have only purchased seeds. Eternal Ancestor expressed his regret. I have already given my golden ginseng to the alchemist for pill refinement, but I do have quite a few seeds left, 15 in total. Qinghe exchanged 15 golden yuan pills for the 15 seeds, leaving the assembly in astonishment once more. Qinghe produced an impressive 60 golden yuan pills. How many did he truly possess? Taoist Xianxiaaudiobooks similarly presented 3 stalks of golden ginseng along with 30 seeds. Qinghe surmised that these golden core ancients must possess an abundance of earthly-grade spiritual herbs, as the seeds from the celestial workshop are challenging to acquire, primarily due to these treasures being held by golden core ancestors. Qi refinement cultivators and foundation establishment cultivators find it exceedingly difficult to access such resources. Addressing Taoist Xianxiaaudiobooks apologetically, Qinghe stated, I have very few golden yuan pills left. I can only exchange for 2 stalks of golden ginseng and 30 seeds. He handed over 40 golden yuan pills to Taoist Xianxiaaudiobooks. Although he still possessed a considerable number of golden yuan pills, he had discerned the shifting thoughts of the group. He did not wish to appear excessive, revealing his considerable wealth. Taoist Xianxiaaudiobooks made no objections and nodded in agreement. Deal. Qinghe collected all the golden ginseng and seeds. This endeavor had yielded tremendous rewards, not only acquiring 2 types of heavenly materials, but also an abundance of golden ginseng seeds. Coupled with his mastery of the supreme divine technique, the cloud rain art, he would have sufficient golden yuan pills for cultivation within 2 years. This would allow him to reach the later stages of golden core cultivation in less than 10 years. Subsequently, they engaged in several more exchanges. But Qinghe refrained from further transactions. A day later, the discussion concluded successfully, with each participant obtaining the treasures they desired. Taoist Xianxiaaudiobooks addressed the crowd, esteemed friends. This discussion is hereby concluded. As his words fell, the assembly rose to depart from Xianxiaaudiobooks Island. However, the grand formation surrounding Xianxiaaudiobooks Island did not dissipate. Instead, a more terrifying formation ascended. This sudden turn of events caused the countenance of the crowd to change, and the eternal ancestor glared angrily at Taoist Xianxiaaudiobooks. Xianxiaaudiobooks, what is the meaning of this? Taoist Xianxiaaudiobooks laughed heartily. There is no need for concern, my old friend. Our friendship over the centuries ensures no harm will come to you. He then turned his gaze to Qinghe. Friend Jinwu, I do not know from whence you hail, and I have never favored conflict. However, the treasures you possess are truly astonishing. Might you consider entrusting your storage bag to me for safekeeping? I will allow you to leave. Surely, you do not possess only one lifespan fruit. Qinghe's expression remained unchanged. He had anticipated such a scenario upon revealing his treasures, which he dreaded most. He looked at Taoist Qinghe calmly. Taoist Qinghe, are you not afraid that no one will associate with you henceforth? Taoist Qinghe laughed heartily. As long as I acquire the lifespan fruit and your treasures, I shall undoubtedly cultivate to the 9th layer of golden core and become a true grand cultivator. At that time, I will choose to join a top-tier sect and become a respected elder, perhaps even achieving the path to the supreme nascent soul. He then shifted his gaze to the others. Will you join me in subduing this individual and dividing his treasures, or will you depart on your own accord? I am still a man who values friendship. He remained wary of Qinghe's hidden cards, wishing to draw in all present. Chu Hun stepped forward, stating, while I dare not covet the lifespan fruit, I will claim the 3 lives soul-devouring flower. With the arcane method of refining a complete 3 lives soul-devouring flower, it was sufficient to elevate his divine essence to the 9th tier of the golden core realm. Qinghe acquiesced. In the absence of the 3 lives soul-devouring flower, I shall relinquish a portion of my own essence, thus completing the requirement for a full flower. Qinghe successfully garnered an ally. The wandering scholar also positioned himself at his side. The 2 pieces of heavenly materials and treasures I possess shall belong to you. Zheng Yun hesitated momentarily, but ultimately stepped forward. I too shall stake my claim, whether for the longevity fruit or for the breakthrough elixir, even without additional longevity fruits. The elixirs and spirit stones I possess can sustain my clan for a millennium. In the end, only Granny Qinghuan and the primordial ancestor remained. Granny Qinghuan did not hesitate. I still require time to refine my spiritual herbs, so I shall take my leave, having acquired the longevity fruit. Her sole desire now was to escape this place. She trusted no one and sought a secure location to refine the fruit. The conflicts and opportunities here were of no concern to her. She was aware of her inferior cultivation level and that any involvement would yield no fruitful treasures. It was wiser to depart early, lest she attract unwanted attention. Qinghe did not impede Granny Qinghuan, understanding that her current state rendered her incapable of combat and that she would only divide their spoils. Qinghe conjured a beam of golden light, and Granny Qinghuan's form vanished from Qinghe Island. Only the primordial ancestor remained without making a choice. Qinghe addressed him. Primordial, after so many years of acquaintance, do not presume that I am unaware of your deeds. You have committed your fair share of murders and treasure thefts. By subduing this individual, you may select 2 items, excluding the longevity fruit, that are sure to rival your centuries of accumulation. Here, he regarded the primordial ancestor with trepidation, for not only was his cultivation comparable to Qinghe's, but he also wielded formidable grand magical powers, making him exceedingly difficult to confront. In a true confrontation, their strengths were nearly equal, hence the primordial ancestor's stance was of paramount importance. After a moment of contemplation, the primordial ancestor ultimately shook his head. Qinghe, I shall not engage in such inhumane and unjust actions. He bowed to Qinghe. It is I who has wronged you, esteemed friend. I hope you will not hold it against me. A flash of golden light swept past, and the primordial ancestor's figure disappeared from Qinghe Island. This left Qinghe somewhat perplexed. He did not perceive the primordial ancestor as a paragon of virtue. Had it not been for the display of his golden core cultivation, which was evidently at the late stage, he would have assumed the ancestor would have struck him down within the confines of Wuji Xianxia. However, this revelation was fortuitous for Qinghe, as the pressure exerted by a golden core practitioner at the 8th tier was considerable. With the 2 having vacated, the remaining 4 fanned out in 4 directions, resolutely locking onto Qinghe and denying him any chance of escape. Qinghe threatened, Friend Jinwu, surrender your storage pouch. I swear I shall allow you to leave. I cannot bear to see such a genius perish here. Do not entertain thoughts of resistance. Qinghe Island is ensconced within a high-grade Earth-level formation, and even a golden core practitioner at the 9th tier would find escape impossible. At this juncture, the wandering scholar interjected. It is certain that our friend has concealed his aura with a special treasure. I suspect his cultivation is not particularly formidable. All eyes turned toward the wandering scholar, bewildered by his assertion. Even Qinghe was curious. Could the wandering scholar see through the deceptive heaven mask? His true age was known to few beyond the elders of Taishan sect. However, it seemed implausible. For with the wandering scholar's golden core at the 7th tier and his soul cultivation at the 8th tier, he would be unable to pierce the veil of Qinghe's soul, let alone the deceptive heaven mask. Qinghe inquired, Wandering scholar, what evidence do you possess? The wandering scholar's claim stemmed from his own secret arts. I have learned some bone measuring techniques, although friend Jinwu has concealed himself exceptionally well. His bone age appears to be under 100 years. What? Under 100 years? The other three were equally astonished. To reach the late stage of the golden core in less than a century was nothing short of monstrous, something unheard of for thousands of years, even in antiquity. Zheng Yun shook his head vehemently. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even a reincarnated celestial being could not achieve such a feat in under a century. Not even the innate Tao body from the ancient times could match such rapid advancement. Wandering scholar, you must be mistaken. He was unwilling to believe that anyone could cultivate so swiftly, surpassing their centuries of effort within a mere 100 years. Chu Han concurred with Zheng Yun. I echo Zheng's sentiments. A late-stage golden core in a century is fundamentally unattainable. If it were true, it would defy the laws of heaven and could not possibly survive. The wandering scholar smiled enigmatically. Who said that friend Jinwu is at the late stage of the golden core? I mentioned earlier that he employs a unique treasure to obscure his cultivation and aura, leading the primordial ancestor and our company to mistakenly perceive him as a late-stage practitioner. In my view, he is merely a fledgling golden core cultivator, at best at the first tier. Nonetheless, even so, a golden core achieved in under a century is a peerless prodigy seldom seen in this realm of cultivation. The others did not expect the wandering scholar to possess such an extraordinary ability, which was still within the realm of their acceptance. Simultaneously, they cursed him as an old fox. Had he not spoken earlier, had it not been for Qinghe's sudden aggression, the wandering scholar might have been lurking in the shadows. In that scenario, the treasures of Jinwu Daoist would have all fallen into the wandering scholar's hands. The wandering scholar discerned their thoughts, but remained true to his own. He blamed Qinghe for intervening, for had Qinghe not disrupted his plans, he could have easily dispatched Jinwu Daoist outside. Now, with Qinghe striking first, his strategies lay in ruins, and he questioned why Lu Qinghe had revealed so many treasures. Inciting Qinghe's greed, the wandering scholar addressed Lu Qinghe. If my conjecture is correct, you are not a rogue cultivator, but hail from a top-tier sect. A rogue could not possibly attain the golden core realm within a century. Lu Qinghe silently noted the bone measuring technique, vowing to conceal his secrets more thoroughly in the future to avoid detection by such esoteric arts. At the Yaowang sect, it was conceivable that a golden core elder could discern his bone age. However, as a foundational cultivator, reaching that stage in a few decades was normal. Lu Qinghe inquired, if I were to reveal my origin as a disciple of the Yaowang sect, would you allow me to depart? Their expressions shifted dramatically. Eyes filled with trepidation. The Yaowang sect was a formidable behemoth they could not contend with, possessing several Yuanian true monarchs. Even a single golden core practitioner at the 9th tier could bring about their utter destruction. Chapter 0516, The Eruption of Battle. The Melody of Soul Severance and the Prisoner of the Immortal Bell. The group turned their gazes toward Qinghe. If this Jinwu Daoist truly hailed from a top-tier sect, it was plausible he came from the Yaowang sect. Otherwise, he could not possibly produce such a wealth of golden elixirs and various spiritual herbs. However, such a possibility meant he could not be allowed to leave alive. Qinghe shot a glare at the wandering scholar for speaking too freely. Then, he burst into laughter. You cannot be a cultivator of the Yaowang sect. Even if you were, you shall not leave today. Qinghe Island is ensnared in my heavenly web. The Yaowang sect will remain oblivious to our ambush here. Now, do not hold back. Strike him down immediately. Concerned that a few might waver, he cautioned, regardless of their identities, enmities have already formed, and reconciliation is no longer feasible. The others understood the implication of the Golden Ao Daoist's words, whether or not this Jinfeng Daoist was a practitioner of the Medicine King sect. The only resolution was to eliminate him entirely to avert future troubles. The murderous intent among them intensified. Zheng Yun brandished a curved blade, his innate treasure. The dragon scale, no shadow blade, forged from the scales of a flood dragon. Chu Han summoned an ancient zither, another mid-grade soul treasure. Yun Yuzi wielded a divine fire fan, upon which a sphere of earthly-grade spirit fire danced, indeed a mid-grade spirit fire. The atmosphere of Golden Ao Island was enveloped by the formidable aura of these treasures, echoing with thunderous resounds. As the four prepared to engage, Lu Qinghe softly inquired, Gentlemen, do you truly not wish to reconsider? I bear no grievance against you, and our discourse is a fair exchange. The Golden Ao Daoist barked, Friend, you shall not depart from Golden Ao Island today. You will obediently leave your corpse here. He then declared, Let me first test his true cultivation. Zheng Yun swung his curved blade towards Lu Qinghe, a phantom of a flood dragon materializing into a blade shadow, an immense pressure cleaving through the void. Aiming to engulf Lu Qinghe, unmoved, Lu Qinghe retorted, Is it merely your numbers that embolden you? With a roar, a fire python emerged before Lu Qinghe, intercepting Zheng Yun's assault. The dragon scale blade struck the fire python, sparking showers of fire. The python's cultivation surged, its defensive capabilities drastically enhanced, able to withstand attacks from a 6th-tier golden core cultivator. Witnessing the fire python, the others were taken aback, incredulous. A mutated fire python of the 4th-tier golden core. They had not anticipated this youth possessed such a spirit beast. However, their astonishment was fleeting. The 4th-tier fire python was inconsequential before them. Above, a 100-foot-long fire python clashed with the flood dragon's phantom. Although the fire python was at a disadvantage, Zheng Yun, merely a 6th-tier golden core cultivator, could not vanquish it in a short span. Yun Yuzi exclaimed, truly astonishing, friend. You even comprehend beast mastery. However, this is utterly insufficient. Your spirit beast will soon be slain. Is that so? A fearsome demon ape appeared behind Lu Qinghe, unleashing a terrifying surge of lightning power. A tempest of thunder aimed at the trio. A lightning beast? The three's expressions shifted, hastily retreating. Boom. The thunderous force detonated, instantly saturating the skies above Golden Ao Island with electricity. The trio regarded the two-headed demon ape warily, their expressions turning grave. A lightning beast of the 5th-tier golden core. Lightning is undeniably one of the most fearsome powers in existence, and even as a 5th-tier golden core, they dared not underestimate it. A moment's negligence could lead to injury. They could not fathom how such a beast had been contracted as a spirit beast. Ignoring their astonishment, Lu Qinghe commanded the ape, directing it to target Yun Yuzi. The two-headed demon ape leaped forth, transforming the sky into a chaotic storm of thunder and divine fire, reverberating with booms and explosions. Only Chu Han and the Golden Ao Daoist remained, their expressions tense. They had not anticipated Lu Qinghe could summon 2 spirit beasts, especially those of such rare lineage. It was a pity that the demon clone had been captured by the demon monarch. Otherwise, they would have had a numerical advantage against the 4 golden core cultivators. The little fox was merely a 3rd-tier golden core. Against a late-stage cultivator, it would be dispatched with a single strike. So Lu Qinghe refrained from deploying it in battle. The fire python and the two-headed demon ape were seizing the opportunity to hone their skills. Lu Qinghe gestured towards Chu Han and the Golden Ao Daoist. Now, it is your turn. The two were startled, eyeing Lu Qinghe warily, uncertain of what terrifying beast he might summon next. They did not witness any further beasts. Instead, they saw Lu Qinghe's aura surging, ultimately erupting into the genuine cultivation of a 4th-tier golden core. They exchanged glances, their expressions peculiar. 4th-tier golden core? Chu Han laughed heartily. It appears that my friend Yun was correct. This individual possesses low cultivation, merely putting on a fade, nearly deceiving us. Chu Han grasped the zither, and melodies emerged. Each note a soul attack. Soul-severing melody, a piece to annihilate immortals. Lu Qinghe regarded Chu Han with indifference, a commendable soul attack, but of no use against me. Lu Qinghe's soul power surged 50-fold, surpassing that of a 9th-tier golden core, manifesting as a tempest of soul energy that spiraled towards Chu Han's essence. Chu Han's soul was instantly devastated, disbelief etched on his face as he gazed at Lu Qinghe. Impossible. You are not a 4th-tier golden core cultivator. You are a grandmaster of the 9th tier? He himself was an 8th-tier golden core in soul cultivation, yet felt the overwhelming might akin to heavenly wrath, far exceeding his own tier. Terrified by his own thoughts, Chu Han was disregarded by Lu Qinghe. With a wave of his hand, the blood demon banner materialized, his consciousness penetrating the earthly grade superior formation on Golden Ao Island, enveloping the area in a silent blood demon array, trapping the island entirely. He would not afford them an escape. Should a late-stage golden core cultivator flee, pursuing would prove difficult. The Golden Ao Daoist's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing the situation. He turned to Chu Han and asked, Chu Daoist, is he truly a grandmaster of the 9th tier? Chu Han replied uncertainly, I cannot discern. The Golden Ao Daoist ceased his probing. You may play tricks, but I shall obliterate you to see if you dare deceive me again. He grasped an ancient bell, etched with myriad golden runes, resonating with the heavens, drawing the laws of Golden Ao Island towards the bell. This was indeed a superior treasure. The entire island felt as though it had been imprisoned by the ancient bell. The Golden Ao Daoist shouted, even if you are a 9th-tier golden core, you shall be suppressed by the celestial prison bell. Suppression. The ancient bell transformed into a towering celestial bell, manifesting ethereal laws that pressed down upon Lu Qinghe. A magnificent treasure. Sensing the surrounding heavens being subdued, rendering him immobile, Lu Qinghe had never encountered such a peculiar artifact, akin to the soul-capturing bell. Under the suppression of the ancient bell, even late-stage golden core cultivators would be subdued. This artifact was far more formidable than typical treasures. Chapter 0517, The Infinite Sword Calamity. The sword domain breaks the celestial prison. Indeed, one must never underestimate any golden core cultivator, especially those who have reached the late stages. He possessed only the 5 elements sword array diagram, the soul-capturing bell, and the infinite sword calamity to break free from this suppression. However, this ancient bell could not severely injure him. His upper-grade treasure body had already surpassed the defenses of the 8 Desolation Mirror. It was time to test the might of the Supreme Sword Path. As Qinghe found himself immobilized by the celestial prison bell, the golden Ao Taoist boasted, "Friend, regardless of your origin, with the celestial prison bell, you have no path to heaven or door to earth." The golden Ao Taoist held unwavering confidence in his innate treasure. Having extracted it from an ancient cave, refining it over hundreds of years into his life treasure. "You are overly confident." Qinghe slightly lifted his head, unleashing a 5-fold surge of golden core power, breaking free from an inch of suppression. This was ample for him. The great K appeared in his grasp. Infinite Sword Calamity. An ethereal sword domain manifested behind Qinghe, with hundreds of sword intents soaring forth from the domain, transforming into celestial swords that slashed at the oppressive force of the ancient bell. Buzzing resonated as each stroke of the celestial sword's intent struck the ancient bell, producing sounds that reverberated through heaven and earth. Witnessing such a spectacle, the expression of Taoist Qinghe morphed into one of astonishment. Sword Tao divine ability, a top-tier supernatural power? He could scarcely believe that Qinghe was capable of wielding such a formidable ability. This implied that the practitioner before him was indeed a grandmaster at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage, one who had comprehended a top-tier supernatural power. Meanwhile, Qinghe, who had been contemplating a sneak attack, stood frozen in place, enveloped by a chilling disbelief, his hands clutching the ancient zither trembling involuntarily. The absence of a nascent soul true monarch meant that a grandmaster at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage, who had grasped a top-tier supernatural power, represented an unparalleled entity within the realm of cultivation. Taoist Qinghe bellowed in fury, "Impossible. You are merely at the 4th level of the Golden Core stage. Yet you have comprehended a top-tier supernatural power. I cannot fathom how you have achieved this, but soon all of this will belong to me." Utilizing a top-tier supernatural power must deplete your spiritual energy. I surmise you can scarcely unleash its full might and will exhaust your energy after a single use. Ha. If this is the case, it would be a grand fortune for me. With a top-tier supernatural power in my grasp, what need have I to fear a 9th-level Golden Core Master? Taoist Qinghe funneled all his energy from the 8th level of the Golden Core stage into the prisoner bell, augmenting its might. Upon collision with the sword domain, the surrounding space began to warp, as if it were on the verge of being breached. Qinghe took a deep breath. Even amidst such circumstances, these ancient beings retained their sharp intellect. Indeed, he could only manifest the power of a single strike from the top-tier supernatural power, but one strike was sufficient to inflict a blow upon Taoist Qinghe, who wielded a superior-grade magical treasure. Realizing the terror of the sword domain, Taoist Qinghe found that he could not fully suppress it with his entire reservoir of spiritual energy. He shouted, "Qinghe, are you planning to flee? If we do not eliminate him today, do you believe there exists a place for you to hide within this vast cultivation world? We must unite and spare no effort to subdue him." Qinghe had indeed contemplated fleeing, for a top-tier supernatural power was beyond his capacity to confront. However, upon observing that Qinghe was truly only at the 4th level of the Golden Core stage, he hesitated to withdraw, unaware that Qinghe had discerned his intentions. Hearing Qinghe's words, Qinghe seized his ancient zither, summoning the tune of soul severance, infusing it with golden light imbued with the power of the 8th level of the divine soul to counter the sword domain. Qinghe produced 3 strands of golden origin grass, utilizing the Qingmu swallowing heaven technique to restore his previously depleted spiritual energy in an instant. Break! The massive sword, infused with all of its sword chi, thundered towards the ancient bell. Crack! The suppressive force of the bell was shattered. Rumbling! The winds and clouds shifted dramatically as the entire Qinghe island became shrouded in countless sword intents. The large formation of the island trembled ominously, on the verge of collapse. Uft! Taoist Qinghe and Qinghe were the first to be struck, sent flying by the tremendous impact. Not only them, but the aerial combatants Zheng Yun and Yun Yuzi were also caught in the aftermath, landing clumsily on the ground. The 4 of them exchanged terrified glances at Qinghe, exclaiming, "Strong, too strong. The power of a top-tier supernatural ability exceeds our wildest imaginations." Zheng Yun, the weakest among them and most grievously injured, bitterly turned to Yun Yuzi and asked, "Friend Yun, is this truly your bone measurement technique?" Yun Yuzi, too, was incredulous, doubting his own judgment. Such cultivation and a top-tier supernatural power could not possibly belong to one whose bone age was less than a century. In the void, Taoist Qinghe was drenched in blood, having endured the brunt of the infinite sword calamity. Had it not been for his superior-grade magical treasure, he would have been rendered incapacitated. He glared at Lu Qinghe with malevolence. Now you can no longer unleash your top-tier supernatural power, can you? He had nearly been defeated by Lu Qinghe. The great formation surged to life. The terrifying array above Qinghe Island began to operate, enveloping the entire island in an oppressive aura. This sensation was not unfamiliar to Lu Qinghe. He had encountered it before in Yaowang City, albeit that formation was a heavenly great attack array, equivalent to the might of a nascent soul true monarch. Although this formation was formidable, it merely represented the attacking power of a 9th-level golden core master. Now you shall perish. The island's grand formation erupted, and Chu Han, Zheng Yun, and Yun Yuzi's expressions shifted drastically as they found themselves within its scope. Yun Yuzi shouted, "Qinghe, have you lost your mind? Are you intent on annihilating us all?" Zheng Yun cried, "Taoist Qinghe, let me go. I desire nothing." Chu Han harbored his own desires. Yet upon seeing that Taoist Qinghe was indifferent to their fates, he merely raised his ancient zither to defend himself. The other two swiftly followed suit, invoking their defensive magical treasures and life treasures to shield against the impending assault. Infinite sword calamity. This time, Lu Qinghe directly consumed 5 transformation divine fruits, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy to manifest the sword domain. Hundreds of heavenly swords surged forth, each representing an attack of treasure-grade potency. This was the terrifying nature of a top-tier supernatural power. Lu Qinghe even sensed that the top-tier supernatural power could obliterate his 5-element sword array. Thus, his most potent technique was no longer the 5-element sword array, but rather the top-tier supernatural power, which could be described as the fusion of supernatural powers. However, given the current circumstances, the infinite sword calamity was sufficient to deal with the 4 without the need for the fusion technique, which he had reserved for confronting a 9th-level golden core master from the blood demon sect. Boom. The entirety of Qinghe Island, spanning hundreds of kilometers, was penetrated. With all life upon it reduced to mere fragments, the great formation shattered, and the sword domain pierced. Lu Qinghe's great sun-glazed golden body materialized, braving the cataclysmic storm resulting from the collision of the formation and the sword domain, as he bore down upon Taoist Qinghe, wielding the cloud-piercing sword. Chapter 0518, The Crab Dharma Form? Slaying Taoist Qinghe gazed in horror at Lu Qinghe, who approached him like a blazing sun, his eyes wide with disbelief. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "A superior-grade treasure body. You are indeed a formidable body cultivator. Heaven does not permit such a monster to exist in this world." The power of a 4th-level golden core practitioner rivaling that of the late stage, coupled with mastery of a top-tier supernatural power, and now a superior-grade treasure body. How could such a terrifying individual exist? More alarmingly, it seemed as though Lu Qinghe could unleash his top-tier supernatural power without any apparent cost, his spiritual energy boundless. What Taoist Qinghe failed to comprehend was that every invocation of the top-tier supernatural power exacted a toll, akin to expending tens of thousands of spirit stones. He could hardly believe his eyes. Even a 9th-level golden core master would find it an arduous endeavor to achieve even one of these feats over a lifetime. Now, even if he were to emerge victorious, he would bear a heavy price. Regardless, he could not afford to perish here. No matter the cost, he must eliminate his adversary. Taoist Qinghe's complexion turned ashen. Having previously invoked the prisoner bell and withstood the infinite sword calamity, he was already injured. Now, as he activated the great formation, his spiritual energy was nearing depletion. Seeing Lu Qinghe advance with the colossal sword, Taoist Qinghe bellowed, "You think a mere inferior-grade magical treasure can slay me? A foolish dream." Employing secret techniques, he channeled all his essence blood into his supernatural power. A massive crab apparition manifested behind him, and Taoist Qinghe coldly regarded Lu Qinghe, stating, "Do you think you are the only one with a top-tier supernatural power? Everything has been forced upon me, were it not for dire necessity. I would prefer not to resort to this technique, for it inflicts grievous harm upon myself." Lu Qinghe gazed at the giant crab, his expression grave. Its power rivaled that of the boundless sword tribulation. Yet, he understood that, unlike the supreme divine abilities he cultivated, this was a secret method meant for mutual destruction. Beneath his divine consciousness, he sensed the emergence of this technique. The essence, vitality, and spiritual power of the Golden Ao Taoist were utterly depleted. The Golden Ao Taoist as cultivation had plummeted from the Golden Core stage to that of a foundation establishment practitioner, with no hope of reversal. Demonic techniques? This move was unmistakably a demonic art. It seemed evident that the scales adorning the golden Ao Taoist originated from the practice of demonic techniques. Even if it were not purely demonic, it had undoubtedly evolved from such. The golden Ao Taoist bellowed, "What demonic techniques? This is the supreme Dharma manifestation. I still aspire to ascend to the supreme Yuanying Tao. With this giant crab Dharma manifestation, he could traverse the heavens and roam freely. Yet all of it faltered due to you, rendering his efforts in vain. Die, you shall perish before me." The golden Ao Taoist was utterly deranged. Overwhelmed by the stimuli of the day, Qinghe knew he could not allow the giant crab to descend, otherwise, he would be the one to suffer. Even the boundless sword tribulation could not withstand this giant crab's divine ability. He produced the soul-capturing bell, channeling all his divine essence into it. Now, with the golden Ao Taoist's spirit exhausted from employing the secret method, his soul could not resist the assault of the soul-capturing bell. Qinghe sneered, "Golden Ao Taoist. It seems that fate has decreed your demise." In his prime, the golden Ao Taoist might have been able to withstand the soul-capturing bell's onslaught, but such an opportunity had long since vanished. Oblivious to this fact, he summoned the giant crab to project its power toward Qinghe. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of phoenix cries echoed as the golden Ao Taoist stood frozen in place. Qinghe raised his hand, shattering the still-forming giant crab apparition. The golden Ao island instantly returned to tranquility. When the golden Ao Taoist regained his senses, he looked bewildered at the sky, then at the prisoner bell that had fallen into Qinghe's grasp. Gone was his fury. He could only muster a few labored words, "A top-grade soul treasure." Qinghe nodded. "Indeed, golden Ao Taoist, today marks your fate." The golden Ao Taoist was filled with regret. The figure before him was a true monstrosity, far beyond his capacity to confront. Clinging to his last shred of hope, he inquired, "What must I do for you to spare me?" Qinghe offered no idle chatter or response. The blood demon flag appeared in his hand, swirling toward the golden Ao Taoist. The golden Ao Taoist realized he could not escape his doom and shouted, "You cannot escape either. Beings like you will find no mercy from the heavens. Even if you manage to survive, when you face the Yuanying tribulation, you shall fall, your soul scattered." Amidst his maniacal laughter, the golden Ao Taoist perished within the blood demon flag, significantly augmenting its power. As the golden Ao Taoist was slain, several figures hastily departed. Qinghe summoned the soul-capturing bell and the blood demon flag, ensnaring the three figures within. Their forms froze in midair. They had managed to survive the recent onslaught of supreme techniques and the island's great formation, albeit in a severely weakened state. Their strength diminished to a mere fraction of its former self. "Where do you intend to flee?" Qinghe inquired. The three pleaded for mercy, Taoist friend. "It is a misunderstanding. We were misled by the golden Ao Taoist. Please grant us a chance. We are willing to serve you." Qinghe nodded. "Very well. You still possess some value." The three rejoiced, believing they were being spared. However, as Qinghe raised the blood demon flag, they were cast into the river of blood. They protested angrily, "Taoist friend, what is the meaning of this?" Qinghe's calm voice resonated within the blood river. "The value I speak of is to enhance the power of the blood demon flag." The three were both astonished and furious, cursing Qinghe as they attempted to wield their techniques to break free from the blood demon flag. Yet, in their prime, they might have had the strength to resist. Now, they could only struggle momentarily before being subdued by the blood demon flag. Unlike the golden Ao Taoist, Qinghe did not allow the blood demon flag to devour the three. After all, they were formidable golden core practitioners. Unlike the golden Ao Taoist, who had lost both his golden core and his corporeal form, they still possessed their golden cores. He merely utilized the soul-capturing bell to consume their souls, intending to refine them into blood god puppets for future use, whether to set up a blood god formation or to unleash self-detonation like the demonic sacred mountains. Rivaling the power of a top-grade talisman, Qinghe surveyed the entirety of golden Ao Island, which had lost all semblance of its former celestial grandeur and lay in ruins. The majority shattered. Yet, he did not hasten to depart the island. It served as a suitable refuge for him. He enveloped the entire island with the heavenly grade mysterious god great formation, shrouding golden Ao Island in a veil of mist, obscuring it from view. He had arrived at a chamber within the shattered palace of golden Ao Island. He released the three spirit beasts he had previously stored away. Had he not done so during the casting of his supreme technique, they would have been reduced to naught. He instructed the three spirit beasts, "Keep a vigilant watch over this island. No other practitioners must approach or enter." Once assured of their diligence, Qinghe has stepped into the realm of the Black Earth. Chapter 0519, Joyous Acquisition of Purple Gold Flower. Exceeding 50 million spirit stones seated in the realm of the Black Earth, Qinghe began to organize his recent gains. Though the risks had been considerable, the rewards were nothing short of astounding. Not to mention the benefits reaped from slaying several golden core practitioners. Even the treasures obtained through the Dao discussion transaction were exceedingly rare, nearly impossible to procure outside without vast amounts of spirit stones. Qinghe grasped, and 4 artifacts appeared in his hands. The top-grade artifact, the prisoner bell. The mid-grade artifact, the dragon scale saber. The mid-grade artifact, the divine flame fan. And the mid-grade artifact, the ancient Qinghe. The value of these few artifacts reached an impressive 15 million spirit stones. The most beneficial to Qinghe was the top-grade prisoner bell. Refining this artifact would grant him an additional means of combat, and when combined with the soul-capturing bell, its power would rival that of the 5 elements sword array diagram. Moreover, the divine flame fan contained a mid-grade earthly flame of blazing intensity, which could be consumed by the Lioli pure fire. Although it may not induce a transformation in the Lioli pure fire, it would significantly enhance its potency. The other 2 artifacts could be sold or auctioned at a later time. He retrieved a storage ring belonging to the venerable Zheng. Upon opening it, he found not only the golden yuan dan he had previously exchanged, but also a low-grade artifact, 2 top-grade spiritual weapons, and over 300,000 spirit stones. Additionally, there were 100 heavenly spirit dan, evidently prepared for participation in the sacred Dragon Island auction. This was likely the culmination of a family's millennia of accumulation. The second storage ring belonged to the wandering cultivator. It contained just over 1 million spirit stones, 80 heavenly spirit dan, and a collection of unique cultivation techniques and divine abilities. The third storage ring belonged to Qinghe, containing a low-grade artifact and secret methods for soul cultivation, albeit requiring the use of the ancient Qinghe. Qinghe held little interest. He found the mid-grade artifact ancient Qinghe beneath his notice. And with the artifacts already in his possession, even his formidable divine soul could not manage to refine more. It is indeed prudent to retain these items, as they may prove useful in the future, especially when paired with the ancient zither artifact for sale, potentially doubling their value. With over 2 million spirit stones, Qinghe's wealth has significantly increased. However, the most intriguing find for Qinghe is the storage ring of the golden turtle Taoist, particularly his interest in the formidable crab divine power that the Taoist employed. This power undoubtedly exceeds the capabilities of top-tier divine techniques. And should Qinghe succeed in mastering it, his only recourse would be to retreat into the black earth space for safety. Within the storage ring, Qinghe discovered over 6 million spirit stones, a sum greater than the combined total of the other 3 individuals. Countless medicinal pills and spirit artifacts were also present, the means of their acquisition remaining a mystery. Among the treasures were 3 artifacts, 2 of inferior quality and 1 of medium quality. In addition to the 3 soul-devouring flowers, he found a purple gold flower, an upper-grade earthly spiritual herb known as the purple gold flower, essential for concocting the purple gold pill. Qinghe was astonished to learn that the golden turtle Taoist possessed such a rare herb. Regrettably, the seeds for it were absent, leaving Qinghe with a sense of loss, for otherwise he could have cultivated the purple gold flower. He resolved to carefully preserve it for future use. Simultaneously, he unearthed the cultivation method for the crab divine power, which turned out to be a genuine technique, albeit a malevolent one. The side effects of its practice mirrored those of the golden turtle Taoist, transforming one into a creature of the demon race. Nevertheless, mastering it would allow for the manifestation of a divine aspect, which, while not necessarily superior to a nascent soul true monarch's aspect, would offer a significant advantage over top-tier divine techniques. Tempted by the possibilities, Qinghe recalled that the golden turtle Taoist had spent centuries in vain pursuit of this mastery. Yet, with his abundance of enlightenment herbs, Qinghe believed he might succeed where the Taoist had failed. After some contemplation, however, he abandoned the idea. Cultivating this divine aspect would necessitate relinquishing the 5 spirits creation technique, an unthinkable sacrifice, as his entire foundation was built upon it, and the 5 spirit roots. Without the 5 spirits creation technique, all his prior cultivation would be rendered futile, and the significance of a pseudo-divine aspect was negligible to him. He needed only to break through to the nascent soul true monarch stage, crystallizing his own nascent soul aspect and comprehending the rules of the nascent soul. Such a divine aspect was trivial by comparison. Qinghe meticulously organized all his resources. He possessed 12 million spirit stones, 8 million of inferior quality, 30,000 of medium quality, and 100 of superior quality. He had 300 heavenly spirit pills valued at 6 million spirit stones, alongside 4 inferior grade artifacts and 1 medium grade artifact worth 9 million spirit stones. Additionally, he had 80 golden yuan pills, more than half of which he had traded for, valued at 4 million spirit stones. Other various pills, and or combined to amount to another 3 million spirit stones. Thus, this haul exceeded 50 million spirit stones in value, leaving even Lu Qinghe momentarily breathless. Despite his considerable resources, such an overwhelming wealth astonished him. This wealth far surpassed anything he had encountered with any golden core cultivator, and even a nascent soul-true monarch would be taken aback. Reflecting on the circumstances, Lu Qinghe realized the reasons. The four individuals boasted top-tier cultivation levels within the realm of cultivation, standing out amongst golden core practitioners. Furthermore, with an impending auction, they had converted centuries' worth of resources into spirit stones, heavenly spirit pills, and golden yuan pills, intending to alter their fates through this auction. It was no wonder they had amassed such wealth within their storage rings. Lu Qinghe understood now why they resorted to murder and plundering. Repeated endeavors could easily elevate one to the ranks of the wealthiest in the cultivation world. Of course, such actions required sufficient strength. The quartet, united, could pose a formidable challenge even to a 9th-layer golden core cultivator, with the risk of being overwhelmed by them. Fortunately, the elder Wuji had not intervened. Had he done so, Lu Qinghe would have faced substantial difficulties, even though he had not revealed all his capabilities. The presence of an 8th-layer golden core cultivator, coupled with elder Wuji's reputation, would have brought forth formidable divine powers. It was conceivable that they had begun to comprehend the rudiments of top-tier divine techniques. To eliminate them all would come at a heavy price. Yet, no one could have anticipated that several powerful golden core practitioners would fall at the hands of Lu Qinghe. A mere 4th-layer golden core cultivator, a tale that would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the cultivation world. After organizing all his resources, Lu Qinghe extracted the blazing flames from the celestial fire fan. It attempted to flee, but escape was impossible. He summoned the celestial fire-devouring formation, casting the flames within, and activated the formation with 100 superior spirit stones, allowing the glazed purifying fire to consume the inferno. Next, he retrieved the ancient bell of capturing immortals. It was time to refine this ancient bell into his own artifact, which would not only complement the soul-capturing bell, but also serve him well in the endless immortal sea, where he needed an identity. The identity of the golden turtle Taoist was quite appealing. Lu Qinghe intended to navigate the endless immortal sea under this guise, making it nearly impossible for others to trace his whereabouts. Though he was unfamiliar with the golden turtle Taoist's reputation in the endless immortal sea, a golden core 8th-layer cultivator would certainly hold significant renown there. Chapter 520, Refining the Ancient Bell of Capturing Immortals. The return of Elder Wuji. Lu Qinghe was not in a rush to refine the ancient bell of capturing immortals. He had more pressing matters to attend to, such as planting the seeds of the golden xian ginseng he had acquired. He had obtained 75 seeds, doubling the amount he had previously planted in the Black Earth space. He managed to clear 4 acres of spiritual field to sow all these seeds, bringing his total cultivation area for golden xian ginseng to 6 acres. 120 plants. A portion of these would mature in just over a year, effectively saving him at least 2 years' worth of cultivation time. However, Lu Qinghe now had his own plans. He did not wish to wait that long. He estimated that after this batch matured, he could plant once more, and by the time he reached the latter stages of golden core cultivation, he would already have more than enough golden xian ginseng. Nevertheless, he would not miss the opportunity to continue acquiring golden xian ginseng and its seeds. More was always better for him. For the moment, Lu Qinghe set aside the golden xian ginseng and proceeded to another spiritual field, where a pitch-black spiritual herb had matured. A terrifying demonic aura enveloped the field like a dark cloud. This was the celestial demon flower he had obtained previously, now ready for harvest. Lu Qinghe cautiously picked the celestial demon flower, discovering it yielded only 3 seeds, which he promptly planted. He then stored the celestial demon flower, a valuable treasure that, if obtained by demonic cultivators, could exponentially accelerate their cultivation speed. Lu Qinghe remained steadfast in his earlier intention to incorporate the celestial demon flower into the soul-capturing bell, augmenting its capabilities with the power of inner demons. Previously uncertain, he now felt confident in completing the refinement of the soul-capturing bell to enhance its inner demon functionality. Thanks to his mastery of the heavenly tribulation refinement method, many other spiritual herbs had also matured, but the heavenly grade herbs he was particularly concerned about had yet to reach maturity, and the enlightenment herbs he had only recently planted would require 4 years to mature. Lu Qinghe harvested a portion of the mature spiritual herbs, collecting them for future use. Even so, it appeared that the Black Earth space was beginning to strain under his planting demands. Each type of spiritual herb needed to be cultivated in specific quantities. Even the fire cloud mushroom had seen a reduction in planting. While the fire cloud pill still held efficacy for the scarlet flame fox, it was no longer as beneficial for the fire python's cultivation compared to using the golden yuan pill. He now aspires to swiftly enhance the cultivation of both the crimson flame fox and the fire python. But his only recourse lies in acquiring mid-grade earth-level fire attribute elixirs or high-grade earth-level fire attribute elixirs. As for the two-headed demon ape, he remains powerless without lightning attribute elixirs and can only resort to using the same elixirs as himself, albeit with slightly inferior effects compared to the lightning attribute elixirs. Nevertheless, it can still facilitate a rapid ascent in its cultivation, though Qinghe referred to it as being only marginally less effective than the perfect grade lightning elixirs. In contrast to ordinary lightning elixirs, the perfect grade golden xiandan offers effects exponentially superior, akin to high-quality lightning elixirs, which are incomparably better than mediocre, substandard elixirs. At present, Qinghe realizes that he lacks not only spiritual herbs, but also a variety of elixir formulas. Otherwise, he could concoct far more elixirs than he currently can. He could even create various extraordinary elixirs, such as the youth-enhancing pill, Yin celestial pill, wood celestial pill, fire celestial pill, mirror-breaking pill, and many others. Unfortunately, he is hindered by the absence of formulas, and thus he plans to attend the upcoming auction at the Divine Dragon Immortal Island to seek out these elixir formulas. If that fails, he will have no choice but to return to the Medicine King sect. The Medicine King sect possesses countless elixir formulas, including numerous for celestial elixirs, and he is determined to find a way to obtain them. He performed a cloud and rain technique on 5 acres of golden xian ginseng to expedite its growth. Moreover, he expended 3 earth-grade spiritual herbs to restore his mana and utilized the cloud and rain technique once more on another acre of golden xian ginseng and earth bodhi. Regrettably, the optimal scenario permits usage only once per day. Exceeding this limit results in a significant decrease in efficacy, with the consumption of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy also multiplying. After completing all his preparations, he grasped the prisoning immortal ancient bell and began the ritualistic refining process. Refining a high-grade magical artifact typically requires several years. However, due to Qinghe's formidable spirit, he accomplished the refinement of the prisoning immortal ancient bell within a mere month, initially mastering this unique magical artifact. Using his mana to activate the prisoning immortal ancient bell, he witnessed an outpouring of golden inscriptions that densely filled the space, imprisoning it entirely. He had already tested the might of the prisoning immortal ancient bell, without formidable magical artifacts or techniques. It would be exceedingly difficult for a late-stage golden core cultivator to escape its confinement. As he refined the prisoning immortal ancient bell, Qinghe chuckled. With the prisoning immortal ancient bell in hand, even if I claim not to be the golden tortoise Taoist, no one would believe me. Qinghe refrained from continuing the refinement of the soul-capturing bell and the 8 desolation mirror. As the heavenly deception mask shimmered, a unique scaled mask materialized upon his face, and Qinghe exited the black earth space. A few spatial shifts later, he stepped out of the golden tortoise Immortal Island's grand formation, where an elderly figure loomed in the void, seemingly contemplating something. Upon seeing Qinghe, the infinite ancestor was taken aback, and with uncertainty etched on his face, he inquired, "Golden tortoise Taoist? What has happened to you?" He was unsure. While he noted some changes, he could still discern the shadow of the golden tortoise Taoist. Qinghe replied, "I sustained injuries, which have transformed me into my current state. With a period of cultivation, I shall recover. But what brings you back to the golden tortoise Immortal Island?" "Infinite Taoist, when you had already departed?" A month prior, the little fox had informed him of cultivators lurking outside, and he had dismissed it. However, he was astonished that Infinite Ancestor had not taken action against the golden tortoise Immortal Island within this month. Could it be that Infinite Taoist sought to seek justice for the golden crow Taoist? A fleeting look of astonishment crossed the Infinite Ancestor's eyes as he clasped his hands, saying, "Certainly not. I merely encountered the golden crow Taoist by chance. It would have been excessive for me to take advantage of his misfortune. I am merely concerned for the safety of golden tortoise Taoist and the other esteemed friends. Our camaraderie over several centuries is not something others can match. However, this golden tortoise Immortal Island is shrouded by a strange grand formation, making it impossible to make contact." Qinghe chuckled coldly, "Infinite Taoist, you wouldn't be here to see if we have mutually perished, would you?" The Infinite Ancestor hastily retorted, "How could I be such a person?" He then shifted the conversation. "By the way, where are the other esteemed friends?" With a tone tinged with regret, Qinghe responded, "They were slain by the golden crow Taoist during their confrontation. Were it not for them, I might not have succeeded in slaying the golden crow Taoist." Qinghe invited the Infinite Ancestor, "If you wish to hear the details, please, let us converse within the island." As the grand formation of the Immortal Island was opened by Qinghe, the Infinite Ancestor's expression shifted dramatically. He hesitated to enter the island, perceiving it now as a hellish abyss filled with peril. He could only find an excuse. As long as I see Golden Tortoise Taoist is unharmed, that is sufficient. I must prepare for the upcoming auction. So I shall take my leave. With a swift flash of escape light, the infinite ancestor departed without hesitation. Watching the retreating figure of the infinite ancestor, Lu Qinghe's expression grew solemn. This old fox is indeed cunning, and surely harbors ulterior motives. Moreover, with his understanding of the Golden Tortoise Taoist, he must have perceived something amiss. Lu Qinghe had initially intended to lure him into the island for a decisive strike. But the infinite ancestor had not afforded him such an opportunity. Well, he did not truly offend me. Under such circumstances, I would have chosen to leave as well. As long as he does not seek trouble with me in the future, there is no need for a grand confrontation. During this discussion, he had gained considerable benefits. Thanks to the infinite ancestor, who had not joined forces with the Golden Crow Taoist in attacking him. Although the infinite ancestor certainly had his own calculations, likely aiming to benefit from their mutual destruction, he ultimately refrained from taking action, making a conflict to the death unnecessary. Hopefully, he is a wise man. Lu Qinghe turned and returned to the Golden Tortoise Immortal Island, sealing the grand formation once more. Hundreds of miles away, the infinite ancestor gazed solemnly towards the direction of the Golden Tortoise Immortal Island, his expression rife with uncertainty. It seemed that the Golden Tortoise Taoist and the others were in grave danger. This was no mere injury, but rather an indication that the Golden Tortoise Immortal Island had been usurped by the Golden Crow Taoist. My suspicions were correct. The Golden Crow Taoist must be a formidable cultivator of the 9th level of the Golden Core stage, and he must never be offended. Moreover, the matter of him usurping the Golden Tortoise Immortal Island must remain concealed. The infinite Taoist could not penetrate the heavenly deception mask. Yet he instantly deduced that the person he had just conversed with was not the true Golden Tortoise Taoist. He had previously been wary of Lu Qinghe's cultivation, especially since he was a lightning attribute cultivator, which could provoke a formidable enemy. However, he had not anticipated Lu Qinghe's terrifying prowess. 4 powerful Golden Core cultivators could contend against a 9th level Golden Core cultivator, especially since he was well aware of the Golden Tortoise Taoist's capabilities, which were remarkable enough to allow escape from a 9th level Golden Core cultivator. The fact that such a being had been slain indicated that the Golden Crow Taoist was not someone he could provoke or offend. He felt grateful for his prudent choice. Otherwise, he too might have perished alongside the others. 2 months later, the entirety of the Golden Tortoise Immortal Island had been restored under the reconstruction efforts of the 3 spiritual beasts and Lu Qinghe. Countless immortal islands surrounded them, inhabited by powerful Golden Core cultivators, yet the Golden Tortoise Taoist undeniably stood as the strongest in this region, with no other cultivators seeking trouble. Although the previous battle had been earth-shattering, it had been concealed by the Grand Formation, preventing other cultivators from understanding what had transpired. Within the Black Earth space, Lu Qinghe twirled the soul-capturing bell in his hand. Although it had not ascended to a spiritual treasure, its power had once again increased. After merging with the heavenly demon flower, it had indeed acquired the ability to invoke heart demons, mere steps away from reaching the pinnacle of a magical artifact. The ability of the heart demon technique is to evoke the heart demons of others, ensnaring cultivators within a realm of illusory heart demons, leading to mild cases of distraction and regression in cultivation, or severe cases of heart demon backlash resulting in death. This endowed him with an insidious method of killing, which could even be effective against more formidable cultivators. Any practitioner, even a nascent soul true monarch, would inevitably confront their inner demons. The elusive 3 lifetimes soul-devouring flower, capable of dispelling such malevolent thoughts, is not readily accessible to all. One could potentially scheme against a nascent soul true monarch using the soul-capturing bell. Naturally, such a reckless endeavor was not something Lu Qinghe would entertain. He had already witnessed the terrifying might of the nascent soul true monarch during the demon realm's sovereign's intervention. That was a transcendent power, far beyond his capacity to provoke. Soul-capturing, soul-controlling, soul-devouring, and confronting inner demons. The soul-capturing bell grew increasingly fearsome, transforming from a mere artifact of the demonic path into one of true malevolence. This had originally been the innate treasure of the demonic avatar, only manifesting its horrific prowess when fueled by demonic energy. Reflecting on the demonic avatar, Lu Qinghe felt a heavy unease. He could not afford to lose this invaluable asset. While he lacked the yin-yang divine lotus, seeking a celestial root was an impossible endeavor. Other spiritual roots rarely exceeded the cultivation of a nascent soul true monarch, most only reaching the Golden Core stage, which held little significance for him. The demonic avatar, akin to a celestial root, was capable of transcending the nascent soul realm, making it an exceedingly rare treasure within the cultivation world. He resolved to wait until his divine consciousness strengthened further and his 5 elements divine powers reached their pinnacle. Only then would he have a means to reclaim the demonic avatar. Although he dared not attempt to control the demonic avatar, sensing that it remained intact, merely suppressed, was a relief. Once his 5 elements divine powers reached their ultimate form, he would surely be able to unleash a force of law, making the retrieval of the demonic avatar feasible. Moreover, there was the 8 Desolation Mirror, which had once seemed nearly useless. After merging with the Tai Golden Essence, it not only ascended to a high-quality artifact level, but also significantly improved in material, holding the potential for advancement to a supreme artifact. However, its power and potential paled in comparison to his other artifacts. The 5 elements sword array diagram was indispensable, being his innate treasure, intertwined with his very life. The soul-capturing bell was even stronger, considered a semi-inherent artifact, along with the ancient bell of capturing immortals, a formidable treasure from antiquity. Even the golden turtle Taoist had failed to unleash its true strength. In addition, the blood demon flag and the eye of the thunder god constituted his primary treasures at present. Qinghe could not manage more artifacts. He had more than enough already. His divine abilities and treasures had undergone comprehensive enhancement, yet regrettably, he possessed only 20 stalks of the Enlightenment grass, rendering him unable to grasp another pinnacle divine ability. What puzzled him was that, after such a lengthy period, the blood demon sect's cultivators had not yet sought him out. Had they not realized he had departed from the demon domain, or was there another reason? Such perplexities were not worth dwelling upon. For him, each day afforded him a greater capacity for self-preservation. He retrieved the vermilion bird cauldron and commenced refining pills, having acquired 6 mature golden xianxia, which would undoubtedly bolster his cultivation significantly. After 6 days, he successfully refined 6 furnaces yielding 30 golden xian pills, which he began to absorb for cultivation. With all the golden xian ginsengs refined, Qinghe experienced considerable advancement in his cultivation, just in time for the auction at the Divine Dragon Immortal Island. He planned to leave Golden Turtle Island to attend the auction, summoning 3 spirit beasts. He tossed over 100 fire cloud pills and 20 Qilin creation pills to the little fox, and then bestowed 20 Qilin creation pills and a thunder beast's inner core to the 2-headed demon ape. You two are to watch over this immortal island diligently. Not only had Qinghe restored the grand formation of Golden Turtle Island, but he had also integrated it with the Divine Guardian Grand Array, concerned that his absence might invite occupation by others. This arrangement allowed the 2-headed demon ape to refine the thunder beast's inner core while the little fox monitored the formation, ensuring that even a late-stage golden core cultivator could safeguard Golden Turtle Island. He pointed to the fire python. You will serve as my steed. With the cultivation of the 4th layer of the golden core realm, the fire python was indeed qualified to be his mount. The fire python roared and soared into the sky, with Qinghe leaping onto its back, departing from Golden Turtle Island. Chapter 0522, Divine Dragon Immortal Island. A surprising appearance of Bai Yutong surrounding the boundless immortal sea. As the day of the auction approached, countless cultivators converged upon Divine Dragon Immortal Island. The scale of these practitioners dwarfed even that of the Frost Moon Immortal City auction by dozens of times. The weakest among them were Foundation Establishment cultivators leading the charge, while rare golden core ancestors occasionally transformed into streaks of escape light, vanishing from sight. While golden core cultivators could travel unimpeded, others typically relied on enormous sky vessels to reach Divine Dragon Immortal City. This not only safeguarded them from potential ambushes by rogue cultivators, but also protected them from assaults by sea beasts. Even the formidable Foundation Establishment cultivators, known for their prowess, dared not act recklessly in isolation here. Across the vast ocean, a terrifying aura descended from afar, causing countless advancing cultivators to halt in their tracks, their faces filled with trepidation as they gazed into the distance. A massive fiery figure approached, prompting a panicked shout. It's a great demon of the Golden Core realm. The sky vessel's defenses were immediately heightened, and the Golden Core cultivators stationed on board manifested, vigilantly scanning the horizon. As the fiery figure drew closer, those with formidable spiritual senses discerned that it was none other than the fire python. Astonishingly, a human cultivator was atop it. This was no mere beast of the demon kind, but rather a spirit beast belonging to a highly skilled golden core ancestor. All gazed in disbelief at the figure atop the fire python, a terrifying creature of the golden core realm, unexpectedly revealed to be someone else's domesticated spirit beast. The golden core cultivators on the sky vessel were even more aghast, unable to sense the beastly aura of the fire python, yet acutely aware of its formidable presence. A golden core beast of the 4th layer was a force to be reckoned with. Typically, a mid-stage golden core beast would evolve its divine abilities into great powers, far surpassing those of ordinary cultivators. The combat prowess of a golden core 4th layer spirit beast would not be inferior to that of a golden core 5th layer ancestor. the latter already recognized as a formidable force within the cultivation world. They bowed in reverence towards the position of the fire python. And only after it had vanished did they declare, "It is the steed of a certain golden core ancestor heading to divine dragon Immortal Island. There is no need for alarm. Let us proceed." Standing atop the fire python, Qinghe gazed upon the vast expanse of the ocean below, momentarily feeling a sense of celestial freedom. No impudent cultivator dared to disturb him. Even those in the late stages of the golden core realm sensed the fire python's aura and wisely steered clear to avoid conflict. Rumors spoke of a realm beyond the endless immortal sea, home to beings surpassing the nascent soul true monarchs, though whether this was truth or mere myth remained uncertain. Having navigated the cultivation world for many years, Qinghe had garnered substantial knowledge about it. Numerous sea beasts were aware of the human cultivators convening for an auction, concealing themselves beneath the surface, poised to ambush those passing by. A sudden whirlwind approached, prompting Qinghe to snort coldly. "A mere golden core third-layer beast dares to assail me?" Without needing Qinghe to intervene, the fire python unleashed a fireball that obliterated the whirlwind, igniting a sea of flames upon the ocean's surface. However, the cunning sea beast, after its initial trial, retreated into the depths of the ocean, not daring to surface again. Qinghe's formidable spiritual sense could not penetrate the deep sea. "Consider yourself fortunate." He patted the fire python, urging it to accelerate forward. The divine dragon Immortal Island serves as the gateway to the boundless immortal sea. The previous immortal islands, such as the Wajian Island and the Golden Ao Island, merely stood at the juncture between the southern celestial realm of cultivation and the infinite immortal sea. Days later, a vast continent floating atop the ocean came into view. The divine dragon Immortal Island had arrived, a colossal island spanning over 1,000 kilometers, adorned with magnificent and imposing structures, all enveloped by a celestial-grade grand formation. Even a nascent soul true monarch would find it impossible to penetrate, though the resources required to fully activate such a formation remain a mystery. As Qinghe approached, a terrifying divine sense swept over him, accompanied by a voice like thunder. "Divine Dragon Immortal Island, fellow cultivator, please sheath your spirit beasts and register for entry." A cultivator at the 8th layer of the golden core stage appeared, blocking Qinghe's path. Qinghe introduced himself. "I am the Golden Ao Daoist from Golden Ao Island, here to attend the auction at Divine Dragon Immortal Island." Upon hearing Qinghe's name, the 8th layer cultivator's tone softened considerably. "Ah, it is the Golden Ao Daoist. I am Zhou, honored to make your acquaintance." Though he did not personally know the Golden Ao Daoist, he had heard of his renown. Being a fellow cultivator at the 8th layer of the golden core stage, Qinghe returned the courtesy. "Greetings, fellow Daoist." Zhou cautioned Qinghe, "While you may enter the island free of charge, please refrain from releasing your spirit beasts. There are many Qi refining and foundation establishment cultivators here, and any disruption could tarnish the reputation of Divine Dragon Immortal Island. I trust you will cooperate." Qinghe nodded. "Of course." He stowed away the fire python and stepped onto the island. This time, Zhou did not obstruct him. Though he found it curious, he had encountered the Golden Ao Daoist twice before. While they were not intimate acquaintances, it was odd for him to feign ignorance. Given that this individual practiced a unique technique, transforming himself into a demonic form and exhibiting erratic behavior, such eccentricities were to be expected. His sole intention was to prevent any trouble from late-stage golden core cultivators on the island by issuing a timely warning. Other cultivators would be managed by the island's guardians. Beyond the island, countless cultivators formed a queue, gazing at Qinghe with envy and awe as he entered. This was the treatment afforded to a venerable ancestor of the golden core. Not only was he exempt from entrance fees, but he also bypassed the line to access the island. Among the throng of cultivators, a foundation establishment cultivator of the 7th layer led the group, who then withdrew their gaze. The Golden Ao Daoist, a renowned late-stage golden core cultivator, had traversed the outer seas for centuries, rumored to have reached the 9th layer of the golden core stage, making him one of the most formidable cultivators in the outer seas. The other cultivators, lacking comprehension of the 9th layer, perceived no distinction between the 1st and 9th layers of the golden core. A mere thought could claim their lives. She turned to a serene-faced woman beside her. "Sister Bai, remember, do not wander aimlessly. Despite being a 2nd layer foundation establishment cultivator, your status on Divine Dragon Immortal Island is no different from that of a Qi refining cultivator, unless you achieve late-stage foundation establishment. I will inquire about the matters concerning the Taishan sect for you, and as for your junior brother Liu, do not harbor any delusions. He may currently be a Qi refining cultivator, and with good fortune, he might reach late stage, but with ill fortune, he may have already perished." Should Qinghe catch sight of her, he would undoubtedly recognize that this woman was Bai Yutong, who had mysteriously vanished nearly 20 years ago. Her presence on Divine Dragon Immortal Island was enigmatic. Bai Yutong replied resolutely, "Elder, I firmly believe that junior brother Lu is still alive and has successfully established his foundation." The elder regarded Bai Yutong with a sympathetic glance, choosing not to respond. Such a possibility was exceedingly slim. Their purpose for this visit was straightforward: to obtain a reverse destiny pill, enabling them to secure a golden core cultivator for their sect in the outer seas. Chapter 0523, A Request from Lin Aoshuang. The 8th layer pavilion master. The vastness of Divine Dragon Immortal Island surpassed Lu Qinghe's imagination, dwarfing the grand celestial cities of the southern realm. However, having never visited other realm celestial cities, he found himself unable to make a fair comparison. For each prominent sect boasted several massive celestial cities beneath its banner. This place also housed the treasure-gathering pavilion, which piqued Lu Qinghe's curiosity. He knew that the Frostmoon Celestial City was managed by the treasure-gathering pavilion, yet it ultimately belonged to the domain of the Medicine King sect. However, the treasure-gathering pavilion, a colossal entity with numerous branches, had an elusive headquarters whose location remained unknown to him, unlike other vast sects that occupied extensive territories. Lu Qinghe found a suitable spot and proceeded to sell his concocted spirit transformation pills, foundation cultivation pills, spirit refining pills, as well as jade spirit pills and earth spirit pills. He garnered 20 million spirit stones, adding to his previous total of 11 million, along with over 10 million spirit stones acquired from slaying several golden core ancestors. After expending several million spirit stones over the past 2 months, his current wealth had swelled to an astonishing 40 million. While he refrained from selling various ores and spiritual materials, as they held little immediate value for him, their accumulation might prove useful in the future. A few million spirit stones could yield a month's worth of pill concocting. Though he considered selling spiritual artifacts and magical treasures, the latter would invariably cause a stir upon their appearance. Lu Qinghe intended to visit the treasure-gathering pavilion to test his luck, hoping to exchange spirit stones and resources for desired items. This treasure-gathering pavilion was even grander than that of Frostmoon Celestial City. Upon entering, Lu Qinghe attracted the attention of the attending cultivators. A foundation establishment cultivator, unable to gauge his cultivation level, hurriedly inquired, "Greetings, esteemed elder. May I inquire what you require?" Lu Qinghe stated his identity. "I am the Golden AO Taoist from the Chaotic Star Sea, seeking to procure some materials. I request an audience with your pavilion master." The materials he sought were beyond the jurisdiction of these foundation establishment cultivators or ordinary attendants. Upon hearing the name of the Golden AO Taoist, the foundation establishment cultivator's expression shifted, and he quickly responded with deference, "Please follow me, esteemed elder. I will notify the pavilion master of your arrival." The cultivator escorted Lu Qinghe to the VIP reception hall, offering him fine spiritual tea before excusing himself. "Please wait here, esteemed elder. I shall report to the pavilion master." As the foundation establishment cultivator departed, Lu Qinghe smiled faintly. It seems the Golden AO Taoist holds considerable renown in the Chaotic Star Sea, for even the foundation establishment cultivators here are well aware of him. This was hardly surprising, as countless golden core cultivators frequented Divine Dragon Immortal Island, particularly those in search of fortune. It was not uncommon for nascent soul true monarchs to descend into the infinite immortal sea. Yet, few could cultivate to the late stages of the golden core, and even fewer could attain the 8th layer, like the Golden AO Taoist, a formidable figure who had been a power in the Chaotic Star Sea for centuries. It would be abnormal for him to remain unknown. In the management loft, a middle-aged man raised an eyebrow upon hearing the report from the foundation establishment cultivator. "What business does that old monster, the Golden AO Taoist, have at the treasure-gathering pavilion?" The foundation establishment cultivator replied, "It appears he is here to purchase materials." The middle-aged man laughed heartily. "It is rare for that old monster to seek materials. He is anything but settled in the Chaotic Star Sea, with countless enemies, and rarely ventures out. His appearance here suggests he is confident in making a final breakthrough, hoping to leverage this auction to enhance his chances. One must admit, his luck seems to be holding, with his cultivation achieved through demonic and sinister methods to the 8th layer of the Golden Core. Even ordinary 9th layer cultivators would avoid provoking him." Seated nearby was a woman of noble bearing, who, upon noticing the middle-aged man had matters to attend to, gracefully excused herself. "Third uncle, since you are preoccupied, I shall take my leave." This lady was Lin Aoshuang, tasked with transporting resources from Frostmoon Immortal City to Divine Dragon Island, and subsequently bringing supplies back to Frostmoon Immortal City. Ordinarily, her presence was unnecessary, but this occasion was of paramount importance, compelling her to undertake the journey personally. The middle-aged man nodded. "You may rest for now. I shall investigate the matters you entrusted to me. However, The resources you require are exceedingly vast. Heavenly-grade resources are beyond my authority, requiring the approval of our ancestor. As for the person you seek, I will endeavor to locate them, though I advise you not to harbor overly optimistic expectations. Countless cultivators perish in the world of immortals daily, and even foundational cultivators are but slightly larger than mere ants. Lin Aoshuang expressed her gratitude. Thank you, third uncle. Observing Lin Aoshuang's demeanor, Lin Yinfeng cautioned, Aoshuang, you are a prodigy nurtured by our family. Remember not to let emotions cloud your judgment. The family's interests must remain paramount. Without the family, there would be no you, nor would there be a me. Lin Aoshuang's expression remained unperturbed as she nodded. Your niece understands. After taking her leave, Lin Yinfeng furrowed his brow. Lu Qinghe, a core disciple of the Medicine King sect, hardly seems worthy of our Lin family's cherished daughter. If he vanishes, so be it. He ceased to contemplate Lin Aoshuang's request for assistance in finding someone, for not only would he refuse, but the ancient figures within the clan would also oppose it. Lin Aoshuang's value lay in her potential to assist the treasure-gathering pavilion with a nascent soul. Having organized his thoughts, Lin Yinfeng proceeded towards the VIP hall, where he encountered the calm and composed Lu Qinghe. He found himself perplexed by the enigmatic presence of the golden Ao Taoist and extended his consciousness towards Lu Qinghe. Boom! A terrifying surge of consciousness erupted within his mind, causing Lin Yinfeng's complexion to pale and his expression to shift to one of astonishment as he gazed at Lu Qinghe. How could this be? Has the golden Ao Taoist truly ascended to the 9th level of the golden core? Suppressing the piercing pain in his soul, he wore a mask of feigned nonchalance as he boisterously welcomed. Welcome, Taoist Golden Ao. Please excuse any shortcomings in our hospitality at the Treasure Gathering Pavilion. I am Lin Yinfeng, the Pavilion Master of Treasure Gathering Pavilion on Divine Dragon Island. Lu Qinghe greeted him. Greetings, Taoist Lin. Lu Qinghe had not anticipated that the Pavilion Master of the Treasure Gathering Pavilion would be a practitioner at the 8th level of the Golden Core. Yet only such a formidable cultivator could maintain order and prevent other practitioners from daring to provoke the pavilion. Otherwise, it would be inevitable for desperate Golden Core cultivators, whose lifespans were dwindling, to assault the pavilion, fleeing into the boundless sea of immortals. Lin Yinfeng settled himself and inquired, might there be anything with which the Treasure Gathering Pavilion can assist Taoist Golden Ao? He dared no longer to casually probe Lu Qinghe's cultivation, for while the strength of one's soul did not equate to the entirety of their power, only a formidable practitioner would possess a powerful soul. Cultivating soul power was far more arduous than mastering magical prowess. Lu Qinghe courteously stated, as I have come to the Treasure Gathering Pavilion for trade. I have a few items I wish to sell, preferably in exchange for the resources I seek. Lin Yinfeng refrained from making grand claims, aware that he stood before a practitioner at the 8th level of the Golden Core, potentially even at the 9th level. The resources required were not trivial. Indeed, they could very well be heavenly-grade resources, which the Treasure Gathering Pavilion might not be able to procure, as long as it is within the capacity of the pavilion. We shall certainly offer Taoist the most favorable trade. Chapter 0524, The Exorbitant Array Diagram Method. A familiar aura to Lu Qinghe. Lu Qinghe cautiously inquired, might the Treasure Gathering Pavilion possess any spiritual treasures? Lin Yinfeng was momentarily taken aback. He understood that the resources desired by the Golden Ao Taoist would be formidable, but he had not anticipated them to be so immense. Spiritual treasures could only be wielded by true nascent soul monarchs, and it would not be an exaggeration to classify them as immortal artifacts. The audacity of the Golden Ao Taoist to seek spiritual treasures was astonishing. Even a practitioner at the 9th level of the Golden Core would face certain death if they attempted to claim one. Some newly ascended nascent soul monarchs might not even possess such treasures. Lin Yinfeng awkwardly replied, Taoist, you jest. Treasures of such caliber are exceedingly rare. I have scarcely encountered one in the past few centuries. This revelation provided Lu Qinghe with insight. Henceforth, it appeared that the only way to acquire a spiritual treasure would be through self-manufacturing, as purchasing one was nearly impossible. However, the endeavor of forging a spiritual treasure was immensely challenging. Although he possessed the means to craft such a treasure and had sword grass at his disposal, the actualization of a spiritual treasure remained an almost unattainable feat. Observing the astonished expression on Lin Yinfeng's face, Lu Qinghe remarked, I was merely jesting. Even if the Treasure Gathering Pavilion had spiritual treasures, I would be unable to procure them. He then clarified, I seek to exchange several magical artifacts for resources. Lu Qinghe produced 4 low-grade magical artifacts. Lin Yinfeng's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing the 4 artifacts. He had not anticipated that the Golden Ao Taoist could present 4 at once. Furthermore, 2 of them appeared somewhat familiar, indicating that the Golden Ao Taoist had likely engaged in some nefarious dealings. Maintaining his composure, Lin Yinfeng addressed Lu Qinghe. The origins of these artifacts may be dubious, which could pose complications for the treasure-gathering pavilion. Lu Qinghe countered, these are all unclaimed items. Is the treasure-gathering pavilion truly inclined to investigate their provenance? If so, our transaction need not proceed. Though Lu Qinghe's words were harsh, Lin Yinfeng did not take offense. He understood that if every item required proof of its origin, countless individuals would be deterred from trading. Especially for rare treasures, their origins were often shrouded in mystery, and those who offered them would seek to conceal their sources. Lin Yinfeng inquired, what does Taoist require? He recognized that Lu Qinghe's needs were certainly not for spirit stones. If he sought spirit stones, he would not have brought magical artifacts to the treasure-gathering pavilion for sale. I require heavenly-grade ores for crafting magical artifacts, as well as heavenly-grade lightning attribute spiritual materials. For each magical artifact, I wish to exchange for one piece of heavenly-grade spiritual material. I trust the treasure-gathering pavilion would not refuse. Heavenly-grade spiritual materials are indeed precious, but ores of this nature are valued at merely 100,000 spirit stones, far less than the worth of a magical artifact. Your ambitions are grand, Taoist. Heavenly-grade ores are exceedingly rare, and even more so are heavenly-grade lightning attribute materials, which are coveted by even nascent soul monarchs. Lu Qinghe pressed, is it possible that the treasure-gathering pavilion cannot procure even a single piece? Lin Yinfeng nodded. Previously, we had two, but they were taken before your arrival. Lightning attribute materials are exceedingly scarce. However, I can inform you that there will be a prestigious lightning attribute treasure available at the upcoming auction on Divine Dragon Island. Whether you can acquire it depends on your capabilities. Should you sincerely wish to sell, the treasure-gathering pavilion can purchase it with top-grade spirit stones if the price is reasonable. Lu Qinghe was taken aback to learn that the treasure-gathering pavilion on Divine Dragon Island lacked heavenly-grade ores. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, if that is the case, then so be it. However, if the treasure-gathering pavilion can provide a method for forging at least a top-grade Earth-level array diagram, I am willing to sell the 4 magical artifacts to the pavilion for top-grade spirit stones. Moreover, if the pavilion can present a heavenly-grade array diagram forging method, I would be inclined to offer an even higher price. Array diagrams were among the treasures he urgently needed to obtain. Acquiring a top-grade Earth-level array diagram was nearly impossible. Though not on par with spiritual treasures, top-grade Earth-level array diagrams exceeded the value of typical high-grade magical artifacts. Even if the treasure-gathering pavilion possessed such diagrams, they might not be willing to part with them. This was far more valuable than heavenly-grade ores and lightning attribute materials. The array diagram was not only a crucial component of his life-bound magical artifacts, but only a top-grade Earth-level array diagram could accommodate 5 high-grade magical artifacts of celestial sorts, allowing him to unleash the full potential of the 5 elements sword array. However, if the treasure pavilion could produce a heavenly-grade array diagram refining method, he would be willing to offer several longevity fruits, even at the expense of heavenly-grade spiritual herbs. Lin Yinfeng chuckled, friend, you are fortunate. The treasure pavilion does not possess a top-tier earthly array diagram, but we have received a method to refine one today. It is being sold by a venerable ancestor in the late stage of the Golden Core realm, who fears a lack of spirit stones for this auction. With a flick of his hand, a jade slip appeared, which he handed to Lu Qinghe. Upon glancing at it, Lu Qinghe's expression changed. He felt an inexplicable familiarity with the array method contained within the jade slip, though the crucial parts were obscured. Only by purchasing could he unveil the subsequent content. Convinced that it was undoubtedly the forging method for a top-tier earthly array diagram, Lu Qinghe inquired of Lin Yinfeng, I will take this array method. Name your price. Lin Yinfeng, maintaining politeness, replied, let us trade it for 4 of your magical artifacts. Lu Qinghe shook his head, that is too exorbitant. For artifacts are worth over 6 million spirit stones, sufficient to procure an ordinary top-tier magical artifact. Lin Yinfeng remained steadfast, you are mistaken, my friend. The price of ordinary refining methods pales in comparison to this one. The significance of an array diagram is unparalleled. Once you refine this diagram, not only will you dominate the entire chaotic star sea, but you may also ascend to become the foremost figure beneath the true monarchs. Such a prospect is beyond the reach of any amount of spirit stones, and I assure you this is the standard price. I harbor no intent to deceive. If you doubt my words, inquire at the Divine Dragon Immortal Island. If memory serves, a top-tier array diagram was auctioned there a century ago, fetching a staggering 5 million spirit stones, all settled with heavenly spirit pills, before being claimed by a major sect. After contemplating, Lu Qinghe realized Lin Yinfeng had no reason to deceive him, especially given his status as an 8th-layer golden core cultivator. Lin Yinfeng had no motive to offend him. Moreover, the array method piqued his curiosity, Its familiar aura compelled him to acquire it regardless of the cost. Deal. Upon hearing Lu Qinghe's agreement, Lin Yinfeng laughed heartily. You have made a wise decision. I congratulate you on your future ascendance over the chaotic star sea. Lu Qinghe replied coolly, there is no need for flattery. If the top-tier treasure map were as easy to refine, the cultivation world would not lack for them. I may not have the opportunity to refine this within the next century. I am merely preparing for contingencies. Lin Yinfeng was skeptical. He could not believe Lu Qinghe would make such a costly purchase without substantial assurance. He suspected Lu Qinghe had acquired formidable array materials. Lu Qinghe excused himself. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Lin Yinfeng rose to see him off. Should you require anything further, do visit the treasure pavilion. As Lu Qinghe's figure disappeared, Lin Yinfeng's expression grew grave. This ancient figure's strength was unfathomable. Should he truly refine the array diagram, it would surely disrupt the entire cultivation world. It was imperative to report this to his family for their vigilance. Chapter 0525, The Hundredly Landscape Map. Qinghe Lin Yinfeng could easily foresee that if the golden Ao Taoist successfully crafted the top-tier treasure map, he would become an exceedingly terrifying existence. Unmatched by any nascent soul, true monarch. The treasure pavilion would strive to avoid offending such a powerful figure, though they had a nascent soul, true monarch. Their interventions were rare and often distant. Lu Qinghe found a location and rented a cave rich in spiritual energy, for he no longer cared for spirit stones. Acting under the guise of the golden Ao Taoist, maintaining a low profile would be counterproductive. Regardless of whether he attracted resentment or scrutiny, it would all reflect upon the golden Ao Taoist, and finding him would be nearly impossible. He examined the jade slip acquired from the treasure pavilion, and as his consciousness swept through it, the sealed contents revealed themselves. After thoroughly reviewing, Lu Qinghe was astonished. He finally understood why the array method felt so familiar. It was the landscape map. This was indeed the forging method for the landscape map, transporting him back 30 years to when he first encountered it during his mid-Qi refining stage, cautiously joining the spirit herb peak of the Taishan sect. At that time, the external affairs elder, Yao Liyun, possessed a copy of the landscape map. However, the landscape map now seemed merely a half-step spirit tool, surpassing exceptional artifacts yet falling short of true spirit tools, categorizing it as a pseudo-spirit tool. Otherwise, it would not have been controlled by a Qi refining disciple within the Elder Hall. The array method also bore the name landscape map, albeit with 2 additional characters, the Hundredly Landscape Map, transforming it from a pseudo-spirit tool into a top-tier magical artifact. The Hundredly Landscape Map not only contained a vast storage space, but could also envelop a 100-li radius in an instant. This meant that he could inscribe the 5-element sword array upon it, directly attacking within 100 li, reducing the area to ashes and significantly amplifying the array's power. Yet, the challenge of refining it was immense. It primarily required the hide of a 9th-layer golden core demon beast, preferably that of a flood dragon. Lu Qinghe doubted anyone besides a nascent soul, true monarch, could slay such a beast to procure its hide. Additionally, it necessitated the void divine stone, a veritable heavenly-grade material, indispensable in crafting spirit treasures, rarer and more precious than heavenly lightning spiritual objects. The task of refining the Hundredly Landscape Map was more arduous than crafting a spirit treasure. Lu Qinghe felt a sense of being duped. He did not believe he could rely on his vast resources to locate the Flood Dragon Hide or the Void Divine Stone. However, the Hundredly Landscape Map likely originated from the Taishan sect, with the 3 sects of Zhao Kingdom potentially concealed in some corner of the endless Immortal Sea, awaiting the day of resurgence. He pondered whether this was the handiwork of the Jade True Master. Following this line of thought, he surmised that there must be a copy of the Hundredly Landscape Map within the Taishan sect, and he had a premonition that this was merely a fragment of it. It was even possible that the Taishan sect possessed heavenly-grade methods for crafting the landscape map. At that moment, Lu Qinghe recognized he had previously underestimated the strength of the 3 sects of Zhao Kingdom. His previous perspective had been too narrow. He had thought the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation world inferior to other formidable sections. Now, reflecting on it, the Zhao Kingdom could produce 9 golden core cultivators, including formidable 9th-layer golden core masters. Had it not been for the blood demon sect's emergence of a nascent soul true monarch, they would have refrained from provoking the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation world. He wondered if the information regarding the Hundredly Landscape Map could lead him to the 3-sect stronghold. However, Lu Qinghe soon deemed this impossible. The treasure pavilion would not divulge customer information, and with the Divine Dragon Immortal Island's chaotic mix of practitioners, identifying any one individual without special means was unfeasible. Moreover, this was merely conjecture, its truth uncertain. Lu Qinghe abandoned the pursuit of the 3 sects. His current cultivation was still too weak to achieve anything by finding them. and it would only provoke unnecessary trouble. His sudden appearance would leave the Taishan sect's attitude towards him ambiguous. He sought the three sects not only to settle past grievances, but also because the matter of Nangong Yu continually troubled his mind. He felt an inexplicable and unique connection with her. If possible, he would be willing to pay handsomely for a spirit treasure level array diagram, provided his assumptions proved correct. Lu Qinghe chose to divert his attention from such troubling matters, recognizing that enhancing his strength was of paramount importance. He too faced a myriad of challenges, with the looming threat of the Blood Demon sect's 9-layered golden core cultivator. Not to mention the Demon Emperor lurking in the depths of the wilderness who would not hesitate to retaliate should he learn of Lu Qinghe's actions. Furthermore, he found himself in dire need of cultivation resources, which he must acquire by any means necessary. Only with sufficient power could these issues be resolved. His thoughts then turned to how he might leverage the upcoming auction at the Divine Dragon Immortal Island to bolster his abilities. With an abundance of resources at his disposal, he resolved to part with several items in exchange for what he required. Lu Qinghe ultimately decided to sell a few resources to procure the cultivation materials he sought. He produced the Vermilion Bird Cauldron and began to refine a life-reversing pill using rare herbs. The life-reversing pill was an exceptionally rare and precious elixir, often in high demand yet difficult to procure, with many unable to purchase it even with spirit stones. After a day's labor, he held a life-reversing pill in his palm. Although it was of only ordinary quality, it was nonetheless superior to the output of most alchemists. After securing the pill, Lu Qinghe exited his cave dwelling and made his way to the heart of Divine Dragon Immortal Island, the Xianxia Pavilion. The stronghold of the island's master and the venue for the auction was said to be guarded by a nascent soul true monarch. Lu Qinghe harbored no doubts about this. Without a nascent soul true monarch's oversight, controlling such an island would be impossible. Activating the Qitian mask to its fullest capacity, he believed he presented no flaws as he entered the Xianxia Pavilion. Before the attendant could speak, Lu Qinghe introduced himself. I am the Golden Ao Taoist, here to speak with the steward of Xianxia Pavilion on urgent matters. He exuded an aura of golden core energy, compelling the attendant to treat him with utmost respect. The unique status of Xianxia Pavilion notwithstanding, a golden core ancestor was far beyond the reach of a mere foundation establishment cultivator. Please hold on, esteemed senior. I shall notify the pavilion master at once. Shortly thereafter, an elder appeared in the hall. Upon seeing Lu Qinghe, he greeted him with deference. Welcome, Taoist Golden Ao. I beg your pardon for not receiving you properly. Lu Qinghe, scanning the elder's cultivation level, noted him to be a formidable golden core 9th layer master, though it was uncertain if he had comprehended any supreme divine abilities. Lu Qinghe returned the greeting. I pay my respects to you, fellow Taoist. The elder narrowed his eyes, attempting to discern Lu Qinghe's true strength, but found himself unable to penetrate his facade, leaving him astonished. Had Golden Ao truly broken through to the 9th layer of golden core? Old man Tianyuan here invites you, esteemed Taoist Golden Ao, to discuss matters in a more suitable location, the elder offered. As you wish. The two promptly departed the hall. In an opulent reception hall, Elder Tianyuan sipped spirit tea before inquiring. Have you come to Xianxia Pavilion to sell resources or to commission an auction? Lu Qinghe replied. I possess several items that can either be directly exchanged for resources or entrusted for auction. Ideally, he hoped to secure resources through direct exchange. If that proved impossible, he would resort to auctioning via the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, as he had previously done. Elder Tianyuan felt no surprise. Most who entered were typically there to auction items. His curiosity piqued regarding Lu Qinghe's intended offerings. Might you present the items you wish to sell or auction for my inspection? With a flick of his finger, a storage ring materialized, although all his resources were contained within the Black Earth space. He had prepared a storage ring to hold the items he intended to use, lest higher-tier cultivators detect any anomalies. Previously, the wandering cultivator had seen through his true age, which had startled him considerably. 5 transformation fruits appeared in his hand, and Elder Tianyuan's eyes gleamed at the sight of them. Transformation fruits of mid-grade, earth level, with the ability to heal most injuries. They are significantly more valuable than ordinary mid-grade, earth-level herbs. How do you intend to sell them? As mid-grade, earth-level herbs, especially those capable of directly healing golden core injuries, they would have no trouble finding buyers and would command a steep price. Elder Tianyuan was astonished that Lu Qinghe could produce so many, wondering if he had discovered a high-grade ancient herb garden. However, in the boundless immortal sea, this was merely a decent stroke of fortune. Additionally, Lu Qinghe presented 5 golden ginseng and 50 seeds of the same, which could be directly sold to Xianxia Pavilion. If auctioned, a 10% markup could be applied to the price. Elder Tianyuan inquired, have you discovered a high-grade spirit field for cultivating golden ginseng? Lu Qinghe shook his head. Not at all, My golden AO Immortal Island encompasses vast spaces, and I merely wish to cultivate some herbs for improvement. Even after my transcendence, I hope to leave behind some resources for future generations of cultivators. While such words might have been credible coming from another, the truth of their authenticity was less convincing when uttered by Golden AO. Elder Tianyuan chose not to press further and opted for a straightforward transaction. Very well. Xianxia Pavilion has recently acquired a considerable stock of golden ginseng and spirit herb seeds, so we shall proceed with an exchange. He handed over the 5 golden ginseng and 50 seeds to Lu Qinghe, claiming the 5 transformation fruits, which would certainly yield substantial profits at the upcoming auction. Having completed the transaction, Elder Tianyuan continued, "Do you possess any other materials for trade?" With a flick of his fingers, the life-reversing pill appeared in Lu Qinghe's hand. "Years ago, I acquired a life-reversing pill. Although this elixir is precious, it has become of no use to me." Elder Tianyuan exclaimed in astonishment, "What a remarkable stroke of fortune, fellow Taoist. To possess a life-reversing pill is indeed rare. How do you intend to trade it?" The life-reversing pill was not only superior to the transformation fruits, but would incite fervent competition whenever it appeared. Every family sought to acquire a few golden core seedlings. Even within the boundless immortal sea, an additional golden core cultivator represented formidable strength. Elder Tianyuan contemplated. This item must be placed among the auction items. However, a 10% commission will be required, as you are no doubt aware of the auction rules. Lu Qinghe nodded in agreement. "Let it be, as you say." A contract materialized, and both parties affixed their signatures, entrusting the life-reversing pill to Xianxia Pavilion for auction. As the contract concluded, Elder Tianyuan regarded Lu Qinghe with eager anticipation. Aware that both items he had presented could rank among the top 100 auction items, he remained curious whether Lu Qinghe possessed even more extraordinary treasures. Without uttering a word, Lu Qinghe produced 2 jade boxes, revealing 2 longevity fruits. Upon seeing the longevity fruits, Elder Tianyuan's expression shifted dramatically, his breath quickening. "Longevity fruits?" Lu Qinghe nodded. "You possess a discerning eye, esteemed Taoist. I ventured deep into the boundless immortal sea, facing perilous trials to bring back these 2 longevity fruits." Elder Tianyuan gazed intently at the longevity fruits, a treasure he desperately sought. Acquiring just one would grant him an additional century of life, presenting him with a slim chance to attain the great Tao. As a golden core 9th layer master, he quickly steadied his emotions. He scrutinized Lu Qinghe once more, realizing that his ability to produce 2 longevity fruits indicated that the golden AO Taoist must have secured at least 3, allowing him to consume 1 and thereby extend his life by a century. This golden AO Taoist could no longer be underestimated. For a golden core 9th layer cultivator, an extra 100 years of life significantly elevated his status above other golden core 9th layer masters. The Taoist Tianyuan expressed his astonishment, remarking, "It is truly unexpected that you possess 2 longevity fruits. These fruits have only materialized once in the past 50 years. I am curious about your intentions for their sale." As long as he could procure the resources required by Lu Qinghe, he contemplated acquiring the longevity fruits privately. However, the resources he sought, top-quality earth-grade dragon skin and top-tier thunder pathway spiritual items, were exceedingly rare, and Tianyuan Taoist lamented. "The resources you desire are so scarce that it is likely the entire endless immortal sea may not contain them." The earth-grade dragon skin and top-quality thunder pathway spiritual items held a value comparable to mid-tier heavenly spiritual items. He appealed, "Why not sell one to me at a premium? I assure you, I shall provide you with a satisfactory response." Lu Qinghe declined the Taoist's offer, for he was not in need of spirit stones. The longevity fruits were exceptional, and he aimed to maximize their worth. "I too wish to accommodate you, but I cannot bear to auction the longevity fruits unless I truly require such precious resources." The disappointment was palpable on the Taoist's face, and he conceded that they could only sign an auction contract. Upon its completion, the Taoist habitually inquired, "Might you possess any other items for auction?" Lu Qinghe revealed another item, which astonished the Taoist anew, the enlightenment herb. The Taoist's expression shifted from shock to intrigue, pondering the immense fortune required to amass such a collection of precious spiritual herbs. Each herb's emergence could incite tumultuous chaos. Yet it was astounding that someone had presented them all at once. Even a 9th layer golden core cultivator would find this remarkable. Among the offerings were a single purple gold flower and 10 seeds of the same herb. Both the purple gold flower and the enlightenment herb were classified as top-tier earth-grade spiritual herbs, although the latter held slightly greater value, making the addition of seeds quite reasonable. The Taoist did not hesitate, declaring, "I will gladly accept the enlightenment herb." This herb was essential not only for foundation establishment, but also for golden core cultivators like himself to comprehend spiritual powers. While it wouldn't enable the understanding of grand or supreme spiritual powers, it could significantly accelerate comprehension, potentially reducing arduous cultivation by a decade. Chapter 527, Knowing When to Stop. The auction commences. A jade box materialized, containing a flower resembling purple gold, sealed within. This was the second purple gold flower Qinghe had acquired, the first being from the storage ring of the golden turtle Taoist. His primary objective was not the flower itself, but the seeds. With enough seeds, he could ensure a continuous supply of purple gold flowers. 10 seeds were far more valuable to him than 10 flowers. Qinghe had no intention of presenting further items, as what he had already shown had already altered the perceptions of the 9th layer golden core cultivator before him. Revealing more might provoke a backlash from Tianyuan. He knew he needed to seek resources gradually. Acquiring even 1 or 2 of what he sought would be a tremendous boon, enabling his cultivation to advance dramatically within a few years. After completing the transaction, Qinghe entrusted the Taoist with the auction arrangements. Tianyuan Taoist laughed heartily. "It is my pleasure. This is my duty. Here is your VIP token for the auction. Please accept it." He hoped for more such transactions, as Qinghe's status had risen significantly. Upon receiving the token, Qinghe discovered it granted access to the 3rd VIP booth, a first for him. This was no ordinary auction. It was the largest in the immortal cultivation realm in a century, attended by many formidable figures. Qinghe quickly realized that the items he had transacted with Tianyuan were of immense value, totaling over 10,000 spirit stones. Even more crucial was his cultivation level. Being at the 8th layer of the golden core realm made him a top-tier cultivator in the absence of true nascent soul masters. He remained unaware that Tianyuan suspected he had already reached the 9th layer. Qinghe accepted the token with delight, as he had come specifically for the auction. He understood that strength was the only truth in the world of immortal cultivation. Without sufficient power, he would never attain such status, nor would he dare to present such resources for sale. "Thank you, my friend." After accepting the token, Qinghe departed from Tianyuan Pavilion. As he left, the expression on Tianyuan Taoist's face fluctuated between uncertainty and intrigue. How had the golden turtle amassed such treasures? It seemed he might possess more than just these 2 longevity fruits. However, the man's cultivation was fearsome. Even when at the 8th layer, he had battled 9th layer cultivators, establishing himself as a top-tier figure in the chaotic star sea. Should he have indeed broken through to the 9th layer, only 3 9th layer golden core cultivators, or those wielding supreme spiritual powers, could contend with him. After a moment of contemplation, Tianyuan suppressed his greed, concluding that offending such a person would be unwise. Instead, he resolved to find a way to acquire another longevity fruit, intending to leverage all his connections to obtain the 2 treasures needed for an exchange, thereby enhancing his lifespan. For cultivators of the 9th layer with dwindling lifespans, longevity fruits were not merely top-tier earth-grade spiritual herbs. Their worth rivaled that of high-quality heavenly elixirs. As Qinghe traversed the divine dragon Immortal Island, he assumed several identities to begin selling elixirs and exchanging resources. Although he still employed the identity of the golden turtle Taoist, it was becoming increasingly difficult to maintain, especially given his notable transactions at the treasure-gathering pavilion and Tianyuan Pavilion, which were unlikely to escape the notice of the astute. He had no choice but to adopt different identities to continue his resource exchanges. However, the items he sought were exceedingly precious, and even on Divine Dragon Immortal Island, they were seldom available. Earth-grade resources were already at their limit. The thought of heavenly-grade resources was a distant dream, with some being sent to the auction house in hopes of profiting handsomely. To his delight, Qinghe managed to purchase 50 seeds of golden ginseng at a premium. As he could not secure better resources, he ceased his wandering and returned to his cave abode, sealing it off in anticipation of the auction a month hence. Yet now, with only golden ginseng seeds in hand, and lacking the heavenly-grade divine array of healing, he dared not venture into the black soil space. He would have to wait until after the auction to return to Golden Turtle Island for planting. A month's time was of little consequence to him. With the golden ginseng seeds, Qinghe was confident he could break through to the later stages of the golden core realm within 5 years. A few years sooner than his previous estimate of 10. He took out several golden ginseng plants to concoct golden ginseng pills, as every bit of cultivation he could gain was valuable. The month passed swiftly, and Qinghe's cultivation progressed significantly. Reaching the mid-stage of the 4th layer of the golden core realm, he had consumed nearly 100 golden ginseng pills during this time, and had also refined numerous heavenly spirit pills and golden element pills, which were far more beneficial than spirit stones. For him, spirit stones were more scarce than pills. Had it not been for the need to obtain spirit stones for resource exchanges, he would have long abandoned the endeavor of planting. The time for the auction had arrived. Qinghe concluded his meditative practices, tidied himself, and made his way to the Tianyuan Pavilion auction house. There, he found a throng of cultivators queuing, as only those who submitted 1,000 spirit stones were eligible to participate in this auction. Not only did this allow Xianxiaaudiobooks to reap substantial profits, but it also alleviated the shortage of spiritual stones among cultivators. Otherwise, the auction house would have been overwhelmed by the sheer number of practitioners. Of course, many cultivators were not present solely for the auction items. They set up stalls to trade amongst themselves, reaping unimaginable benefits in the process. This phenomenon drew over 1 million cultivators to Shenlong Immortal Island in a remarkably short time, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a grand assembly of immortals. The venerable Golden Core ancestors were granted free entry. Upon revealing their cultivation levels, they were respectfully welcomed by fellow cultivators into the auction house. Qinghe stepped forward, his figure arriving before Xianxiaaudiobooks, and at the very moment he landed, another figure descended as well. The Wuji ancestor was taken aback upon seeing Qinghe and hastily greeted, "Greetings, Dao friend Jineo." Qinghe nodded in acknowledgement. "Wuji Dao friend, you are swift. Arriving so promptly." The Wuji ancestor laughed heartily. Such an opportunity may only present itself once in a lifetime. Of course, I had to come early. He then invited Qinghe. "I have secured a fine position. Would you care to join me?" Qinghe politely declined. "I prefer a quieter environment." The Wuji ancestor expressed his understanding. "Then I shall not disturb you, Dao friend Jineo." He produced a token indicating his VIP box, and the attendant immediately ushered the Wuji ancestor inside with great respect. As he watched the Wuji ancestor enter the auction, Qinghe took out the token given to him by Tianyuan, prompting a look of astonishment from the attendant. Those who managed to secure a spot in the top 10 were pivotal figures in the cultivation world, and obtaining box No. 3 was not something one could achieve merely through cultivation. The Wuji ancestor himself had only secured box number 20, a far cry from the top 10. "Senior, please follow me," the attendant said promptly. Chapter 0528. The Celestial Maiden Qinghe and a piece of Tai gold essence. The attendant quickly escorted Qinghe to box number 3, serving him exquisite spiritual tea and fruits before taking his leave. Qinghe was curious about the identities of those in the 2 boxes in front of him. Their status was undoubtedly extraordinary. However, his spiritual sense was unable to penetrate the barrier, despite it exceeding that of an average Golden Core 9th layer cultivator. He briefly tested the limits of his spiritual sense before retracting it, settling down to await the commencement of the auction. Cultivators continued to take their seats, and the vast auction hall accommodated tens of thousands of practitioners. The 100 boxes on the second floor were fully occupied, indicating that at least 100 Golden Core cultivators were present for the auction. Such a number was indeed formidable. Typically, even encountering a Golden Core ancestor was a daunting task. However, considering that this auction encompassed the entire southern cultivation realm, the endless immortal sea, the savage lands, and other hidden cultivation regions, it was not unusual for a few nascent soul, true monarchs to appear. Soon, the auction commenced, surprisingly hosted by a stunning female cultivator at the late Golden Core stage. "Greetings, esteemed Dao friends," the young woman Qinghe began. "Welcome to this grand auction of Xianxiaaudiobooks." Her every smile and frown exuded captivating charm, causing Qinghe to squint. Had she cultivated a charm technique? Such techniques were not particularly rare in the cultivation world, with some female cultivators, especially those from the demonic sects like the Six Desires Pleasure sect, excelling in this art. A moment's lapse could render one a mere puppet in her thrall. The crowd marveled at the appearance of Qinghe, one of the 10 celestial maidens of the endless immortal sea, renowned for her unparalleled beauty and formidable late Golden Core cultivation. Qinghe averted his gaze. Her charm had no hold over him. After years of cultivation, bolstered by a powerful soul, his willpower was not easily swayed. Qinghe began the auction with the first item, a high-grade spiritual artifact, starting at a bid of 200,000 spiritual stones, instantly igniting competition among the cultivators. Qinghe paid little mind to the items being auctioned. These were primarily sought after by Qi refining and foundation establishment cultivators. And even novice Golden Core cultivators would not find a high-grade spiritual artifact particularly enticing. As time progressed, each item was auctioned off at exorbitant prices. Qinghe couldn't help but marvel at the speed with which the auction house amassed spiritual stones. He contemplated organizing an auction of his own in the future, primarily to sell a variety of potent spiritual herbs, thereby gathering sufficient resources for cultivation at the nascent soul stage in one fell swoop. 3 days passed, and the auction entered the top 100 items, at which point competition among the Golden Core cultivators in the boxes intensified. Particularly, those in the rear boxes found the resources in the top 100 to be exceedingly valuable. Only the few boxes at the front remained silent, as their occupants sought treasures that could secure them a place among the top 10. A divine birth fruit, a mid-grade earth-level divine fruit, was up for bid. Boasting healing properties comparable to a high-grade treasure pill, capable of erasing all injuries, a matter of utmost importance for golden core cultivators. The bidding commenced at 200,000 spiritual stones. Qinghe was uncertain if this was one of the fruits he had sold to Qinghe, but it nonetheless caused a significant stir, ultimately selling for an astonishing 300,000 spiritual stones. This amount could easily procure a high-grade earth-level spiritual herb. Yet, Qinghe did not perceive this as a loss. The golden ginseng was the resource he currently required most, and he already possessed nearly 100 divine birth fruits in his black soil space. Keeping them there would be a waste, and if possible, he would gladly exchange one divine birth fruit for a golden ginseng. Following the divine birth fruit, a series of mid-grade earth-level treasures emerged, among which was a low-grade magical artifact. Qinghe refrained from bidding, as he had yet to encounter anything he truly needed. Although a few spiritual herbs were presented, he already possessed them and saw no need to bid excessively. Next up was the golden ginseng, a mid-grade earth-level spiritual herb capable of refining golden ginseng pills. However, it was not just one, but 10, with a starting bid of 1,000,000 spiritual stones. And each increment could not be less than 10,000 spiritual stones. The audience was astounded by Qinghe's auction strategy. Auctioning 10 golden ginsengs together would undoubtedly yield a far greater value than selling them individually. Several golden core cultivators in the boxes eagerly raised their bids, as golden ginseng was a precious resource for golden core practitioners. Refining golden ginseng pills was not only a favored choice among many golden core cultivators, but also essential for those in the late stages of golden core cultivation. While the purple gold pill was excellent, there were not enough of them available for cultivation in the world of cultivation. Many late-stage golden core cultivators could only use golden yuan pills and high-grade spiritual stones for their practices, making golden ginseng exceedingly rare. Before long, the price surged to an astonishing 1,300,000 spiritual stones. Qinghe finally made his move. Although he already had over 100 golden ginsengs growing in his black soil space, maturing in as little as a year or as long as 2. These 10 golden ginsengs would sustain him through the upcoming year of cultivation, far superior to golden yuan pills. While others had a mere 60 to 70% success rate in refining golden ginseng pills, he could guarantee a 100% success rate, making these 10 golden ginsengs equivalent to 50 perfect-grade golden ginseng pills for him. 1,400,000 spiritual stones. Qinghe directly increased his bid by 100,000 spiritual stones. All eyes turned to box number 3, not because 1,400,000 spiritual stones was an exorbitant amount. Someone had previously bid several million spiritual stones for a mid-grade magical artifact, but rather due to the uniqueness of the top 10 boxes, especially the top 3. The crowd was astonished that the top 3 boxes had actually entered the fray. After Qinghe's bidding, there was surprisingly no further increase in the price for half a day. The auctioneer, Qinghe, cast a curious glance toward box 3, wondering if the esteemed guest within would participate in the contest for the 10 golden ginsengs. It appeared that what could have fetched over 1.5 million would now only sell for 1.4 million. After a brief pause, it became evident that the cultivators who had previously bid were wary of the strength emanating from box 3 and refrained from further bidding. Qinghe proclaimed that the 10 golden ginsengs had been successfully acquired by box 3 for 1.4 million spirit stones, congratulating the cultivator inside. As the ginsengs were taken away, Qinghe commenced the auction for the next item. Within the box, Qinghe produced 1.4 million spirit stones to finalize the acquisition of the 10 golden ginsengs. Storing them away. As the auction progressed, increasingly precious treasures emerged, and the competition intensified. After a while, a particularly enticing treasure made its appearance: Qinghe gold essence, a material capable of forging spiritual treasures, which could only be settled using heavenly spirit pills, golden yuan pills, and superior-grade spirit stones. The starting bid was set at 120 superior-grade spirit stones. Qinghe's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had finally encountered a 5 elements heaven grade or suitable for the crafting of spiritual treasures. He had previously obtained a grain of Qinghe gold essence from the golden turtle Taoist, which he had infused into the 8 desolations mirror, elevating it to a superior-grade magical artifact. However, this was not merely a grain akin to sand, but a substantial fist-sized chunk, more than sufficient for crafting a spiritual treasure. Such a rare material instantly ignited fierce competition among the powerful golden core cultivators. Even those unable to forge spiritual treasures could utilize it to enhance their own magical artifacts to top-tier status. A golden core cultivator at the 9th layer. Wielding a top-tier artifact, could contend with others of equal mastery in the realm of profound divine abilities. Moreover, with the augmentation of such divine powers, they might even inflict severe damage upon those who grasp the pinnacle of divine abilities. The greatest threat lay with those who had mastered top-tier divine techniques. Should they elevate their magical artifacts to the highest tier, they would become the mightiest beings beneath the nascent soul stage. Who could resist such temptation? 130 superior grade spirit stones. 140 superior grade spirit stones. 150 superior grade spirit stones. Each increment of 10 superior grade spirit stones equated to 100,000 inferior grade spirit stones, transforming the auction into a battleground for the prominent cultivators in the vicinity. The price swiftly escalated to 200 superior grade spirit stones, significantly narrowing the number of bidders to just a few resolute individuals. Recognizing the opportune moment, Qinghe placed his bid, 210 superior grade spirit stones. This already surpassed the price of a single piece of heaven-grade refining material. The cultivator in box 4, after Qinghe's bid, raised the price again, 220 superior grade spirit stones. Without hesitation, Qinghe countered with an additional 10, 230 superior grade spirit stones. Within box 4, a cultivator clad in white sat calmly, casting a glance at the box ahead. Who could be so willing to expend such a hefty price for the Qinghe gold essence? This chunk was sufficient to forge his Xianxian into a supreme artifact and lay the foundation for future spiritual treasures. Surrounded by auras of sword intent, it was evident he was a formidable sword cultivator. 240 superior grade spirit stones. 250 superior grade spirit stones. The astonishing bids left other cultivators in shock. Such an amount of spirit stones could only be spent by those with no other use for them. Some speculated whether this Qinghe gold essence harbored secrets unknown to them. However, the exorbitant price of several million spirit stones was far beyond their means. Qinghe's bid caused the white-clad man's brow to twitch. He raised the price yet again, 260 spirit stones. He then declared, "Friend, this has far exceeded the value of this Qinghe gold essence. I am Qinghe of the Tianjian sect. I ask you to consider my request." A wave of astonishment washed over the crowd. None expected a cultivator from the Tianjian sect to be in box 4. Although this was the endless Immortal Sea, the Tianjian sect held considerable renown in the southern cultivation world. Even the 4 sacred islands within the Immortal Sea would think twice before offending the 3 demonic sects and 5 holy grounds. Qinghe, one of the Tianjian of the Tianjian sect, had been a renowned golden core cultivator at the 8th layer a century ago. It was certain he had since ascended to the 9th layer. How would the occupants of box 3 respond? It was difficult to say. While the Tianjian sect was powerful, those capable of occupying box 3 might also be from several top sects, or even from the 4 sacred islands. Qinghe's voice rang out, "Apologies, but the Qinghe gold essence is of great significance to me. To contest for it, you must either offer sufficient spirit stones or have a nascent soul true monarch from the Tianjian sect intervene." Gasps filled the air. This was nothing short of a provocation toward the Tianjian sect. To even mention the nascent soul true monarch was a rarity in the cultivation world. Even rival factions would not dare to jest with a nascent soul true monarch. The authority of a nascent soul true monarch is akin to heavenly might, not something the ordinary could challenge. Even a golden core cultivator at the 9th layer lacked the qualifications to provoke such authority. It was much like when the blood demon true monarch had once told the medicine king sect's Xingbaiqiu. A golden core cultivator could be disposed of as easily as that. Qinghe's expression darkened. He was taken aback by such blatant disrespect. He refrained from further bidding, and thus, the Qinghe gold essence was claimed by Qinghe. Inside the box, a cultivator from Qinghe presented the Qinghe gold essence to Qinghe, who inquired, "I do not possess that many superior grade spirit stones. May I settle with heavenly spirit pills instead?" He had only a few hundred superior grade spirit stones on his person, which he was reluctant to part with. For him, each piece used was one less in his possession. Conversely, he had refined a considerable number of heavenly spirit pills, thousands of which lay within the black earth space, so he was unconcerned. The Qinghe cultivator respectfully replied, "Of course, 1 heavenly spirit pill is equivalent to 2 superior grade spirit stones." Qinghe promptly produced 130 heavenly spirit pills and exchanged them for the Qinghe gold essence. After the cultivator departed, Qinghe murmured to himself, "A cultivator from the Tianjian sect, let them be offended. If trouble arises, it will be with the golden turtle Taoist. Not with me." He did not dwell on the matter. Next up was the reverse fate pill. The auctioneer, Fairy Qinghe, introduced it. The reverse fate pill, capable of defying heaven and altering destiny. Its effects are well known. However, this pill was on consignment, exchangeable for a piece of heaven-grade refining material or a mid-tier earth-grade thunder Tao spiritual object. Qinghe's spirit jolted. This was the reverse fate pill he had consigned to the auction. Countless Foundation establishment cultivators gazed eagerly at the reverse fate pill, for possessing it could grant them the chance to achieve the golden core stage. Yet, the required heaven grade or an earth grade thunder Dao spiritual object were unattainable for them. They had just witnessed the heaven grade or valued at 260 superior grade spirit stones, not to mention Foundation establishment cultivators. Even many golden core cultivators lacked such immense wealth. The prospect of acquiring a thunder Dao spiritual object was even more daunting. Attempting to subdue one with Foundation establishment prowess was a fool's errand, leading only to certain demise. A voice rang out from Box 8. I possess a drop of thunder tribulation liquid intercepted by a nascent soul true monarch during their tribulation. Though it is but a single drop, its worth is comparable to a top-tier earth-grade spiritual object. The deal was struck, and the reverse fate pill was exchanged for the drop of thunder tribulation liquid. In a dimly lit corner, a woman's countenance was ashen. Why wasn't the bidding conducted with spirit stones? I have brought the entirety of our sect's spirit stones solely for the purpose of acquiring the reversal destiny pill. Yet the transaction unfolds in such a manner. Beside her, Bai Yutong, witnessing the elder's disarray, could only offer words of consolation. Elder, there may still be opportunities for the reversal destiny pill to be auctioned later. The elder managed a wry smile. Let us hope so. Otherwise, our sect may face dire consequences. If we fail to produce another golden core cultivator soon, we shall be swiftly devoured, and our fate will be utterly tragic. Such is the merciless reality of the cultivation world. Although Lu Qinghe was unfamiliar with the essence of thunder calamity liquid, the successful transaction indicated that its value was indeed commensurate with mid-grade earthly thunder spiritual items. If the eye of the thunder god were to absorb it, there was a significant probability it could evolve into a mid-grade magical artifact. The eye of the thunder god was unique, unlike other magical artifacts that required refinement. It grew through the act of consumption. Lu Qinghe now understood that the eye of the thunder god was not merely a magical artifact, but a highly advanced earthly thunder spiritual item, likely serving not only to sustain the ancient divine tomb's formation, but also to suppress demons and monsters. Chapter 0530. Auctioning the Lifespan Fruit. Purple Thunder Radiant Flame. One treasure after another appeared, many of which stirred Lu Qinghe's interest. Yet he refrained from bidding as they were not immediately needed. As the auction approached its climax, the celestial princess Qinghe presented a jade platter, upon which rested a fruit shimmering with a distinct Taoist essence. The Lifespan Fruit. Without uttering a word, Qinghe was already recognized by someone in the crowd, who exclaimed in excitement. Indeed, it was the Lifespan Fruit. Consuming one could extend one's life by a century. Cultivators sought life itself, striving for longevity and the gift of time. 100 years of life was akin to living an entire new life for an ordinary cultivator. Even a nascent soul true monarch, capable of living for millennia, would regard 100 years with utmost significance, were it not limited to just 100 years. The Lifespan Fruit would undoubtedly surpass the classification of a top-tier earthly spiritual herb, verging on the realm of a heavenly spiritual herb, with its value immeasurable by mere efficacy. Such a legendary treasure, thought to exist only in myths, was astonishingly present today. The final price it would fetch remained a mystery. Within the private booths, countless golden core cultivators were agitated. 100 years of life represented a slender opportunity to ascend to the nascent soul realm, particularly for those in the late stages of golden core cultivation, whose lifespans were rapidly dwindling. They would go to any lengths to secure the Lifespan Fruit. In booth 20, the ancient patriarch Wuji was equally astonished. It is indeed the Lifespan Fruit. The last time I encountered it was on Golden Turtle Island. I wonder if there is any connection? He sensed that the appearance of the Lifespan Fruit was greatly tied to the Taoist of the Golden Crow. Otherwise, how could such a treasure emerge in succession? I must find a way to obtain this Lifespan Fruit. 100 years would be sufficient for me to break through to the 9th layer of the Golden Core, after which I could devise a plan to accumulate the strength needed to reach the nascent soul realm. The commotion ignited by the Lifespan Fruit was anticipated by the celestial princess Qinghe. Had it been a regular auction, it would not have been present on the stage at all. It would have been procured by her or one of the golden core cultivators from the Xianxia pavilion. Qinghe declared, a mature Lifespan Fruit can extend life by a century, allowing a cultivator to live once more. 100 years pass swiftly, yet they represent a rare opportunity under the heavens. One cultivator, filled with urgency, called out, Princess, we are well aware of the effects and value of the Lifespan Fruit. Please commence the auction. Qinghe smiled radiantly. As you wish, we shall now begin the bidding for the Lifespan Fruit. This is a consignment item, and its owner requires 2 items in exchange, either the hide of a golden core 9th layer flood dragon or a mid-grade earthly thunder spiritual item. Any one of these will suffice to obtain the Lifespan Fruit. The expressions of all cultivators turned grim. The hide of a golden core 9th layer flood dragon could only be acquired by slaying such a creature, a feat achievable only by a nascent soul true monarch. The mid-grade earthly thunder spiritual items were even rarer, valued comparably to heavenly treasures. A voice emerged from booth 15, belonging to a golden core 8th layer cultivator. Princess, could we not auction it through alternative means? I am willing to pay any price for this lifespan fruit. Qinghe shook her head. I have already stated that this is a consignment item, and I lack the authority to make decisions regarding it. This left the golden core 8th layer cultivator visibly disheartened. Seeing no one present any exchange resources, Qinghe spoke again. If no one presents the hide of a golden core 9th layer flood dragon or a mid-grade earthly thunder spiritual item, the lifespan fruit will remain unsold. Qinghe understood the rarity of these two treasures, and even if someone possessed them, they may not be willing to trade for the lifespan fruit. Just as her words concluded, a voice resonated from booth 2. I will take the lifespan fruit. All eyes turned towards booth 2, astonished that someone could indeed offer the required two items. Qinghe paused, then inquired, might I ask what you intend to exchange? A languid voice responded, I happen to possess a piece of flood dragon hide, which I can offer in trade. Qinghe did not harbor doubts. Those seated among the top 10 cultivators were undoubtedly capable and wealthy, far surpassing other golden core cultivators. Qinghe clapped her hands, signaling for a cultivator to deliver the lifespan fruit to booth 2. With the lifespan fruit secured, Qinghe waved her hand once more, producing another jade platter with an identical lifespan fruit. The assembly was left in shock. Another lifespan fruit? This auction had unexpectedly yielded 2 lifespan fruits. Qinghe announced, this lifespan fruit, like the previous one, is also a consignment item and will only be exchanged for a mid-grade earthly thunder spiritual item. Everyone comprehended the implication. The 2 lifespan fruits must have originated from the same cultivator. Who could this individual be, possessing such extraordinary fortune to acquire 2 lifespan fruits? Not only 2, but likely 3. One would not assume this cultivator would forego using a lifespan fruit, opting instead to auction them all. A collective gasp echoed as everyone grasped the grim reality. Within booth 2, the man gazed at the lifespan fruit in his possession, then at the one upon the stage. How intriguing that someone could produce 2 lifespan fruits. Could the thunder spiritual item belong to a thunder cultivator? Such prodigious talents emerged but once in a millennium. He wondered if they were among those he knew. Though the lifespan fruit was precious, one was ample. This time, the lifespan fruit remained unsold. Mid-grade earthly thunder spiritual items, like the lifespan fruits, were exceedingly rare and of even greater value. Within his booth, Qinghe too was taken aback that the lifespan fruit had gone unsold. He understood that it was not due to the lifespan fruit's lack of value, but rather the scarcity of mid-grade earthly thunder spiritual items. However, the treasure-gathering pavilion had informed him that other thunder spiritual items were set to appear in this auction, yet had not yet shown. They might very well be mid-grade earthly items. Even if they were not, acquiring flood dragon hide would already be considered an extraordinary stroke of luck. Soon, as the auction neared its conclusion, the celestial princess Qinghe held aloft a sealed blossom of violet flame. The purple thunder radiant flame, an exquisite mid-grade earthly thunder spiritual item, also constituted a mid-grade spiritual fire. Once again, the assembly was left in awe. This was an exceedingly rare treasure, whose value could be likened to that of a semi-spiritual treasure. It was indeed a wonder of heaven and earth. None could fathom where the Xianxia pavilion had procured such a gem. The purple thunder radiant flame surpassed any magical artifact in worth. Even if it could not compare to true spiritual treasures, its value transcended all expectations. Within the confines of the private box, Qinghe's visage reflected sheer astonishment, soon transforming into elation. He had not anticipated that this auction would bestow upon him such a monumental surprise. The purple thunder flame, for him, was not merely an enhancement for the eye of the thunder god. It represented the potential to elevate the Lioli pure fire to the realm of superior grade spiritual fire. The significance of the Lioli pure fire in his cultivation journey was undeniable. It accounted for at least half of his current prowess. Without it, he would have been unable to concoct flawless, perfect grade elixirs, and his cultivation would not have progressed as smoothly as it had. He resolved to acquire it at any cost. Chapter 0531. The value of the 3-life soul devouring flower and the wealth of the nascent soul true monarch. This item was also a consignment. While disappointment loomed among the crowd, it was evident that such an extraordinary item was not merely for the sake of spirit stones. It was undoubtedly tied to some rare resource. Yet, this mattered little to most cultivators, as only a handful possessed the means to purchase the purple thunder flame. Their gazes shifted toward the few private boxes situated closest upstairs, for only those few could afford such a treasure. Even Qinghe felt a flicker of anxiety. In a straightforward auction, Even the financial might of a nascent soul true monarch would not rival his. However, with the consignment exchange, he felt almost excluded. The only commensurate treasures were high-grade heavenly spiritual herbs, unless he were to offer the 9-transformation reincarnation grass. Yet, he would never part with the 9-transformation reincarnation grass. The longer he cultivated, the more he comprehended its terrifying potential. His current spiritual cultivation had been achieved through the refinement of a single leaf of the 9-transformation reincarnation grass, which had saved him on several occasions. Without it, his soul would have shattered long ago. In his mind, a single leaf of the 9-transformation reincarnation grass was not merely superior to the purple thunder flame. It even surpassed ordinary spiritual treasures. He refrained from offering it for another reason. Should a single leaf emerge, there was a 90% chance a nascent soul true monarch would intervene. Refining Qi nurtures vitality. Transcending the mundane to become celestial. Establishing a foundation cultivates spells, granting a second chance at life. Golden core cultivators wield divine abilities, defying destiny. Nascent soul cultivators comprehend the laws, establishing their own realms. The path beyond the nascent soul is one of spiritual refinement. The 9-transformation reincarnation grass is a boon for any nascent soul true monarch. A voice broke through the tension. What treasures are required to exchange for the purple thunder flame? As the atmosphere reached a crescendo, the celestial G spoke of the required resources: 1 3-life soul-devouring flower and 10 million spirit stones. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Another rare, celestial treasure. While they understood the purple thunder flame held immense value, none anticipated its worth to be so exorbitant. 10 million spirit stones. Such a sum was beyond even the reach of a 9th-layer golden core cultivator, far exceeding the financial capabilities of most. The 3-life soul-devouring flower, a sacred herb, was particularly potent for practitioners who had strayed into madness, especially those who practiced nefarious arts. Its efficacy surpassed that of many heavenly elixirs. The opening bid astonished all: 10 million spirit stones. Who among them could possibly afford such a price? Moreover, the 3-life soul-devouring flower had not appeared in centuries, often falling prey to the grasp of demonic cultivators upon its rare emergence. Even when it did surface, it was hidden away, too precious to reveal. It was conceivable that the one offering the purple thunder flame was a practitioner of the dark arts. Regrettably, it seemed this item would go unsold. Much like the longevity fruit. In box number 1, an elderly man with white hair emanated a profound aura, his presence far surpassing any 9th-layer golden core cultivator. He gazed placidly at the purple thunder flame, pondering whether, in such circumstances, he would fail to procure the 3-life soul-devouring flower, and thus be unable to transcend his inner demons. He stood on the precipice of becoming an unparalleled nascent soul true monarch, yet the trials of his inner demons prevented his breakthrough, compelling him to offer such a rare treasure in exchange for the flower. If all else failed, he could venture to the Medicine King sect or the 4 Holy Islands. In the realm of cultivation, these were the only places where the 3-life soul-devouring flower could be found. Deep within the endless celestial sea lay opportunities. Albeit fraught with peril, the chance of encountering the flower was nearly non-existent. Only Qinghe bore a peculiar expression as he contemplated the purple thunder flame. Was he truly the chosen one, destined to receive such fortune? Upon hearing Celestial G announce that this was a consignment item, he had nearly relinquished hope. Yet, it now seemed that the purple thunder flame had manifested at the auction for his sake. He admired the cultivator who consigned this item. Such a high price could only be matched by a nascent soul true monarch. The golden Ao Taoist had undoubtedly slain countless cultivators. His wealth, accrued over centuries, certainly marked him as a formidable figure among golden core practitioners. However, even factoring in the ancient bell of capturing immortals, he possessed only a little over 3 million spirit stones, far from the required 10 million, let alone the addition of a 3-life soul-devouring flower. Reflecting on the 3-life soul-devouring flowers he had consumed, and those he had refined into the soul-capturing bell, Qinghe recognized the extent of his squandered treasures. "I shall claim the purple thunder flame," he declared. At his words, all gazes turned to his location in box number 3. He had indeed secured the purple thunder flame? Did this imply he possessed 10 million spirit stones and a 3-life soul-devouring flower? Could he possibly be a nascent soul true monarch? The expressions of all present shifted dramatically. A nascent soul true monarch could obliterate more than 90% of the cultivators in attendance with but a breath. Even Celestial G momentarily faltered. She had been prepared to announce the purple thunder flame as unsold, but now it seemed he had truly succeeded. Her gaze turned to box number 3, pondering the identity of this extraordinary individual, as the Tiangyuan Taoist had revealed nothing prior. In box number 1, the white-haired elder's aura surged, followed by a hearty laugh. "Ha ha ha. The three-life, soul-devouring flower truly exists. Heaven has not forsaken me. The great path is in sight. With a three-life, soul-devouring flower and 10 million spirit stones, coupled with his own resources, he felt he stood a 50% chance of breaking through the final shackles. In box number 7, a black-robed cultivator's eyes flickered with greed. The three-life, soul-devouring flower is a treasure I must acquire. With it, I need not fear the tribulation of madness. Qinghe from the Tiandao sect wore a grave expression, overwhelmed by astonishment. Who is this person? Earlier, I was incensed by Lu Qinghe's provocation, but now it seems his status is anything but ordinary, and his cultivation level is beyond my reckoning. I plan to leave the Divine Dragon Immortal Island immediately after the auction to avoid any trouble. Only the elder from box No. 20 bore an entirely different expression. It must be him. Only he could possess the longevity fruit and the three-life, soul-devouring flower. How terrifying. The Golden Crow Taoist is not merely a cultivator of the Thunder Path. His cultivation is unfathomable, and his wealth beyond imagination. No wonder he was able to slay Qinghe and the others. Had they known the extent of his power, they might not have dared to engage him. All present harbored divergent thoughts, casting curious glances toward box number 3, speculating on the identity and background of its occupant. Inside the box, Lu Qinghe had successfully acquired the purple thunder flame with 500 celestial spirit pills and 1 three-life soul-devouring flower. He feared that someone might have tampered with it above and had directly cast it into the black soil realm, where even a true monarch of the nascent soul would be unable to sense the existence of the purple thunder radiant fire and track him down. Chapter 0532, the Supreme Treasure, the Black Dragon Spear, and the top-tier heavenly pill, the Condensation Pill. While the crowd marveled at the 3 lives devouring soul flower and the myriad of spirit stones, the celestial maiden Qinghe produced the penultimate auction item. It was a long spear of obsidian black, its surface entwined by a phantom of a black dragon, even sealed. The terrifying aura emanating from it caused all the cultivators present to shudder. The Black Dragon Divine Spear, a supreme treasure forged from a scale of the Dragon Clan, inherently possessed a top-tier divine ability, the Black Dragon Divine Magic. A collective gasp arose, a supreme treasure endowed with a premier divine ability. If obtained by a 9th-layer golden core cultivator, would equate to wielding an existence of unparalleled terror. Moreover, it was derived from the Dragon Clan, a fearsome race that had long since vanished from the annals of time. The Jiaolong lineage was already formidable, yet before the true dragons, it was akin to mere insects. Lacking any comparability, legend has it that dragons are born with golden core cultivation, and mature dragons surpass the terrifying existence of a nascent soul true monarch. Seated in the private box, Lu Qinghe was taken aback, his gaze fixed on the Black Dragon Divine Spear. This artifact outclassed any he currently possessed. It surpassed the 5-element sword array diagram and was far superior to the unrefined sword grass. This spear had been brought out from the secret realm by the Xianxia pavilion for auction, accepting only top-grade spirit stones, heavenly spirit pills, and golden yuan pills. The starting bid was set at 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, with each increment required to be no less than 100 top-grade spirit stones. The bidding began at a staggering 10 million spirit stones. However, the Black Dragon Divine Spear warranted such a price. It could easily serve as a treasure for a nascent soul true monarch. The 6th box opened the bidding at 100 top-grade spirit stones. The 2nd box, unwilling to concede, countered with 200 top-grade spirit stones. The 1st box called out 300 top-grade spirit stones. The 3 boxes began to compete fiercely, but Lu Qinghe, after a moment of contemplation, chose to withdraw. He lacked the need for a supreme treasure, and the Black Dragon Divine Spear was ill-suited for him. He would find it exceedingly difficult to refine it. Moreover, he had already acquired Jiaolong skin, which could be refined into the 5-element sword array diagram, potentially elevating it to the level of a top-grade treasure. Once he procured the Void Divine Stone, he could forge the Hundredly Mountains and Rivers map, and with the 5-element sword array, its power would surpass that of supreme treasures. Additionally, he had recently acquired Tai Gold Essence. While he might not possess the capability to refine the sword grass into a spiritual treasure, crafting a supreme treasure was well within his reach. Considering that he was already being eyed by numerous golden core cultivators, making a move now would render him the target of many. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Qinghe relinquished any desire to contend for the Black Dragon Spear. Ultimately, much to everyone's surprise, the Black Dragon Spear was purchased by the 7th box for 600 top-grade spirit stones, revealing yet another entity of astonishing financial might. As the Black Dragon Divine Spear was claimed, the crowd turned their curiosity to the next item that would serve as the grand finale. The treasures presented thus far were remarkable: the longevity fruit, The 3 lives devouring soul flower, the purple thunder radiant fire, and the black dragon spear. Each could have been the highlight of any auction. Yet, there existed even more exalted items. The celestial maiden Qinghe slowly unveiled the final treasure, a pill resplendent in a kaleidoscope of colors. It was Qinghe's first encounter with such a vividly hued pill, and he discerned that it was a heavenly pill of considerable grade. Not only Qinghe, but many cultivators present had never before beheld such a pill. A melodious voice echoed, "The Tao pill, a top-tier heavenly pill, capable of increasing the probability of condensation by 50%. Upon hearing this, the entire assembly erupted in astonishment. It was indeed the legendary Tao pill, which could augment the chances of condensation. This single pill represented half of a nascent soul true monarch and a millennium of lifespan. Countless late-stage golden core cultivators felt their spirit surge. They must obtain this Tao pill. This was a rare opportunity to ascend to the realm of a nascent soul true monarch, the closest chance they would ever have. Qinghe was equally astonished. He had not anticipated the appearance of a Tao pill, crafted from the flower of the great Tao. The flower of the great Tao, a top-tier spiritual herb, could be used to forge Tao pills for breaking through to the nascent soul realm or to comprehend the power of the laws. The flower of the great Tao was an upgraded version of the reverse fate grass and the enlightenment grass, with capabilities exponentially greater. A surge of energy enveloped the late-stage golden core cultivators. They were eager to seize the Tao pill. "Humph!" A voice resonated, altering the very fabric of the world's rules, restoring tranquility as the countenance of all golden core cultivators turned pale. They dared not release any golden core energy, sitting docilely within their boxes. Qinghe inhaled deeply, directing his gaze towards the innermost recesses of the Xianxia pavilion. That voice had belonged to a nascent soul true monarch. Although this was not his first encounter with the terrifying prowess of a nascent soul true monarch, he remained in awe of their formidable strength. A mere cold snort had silenced over 100 golden core cultivators. Qinghe's mind flickered. This Tao pill is beyond my reach. There must be schemes devised by a nascent soul true monarch behind it. Furthermore, to achieve a swift breakthrough to the nascent soul realm, I require not a mere ordinary Tao pill, but rather 5 perfect grade Tao pills. If I could obtain a seed of the flower of the great Tao, even if it angered a nascent soul true monarch, I would exhaust every effort to pursue it. However, an ordinary Tao pill is not worth the risk. Qinghe forcibly suppressed his burgeoning desire. He had already secured the resources he sought, leaving the Tao pill out of consideration. The celestial maiden Qinghe, observing the dissipating golden core energies, smiled as she introduced, "What you just witnessed was indeed the Tao pill, also referred to as the condensation pill. A single pill can create a nascent soul true monarch, bestowing not only a millennium of lifespan, but also ensuring the prosperity of a sect or faction for millennia. While the auction price for this pill is considerable, everyone has a chance to bid, as various grades of spirit stones may be utilized for the bidding. Additionally, heavenly spirit pills, golden yuan pills, golden xin pills, and purple gold pills can all be employed for settlement. Thus, this opportunity is not solely for golden core ancestors, but also for qi refining cultivators." Yet, Qinghe shook his head. Qi refining cultivators should not even entertain the thought. It is exceedingly rare for a qi refining cultivator to possess thousands of spirit stones. A Tao pill would not be obtainable for less than 10 million spirit stones. It is not a prize for ordinary golden core cultivators either. This is clearly intended for several top-tier sections. The allowance for low-grade and mid-grade spirit stones and various resources for settlement only serves to inflate the price of the Tao pill to its zenith. Otherwise, adhering to the previous standards of settlement with top-grade spirit stones and heavenly spirit pills, the value of the Tao pill would be significantly diminished. It is not that it lacks worth. Rather, there are almost none present who can produce such a quantity of top-grade spirit stones. The bidding for the Tao pill commenced. With a starting price of 20 million spirit stones, and each increment required to be no less than 1 million spirit stones. This revelation instantly drained the excitement from the faces of the cultivators, as such an amount of spirit stones might even be unattainable by a nascent soul true monarch in one go. 21 million spirit stones, I, the divine beast mountain, shall take it. To think you would wish to acquire a Tao pill for 21 million spirit stones is sheer folly. 22 million spirit stones, I, the misty holy land, shall take it. You two friends are being overly stingy. 23 million spirit stones is a sum that the Medicine King sect can still afford. Next came the Heavenly Sword sect, which offered 24 million spirit stones, followed by the Treasure Gathering Pavilion, and even several top demonic sects, typically absent from the endless Immortal Sea, joined the fray. The frantic contest for this heavenly Tao pill left Qinghe astonished at the financial prowess of these elite factions. It dawned on him that these top-tier powers must have been privy to the auction of the heavenly Tao pill in advance, as their preparations were far too meticulous. For these supreme sects, a plethora of golden core cultivators holds little significance. However, the emergence of a nascent soul true monarch could dramatically alter the current landscape. Just as the Blood Demon sect and the Great Qinghe dynasty, which previously held no standing, saw their status soar with the appearance of a nascent soul true monarch. The top sects would not act lightly unless in exceptional circumstances. They could easily obliterate such sects or dynasties. Yet they could not withstand the retaliation of a nascent soul true monarch, as the cost of eliminating one would be exorbitantly high. The competition for the heavenly Tao pill no longer concerned Qinghe. He had relinquished his pursuit. He cast a glance over the entire auction, noting the multitude of treasures presented, and he anticipated a tumultuous aftermath once the auction concluded. Even he was uncertain how many golden core cultivators had set their sights on him, among whom were not a few at the late stage of golden core, or even at the pinnacle of the 9th level. Rising from his seat in box number 3, Qinghe departed the Xianxiaaudiobooks auction house. A myriad of divine senses swept over him, but he paid them no mind as he made his way to his rented cave abode. Here on the divine dragon Immortal Island, the golden core cultivators were wary of acting openly, especially those who had just been startled by the aura of the nascent soul. Upon returning to his dwelling, Qinghe erected a barrier of divine sense, concealing his actions. Within the cave, he laid out a collection of refining materials, accumulated from previous endeavors and obtained from the 4 golden core cultivators he had slain. Among them were several spiritual artifacts, including 5 top-tier spiritual instruments. He began to meld these artifacts together, infusing them with a variety of precious materials, one after another. Just as he had once dealt with the late-stage golden core cultivator from the Blood Demon sect, he planned to employ the same tactics, crafting a treasure capable of detonation at any moment. After half a month, Qinghe had fused all the materials, creating a one-time use superior-grade treasure. Yet he was not content, and with a wave of his hand, 2 golden cores flew out from the Blood Demon flag, those of old ancestor Qinghe and the wandering Immortal. He integrated these 2 golden cores into his creation, then retrieved the corpse of Qinghe, summoning a water god avatar that merged with Qinghe's body. Utilizing this fragment of water god power, he established a connection with Qinghe's golden core, unleashing a terrifying aura of an 8th-level golden core from the corpse. A cruel smile played upon Qinghe's lips as he completed his work. He calculated the time. Half a month had passed, and he knew the auction had long concluded. He stowed Qinghe's corpse and left the cave, heading directly to the Xianxiaaudiobooks. The Tianyuan Taoist had been waiting at the Xianxiaaudiobooks and, upon seeing Qinghe, burst into laughter. "I have awaited my friend for half a month, fearing you had forgotten." Qinghe replied, "I entrusted several treasures for consignment. How could I possibly forget?" The Tianyuan Taoist presented 3 items to Qinghe. This is a drop of high-grade, earth-level thunder calamity liquid, though merely a single drop. Its value rivals that of a mid-grade, earth-level thunder Tao spiritual item. Furthermore, this is the skin of a flood dragon, exchanged for one of your longevity fruits. Qinghe gazed at the flood dragon skin, still imbued with the fierce and formidable aura of the creature, pondering its strength while alive. Lastly, there was a longevity fruit that had gone unsold, as the items you sought were too precious and rare. Qinghe inquired, "What is the required payment in spirit stones?" The Tianyuan Taoist had already calculated the commission. The 3 items are valued at over 5 million spirit stones, and you owe a commission of 250,000 spirit stones. With a flick of his hand, Qinghe produced a mountain of spirit stones, amounting to 250,000, before the Tianyuan Taoist accepted them and handed over the 3 treasures. The Tianyuan Taoist then asked, "How might my friend acquire that remaining longevity fruit?" He had not given up on it. Qinghe pondered briefly and replied, "If you truly desire it, I require a seed of a heavenly grade spiritual herb, along with 10 seeds of the purple gold flower. You may find me on Golden Turtle Island when the time comes. Though I cannot guarantee that the longevity fruit will still be in my possession." Although he needed the 5 elements heavenly grade refining materials, he had already obtained a piece of Tai golden essence, and the sword grass would take another 2 years to mature, so he was not in a hurry. If he could acquire the spiritual herb seeds, it would be a worthwhile endeavor. The Tianyuan Taoist's eyes gleamed. This was considerably less challenging than obtaining a high-grade, earth-level thunder Tao spiritual item. "Is what you say true?" Qinghe nodded affirmatively. "I am a man of my word." With a wave of his hand, the Tianyuan Taoist produced 11 seeds. "You need not wait long. I have managed to save quite a bit over the years. Here is a seed of Tai green spirit grass, along with 10 seeds of the purple gold flower." Qinghe was astonished. He had not anticipated that the old Taoist could indeed produce a seed of a heavenly grade spiritual herb. However, Considering the other party was a late-stage golden core cultivator and the head of Qinghe, it was not surprising that he could part with such items. Qinghe regarded the Tianyuan Daoist with deep appreciation before handing over the longevity fruit and collecting the 11 seeds of spiritual herbs. Congratulations on adding 100 years to your lifespan. The path of the nascent soul is within reach. The Tianyuan Daoist could not conceal his excitement. But he understood that the path to the nascent soul was merely an opportunity. Even with the support of a nascent soul, true monarch behind him, he had less than a 10% chance of success within the next century. He dared not dream of achieving the nascent soul, only wishing to prolong his life for another 100 years, and he thanked Qinghe for his assistance. Be cautious, my friend. Some late-stage golden core cultivators have yet to leave the divine dragon Immortal Island, and it is not safe outside. The battles are fierce. Qinghe expressed his gratitude. Thank you for the warning. I have no immediate plans to leave the divine dragon Immortal Island, as I intend to meditate here for a time before venturing into the depths of the immortal sea in search of opportunities. Qinghe took his leave from Qinghe and made his way back to his cave. Half a day later, at the entrance of the divine dragon Immortal Island, a cultivator at the 5th level of Foundation establishment cautiously exited the island. Chapter 0534, Return to Golden Turtle Island, Expansion of Cultivation Scale. Upon stepping out of the divine dragon Immortal Island, Qinghe glanced back at the path of immortality, then vanished into the vastness of the immortal sea. Even after the passage of half a month, the immortal sea still resonated with the echoes of battles. Qinghe had grown accustomed to such occurrences. During his earlier, weaker days, he frequently encountered similar situations whenever he visited the immortal workshop city. After flying several hundred miles, a trio of cold lights hurtled toward him, 3 mid-grade spiritual artifacts. Seeking death, Qinghe was taken aback that someone dared to target him. With a cold snort, the surrounding space solidified, revealing 3 terrified figures. In the late stages of Foundation establishment, the 3 cultivators, believing they had encountered an easy target, were met with a pallid expression from one among them, the Golden Core ancestor. Without uttering a single word, Qinghe recognized that any confrontation with him would only lead to their demise. With a mere flicker of his consciousness, the souls of the 3 were instantly shattered by the overwhelming pressure emanating from Qinghe's formidable mind. At this juncture, Qinghe's mental prowess was such that even early Golden Core cultivators could not withstand it. Without lingering, he pressed onward, encountering numerous obstacles along the way. Those who dared to ambush him were swiftly annihilated, including a formidable opponent from the first layer of the Golden Core stage. After soaring over 1,000 miles, the space around Qinghe rippled, revealing the immense form of the fire python. He patted the creature and directed it to fly towards the Golden Ao Immortal Island in the chaotic Star Sea, his visage beginning to morph into the scales of the Golden Ao Daoist. Days later, he finally returned to the Golden Ao Immortal Island. Thanks to the reputation of the Golden Ao Daoist, the island remained tranquil, devoid of any unusual occurrences. Here, the 8th layer of the Golden Core was the pinnacle of cultivation, and no one would dare to seek their demise on Golden Ao Island. Upon entering the island, Qinghe felt a sigh of relief as the entire area was enveloped by a heavenly-grade protective formation. This venture had been exceedingly perilous. A moment's inattention could have resulted in being besieged by countless Golden Core cultivators, just like the Bone Demon Palace incident from half a month prior, where several top-tier forces had conspired to eliminate him. The Daoist Heavenly Pill had been purchased by the malevolent Bone Demon Palace. Over 10 Golden Core cultivators from major sects had launched an attack, nearly obliterating the area surrounding Divine Dragon Island. Yet, in the end, a cultivator from the Bone Demon Palace managed to escape. Although Qinghe had not witnessed the event, the commotion had been loud enough to reach his ears. He found himself intrigued by how the Bone Demon Palace cultivators had managed to evade the relentless pursuit of so many Golden Core practitioners. Even he would have found it nearly impossible to escape, given that among those Golden Core cultivators were not a few at the 9th layer, likely wielding supreme techniques. The heaven-concealing mask truly is a remarkable treasure. I must refine it into a spiritual artifact when I have the means. At that point, even Yuaning true lords would be unable to detect my concealment. My recent escapes can be attributed to the capabilities of this mask. Without it, finding me amidst the myriad mysterious techniques of the cultivation world would not pose a challenge. I must elevate my strength. The matters concerning Divine Dragon Island cannot be sustained for long. The water deity avatar is increasingly waning. Despite my efforts to set up a profound-level spirit gathering array and invest 1,000,000 spirit stones, at most, it can only last for half a year. Once the water deity avatar dissipates, the corpse of Qinghe will be discovered, and his trail will be traced. Scanning with his consciousness, Qinghe noticed the little fox and the 2-headed demon ape engaged in their training. Previously, He had given the thunder beast's inner core to the two-headed demon ape. It was currently refining that core with all its might. Once it fully absorbed it, it would break through to the sixth layer of the golden core stage. Entering the black earth space, Qinghe found that all 200 acres of spiritual fields were completely planted. He discovered that he had no space left to plant the golden profound ginseng and purple goldflower seeds. He had not anticipated that such an expanse of spiritual fields would prove insufficient. With a wave of his hand, he destroyed all the spirit herbs previously cultivated in the fields of gathering spirit grass, dragon blood grass, and transformation grass, regardless of their maturity. This action freed up 10 acres of spiritual field space. He proceeded to plant all 50 golden profound ginseng, bringing the total to 170. Afterward, he allocated another acre to sow 20 seeds of purple goldflower, a top-grade earth-level spiritual herb requiring 50 years to mature. He designated yet another acre for planting Tai green spirit grass, the primary material for refining the Tai heavenly pill, which could enhance the mana cultivation of those in the early yuaning stage. However, it required 10 years to mature, and expanding its cultivation on a larger scale would necessitate over 50 years. To expedite maturation, he would need to comprehend the cloud rain technique at the law level. Currently, both the Tai green spirit grass and purple goldflower could only grow naturally. His main focus remained on the golden profound ginseng. The 170 plants occupied nearly 8 acres of spiritual field, requiring him to use the cloud rain technique twice daily to adequately nourish them. Following his previous method, he utilized a standard amount of mana to perform the cloud rain technique, watering 5 acres of the spiritual field. This prompted the already grown golden profound ginseng to bloom, while the freshly planted seeds began to sprout. Then, employing the green wood swallowing heaven technique, he absorbed 3 earth-level spiritual herbs and once again applied the cloud rain technique to the remaining golden profound ginseng. This endeavor consumed 2 hours of Qinghe's time, yet it was far from sufficient. He once more retrieved 3 earth-level spiritual herbs to replenish his expended mana and conjured another cloud of rain to nourish the fields of Bodhi and purple smoke fruit. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he observed the flourishing growth of the 3 types of spiritual herbs and smiled contentedly. In a year, half of the golden profound ginseng would gradually mature. The recently planted 50 would also reach maturity in 2 years, meaning that in a year, he would possess ample golden pills for cultivation. After spending 3 hours tending to the spiritual herbs, Qinghe took out 15 golden pills to refine into golden pill elixirs. 5 of these were exchanged for the transformation divine fruit, while 10 were acquired at an auction. Thus, each day, Qinghe utilized the cloud rain technique to nourish the spiritual fields and refine golden pills. After several days, he successfully produced 75 perfect-grade golden pills and immediately began to cultivate with them. 20 days later, his cultivation had advanced significantly, nearing the pinnacle of the 4th layer of the golden core stage. This progress was achieved after refining over 100 golden pills and absorbing an indeterminate amount of the natural spiritual energy from the black earth space. Once the golden pills were exhausted, his cultivation speed drastically diminished, prompting him to abandon the regular use of natural spiritual energy for cultivation. Furthermore, as he increasingly employed the cloud rain technique, the spiritual energy that once equated to the effects of the heavenly spirit pill had dwindled to merely sustaining the effects of the earth spirit pill. To meet the demands of the black earth space, he needed to establish a mid-grade or upper-grade spirit gathering formation. No longer wishing to continue elevating his cultivation, Qinghe resolved to dedicate his time to studying artifact refinement and the training of the 3 spirit beasts using the 10,000 demon technique. Chapter 0535. Cultivating the 10,000 demon technique. Encountering doubt to begin with, the 10,000 demon technique was unlike the intricate practices of traditional cultivators. It merely involved the manipulation of demonic energy in specific patterns. Qinghe was uncertain whether the 3 spirit beasts could comprehend it. He decided to start with the little fox, seizing it and presenting a wisdom herb for it to consume. He instructed it to cultivate demonic energy in accordance with the method outlined in the 10,000 demon technique. Though the little fox was somewhat bewildered, it was still able to grasp Qinghe's words and began to imitate the techniques with vigor. With the assistance of the wisdom herb, it surprisingly managed to discern numerous paths of cultivation. What a delightful surprise! Observing this development, Qinghe's face lit up with joy. Demonic beasts at the golden core stage inherently possessed considerable intelligence. Coupled with the effects of the wisdom herb, it was feasible for the little fox to grasp the 10,000 demon technique. However, once the effects of the herb faded, its comprehension slowed considerably. Without hesitation, Qinghe produced another wisdom herb for the little fox to consume, which significantly accelerated its understanding of the technique. Until the 4 spirit understanding herbs were consumed, The little fox had successfully completed a full cycle of the myriad beasts technique. Qinghe ceased to provide more herbs and instructed the little fox, from now on, focus on exploring the cultivation method you just practiced. Uncertain of its success, Qinghe knew that if it failed, the little fox would have to revert to its original, instinctual method of cultivation through its bloodline. He had no alternative strategies at his disposal. The little fox succeeded, prompting Qinghe to continue his experiments on the fire python. Similarly, it took 4 spirit understanding herbs for the fire python to complete a cycle of its technique. Upon awakening the 2-headed demon ape from its cultivation, it displayed initial agitation. But upon recognizing Qinghe, it dared not make a sound and obediently resumed its practice. Remarkably, with just 2 spirit understanding herbs, the 2-headed demon ape grasped the operational method of the myriad beasts technique. After consuming 3 herbs, it could preliminarily utilize the myriad beasts technique for its cultivation. Seeing such progress, Qinghe marveled. Although all 3 spirit beasts now possessed bloodlines akin to the 9th layer of golden core, in terms of innate talent and aptitude, the 2-headed demon ape far surpasses the little fox and the fire python. It is akin to 3 cultivators with equal spiritual roots, yet their comprehension varies significantly. One with rapid understanding certainly cultivates much faster. Furthermore, cultivators with the same spiritual roots may experience differing cultivation speeds due to variations in their physiques. Take Nangongyu, for instance. Despite possessing dual spiritual roots, her unique physique enables her cultivation speed to eclipse even that of those with heavenly spiritual roots. The 2-headed demon ape resembles an exceptionally gifted individual among humanity, while the fire python, too, is remarkably gifted with formidable defensive and regenerative capabilities. The little fox, though talented, merely qualifies as an exceptional spirit beast, lacking the distinctive traits of other 9th layer golden core beasts. The success of utilizing the spirit understanding herbs to impart techniques to the 3 spirit beasts was no longer a concern for him. Their destinies lay in their own hands. Presently, he had only 5 spirit understanding herbs remaining, and the next batch of 100 would require 4 years to mature. By then, it would be ample time for him to master the other divine abilities to their utmost potential. Qinghe eagerly anticipated achieving mastery over all 5 divine abilities and the terrifying power that would erupt from their elemental fusion. In his estimation, he would be capable of slaying cultivators at the 9th layer of golden core, even those who had comprehended top-tier divine abilities. Qinghe began to contemplate the art of artifact forging, urgently needing to refine the sword grass and the hundredly landscape map. He decided to start with the hundredly landscape map, as it was simpler to forge compared to the sword grass. He merely needed to reforge the array according to the hundredly landscape map and use the skin of a flood dragon as a foundation. After consuming 1 spirit understanding herb, various refining techniques for the hundredly landscape map manifested in his mind. Once he comprehended them all, Qinghe calmly concluded, "My plan is feasible. Using the flood dragon skin as a foundation, I will later employ void divine stones to enhance the hundredly landscape map." This was not merely the spirit understanding herb aiding in his comprehension of the hundredly landscape map, but rather an indication that he had mastered heavenly level artifact forging techniques. The array was indeed unique, yet it was simply one method of forging. However, the hundredly landscape map was merely a superior array, yet its difficulty in refinement rivaled that of top-tier magical treasures, perhaps even exceeding it. Qinghe did not rush into action. This concerned his life-bound magical treasure. Any other artifact could be discarded, but if his life-bound treasure were to be destroyed, the ramifications would be dire, potentially rendering him incapable of utilizing his full strength for an extended period. He could only imagine how long it would take to refine a new life-bound treasure. His current situation was perilous. His sole purpose for returning to Qinghe Island was to await the arrival of the blood magic sect's 9th layer golden core cultivators. Otherwise, with his character, he would have fled long ago or returned to the Medicine King sect. He refrained from doing so mainly because the blood magic sect's cultivators had managed to track his whereabouts. Returning to the Medicine King sect would undoubtedly expose his identity. The blood magic sect had found him while he possessed the heavenly deception mask, implying they employed methods he was unaware of, which filled him with trepidation. He once again took out the spirit understanding herb to deepen his understanding of the array he had just grasped, continuing until he refined the 3rd herb. Only then could Qinghe guarantee that his refinement would encounter no issues. Rather than immediately commencing the forging of the hundredly landscape map, he first irrigated the Jin Xianxian in his black soil space with the cloud rain technique twice before stepping out of the black soil space. He transported himself to hover above Qinghe Island, unleashing a terrifying divine awareness that enveloped the surroundings. Shadows hidden in the darkness revealed expressions of fear. They attempted to flee, but Qinghe's divine awareness bore down on them like a mountain. Several ninth-layer Foundation establishment cultivators had their souls shattered, their bodies crumbling to blood mist upon the ground. Only 2 golden core cultivators struggled in vain, unable to escape Lu Qinghe's divine awareness, which far exceeded that of a ninth-layer golden core master. With a swift motion, Lu Qinghe captured the 2 golden core cultivators, one at the first layer and the other at the second layer. His eyes glinted with cold light as he inquired, "Who are you, to dare disrupt Qinghe Island?" The 2 were filled with terror, completely devoid of the pride and demeanor typical of golden core cultivators, pleading for mercy. "Senior Qinghe, we were merely passing through, unintentionally causing disturbance. We implore you to spare us." They had never expected the Qinghe Taoist to have truly deceived all golden core cultivators and silently returned to Qinghe Island. Their purpose for coming here was due to suspicions from the golden core ancestor behind them, who believed that the Qinghe Taoist might undertake such a deceptive act. They had been sent to investigate, only to encounter him unexpectedly. Moreover, the current Qinghe Taoist was terrifying, and the pressure he exuded undoubtedly indicated that he had ascended to the 9th layer of golden core. Lu Qinghe chuckled coldly. "Do you think I am so easily deceived? You have hidden here for half a month, truly believing I was unaware of your presence. Is it not true that those behind you suspected I was not at Shenlong Island, sending you to scout Qinghe Island for the truth?" Lu Qinghe had already surmised their intentions, knowing full well that there were golden core late-stage cultivators behind them. The second-layer golden core cultivator's face turned pale as he hastily defended himself. "Senior Qinghe, why would I dare to investigate you? Please allow us to leave. The Senior Tianming will surely be grateful." The Senior Tianming was one of the few top-tier beings in the chaotic star sea of the boundless immortal ocean, also possessing a cultivation level of the 8th layer of golden core. He hoped Lu Qinghe would spare him for the sake of Tianming's identity. Lu Qinghe shook his head. "I would very much like to let you go, but I do not know any Senior Tianming." His words struck the second-layer golden core cultivator with a sense of foreboding. He produced a talisman, attempting to escape in that moment. Yet, how could any of his movements evade Lu Qinghe's perception? This was a maneuver he had long since mastered. Seal. The ancient prisoner bell appeared, imprisoning the surrounding area, making it impossible for even a teleportation talisman to escape. This was the formidable power of the prisoner bell. Unless one possessed top-tier divine abilities or superior artifacts, they could not break such sealing forces. Suppress. The 2 golden core cultivators were subdued by Lu Qinghe, and with a flick of the blood magic flag, they were drawn into its depths. As he retracted the blood demon banner, he reminisced about the days when the venerable golden core ancestor held dominion over all. Back then, it was an arduous task to even catch a glimpse of a golden core ancestor at the Taishan sect. Even at the Medicine King sect, where hundreds of golden core ancestors resided, he had encountered fewer than 10. Now, before him stood no contenders. This was a testament to his current strength. Those below the mid-stage of golden core possessed no capacity for resistance. He was confident in his ability to vanquish late-stage golden core cultivators, and he could even contend with those at the 9th level of the golden core. Lu Qinghe gazed at the prisoner immortal ancient bell before him, pondering whether he might one day elevate it to a spiritual treasure, capable of subduing the forces of law, perhaps even capable of restraining a nascent soul true monarch. Yet, such aspirations were mere musings. The crafting of a spiritual treasure was an immensely challenging endeavor. Even if a sword herb were to bloom once every decade, he had no absolute assurance of successfully refining the 5-element sword array diagram into a spiritual treasure. Other magical artifacts would fall behind the 5-element sword array, with the soul-capturing bell being a semi-nascent treasure. As for the Tianming ancestor, his identity remained an enigma, but a little inquiry would surely unveil it. There was no rush, as he could afford to settle accounts gradually. In the chaotic sea of stars, the most formidable beings were a handful of late-stage golden core cultivators, among whom were Taoist Qinghe and Taoist Wujia, with no 9th-level golden core cultivators having yet made their appearance. Thus, he was not overly concerned, for his primary focus remained on advancing his cultivation. In due time, he would suppress all those who dared to trouble him, forging the blood god puppets, and subsequently reinforcing the blood demon banner, potentially culminating in a celestial-grade blood demon formation. Upon returning to the Immortal Island, he instructed the 3 spirit beasts engaging in cultivation, declaring that any intruders approaching Qinghe Immortal Island should be killed without hesitation. United, the trio of spirit beasts could hold their ground even against late-stage golden core cultivators, alleviating any undue fears. Those audacious enough to covet him were still lurking at the divine dragon Immortal Island, wary of losing opportunities to others. However, they would continue to probe, concerned that he might refine all the resources acquired at the auction, leaving them with nothing to gain. Having resolved these minor inconveniences, Lu Qinghe resumed his crafting of magical artifacts. He retrieved the skin of the flood dragon, releasing its seal, as a ferocious shadow of the dragon roared towards him. In life, I may not have been your match, but now that I am dead, do not overstep. Qinghe raised his hand, decisively suppressing the flood dragon skin. Curiosity piqued as he regarded the dark hue of the flood dragon skin. He wondered who could have slain such a creature and then sold its hide. Likely a nascent soul, true monarch. He took out the glazed purifying fire, repeatedly refining the flood dragon skin to erase all traces of its aura, leaving only the purest essence of the dragon's power. With a flick of his wrist, the 5-element sword array diagram materialized in his hand. Although he had not continued its refinement over the past few years, it had surprisingly gained strength by twofold under the nurturing of his dantian. Qinghe set the 5-element sword array aside, leaving behind a blank diagram. Following his calculations, he replaced the foundational elements of the diagram with the flood dragon skin, preparing to reforge it according to the 100-ly landscape diagram. He cast several incantations, causing the diagram to completely disintegrate in his grasp. A sudden sweetness filled his mouth, as his spiritual and physical essence suffered significant harm. It was evident that one's life was intertwined with their fate. To truly destroy a nascent treasure would yield devastating repercussions. Qinghe produced a soul-refining pill and a transformation divine fruit to mend his injuries. He then took the flood dragon skin, inscribing runes into it to delineate the foundational formations and restrictions of the 100-ly landscape diagram. After 2 months of dedicated effort, he finally inscribed the complete restrictions of the 100-ly landscape diagram upon the flood dragon skin. Observing the nearly complete diagram, Qinghe sighed in relief. It had taken 2 months, aided by his spirit reaching the 9th level of the golden core. The continuous supply of mana was crucial. Otherwise, a cultivator at the 4th level of the golden core could never achieve the foundation of the 100-ly landscape diagram, and even if they could, it would take years to accomplish. Now, only one step remained. Merging the 2 diagrams together would solidify the foundation of the 100-ly landscape diagram. This was significantly simpler than inscribing runes. He had long mastered the art of fusion. However, his ultimate goal was to transform the diagram into a spiritual treasure. Thus, he directly employed the heavenly tribulation refining technique for the forging process. After several days, Qinghe finally completed the amalgamation of the diagram and the flood dragon skin. A terrifying aura emanated from the diagram, exuding supreme majesty. It was a mid-grade magical artifact-level diagram, a pity indeed. Given the capabilities of the flood dragon skin, refining the diagram into a superior-grade artifact would have been entirely feasible. However, Qinghe's crafting of the 100-ly landscape diagram had suppressed its growth. One could say that the current diagram was akin to a half-superior-grade artifact, only truly advancing to that status upon integrating the Void Divine Stone. Nonetheless, its power surpassed that of a mid-grade artifact. Coupled with the original strength of the diagram, it could be considered an ordinary superior-grade artifact. The advantage of this diagram was its capacity to accommodate 5 superior-grade heavenly swords. The potential power it could unleash was beyond Qinghe's imagination. Previously, even a low-grade artifact diagram could exert the might of a superior-grade artifact. Should he successfully transform the 5 heavenly swords into superior-grade artifacts, he estimated that they would reach the pinnacle of artifact quality. Chapter 0537. The Nascent Treasure's Repercussion. The opportunity for ascension to the nascent soul? He must find a way to obtain the Void Divine Stone to forge the true 100-ly landscape diagram. Qinghe sensed that the authentic 100-ly landscape diagram would possess extraordinary power, far exceeding his expectations. His concern extended beyond the mere amplification of the diagram's capabilities. It would eventually manifest as a cave heaven, equivalent to a storage space spanning 100 li. He cast several incantations towards the void, summoning the 5 heavenly swords back to him, as the 5-element sword array diagram reformed once more. Though he could not employ the 5-element sword array diagram within the Black Earth space, as his nascent treasure, he distinctly felt its power had more than doubled. Had I possessed such a formidable 5-element sword array diagram back then, I would not have been forced into a corner by the 9th level golden core cultivators of the Blood Demon sect. At least I would have had a fighting chance. Now, Qinghe believed that the 5-element sword array diagram could severely injure late-stage golden core cultivators, leaving him quite satisfied. Yet, the true measure could only be determined through trial. Although he could shatter early-stage golden core cultivators with his spirit alone, the 9th level golden core cultivators were exponentially more formidable. Moreover, the array of divine techniques and secret methods at their disposal could easily lead to significant setbacks, as he had experienced before. He dared not indulge in arrogance any longer. The 5-element sword array diagram transformed into a beam of light, descending into Qinghe's dantian, where he intended to continue nurturing it. However, an unexpected surge of formidable mana erupted from his dantian. Qinghe's expression darkened in alarm as he hastily suppressed the mana, only to discover that it emanated from the 5 elements sword array diagram. This was the first time he had encountered such a phenomenon. After a moment of hesitation, he deemed the 5 elements sword array diagram harmless and gradually released the suppressed mana. At that moment, the golden core began to operate autonomously, each rotation devouring a portion of the mana from the 5 elements sword array diagram, resulting in a steady enhancement of his cultivation. Qinghe was taken aback, but he quickly grasped the situation. The 5 elements sword formation diagram was nurturing him in return, revealing an unexpected ability of his life-bound magical treasure. While he was aware that a life-bound treasure was intricately linked to the life of its cultivator, he had no inkling that its advancement could also benefit the cultivator, enhancing their cultivation level. With this crucial understanding, he ceased to suppress the surging magical power within him, allowing the 5 elements golden core to absorb this energy. After nearly 5 days, all the magical power was consumed, resulting in a significant increase in his cultivation, equivalent to the effects of 20 golden xian pills. He never anticipated such a remarkable benefit. Could it be that every time his life-bound treasure advanced, it would substantially enhance his cultivation? Although this was not of great consequence to him personally, had it not been for the immense amount of magical power he required, the recent enhancement would have sufficed to elevate an ordinary golden core cultivator by a minor stage. Qinghe chose not to dwell on this matter any longer. As long as he had ample elixirs, the nurturing effect of the life-bound treasure was not overly significant, merely an unexpected delight. He shifted his gaze towards the sword grass and took out a chunk of Qinghe gold essence. Although it was only the size of a fist, it weighed an astounding 100,000 pounds. Even a grain-sized piece of Qinghe gold essence weighed 1,000 pounds. Now, he could attempt to refine the sword grass. Qinghe produced a piece of enlightenment grass to simulate the refining process of the sword grass and Qinghe gold essence, refraining from using a second piece of enlightenment grass. With only 1 piece left, he needed to reserve it until the next batch matured. Otherwise, it would be disastrous if he found himself without it when the need arose. This time, he utilized the vermilion bird cauldron, employing the glazed purifying fire to refine the sword grass and Qinghe gold essence. The sword grass was of no concern. His aim was to melt the Qinghe gold essence and infuse it into the sword grass, transforming it into a golden, celestial sword. After consuming a piece of mid-grade earthly spiritual fire, the glazed purifying fire's potency had significantly increased, yet fully melting the Qinghe gold essence would not be a swift endeavor. Qinghe would need to provide an unending stream of magical power. Previously, it had taken him 10 days to melt a single grain of Qinghe gold essence. Even with ample preparations, he anticipated requiring 2 months to completely melt this chunk and integrate it into the sword grass. He hoped that the puppet could endure for a few more months, as there were unlikely to be any formidable golden core cultivators appearing near Qinghe Island. This time, he could not afford any interruptions during his refining process. Even if the heavens were to collapse, he would not step outside the black earth space. Qinghe had prepared a copious amount of earthly spiritual herbs to consume at critical moments to replenish his magical power. He cast the Qinghe gold essence into the vermilion bird cauldron, unleashing all his magical power to commence the melting process. Half a month into Qinghe's refining endeavor, a figure descended upon a desolate island 100 miles from Qinghe Island. After a brief pause, several figures appeared, hastily bowing. "We pay our respects to Ancestor Lu." Ancestor Lu regarded the 3 with a calm gaze. "What have you uncovered regarding Qinghe Island?" One among them replied, "Report to Ancestor Lu. Several powerful demonic beasts have appeared around Qinghe Island, guarding it fiercely. We cannot approach at all. Moreover, we have lost a considerable number of personnel. And other immortal islands and sects have also made appearances, with rumors of a golden core ancestor having perished at the hands of the demonic beasts." Ancestor Lu's expression shifted. The loss of a golden core ancestor implied formidable demonic beasts, likely at least golden core level, possibly even those surpassing the 3rd layer of golden core. He never expected Ancestor Qinghe to possess such means, hiding so deeply while raising a few powerful spirit beasts. With no prior indication whatsoever, no one in the chaotic star sea had been aware. Ancestor Lu inquired, "Can you discern the cultivation level of those demonic beasts?" "They are all great demonic beasts of golden core level, but we cannot ascertain their precise cultivation." Ancestor Lu did not reproach them. "I do not blame you. After all, you are merely Foundation Establishment cultivators and cannot detect whether Ancestor Qinghe has returned to Qinghe Island in a golden cicada escape." He added, "It would be difficult for me to explain this to the Lord of Withered Wood." One of the Foundation Establishment cultivators asked, "Ancestor Lu, does Ancestor Qinghe truly require us to pay such a heavy price?" Ancestor Lu shot him a glare. "What do you understand? How could you know the benefits Ancestor Qinghe gained from the divine dragon Immortal Island?" He not only transacted with the treasure-gathering pavilion, but also procured extraordinary items from the Qinghe pavilion, acquiring many astonishing treasures. Gaining the opportunities from ancestor Qinghe could yield even the slightest chance of achieving the nascent soul, true monarch status. Though it is but a thread, do you comprehend the magnitude of such a transformation? It compels countless golden core 9th layer ancestors to act at any cost. Furthermore, the chaotic star sea has remained tranquil for so many years. It absolutely cannot permit the emergence of a being that defies the heavens. Whether it is the opportunities on ancestor Qinghe or the resources he refines, he could very well become the sovereign of the chaotic star sea. These are matters that many cannot abide seeing. Chapter 0538. The Supreme Celestial Sword is completed. Ruthless actions. The 3 Foundation establishment cultivators were astonished, not realizing that ancestor Qinghe possessed such a chance to attain the nascent soul, true monarch status. The emergence of a nascent soul, true monarch would undoubtedly dominate the entire chaotic star sea, compelling all immortal islands and sects to bow in submission. They had reigned as kings for thousands of years in the chaotic star sea. How could they allow such a thing to happen? Their greatest concern was the distribution of resources. If ancestor Qinghe absorbed the majority, there would be no room left for survival in the entire chaotic star sea. The Foundation establishment cultivator acknowledged his fault. The disciple understands. Ancestor Lu waved his hand. The priority is to ascertain the situation of Qinghe Island as swiftly as possible. You shall proceed according to the previously established plan. I will seek out some old friends to see if we can suppress those demonic beasts. With that, he disregarded the 3 and vanished in a flash of light. Farewell, Ancestor. The 3 bowed deeply as they sent Ancestor Lu away. The winds of change stirred around Qinghe Island, with 3 spirit beasts unleashing a bloodbath nearby. Ultimately, the ancestor of Wujin Island intervened, declaring that anyone who dared to attack Qinghe Island would be met with his wrath, which quelled much of the unrest surrounding Qinghe Island. Lu Qinghe was oblivious to all of this. Even if he knew, he would be powerless to act, as all his focus was devoted to melting the Tai gold essence. After 2 months, he finally succeeded in melting the Tai gold essence. His magical power and spirit had been utterly drained, leaving him a shadow of his former self, gaunt and emaciated. Ignoring his own condition, Lu Qinghe gazed at the golden substance in his hand, and rather than feeling relieved, his expression grew grave. The most critical moment was upon him. Lu Qinghe meticulously reviewed the refinement method of the calamity soldiers he had comprehended. Preparing to infuse the Tai gold essence into the sword grass, he began inscribing various runes into it. The subsequent refining process bore little distinction from crafting the refining diagram and soul-capturing spirit. Inscribing the various runes and prohibitions from the calamity soldiers' refinement method to forge either a magical treasure or a spiritual treasure. Days passed, and an unsettling sensation suddenly surged within his soul. Lu Qinghe tasted blood at the corner of his mouth and hastily ceased his refining of the sword grass. He sensed that if he did not stop, he would undoubtedly suffer a calamitous blow, an instinctive warning from the depths of his spirit. Lu Qinghe's complexion turned pale. A spiritual treasure was beyond his current capacity to forge. The heavenly tribulation associated with a spiritual treasure would obliterate him. Furthermore, he was incapable of controlling such a treasure at this moment. The recent palpitations he experienced stemmed from his desire to refine the sword grass into a spiritual treasure. Yet an unseen aura inflicted harm upon him. Should he persist in the refining process, he risks being shattered by the laws governing the spiritual treasure, rendering him incapable of even witnessing its heavenly tribulation. Lu Qinghe regarded the golden long sword in his hand. It cannot be deemed a failure in refinement, for this heavenly sword has already attained the level of a top-tier magical artifact. Once his strength is sufficient, he can continue to inscribe runes into it, allowing it to metamorphose into a spiritual treasure. Currently, the heavenly sword possesses the material essence of a spiritual treasure but lacks its formidable power. Being devoid of the law's strength, Lu Qinghe suppressed the heavenly sword. He needed to restore his spiritual and magical powers before he could properly refine the sword into a magical artifact under his control. Moreover, it must be integrated into the 5-element sword formation, becoming a part of his life as treasure. He had long prepared countless soul refinement pills and earthly-level spiritual herbs. Otherwise, in his current depleted state, he would require decades to recover. His confidence in this endeavor stemmed from the ample supply of spiritual herbs at his disposal. After 3 days of diligent effort, Lu Qinghe successfully replenished his magical and spiritual energies. He refrained from hastily refining the heavenly sword. Sensing that a fragment of his water deity avatar deep within his consciousness was on the verge of dissipating, he conjured a spell into the void. A hint of coldness gracing his lips, before retrieving the giant sword, intending to merge it with the heavenly sword. consequently allowing the heavenly sword to replace the metal attribute sword. And of course, it would retain the name of the giant sword. As Lu Qinghe commenced the refinement of the giant sword, a formidable aura emanated from a cave on the Dragon God Immortal Island, revealing the presence of an 8th-layer golden core cultivator. A figure then soared forth, departing from the Dragon God Immortal Island, but instead of heading towards the chaotic star sea, it ventured deep into the endless immortal sea. At long last, it appeared. A figure materialized in the void, observing the vanishing light of the escape, and transformed into a streak of light to follow. Another figure emerged. It was the ancient withered tree, who must not be allowed to seize the initiative. As the two figures vanished, several others also transformed into streaks of light, disappearing into the depths of the endless immortal sea. At the edge of the sea pavilion, Fairy Qinghe sat upon a chair. Addressing the esteemed Tianyuan Taoist, the Golden Ao Taoist has departed from the Dragon God Immortal Island. She had originally presumed he would remain in seclusion there until he refined all the resources, significantly enhancing his cultivation. Despite his formidable prowess, he stood no chance against several golden core cultivators of the same level attacking him. Fairy Qinghe could not fathom how the Golden Ao could be unaware of being targeted. Despite his efforts to conceal his dealings on the Dragon God Immortal Island, he could not escape the discerning eyes of others. Tianyuan Taoist, in good spirits after refining a longevity fruit that added 100 years to his lifespan, equating to a rebirth, inquired, "What is this? Have you also been tempted?" Fairy Qinghe did not deny. Indeed, who would not be tempted by the resources he possesses? Moreover, there might be other longevity fruits. However, this would violate the rules of the edge of the sea pavilion, and my senior brother has stated that he is a 9th-layer golden core cultivator. There is no need for me to wade into such murky waters. Tianyuan Taoist replied nonchalantly, "Fortunately, you did not act alone. I have already met with the true monarch, who informed me that the Golden Ao has long since left the Dragon God Immortal Island. What remains there is merely a puppet." Tianyuan Taoist's words left Fairy Qinghe incredulous. How can that be? He explained, "Nothing is impossible. If the true monarch has said so, it must be true. Though I, too, find it hard to believe, I cannot dismiss it. We underestimated the Golden Ao, this ancient being. He is indeed a person of destiny. If my conjecture is correct, those who attempt to target him next will surely encounter a significant setback. I am convinced that the Golden Ao has made thorough preparations, waiting for these individuals to fall into his trap." Although still skeptical, Fairy Qinghe recognized the truth in Tianyuan Taoist's words. If the true monarch said the Golden Ao had departed, then he had indeed left. Did the true monarch provide any instructions? She inquired. "None for now, but keep an eye on the situation at the Golden Ao Immortal Island. He may incite chaos throughout the endless immortal sea." Understood. Days later, a startling aura erupted from the depths of the endless immortal sea, followed by a thunderous roar that shook the heavens. The immortal sea was engulfed in towering waves, shattering countless nearby islands. After an indeterminate time, a figure emerged, disheveled, from the ocean's surface, bellowing, "What a cunning Golden Ao Taoist. I never imagined he would be so ruthless as to scheme against me." Chapter 0539, Golden Core Divine Powers. Surrounding the Golden Ao Immortal Island, it can be said that Lu Qinghe's maneuver caught these Golden Core cultivators completely off guard. Although he could not eliminate them, he inflicted unimaginable damage. They paid a heavy price to escape the aftermath of the explosion. Casting a resentful glance at the core of the explosion, they hurriedly fled, apprehensive of being ambushed by other Golden Core cultivators. They were even more concerned that the Golden Ao Taoist had additional tricks up his sleeve to deal with them. On the Dragon God Immortal Island, upon hearing this news, Fairy Qinghe, though already aware of the Golden Ao Taoist scheme, could not help but admire his cunning. What a masterstroke! 5 8th-layer Golden Core cultivators reduced to such a state, fleeing the endless immortal sea in this manner. I wonder if they will dare to seek trouble with the Golden Ao Taoist. At the treasure-gathering pavilion, Lin Yanfeng was among the first to learn of the events, including the ambush of the Golden Core ancestor, which had turned into a counter-ambush. The Golden Ao Taoist was indeed formidable. No wonder he had roamed the chaotic star sea for centuries. He would likely become an important trading partner for the treasure-gathering pavilion in the future. The happenings in the endless immortal sea sent shockwaves through a significant portion of the cultivators on the Dragon God Immortal Island and the chaotic star sea. Above the Golden Ao Immortal Island, the entire realm suddenly trembled, and a sea of fire manifested, accompanied by a booming voice, "Golden Ao Taoist, come forth." As his words fell, another withered tree materialized, descending upon this realm with a scent of decay. The Taoist amidst the sea of fire, upon witnessing the appearance of the withered tree, scoffed, "Withered tree, your speed is surprisingly swift." The withered tree Taoist glanced upwards at the sea of fire. "Fire boy, Did you think you were the only one who could discern that the Golden Ao has returned to the Golden Ao Immortal Island? The fire boy retorted, Withered tree. Do you wish to seize the opportunity as well? The sea of fire above erupted with even greater intensity. But the withered tree employed his divine powers to shield himself from the fiery aura. Fire boy, your fire-based powers have reached the pinnacle of divine powers. Yet my withered tree's abilities are not to be underestimated. Both the withered tree and the sea of fire represented manifestations of great divine powers. The fire boy, infuriated, summoned a colossal fiery hand to strike down upon the withered tree Taoist. Unmoved, the withered tree Taoist replied, Fire boy, if you wish to engage in a mutually destructive battle, I shall gladly oblige. However, if it benefits another, the consequences shall not be my concern. The withered tree Taoist's words halted the fire boy's divine powers. The sea of fire dissipated, revealing a youthful figure in the void. The withered tree Taoist's power subsided, unveiling an ethereal old man. The withered tree Taoist turned his gaze to the void and spoke calmly. Dear friends, since you have arrived, please reveal yourselves. A shadowy elder and a beautiful woman appeared, the latter laughing cheerfully. Who would have thought that several ancestors would gather in the chaotic star sea in this manner? The withered tree Taoist identified the two. Du Sha, Madame Morong, have you not already joined the Four Holy Islands? Why meddle in the affairs of the chaotic star sea? Madame Morong chuckled softly. Old Taoist Kumu, we have known each other for several centuries. My purpose in coming here this time is to fulfill my duty of bringing Taoist Qinghe back to the Four Sacred Isles. I kindly ask for your cooperation. Her eyes darted around, surveying the three individuals, hoping to intimidate them with the mention of the Four Sacred Isles. The fireboy scoffed. Do not use the Four Sacred Isles to frighten this old ancestor. If they truly dared to step out of the endless immortal sea, they would have done so long ago. They are merely afraid of the combined forces of the righteous and demonic paths of Tian-Nan, which would obliterate them. Du Sha cast a cold glance at the fire boy. The might of the Four Sacred Isles is beyond your comprehension. To eliminate a cultivator at the 8th level of the Golden Core stage is a mere flick of the wrist. However, unlike her, who is subservient to the Four Sacred Isles, my relationship with them is one of collaboration. The fire boy retorted with disdain. You are no different than a mere lapdog. This remark darkened the expressions of both Du Sha and Madame Morong. The murderous intent radiating from Du Sha bore down on the fire boy like celestial wrath. Yet the fire boy stood his ground, conjuring a sea of flames to counter Du Sha's murderous techniques. At that moment, old Taoist Kumu intervened. Enough, both of you. This is not the time for disputes. Do you truly believe that we can dispose of Taoist Qinghe as we please? We must first subdue him before discussing his fate. Only then did the two calm themselves. They had already suffered once at the hands of Taoist Qinghe, and it was likely that only through cooperation could they subdue him and seize the opportunities he harbored. A terrifying aura descended upon Qinghe Island, attracting the attention of nearby cultivators. It could be said that the slaughter by the three spirit beasts had drawn heightened vigilance from Qinghe Island. Figures stood hundreds of miles away, relying on their spiritual senses to probe the situation. It was clear, Taoist Qinghe faced an inescapable calamity. The old ancestor of Kumu Island, the fire boy of the Divine Fire sect, and the long-missing Madame Morong along with Du Sha, each of whom had instilled terror in the Chaos Star Sea for centuries, had formed an alliance to assault Qinghe Island. What could Taoist Qinghe have possibly done to warrant such a coalition? Though their cultivation may not reach the 9th level of the Golden Core stage, they were certainly capable of encircling and killing a 9th level Golden Core master. Rumors had it that Taoist Qinghe had acquired a fortuitous opportunity on the Divine Dragon Island, which had incited this disaster. It remained uncertain whether the old ancestor of Wujia would arrive to aid Taoist Qinghe. Their relationship had always been amicable, and a month prior, the old ancestor had declared that any trouble brought to Qinghe Island would also be trouble for him. In a realm of void, a figure loomed, his spiritual sense sweeping through the emptiness until he spotted a silhouette. The old ancestor of Wujia greeted the approaching figure. The celestial Ji of Xianxia graced the Chaos Star Sea, illuminating it with her presence. The old ancestor of Wujia had not anticipated that even those from Xianxia intended to intervene. Celestial Ji cast a glance at him. Greetings, esteemed senior. I merely enjoy observing the spectacle without participating. However, given your cordial relationship with Taoist Qinghe, I wonder if you might take action for the sake of Qinghe Island? The old ancestor replied, Taoist Qinghe possesses astonishing strength. There is no need for my intervention. He found it difficult to contend with Lu Qinghe's prowess. Yet he had no intention of involving himself, whether it be the impersonator of Taoist Qinghe or any of the others. Moreover, he sensed that the true Qinghe possessed formidable cultivation. While others believed Taoist Qinghe was doomed, he alone knew the truth. Taoist Qinghe had already been slain. And the entity on Qinghe Island was not the true Qinghe. This could lead to unforeseen circumstances, and he wished to remain uninvolved in the ensuing chaos. Celestial G's beautiful eyes sparkled. Could it be that the esteemed senior is already aware that Taoist Qinghe has broken through to the 9th level of the Golden Core stage? The old ancestor shook his head. You have mistaken me, Celestial. I am not well acquainted with Taoist Qinghe. His words left Celestial G momentarily speechless. Who in the Chaos Star Sea was unaware of the close ties between the old ancestor of Wujia and Taoist Qinghe. Chapter 540. The Fierce Beast, Four-Winged Golden Cicada. The most evil 7-kill sword. As the two conversed, another figure emerged. Lin Yinfeng from the treasure-gathering pavilion, upon seeing the old ancestor of Wujia and Celestial G, burst into laughter. It is indeed a surprise to meet both of you here. Celestial G inquired. Do you also wish to intervene, Lin Taoist? Lin Yinfeng shook his head. The treasure-gathering pavilion has never engaged in such matters. The celestial fortunes we have encountered are as numerous as fish crossing a river. If we were to interfere, it would tarnish our reputation. Who would dare trade with the treasure-gathering pavilion afterward? We abide by the rules set forth by the Supreme Ancestor. How could we dare to contravene them? As for you from Xianxia, do you not care for such things? Celestial G discerned Lin Yinfeng's subtle mockery of Xianxia and dismissed it as nonsense. If the treasure-gathering pavilion were truly so benevolent, how could they have amassed such wealth? Had it not been for the establishment of Xianxia by the Yuan-ing true monarch, the divine Dragon Island would have long been swallowed by the treasure-gathering pavilion. At most, a 9th-level Golden Core master could emerge, and Xianxia need not intervene. The notion that Taoist Qinghe possessed Yuan-ing opportunities was merely absurd. If cultivating to become a Yuan-ing true monarch were so simple, they would not be so rare in the immortal cultivation world, whether known or concealed. The total number of Yuan-ing true monarchs in the entire immortal cultivation realm certainly did not exceed 100, encompassing vast expanses and hidden realms. The so-called Yuan-ing fortune was simply an excuse by a few late-stage Golden Core cultivators who did not wish for Taoist Qinghe to consume the resources, an object upon which the Golden Core cultivators of the Chaos Star Sea could unite to target. Had Taoist Qinghe truly possessed the potential to cultivate into a Yuan-ing true monarch, it would not be these Golden Core cultivators who would strike. A Yuan-ing true monarch would personally intervene to subdue him. This was something Lu Qinghe had not anticipated. He had initially sought to leverage Qinghe Island to strategize against the 9th-level Golden Core masters of the Blood Demon sect, and had never considered the multitude of interests entangled in this matter. He had not experienced the brutality and bloodshed of resource contention in the immortal cultivation world. Rising as a top-tier Golden Core master, he would inflict considerable losses on the resources of other Golden Core cultivators, potentially hindering their progress or forcing them to flee the Chaos Star Sea to venture into the endless immortal sea. What he possessed was merely a spark that ignited the flames of conflict. Had he known the situation would unfold like this, Lu Qinghe, true to his nature, would have departed Qinghe Island long ago, not wishing to squander time here. Above Qinghe Island, the four figures transitioned from a state of confrontation to a temporary alliance. Old Taoist Kumu proposed, "Everyone, we must unite to breach the great formation of Qinghe Island and locate Taoist Qinghe. We cannot allow any further delays, as the number of Golden Core cultivators gathering nearby is increasing." Agreed. Their spiritual senses had already detected numerous presences probing the area. The four exuded overwhelming auras, each brandishing a magical artifact. The fire boy held a fire dragon bracelet, entwined by a fiery dragon. Madame Mouron wielded a golden cicada, which, with each flutter, caused the surrounding space to ripple with cracks. Old Taoist Kumu brandished a withered branch, while Dusha gripped a blood-red 7-kill sword. All four artifacts were of the highest quality, their respective life-bound treasures. Madame Mouron declared, "I can only open a hole the size of a fist in the island's great formation. The rest is up to you." The three exchanged wary glances, eyeing the fist-sized golden cicada in her hand. The four-winged golden cicada, a divine being capable of devouring the void, is a testament to the remarkable prowess of Lady Mouron, who has nurtured this cicada to its current level of cultivation. Though it is no larger than a fist, it is neither a monster nor a spiritual beast, but rather a formidable creature of a rare kind that exists within the realms of heaven and earth. Its ability to consume the void is formidable. Had it been a 6-winged golden cicada, it could have effortlessly devoured an entire celestial island, rendering even a nascent soul true lord powerless against it. Noticing the trepidation in the eyes of the others, Lady Mouron smiled slightly, saying, "If I lacked any means, how could I dare to stand before you? You would leave me nothing but bones." The fire youth, cautious, implored, "Madam, please act swiftly." Lady Mouron commanded the four-winged golden cicada to soar towards the celestial island. With a series of hissing sounds, it began to gnaw at the great formation guarding the island, quickly creating a breach and thereby weakening the formation's might. Now was the moment. The other three summoned their innate treasures, their powers reaching a magnitude capable of obliterating an entire celestial island in an instant. With a resounding crash, three formidable forces descended upon the great formation. To their astonishment, the formation was shattered by their combined might, collapsing under the onslaught. The four quickly scanned the celestial island with their spiritual senses, only to discover that they could not penetrate its defenses. Dusha spoke up. There is yet another formation that isolates our spiritual senses. The expressions of the four shifted, surprised to learn that the golden Ao Taoist had set up such an impressive array. The withered tree Taoist spoke with grave authority. One wonders what immense fortune the golden Ao has acquired to possess such astonishing resources. Pray, madam, weaken this formation once more so that we may breach it. Lady Murong nodded and directed the four-winged golden cicada to resume its assault on the divine isolation formation. However, after half a day of gnawing, the formation remained utterly unaffected. Lady Murong's countenance grew serious. Esteemed friends, this is a heavenly level formation. What? A heavenly level formation? They were taken aback. If the golden Ao were to control it, they would stand no chance of breaching it. The fire youth, disheartened, exclaimed, Are we to simply concede defeat? The withered tree Taoist, observing Lady Murong's unchanging expression, pondered deeply. He solemnly addressed her, Lady Murong, please reveal the method to dismantle it. I know you must have a solution. Madam, do not entertain the thought that you can confront the golden Ao alone. You have witnessed his capabilities. Should you attempt to act independently, you may end up worse off than before, and regret will come too late. Lady Murong smiled at the withered tree Taoist, surprised by his keen insight into her unease. Yet, recalling his words, she too was wary of the golden Ao, realizing she could not face him alone. Moreover, the gazes of the other two were fixated upon her, leaving her no opportunity to act independently. Finally, she spoke. What are you implying, my friends? I am united with you all, and I shall exert my utmost effort. I was merely contemplating a strategy. Dusha coldly interjected, Madam, it would be best to disclose your methods without further delay. Noting the murderous intent in Dusha's expression, Lady Murong felt helpless. This madman was merciless and was akin to a relentless machine of slaughter. The 7 kills sword, an exceedingly malevolent demonic technique, was notorious for its indiscriminate killing. Be it kin or foe, it was a path of destruction. Dusha had honed the 7 kills sword to a level of mastery, having eradicated even his closest blood relatives, which earned him the epithet of the killing demon Dusha. Once he achieved the annihilation of all life, he would ascend to the pinnacle of supernatural power. This was a nefarious path of foundation building and enlightenment, a formidable technique that even the greatest of demonic cultivators would hesitate to practice. Thus, the terror of Dusha was evident. At this moment, Lady Murong set aside her previous facade of charm. The heavenly level divine isolation formation primarily served to obstruct our spiritual probing, unlike the indomitable celestial island formation. With that said, she released the four-winged golden cicada once more. This time, instead of gnawing at the formation, it emitted a ripple and vanished in the blink of an eye. Upon witnessing its disappearance, without hesitation, Lady Murong plunged into the divine isolation formation. Despite their apprehensions about potential dangers within the celestial island, the other three followed closely behind. Inside the island, 3 spiritual beasts transformed into towering behemoths, engaging in combat with Lady Murong. The moment she appeared, she was assaulted by the 3 spiritual beasts, who adhered to Lu Qinghe's orders to defend the island. Even sensing the cataclysmic aura emanating from Lady Murong, they showed no signs of retreat. Lady Murong cried out, Wretched beasts, how dare you be so audacious? With the power of an 8th-level golden core, she unleashed a strike that sent the 3 spiritual beasts crashing into the island. Only the 2-headed demon ape, crackling with lightning, managed to withstand her assault. The fire python and the little fox were instantly gravely injured, while they were indeed beasts. They were strong only in comparable circumstances. Few could contend with a golden core cultivator of a higher realm, especially given the vast disparity in their levels. As the 2-headed demon ape radiated with violent thunder, a terrifying bolt of lightning surged forth. Lady Murong jested, Ah, a rare sight indeed, a thunderous beast. How fortunate! For the 4-winged golden cicada is quite hungry. You shall make an excellent meal. Upon hearing this, the cicada lunged toward the 2-headed demon ape. Sensing the impending threat from the diminutive creature, the 2-headed demon ape felt an overwhelming sense of danger. Despite being merely a fraction of its finger's size, it sensed the breath of death. With a rapid flicker, the 4-winged golden cicada appeared atop the 2-headed demon ape's head and bit down. In pain, the demon ape unleashed a surge of lightning toward the cicada, which, wary of the lightning's power, retreated hastily. Yet, it reappeared above the demon ape's head to launch another assault, resulting in a stalemate between the cicada and the formidable beast. Before Lady Morong could intervene, 3 figures materialized within the formation, witnessing the struggle between the cicada and the demon ape. Du Sha coldly remarked, a mere beast of the 5th level golden core. It can be dispatched easily. With his prowess and abilities, he deemed the demon ape, even if it were of the 7th level golden core, utterly insignificant. The withered tree Taoist scrutinized the 2-headed demon ape, an extraordinary being. One wonders how the golden AO managed to subdue such a creature. It could serve well in crafting a formidable treasure. Noticing the intentions of the two to strike, Lady Morong hastily interjected, my 4-winged golden cicada is hungry. This is its meal. We should first locate the golden AO. I did not detect his presence during my previous scan. This revelation instilled a sense of caution among the group. The fire youth questioned suspiciously, could it be that the golden AO has set a powerful trap, waiting for us to fall into it while he escapes? His words were not without basis. They had suffered significant losses on the Dragon Celestial Island and were fortunate to have survived the explosion. One of the 8th level golden core cultivators had been gravely wounded and had yet to show himself. The withered tree Taoist contemplated this grim possibility. Glancing at the 2-headed demon ape, with the spiritual beasts present, he cannot possibly escape, regardless of the circumstances. They resolved to turn the chaos of the starry sea upside down to locate the golden AO. They had already irreparably offended him. If they failed to eliminate him today, his future ascendance in power would spell doom for them all. Several individuals nodded, having thoroughly offended their opponent, and thus resolved to execute him to eliminate any future threats. They harbored no illusions about their ability to escape unscathed from a potential ambush by Qinghe. This moment represented the optimal opportunity for them to unite and eliminate Qinghe. Du wielded his power, summoning the little fox and the fire python into his grasp. I shall slay these 2 spirit beasts and see if I can draw him out. A wave of murderous intent surged forth, causing the little fox and the fire python to emit anguished cries beneath its weight. Just as the little fox and the fire python were on the brink of being destroyed by this lethal aura, the heavens and earth transformed, enveloped in a blood-red world. What was this? It seemed reminiscent of the Blood Demon sect's blood magic formation. Could it be that Qinghe had allied with the Blood Demon sect? The individuals donned their magical shields, their consciousnesses frantically scanning their surroundings in fear of a sudden attack. Eventually, all eyes were drawn to a singular location as a figure emerged from the crimson void. Upon seeing the newcomer, Kumu Daorin inquired uncertainly, Qinghe Daorin? He was familiar with Qinghe, though not as closely as with Wuji Daorin. However, the Qinghe before him appeared inscrutable, seemingly not the Qinghe he knew. Lu Qinghe's gaze flickered as he regarded the group, surrounded by an unpredictable aura of killing intent. He could not possibly recognize them, but he was aware that they were several golden core cultivators from the Immortal Dragon Island who had been fixated on him. He hadn't anticipated that these cultivators would not only conspire against him on Immortal Dragon Island, but would also dare to invade Qinghe Island with the intent to slay the little fox and the fire python. The 2-headed demon ape was also in a precarious position, compelling him to exit his seclusion prematurely. Lu Qinghe asked, is this your final word? Kumu Daorin coldly replied, Qinghe, you are far too arrogant. I am aware of your cultivation level, which is but on par with mine. Today, the 4 of us unite, and you stand no chance of survival. Lu Qinghe questioned in confusion, it seems I have not offended you. The fire boy burst into laughter. Qinghe, you have finally emerged. You may not have offended us, but this is the world of cultivation. Killing does not require justification. You possess treasures we covet. Du declared succinctly, killing is the only solution. His 7-kill sword shot into the sky, its killing intent morphing into a blood-red phantom, even more vibrant than the blood magic formation. The other 3 did not lag behind, each summoning their magical artifacts to strike at Lu Qinghe. For golden core cultivators, this would be an excellent opportunity to test my current strength. Infinite Sword Catastrophe. A sword domain manifested behind Lu Qinghe, unleashing hundreds of destructive sword intents toward the position of the 4. Moreover, this time he wielded a top-tier magical artifact, the Great Quebec. The entire realm was engulfed by sword intent, including Qinghe Island itself. How could this be? A top-tier divine ability? How did Qinghe comprehend such a sword technique? Damn it, break. Will of the burning heavens. All things wither, shattering the heavens and earth. With the golden cicada armor's evasion, the 4 unleashed their full cultivation, wielding superior magical artifacts, and employed 4 great divine abilities. Chapter 0542. Slaying Kumu Daorin. Power of the Heart Demon as the sword intent dissipated. Only 4 bloodied and disheveled figures remained in the air. The once repaired Immortal Island had been shattered to a considerable degree by Lu Qinghe's might. However, Activating the top-tier magical artifact had taken a heavy toll on him, draining his power entirely and inflicting significant backlash. The four gazed at Lu Qinghe with eyes filled with terror. Top-tier divine abilities were nearly akin to the power of the laws, far surpassing the might of great divine abilities. Had it not been for their numerous trump cards and their united front, had only one of them faced Lu Qinghe, they might have perished in a single blow. The fire boy still found it hard to believe and questioned Lu Qinghe. Xianxiao, how could you have comprehended a top-tier divine ability? Kumu Daoren berated him, fool. Can you not see that this person is not Xianxiao? Xianxiao has already been slain and replaced. Initially, he had merely suspected, but now, with the emergence of the top-tier sword technique, it was clear that the individual before them could not possibly be Xianxiao. Xianxiao could never master the sword path. He practiced a far more enigmatic top-tier divine ability. The fire boy felt a surge of anger, but Kumu reminded him. Have you not noticed that this individual is merely at the 4th level of the golden core? What? The group shifted their focus back to Lu Qinghe, whose full power was now unmistakable. Kumu Daoren coldly regarded Lu Qinghe. Is this the power of a top-tier divine ability? A mere 4th level golden core cultivator can inflict such wounds upon us. He understood the might of top-tier divine abilities. Yet he had not expected that a 4th level golden core cultivator wielding one could threaten 8th level golden core cultivators. Had they been caught off guard, even 8th level golden core cultivators might have been slain. The expressions of the four turned peculiar, astonished that a 4th level golden core cultivator could injure them. Though rare, a golden core ancestor was not particularly significant in their eyes, easily dispatched. The disparity between golden core levels was vast, with a difference of over twice the power, especially between the mid and late stages, a gap exceeding tenfold. Upon realizing Lu Qinghe's cultivation, their anger intensified. Bastard! How dare a mere 4th level golden core insect attack us? Kill him. It will be a fitting offering for my 7-kill sword. I still prefer to feed the 4-winged golden cicada. Though they boasted, the 4 refrained from attacking. They knew they could hardly withstand another onslaught like that last sword technique. Observing their bluster, Kumu Daoren remarked, do you truly believe that a 4th level golden core cultivator can comprehend a top-tier divine ability? Even with our cultivation, it is challenging to master such abilities. If I am not mistaken, the artifact in his hand is a top-tier magical artifact. It is through this that he unleashed such terrifying sword techniques. Given his current state, it is evident that using the top-tier magical artifact exacted a heavy toll on him. Otherwise, he would not be so hesitant to act. The 4 immediately cast greedy eyes upon the great Qinghe in Lu Qinghe's possession. The fire boy called out, Xianxiao, hand over the top-tier magical artifact, and I shall spare your life. Du interjected, the sword path artifact should rightfully belong to me. Madame Murong added, I care not for your top-tier magical artifacts. I seek only Xianxiao's corpse to feed the golden cicadas. Lu Qinghe merely watched them coldly, aware that they were rapidly recovering their strength. The sword domain he had unleashed was sufficient to slay most late-stage golden core cultivators. Though they were powerful, they were not without serious injuries. Once they regained their strength, they would not only turn against him, but might also slay the others around them. Lu Qinghe refrained from making a move, as he too was consuming spirit herbs to restore his power. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Kumu Daoren erupted with a fearsome aura, not only recovering his strength, but also advancing to the 9th level of the golden core. Kumu Daoren laughed heartily. Everything shall be mine. Although I employed a secret technique to elevate my cultivation by a tier, it is all worth it. Once I slay all of you, the path to the Tao shall open, and I shall undoubtedly attain the status of a Yuaning true monarch. Kumu unleashed indiscriminate attacks against the 4. The other 3, enraged, retorted, Kumu, how despicable of you. They did not delay, summoning their divine abilities and innate magical artifacts once more to strike at Kumu Daoren. The withered wood master disregarded the attacks of several individuals, as the gnarled wood in his hand transformed into a series of withered wood spells, enveloping the 4. He stepped forward, appearing before Lu Qinghe, and with a cold smirk, remarked, you are indeed formidable, possessing great opportunities, a profound mastery of the sword, and a priceless artifact. However, all of this shall ultimately belong to me. Is that so? If you were truly at the 9th level of the golden core, I might think twice. Yet, secret techniques remain just that, secret techniques. Although your power has reached a certain level, you still fall far short. Lu Qinghe had faced genuine 9th level golden core cultivators before, and this withered wood's secret technique merely paled in comparison. Infinite sword catastrophe. The sword domain manifested, enveloping the withered wood master. In disbelief, the withered wood master exclaimed, how is this possible? How can you still wield such a supreme divine power? The spells he conjured were shattered by the sword intent, and he suffered a grave injury. Casting a resentful glance at Lu Qinghe, blood escape technique. He spat out a mouthful of reverse blood and attempted to flee. The ancient bell of capturing immortals appeared, suppressing the entire space, leaving the withered wood master trapped, forced to confront the sword domain. No. A cry of terror and despair escaped him as the sword energy pierced through, obliterating his body, leaving behind only a shattered golden core. Qinghe collected the golden core, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. What a pity, a top-tier material for a blood god puppet. A cultivator at the 8th level of the golden core is not something one can easily find. The other three looked on in astonishment, witnessing how the withered wood master, who had temporarily elevated his cultivation to the 9th level through a secret technique, was so easily vanquished. Without another moment's hesitation, they fled, utilizing their secret techniques. They transformed into beams of light, attempting to escape from Qinghe Island. With the withered wood master slain, they knew they stood no chance. Can you truly escape? Since you have come, there is no need to leave. The soul-capturing bell materialized. Ding ding ding. The three experienced a devastating blow to their consciousness. The ancient bell of capturing immortals. It descended upon them, yet they were, after all, cultivators at the 8th level of the golden core, each possessing their own means of defense. The fire boy was shielded by a divine flame, while Madame Mouron conjured a phantom to block the suppressive force. Only Dusha wore a face of sheer terror, as if he had witnessed something frightful, abandoning all resistance and standing frozen in place. Qinghe observed Dusha, who had not fled, pensive, lost in delusion. He has been influenced by the heart demon power of the soul-capturing bell. He could not comprehend how a cultivator at the 8th level of the golden core could so easily evoke their heart demon. Although the soul-capturing bell was indeed a superior artifact, its power could not possibly be so great as to instantaneously draw forth the heart demon of an 8th level golden core cultivator. If it could, the soul-capturing bell would not merely be a magical artifact, but a spiritual treasure of extraordinary caliber. He sensed there must be an underlying reason he was unaware of, and he used the ancient bell of capturing immortals to suppress Dusha. Then, he turned his gaze towards the two who had escaped, transforming into a streak of lightning to pursue them. Chapter 543. The Fire Boy Who Sacrifices Himself. A glimpse of heavenly-grade spiritual fire, the two fleeing individuals were intercepted by the blood demon great formation. They had witnessed Dusha being effortlessly suppressed, and their fear intensified at the thought of the withered wood master, a cultivator of 9th level golden core strength, being slain with such ease. To casually suppress the god of slaughter, Dusha signified an overwhelming power that surpassed even that of 9th level golden core cultivators. Madame Mouron, relying on her four-winged golden cicada, swiftly soared out of the blood demon great formation. The fire boy, with an endless sea of flames behind him, unleashed his fire dragon bracelet, summoning a fire dragon that shattered the blood demon great formation. He dared not linger, ascending towards the heavens. The ancient bell of capturing immortals. It expanded to 100 feet, its divine power suppressing the surrounding space. The fire boy's escape speed drastically diminished. Will of the burning heavens. He invoked the fire-based divine power, directing the fire dragon to crash against the ancient bell, attempting to shatter it. Qinghe observed the ancient bell being shaken and realized that without a supreme divine power, killing an 8th level golden core cultivator was virtually impossible. The ancient bell could at most allow him to remain undefeated against such cultivators. Otherwise, it would be futile against someone like the fire boy, who wielded a fire-based divine power and possessed a superior lifebound artifact. The prospect of slaying such a foe was utterly unattainable. The only reason he could defeat 8th level golden core cultivators was due to his supreme divine powers and unparalleled artifacts. Otherwise, his strength would be nearly equivalent to theirs. As he saw the fire boy preparing to shatter the ancient bell and flee, Qinghe quickly retrieved several earth-grade spiritual herbs, employing the green wood devouring heaven technique to absorb them. His magical power surged once more, sufficient to unleash another supreme divine power. Infinite sword catastrophe. The sword domain materialized into an ethereal world of swordsmanship, engulfing the fire boy within. The fire boy's countenance turned pale with terror. This transcendent sword path was beyond his capacity to resist. He raised his fire dragon bracelet in defense and roared at Qinghe. Do you truly dare to kill me? I hail from the divine fire sect, backed by the legacy of a nascent soul true monarch. Are you not afraid that the divine fire sect will descend upon you and end your life? The divine fire sect had once produced a nascent soul true monarch who, despite having passed away a millennium ago, still left behind a formidable legacy that sustained the sect for countless years, possibly retaining the potential for several lethal encounters with nascent soul true monarchs. Qinghe remained unmoved. The moment you dared to covet my life, your fate was sealed. Today, you shall surely perish. Not to mention merely the legacy of a nascent soul. Even if a nascent soul true monarch were to intervene, you would still meet your end. Kill. Seeing that Lu Qinghe did not take the divine fire sect seriously, the fire boy furiously declared, "In that case, I shall perish with you." He executed several incantations, sacrificing his own body, spirit, and divine power, transforming into a torrent of divine flames. The terrifying flames surged forth, piercing through the illusory sword domain and charging at Lu Qinghe. Witnessing this, Lu Qinghe was startled and summoned the 8 Desolation Mirror to defend against the divine fire's assault. A superior defensive artifact, you are truly terrifying. The distorted visage of the fire boy emerged from within the divine flames, followed by maniacal laughter. But it is futile. The divine fire can scorch the heavens. It is beyond your capacity to withstand. As the flames seared him, the 8 Desolation Mirror emitted a sizzling sound, threatening to be consumed by the divine fire. This revelation shocked Lu Qinghe. The 8 Desolation Mirror was a superior artifact, and even an artifact of the same grade should not be able to shake it. Heavenly grade spiritual fire? Lu Qinghe quickly deduced the essence of the divine flames. Does the divine fire sect possess a trace of heavenly grade spiritual fire? The fire boy, hearing Lu Qinghe's words, laughed uproariously. Indeed, heavenly grade divine fire. It is more than sufficient to extinguish you. Lu Qinghe sneered. A mere trace of heavenly grade spiritual fire dares to extinguish me? Alas, it is you who has sacrificed yourself merely to summon this flame. What a pity. Power of capturing immortals. Lu Qinghe released the ancient bell of capturing immortals once more, pressing down upon the fire boy. The fire boy exclaimed, "It is useless. A superior artifact cannot suppress divine fire. If he could break through the superior defensive artifact, he could devour Lu Qinghe along with it, leaving him with a slim chance of rebirth through possession." Lu Qinghe's expression remained calm. "Once I consume your remnant soul, this trace of heavenly fire will stir no great waves." The soul-capturing bell appeared in Lu Qinghe's hand, emanating a terrifying aura that left the fire boy's distorted face stricken with dread. What in the world is this? The treasures I shall seize from you. With the soul-collecting bell in motion, the essence of the fire child was forcibly extracted from the celestial flames. The fire child, now filled with dread, realized that he was left with but a wisp of his remaining soul. Should it be extinguished, he would lose all chance of reincarnation. "No, I beg you, spare me. I am willing to serve as your servant." Yet, he had already squandered his opportunity. The devouring power of the soul-collecting bell is irreversible, even for me. Explode. Fire Dragon Bracelet, explode for me. The Fire Dragon Bracelet trembled as Lu Qinghe's formidable soul swept forth, drawing it into the black earth space, severing the fire child's final connection to his innate treasure. "I refuse to accept this. I curse you to forever be unable to attain the nascent soul." Amidst his unyielding rage and curses, the fire child's essence was consumed by the soul-collecting bell. A strand of celestial fire, now devoid of the fire child's control, attempted to flee. Lu Qinghe summoned the vermilion bird cauldron, its flames and pure azure fire suppressing the celestial fire, drawing it into the black earth space. Ignoring the celestial fire, Lu Qinghe greedily devoured several earth-grade spiritual herbs, despite his body nearing collapse, directing the prisoner-summoning ancient bell towards the direction of the divine dragon Immortal Island. His physique had already reached the pinnacle of treasure bodies, capable of exerting supreme divine abilities multiple times, alongside consuming countless earth-grade spiritual herbs. This had inflicted immense strain upon him. Were it not for his elevation to a superior treasure body, even a single use of a top-tier divine ability could have shattered his form. Around the Chaos Star Sea, countless divine senses were suddenly beset by a terrifying suppression, their faces stricken with horror. The lower-level golden core cultivators were particularly devastated, plummeting into the ocean. In the void, the Wujidao Master, the Qinghe Fairy, and Lin Yanfeng gazed upon the vanishing prisoner-summoning ancient bell. "It is Qinghe Daoist. He must be pursuing Madame Moreau. As long as she escapes to the endless immortal sea, she will be safe, sheltered by the 4 sacred islands." The Wujidao Master's expression darkened. This means that the Slaughterer Du Sha, the Drywood Daoist, and the Fire Child have all been suppressed or annihilated by him. These were all cultivators of his caliber, some even stronger than he. Yet, Qinghe Daoist managed to eliminate 3 and chase 1. This display of power sent chills throughout his being. Lin Yanfeng's face mirrored his astonishment. "As for Du Sha and the Drywood Daoist, we are unsure. But we just witnessed the Fire Child's demise. When the Blood Demon array was breached, they had caught a glimpse of Lu Qinghe delivering the fatal blow to the Fire Child. The top-tier sword art, combined with the prowess of a golden core of the 9th level, was indeed formidable. What was astonishing was Qinghe Daoist's terrifying transformation. Not only had he elevated his cultivation to such an alarming level, but he had also comprehended the pinnacle of sword arts. In Chapter 0544, A 1,000-Mile Pursuit, Suppression of the four-winged golden cicada. They had been shrouded by a grand array, obscuring their vision of the events transpiring on Qinghe Island. Yet, they witnessed the fire child sacrificing himself, unleashing a power surpassing that of a golden core 8th level, only to be effortlessly slain by Qinghe. They had seen Qinghe wielding the ultimate sword domain and sensed the soul power of a golden core 9th level. With this, none doubted Qinghe Daoist's strength. He was a true golden core 9th level master, one who had grasped the highest divine arts. Moreover, only one of the 4 formidable golden core 8th level cultivators had managed to escape, and it remained uncertain if they could indeed flee. The fates of Du Sha and the Drywood Daoist were all too predictable under such overwhelming might. Lin Yanfeng observed the vanishing figures. The heavens above the chaos star sea are about to change. Unless a nascent soul, true monarch intervenes, no one can contend with Qinghe Daoist. Yet, Du Sha had reigned over the endless immortal sea for centuries, carving his path through slaughter, his name resounding, the Drywood Daoist. One of the pinnacle cultivators of the chaos star sea, and the fire child, a supreme elder of the divine fire sect, had thus fallen. For a moment, Lin Yanfeng was struck by the gravity of the situation. These individuals had far greater renown than himself, their powers reaching the heavens, yet they met such a tragic end. The Tianji fairy cast a glance towards the direction where Qinghe and Madame Murong had vanished, disappearing into the void. Only the Wujidao master wore an unsettled expression. He was uncertain whether Qinghe's slaying of these top-tier cultivators would lead him to target him as well. Filled with concern, he ultimately departed from the scene. Outside the divine dragon Immortal Island, Madame Murong propelled her escape technique to its utmost limits. Once she reached the island, her safety would be assured. A fear, not felt for centuries, gripped her heart. She had not anticipated Qinghe Daoist's formidable prowess. What she had perceived as an opportunity to attain enlightenment had morphed into a perilous life and death trial. Can you truly escape? A colossal golden bell descended. Poised to suppress Madame Murong, she unleashed a golden light ring, and the four-winged golden cicada burst forth, tearing a hole through the prisoner summoning divine power, allowing Madame Murong to flee. Qinghe regarded the vanishing four-winged golden cicada with intrigue. This creature was no mere spirit beast, its capabilities far surpassing those of ordinary spirit creatures. He had not witnessed the four-winged golden cicada piercing the island's grand array, yet he had seen it effortlessly breach the blood demon array, facilitating Madame Murong's escape. Now, this four-winged golden cicada had shattered the prisoner summoning ancient bell's divine power, rendering its suppressive force ineffective. Qinghe, despite his own body beginning to crumble, remained oblivious. Today, he must eliminate all potential foes. He was unaware of Madame Murong's identity and origins, but he knew that if this woman were to escape to the divine dragon Immortal Island, he would lose his chance to act. The divine dragon Immortal Island was not a place he could provoke, guarded not only by golden core 9th level masters, but also by the presence of nascent soul true monarchs. Should Madame Murong truly possess the ability to reach the island, he would not hesitate to retreat. However, should an opportunity present itself, he would not allow the chance to eliminate her to slip away. This time, Qinghe directly produced 10 Earth-grade spiritual herbs, forcibly swallowing them in a single breath, unleashing a surge of terrifying power within him. A bolt of lightning flashed, and the previously vanished Madame Murong reappeared before him in the blink of an eye. Prisoner summoning ancient bell, infinite sword calamity. In an instant, he enveloped Madame Murong within the sword domain. She attempted to employ the same tactic, utilizing the four-winged golden cicada to escape from the prisoner summoning divine power in the sword domain. Qinghe was already prepared. Do you truly believe you have another chance to flee? The 100-mile landscape map manifested, turning towards the four-winged golden cicada. Sensing the impending danger, the cicada sought to evade the map's grasp. 5 elements sword array. 5 celestial sword phantoms emerged, subduing the four-winged golden cicada. As Qinghe swiftly retracted the 5 elements sword array map into the black earth space, severing all ties between the cicada and Madame Murong. The current 5 elements sword array map possessed power rivaling that of a superior treasure, had it been able to incorporate the Great Void into its formation. Its terror would have escalated even further. With the connection to the cicada severed, Madame Murong's complexion paled. She glared furiously at Qinghe. How did you manage to take the cicada? She had never anticipated that someone could instantaneously cut off her connection to the four-winged golden cicada, which was of greater importance to her than her innate treasure. The cicada's abilities far surpassed those of her own innate treasure. Qinghe replied coldly. Do you think I would divulge such information? Now, it is your turn. Without the four-winged golden cicada, Madame Murong was merely a typical golden core 8th level cultivator, firmly suppressed by the prisoner summoning ancient bell and the sword domain. Madame Murong bellowed in fury. Do you dare slay me? Behind me stands the 4 sacred islands, and the nascent soul, true monarch. Lu Qinghe furrowed his brow, realizing that this woman hailed from the Four Holy Islands. The Grand Elder of Wuji had mentioned it to him, describing it as a terrifying force comparable to the foremost sects of the Tian-Nan cultivation world. Observing Lu Qinghe's hesitation, Madame Murong scoffed. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Return the golden cicada to me and provide me with a longevity fruit, and I shall consider this matter as though it never transpired. Otherwise, the formidable cultivator at the 9th level of the golden core from the Four Holy Islands will descend upon you, and you will possess no means of resistance. She was acutely aware that Lu Qinghe was merely at the 4th level of the golden core, making him utterly outmatched against a master who had comprehended the pinnacle of divine abilities. Lu Qinghe was taken aback that this woman dared to threaten him at this juncture. Setting aside his intention to spare her, he doubted that she would relinquish her grievances, suspecting she would promptly summon powerful allies from the Four Holy Islands to eliminate him. He cast a regretful glance at her and remarked, in the cultivation realm, most practitioners perish due to insatiable greed. You are no exception. With that, Lu Qinghe unleashed his sword domain, unleashing its terrifying might. As the domain enveloped her, Madame Murong's body began to fracture, pierced by strands of sword intent. With a cry of anguish, she bellowed, "Wait. I will ensure you pay a heavy price for this." A shield erupted from her form, surprisingly deflecting the assaults of the sword domain. Sensing impending doom, Lu Qinghe forcefully activated his treasured weapon, the giant Qinghe, in an attempt to slay her. However, Madame Murong, bloodied and cold, cast a chilling glance at him. "No matter who you are, I will remember this." In a flash of light, a rift appeared in the void, and she leapt into it, vanishing from sight. Lu Qinghe found himself unable to intervene, realizing he lacked the ability to confront such a phenomenon. A void rift was beyond the reach of a mere golden core cultivator. He retracted his sword domain, his expression dark as he observed the healing void rift. "It is a treasure akin to the Yin-Yang jade pendant. I should have anticipated this. I was careless, assuming such artifacts were exclusive to the demon race. I never imagined that human cultivators could possess such items, especially one in the hands of this woman, indicating her significant status within the Four Holy Islands." Anger simmered within Lu Qinghe, yet he felt powerless. Not sensing the arrival of any Yuanying true monarchs, he breathed a slight sigh of relief, unwilling to linger further, and retreated swiftly. Chapter 0545, A Fearsome Reputation, A Comprehensive Strategy, A Cataclysmic Battle. The dread of the golden Ao Taoist spread throughout the chaotic Star Sea, his fearsome name subtly establishing him as the foremost figure in the region. For every golden core cultivator at the 8th level, they appeared as blazing suns to others, representing the pinnacle of existence in the Star Sea. Yet, within a single day, 3 fell and 1 fled, resulting in the elimination of half of the elite golden core cultivators. Upon returning to Golden Ao Island, Lu Qinghe felt no joy in vanquishing his foes. Instead, he found himself ensnared in a difficult decision. Should he remain in the chaotic Star Sea or retreat to the Medicine King sect? Each option harbored unpredictable dangers. In the Star Sea, he might face the wrath of a Yuanying true monarch from the boundless sea of immortals. Conversely, returning to the Medicine King sect could expose his identity, placing him at risk from the Yuanying true monarchs of both the Blood Demon sect and the Medicine King sect. He had unwittingly embroiled himself in a dire predicament. He had not anticipated that these golden core cultivators would risk their lives for the treasures he possessed, nor did he foresee their extraordinary capabilities. Lu Qinghe had truly witnessed the formidable strength of genuine golden core cultivators, unlike the weaker ones he had previously encountered, who had been swiftly dispatched before they could even unleash their divine abilities. The secret techniques of the Withered Tree Taoist had allowed him to break through to the 9th level of the golden core, while the fire boy had sacrificed himself, transforming into a flicker of heavenly fire. The lethal techniques of Du Sha and the enigmatic prowess of Madame Murong were all testaments to their exceptional abilities. This realization underscored that any cultivator capable of reaching the golden core stage was far from ordinary, especially those at the 8th level. Their hidden trump cards were terrifying. In a different scenario, a golden core cultivator at the 9th level could indeed have been slain by a few of them. However, they were no match for Lu Qinghe, primarily due to the multitude of treasures he possessed. The 8 Desolation Mirror, the Prisoner of Immortal's Ancient Bell, and the Soul-Capturing Bell were all superior treasures. While the 5-element sword array diagram could be considered a top-grade artifact, alongside the giant Qinghe, also a top-grade treasure. Which golden core cultivator could boast such an array of superior artifacts? Those with top-grade treasures were even rarer, apart from the direct descendants of great sects. It was nearly impossible to possess such items. Coupled with his Qingmu swallowing heaven technique and countless earth-grade spiritual herbs, as well as his superior treasure body, he managed to suppress the formidable opponents he faced. The spiritual herbs he consumed during this battle were sufficient to incite countless golden core cultivators to risk their lives in pursuit. First, he needed to recover from his injuries. His superior treasure body had already crumbled, so he retrieved the transformation divine fruit, swallowing it whole to absorb its vitality for healing. Several days later, his wounds had nearly healed. It brought him some comfort to note that no Yuanying true monarch from the Four Holy Islands had made an appearance, though Qinghe understood that it was not so simple for a Yuanying true monarch to intervene. If a Yuanying true monarch were to act for such a trivial matter, where would their dignity lie? Even if they did intervene, it would not be in an overt manner. As long as one possesses sufficient cultivation, a Yuanying true monarch could indeed slay opponents. His cultivation speed had been remarkably swift, yet in the perilous realm of cultivation, only a Yuanying true monarch could secure a place. To mitigate risks, Qinghe infused millions of spiritual stones to restore the island's great formation, subsequently leaving a water god avatar to conceal itself within the black earth space. This way, he could monitor the presence of formidable foes on the island at any time. In the black earth space, even if a Yuanying true monarch were to appear, he could remain safe. His current reserves would enable him to remain in the black earth space for 100 years. He did not believe any Yuanying true monarch would linger there for a century. This represented the worst-case scenario he had considered, though he hoped the Yuanying true monarch would not materialize, for he needed vast resources to acquire. Aside from the operational formation, Qinghe left no trace behind. The entire island had been purified by his glazed clean fire, ensuring absolute security. Upon entering the black earth space, Qinghe's gaze first fell upon the three languid spirit beasts. The trio had nearly been obliterated, not due to their weakness. Take the weakest among them, the little fox, who could dominate several islands in the chaotic Star Sea, but rather because their adversaries had been overwhelmingly powerful, beyond the capacity of the three demons to withstand. Had Qinghe not intervened, there would have been nothing left of the three. Qinghe felt a mix of frustration and disappointment. You must diligently cultivate the 10,000 demon technique. If you fail to succeed, do not expect any resources from me. Only by mastering the 10,000 demon technique could they swiftly awaken their bloodlines and refine more resources, thereby rapidly increasing their cultivation. They had consumed an incalculable number of Qilin transformation pills, and their bloodlines had currently reached the 9th level of the golden core, with no bottlenecks prior to that stage. Resources were abundant. He possessed endless supplies for their use. What was lacking was the speed at which they consumed these resources. The 10,000 demon technique was akin to his own 5 spirits transformation technique in terms of significance. This time, Qinghe did not concern himself with the injuries of the 3 spirit beasts, knowing they would not perish. Instead, he intended to apply some pressure to motivate them to enhance their cultivation with greater diligence. His gaze shifted toward the blood demon flag and the 5 elements sword array diagram. The blood demon flag contained the overwhelming aura of Du Sha. Yet he was currently ensnared in a state of backlash from his inner demons, trapped in an unknown condition. Qinghe's divine sense swept through the area, noting that the karmic weight surrounding Du Sha was excessively burdensome. Even without the soul-capturing bell, he would eventually succumb to the repercussions of his own heart demon. The soul-capturing bell merely expedited this process. It is bewildering to contemplate the actions he undertook that led to such profound inner turmoil. Qinghe executed several incantations and subsequently sealed him away with the soul-capturing bell, intending to later refine him into a blood god puppet, whose combat prowess would undoubtedly be formidable. He cast Du Sha into the blood demon banner, thoroughly sealing him within. What piqued Qinghe's interest most was the 4-winged golden cicada, a creature the size of a fist, which was attempting to break free from the 5 elements sword array. Yet, its power was sufficient to shake the very foundations of that array. He pondered whether it might be possible to claim this 4-winged golden cicada for himself. In Qinghe's estimation, its abilities far surpassed those of the 3 spiritual beasts. Should he manage to harness it, he would be capable of dismantling any formation in the future. Suppressing it would pose a significant challenge for other cultivators. However, Qinghe was uncertain whether he could forge a contract with the cicada akin to that with a spirit beast, and erasing any contract mark seemed implausible. Thus, he could only seal it for now, awaiting an opportunity to uncover more information about it. He confined the 4-winged golden cicada within the black soil space, where even its immense capabilities would not grant it escape. Then he produced the eye of the thunder god, along with a droplet of thunder calamity essence. This essence was a fragment of the heavenly tribulation power intercepted by a nascent soul true monarch during their tribulation. Although only a single drop, Qinghe instinctively sensed the cataclysmic power emanating from it. It was unfathomable to him just how formidable a nascent soul true monarch could be, capable of intercepting the forces of heavenly tribulation. He grasped the eye of the thunder god and commanded it to devour the droplet of thunder calamity essence. Surprisingly, the process went exceedingly smoothly. Qinghe hardly had to exert any effort, and within merely half a day, the essence was consumed by the eye of the thunder god. The eye ascended to a mid-grade magical artifact, becoming not only a formidable mid-grade lightning attack artifact, but also enabling Qinghe to test the thunder movement secret technique, achieving an astonishing speed of 500 miles in an instant. This velocity exceeded that of a 9th-layer golden core cultivator. Qinghe felt a twinge of regret. Had he known the eye of the thunder god would prove so powerful, he would have urged its advancement from the outset. This would have spared him the need to consume such an abundance of earth-grade spiritual herbs while pursuing the female cultivators of the 4 holy Immortal Island, which had inflicted considerable injury upon him. There was even a possibility of slaying the female cultivator, denying her the chance to tear through the fabric of space to escape. Regret was futile now. His current objective was to elevate the eye of the thunder god to a superior grade. At that point, the speed conferred by the thunder movement secret technique would far exceed that of 9th-layer golden core cultivators, ensuring his utmost safety. Even when confronted by formidable practitioners wielding top-tier divine abilities and exceptional magical artifacts, he would be able to flee, should he find himself outmatched. After refining the eye of the thunder god, Qinghe set it aside, directing his attention to a plot of spiritual field flourishing with thunderwood, a low-grade lightning spiritual wood. Initially, he had intended to use it to enhance the eye of the thunder god, but its low grade had deterred him from doing so. After years of growth, it had transformed into a 1-acre thunder pool, which could now serve to continuously nurture the eye of the thunder god. This was indeed advantageous for him, as the black soil space was directly above his dantian, allowing for effortless retrieval of any artifact at a mere thought. With his current spiritual consciousness, he could contemplate 1,000 thoughts in the span of a single breath. Next, Qinghe prepared to undertake the most crucial task he had long aspired to, but had lacked the time to pursue: the advancement of the glazed pure fire. For him, the value of elevating the glazed pure fire surpassed even that of reaching the late golden core stage. The mid-grade precious fire of glazed pure fire could produce perfect-grade pills, be they human pills, spiritual pills, or treasure pills. However, concocting heavenly-grade pills remained a formidable challenge. To forge perfect-grade heavenly pills, it was imperative to upgrade the glazed pure fire to heavenly grade. Moreover, as he currently endeavored to refine magical artifacts, the mid-grade precious fire had become insufficient, particularly when forging heavenly-grade spiritual materials, which consumed vast amounts of his time and spiritual power. Only through the advancement of the glazed pure fire could he concoct superior pills and swiftly refine magical artifacts. At present, he possessed 2 treasures capable of facilitating the advancement of the glazed pure fire. One was the purple lightning radiance fire obtained at the Dragon Immortal Island auction, and the other was a fragment of heavenly fire offered by the Fireboy. Qinghe harbored ambitions to elevate the glazed pure fire not merely to a superior grade, but to exceptional grade. However, the price for such an endeavor was that Qinghe might be unable to utilize the glazed pure fire for a year or 2. Yet, with the golden Xian pill currently beyond his reach, and other pills he had no intention of using, save for those intended for sale, the Qinghe cauldron sufficed for his needs. If fortune smiled upon him, the glazed pure fire might complete its ascent before the golden Xian ginseng matured. Without further hesitation, he retrieved the heavenly fire-devouring spirit array. This time, he directly infused 200 high-grade spirit stones into the array. The array activated, but the density of spiritual energy was so overwhelming that it nearly threatened to rupture the formation. Qinghe hastily cast the glazed pure fire into the array, then executed a series of incantations to position the purple lightning radiance fire beneath the array, allowing the glazed pure fire to consume it. Observing the stable operation of the heavenly fire-devouring spirit array, Qinghe produced a remaining segment of heavenly firewood, a gift from Prince Qinghe of the Great Jin Dynasty. He gathered countless materials and commenced the construction of another heavenly fire-devouring spirit array. With a plethora of resources at his disposal and an abundance of materials for crafting arrays, creating a mid-grade array was a trivial task. A day later, a heavenly fire array materialized in his hands. He repeated the previous procedure, infusing it with 200 high-grade spirit stones and merging that fragment of heavenly fire into the array plate, subsequently splitting the glazed pure fire in 2 and introducing it into this new heavenly fire-devouring spirit array. As he watched the array operate, Qinghe was filled with anticipation. If the glazed pure fire truly ascended to exceptional spiritual fire, his golden crow divine ability would be equivalent to a top-tier fire-based divine ability. Should he comprehend the golden crow divine ability at its zenith and then merge it with the glazed pure fire, the resultant power would undoubtedly be terrifying. By employing this method to complete the fusion of the 5 elements' divine abilities, he wondered whether he might be able to challenge a nascent soul true monarch. Qinghe has speculated that if he could fully comprehend all 5 elements' divine abilities at their pinnacle and subsequently merge them with the golden crow divine ability alongside the glazed pure fire, he might possess the capacity to injure a nascent soul true monarch. However, this was contingent upon having the opportunity to strike at the nascent soul true monarch, as well as ensuring that his own body and dantian could withstand the strain. Having accomplished all this, Qinghe began to organize the spoils of his undertaking. Although the cost had been steep, the rewards were astonishing. He had acquired 3 mid-grade magical artifacts: the withered staff of the withered wood Taoist, the fire dragon bracelet of the fire boy, and Du Sha's 7-kill sword. Qinghe scrutinized the withered wood staff and discerned its extraordinary nature. It was crafted from an ancient spiritual wood, having achieved the rarity of exceptional grade spiritual wood. He hesitated, realizing that the withered wood staff perfectly complemented the Tai longevity sword, and that their fusion could transform the Tai longevity sword into a mid-grade magical artifact. Yet, this seemed wasteful, for the Tai longevity sword was destined to be refined into a spiritual treasure, necessitating a sword herb for its advancement. Currently, integrating it with the withered wood staff held little value. Conversely, this mid-grade magical artifact could be exchanged for resources or sold for a sum exceeding 10 million spirit stones. After only a brief moment of contemplation, Qinghe resolved to merge the withered wood staff into the Tai longevity sword. For him, the enhancement of the Tai longevity sword significantly bolstered his survival capabilities, and the potency of the 5 elements sword array diagram would undoubtedly increase. To acquire the other 4 heavenly swords, over 3 decades would be required, not to mention the selection of 5 elements celestial grade ores. The time wasted is incalculable. As for other resources and spiritual stones, the Black Earth space already harbors boundless resources, rendering the value of millions of spiritual stones trivial. Extracting the wood element longevity sword from the 5 elements sword array diagram, he commenced the refining process using the robbery soldier refining method. After a fortnight, he successfully forged the wood element longevity sword into a superior grade magical artifact. Qinghe wielded the wood element longevity sword, embodying vibrant life on one side and withered magic on the other, amplifying the sword's terror. Furthermore, with the fire dragon bracelet, Qinghe once again summoned the fire god sword, merging the 2 artifacts in a process akin to reforging. After another fortnight, the inferior grade fire god sword ascended to the status of a superior grade fire dragon sword, though its power paled in comparison to that of the wood element longevity sword. Despite both being crafted from top-tier materials, otherwise, the fire god sword could not have reached superior grade status. Its efficacy fell short when compared to the withered wood staff. Nevertheless, it sufficed for his purposes, as both the wood element longevity sword and the fire dragon sword primarily served to enhance the 5 elements sword array diagram, perfectly aligning with the sword Tao and giant Quebec. Integrating the 2 superior grade artifacts into the 5 elements sword array diagram resulted in a formidable amplification of his innate magical items prowess. Qinghe's cultivation swiftly reached a state of reciprocal nourishment, propelling him into the 4th layer of the golden core realm, just a step away from the 5th layer. Chapter 0547. 5 purple gold pills, ascending to the 5th layer of the golden core realm. The 7-killing sword remained beyond Qinghe's current capability to wield, thus, it was temporarily sealed, awaiting a future opportunity for use or potential auction, which would undoubtedly yield a lucrative price. Qinghe retrieved 3 storage rings and, upon opening them, discovered that the individuals were indeed cultivators of the 8th layer of the golden core realm, possessing astonishing wealth. The rings contained 4 inferior grade artifacts, 13 various spiritual tools, 80 golden yuan pills, 30 golden xin pills, and 5 purple gold pills, which were of superior quality at the earth grade. Although they were of ordinary caliber, their value was remarkable. The medicinal potency contained within was incomparable to that of the golden xin pills. Qinghe carefully stored them away. Additionally, there were countless spiritual herbs, including 10 stalks of golden xin ginseng and 2 stalks of purple gold flowers, along with hundreds of other spiritual herbs, though none were of immediate necessity to Qinghe. Most had already been acquired within the Black Earth space, and these could serve as reserve resources for his future practice of the green wood devouring heaven technique. All other various ores and cultivation resources, lacking any celestial grade materials, were meticulously organized within a single storage ring. The most exhilarating discovery for Qinghe was the surplus of over 10 million spiritual stones, with 500 being of superior quality. This significantly alleviated his scarcity of spiritual stones, which he desperately needed, especially now that he had mastered the cloud and rain technique. causing the spiritual energy in the entire Black Earth space to diminish rapidly. Within the Black Earth space, Qinghe not only operated the Celestial Grade Gathering Spirit Array tirelessly, but also reactivated the Earth Grade Gathering Spirit Array he had previously abandoned. An annual investment of 7 million spiritual stones was directed towards enhancing the spiritual energy concentration within the Black Earth space, coupled with the usage of other great formations. His annual expenditure on spiritual stones reached 10 million. The outcome of this investment merely ensured that the Black Earth space could sustain normal cultivation and accelerated the growth rate of the golden Xian ginseng by a year. Qinghe pondered whether this was worthwhile. However, there was no alternative. To purchase golden Xian ginseng with 10 million spiritual stones would yield only around 200 stalks, which were merely ordinary golden Xian pills, vastly inferior to the perfect grade variants. Moreover, even with spiritual stones in hand, it was uncertain whether he could procure a sufficient quantity of golden Xian pills. Overall, such substantial investments were deemed worthwhile and highly profitable, provided one had the 100-fold growth bonus of the Black Earth space. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, it would take 200 years to expedite the growth of 5 acres of golden Xian ginseng. Even a top-tier sect could not sustain the growth of 5 acres of golden Xian ginseng. Furthermore, the rapid depletion of spiritual energy in the Black Earth space was not limited to just 5 acres of golden Xian ginseng, but encompassed 9 acres of golden Xian ginseng and 6 acres of other spiritual herbs. Presently, Qinghe forcibly utilized the cloud and rain technique 3 times daily, concurrently employing other mature Earth-grade spiritual herbs to hasten the maturation of these resources. After organizing all the resources, Qinghe was disheartened to discover the absence of any celestial-grade spiritual herbs, nor even seeds for celestial-grade herbs. Various cultivation methods were also Earth-grade, unsuitable for his use. Among these was the Firechild's sacrificial technique to summon a wisp of heavenly fire, which necessitated the cultivation of the Divine Fire sect's unique method and the undergoing of heavenly fire baptism. This sparked an idea in Qinghe's mind. He was fully convinced that the Divine Fire sect possessed a celestial-grade spiritual fire. Once his strength was sufficient, should he find no other celestial-grade fire to elevate the Lioli pure fire, he could consume this heavenly fire, serving as compensation from the Divine Fire sect. Despite the allure of this notion, the execution proved challenging, as Qinghe harbored doubts that the heavenly fire of the Divine Fire sect had already developed sentience, akin to the spiritual fire of the Medicine King sect. Even without the cultivation of a nascent soul true monarch, it should not be underestimated, poised to reach terrifying levels of power. Additionally, with the Divine Fire sect's nascent soul foundation, who could say whether they possessed methods to contend with nascent soul true monarchs? Lacking sufficient strength, Qinghe dared not attempt it. The withered wood Taoist's method for forcibly elevating cultivation was also fraught with excessive costs, rendering it ineffective for him, as the greenwood devouring heaven technique was far superior. However, it could be sold for a considerable sum. In total, the 3 individuals had bestowed upon Qinghe resources valued at 20 million spiritual stones, rendering him exceptionally affluent in one fell swoop. Qinghe planned to seize an opportunity to exchange all these useless resources from the Black Earth space for spiritual stones, subsequently purchasing a powerful gathering spirit array. His gaze fell upon 2 celestial-grade fire-gathering arrays. A month passed, and both the purple thunder radiant heavenly fire and the wisp of the Divine Fire sect's heavenly fire had weakened by a 10th. The aura of the Lioli pure fire grew increasingly robust, and within 10 months, it would surely ascend successfully. He could not afford to wait for the Lioli pure fire's elevation without taking action. He produced 5 purple gold pills, although merely ordinary medicinal pills. They were sufficient for him to ascend to a higher level of cultivation, allowing him to step into the 5th layer of the golden core realm. Qinghe grasped one of the purple gold pills for refinement, and the overwhelming medicinal power instantly engulfed his entire dantian. Now, with his superior grade golden body, he could refine nearly 5 golden Xian ginsengs daily, yet the refinement of the purple gold pill still posed considerable difficulty. After a fortnight, he finally refined 1 ordinary purple gold pill. True to its earth-grade superior status, it took him half a month to complete the refinement. However, his cultivation did indeed see significant improvement, albeit the pill was ordinary and contained excessive impurities. Qinghe spent several days meticulously cleansing the pill toxins, then proceeded to take out the 2nd purple gold pill for further enhancement of his cultivation. 3 months swiftly elapsed, and a terrifying aura emanated from Qinghe. Seated upon a meditation cushion, he opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. He had achieved the 5th layer of the golden core realm. He had finally elevated his cultivation to the 5th layer of the golden core realm and tested his newfound power, 5-fold the magical energy. which could easily rival that of other late-stage golden core cultivators. His spiritual soul was now 50 times stronger, surpassing that of the 9th layer of the golden core realm. Though it could not be compared to a nascent soul, true monarch. The deeper his cultivation, the more Qinghe comprehended the terrifying nature of the loss. The disparity was not something that mere quantity could bridge. However, his spirit became increasingly solidified, rendering it nearly impossible for other cultivators at the 9th level of the golden core stage to disturb his essence. With his current cultivation level, the task of slaying cultivators at the 8th level of the golden core stage had become significantly less challenging. He could easily achieve this with the soul-capturing bell in conjunction with the ancient prison bell. There was no need to activate supreme magical artifacts or employ top-tier divine abilities. Qinghe calculated the passage of time. His seclusion had extended beyond 5 months, nearly half a year. Upon sensing his surroundings, he found that although his water god avatar was on the verge of collapse, it was not due to an attack, but rather the depletion of spiritual power. The grand formation of Golden Ao Island showed no signs of disturbance, indicating that no one had come to seek trouble there. His previous concerns were unwarranted. It was time to emerge from seclusion. To further enhance his cultivation, he could only wait for the maturation of the golden xianxianseng. With all the golden xianxianseng ripening this time, Qinghe was confident that he could cultivate to the late stage of the golden core within 3 years. This was 5 years less than his prior estimate of 10 years, a result of his significant investment in purchasing and planting, alongside the use of the cloud and rain technique to accelerate the growth of the golden xianxianseng. Qinghe cast a glance at the 3 spirit beasts. They had already mastered the cultivation methods of the 10,000 demon technique and would only require an abundance of resources to thrive. There was no doubt that they could evolve into formidable 9th-level golden core demons within a century. Chapter 0548, The Offerings of the Immortal Island. A foundation after employing the cloud and rain technique on the 15 acres of spirit fields and witnessing the flourishing growth of the spiritual herbs. Qinghe departed from the black earth space. His powerful divine sense swept across the entirety of Golden Ao Island, searching for any hidden crises. While he found no immediate threats, he did detect numerous cultivators lingering outside Golden Ao Island. Most of them were early-stage golden core cultivators, with some at the 9th level of foundation establishment. This gathering did not appear to be a trouble-seeking group. Their cultivation levels were too low, and they made no effort to conceal themselves, simply meditating outside the island. There were also cultivators engaged in quiet discussions, but under Qinghe's divine sense, everything was laid bare. These cultivators remained oblivious to his spiritual probing. Soon, Qinghe discerned the intentions of these cultivators. They were indeed under the jurisdiction of Golden Ao Island. They had long been managed by the Taoist of Golden Ao, which was less about governance and more about receiving benefits. These cultivators submitted various ores and spirit stones annually to survive and develop around Golden Ao Island. Although the Taoist had an obligation to assist them in times of crisis, such instances had never occurred. Their offerings of spirit stones and ores were more a form of filial respect than anything else, ensuring that the Taoist had no excuse to seize their resources. Additionally, they could use the Taoist's renown to intimidate surrounding cultivators, preventing bandits from daring to intrude upon this area. Qinghe understood well where the Taoist resources for centuries of cultivation originated. A first-level golden core cultivator respectfully inquired of a second-level golden core cultivator, Senior. It has been half a year since the venerable Golden Ao has appeared. Is there some unforeseen circumstance? He suspected that the battle from 6 months prior had left the Taoist gravely injured or worse. The second-level golden core cultivator, perceiving the first-level cultivator's thoughts, shared his suspicions but dared not voice them. Friend Su, the venerable Golden Ao possesses boundless magical prowess. He must be in seclusion striving for a breakthrough. With no time to summon us, we need only wait. He then cautioned, Friend Su, times have changed. The venerable Golden Ao's reputation resonates throughout the seas and beyond. We have benefited immensely and would not dare entertain any other thoughts. The Su cultivator expressed gratitude. Senior's teachings are wise, not just half a year. But even if it takes 10 years, we shall wait, and we will ensure our annual offerings are adequately prepared. The other cultivators, upon hearing this, did not dare reveal any other thoughts. The Taoist of Golden Ao had slain 3 venerable 8th-level golden core ancestors, achieving the unparalleled realm of the 9th level, a feat that had spread throughout the chaotic Star Sea. If the venerable Golden Ao were displeased, they and their islands would be reduced to ruins in an instant. Just as their minds were occupied with various thoughts, a deep voice resonated, Please, all of you, enter. A portal in the tightly sealed formation opened. Upon hearing the voice, everyone was jolted into alertness, hastily rising and respectfully entering the formation. What greeted their eyes was a shattered Immortal Island, more than half of the island, spanning hundreds of kilometers, lay in ruins, obliterated by divine abilities. They could scarcely fathom the terrifying power required to inflict such destruction, which deepened their respect for the Taoist. It became clear that he could annihilate their islands with a mere spell. Soon, they all arrived before the Grand Hall, bowing respectfully. "We pay our respects to the venerable ancestor." Qinghe emerged from the hall, drawing up a chair to sit before them, observing the crowd, who were so fearful they dared not lift their heads or breathe audibly. Their demeanor mirrored that of his first encounters with cultivators upon joining the Taishan sect, fearful of provoking him and inciting their own demise. Yet now, he was the one being venerated. Unbeknownst to him, he had become a revered ancestor, with even golden core cultivators exhibiting such humility before him. Qinghe spoke, "I am already aware of your intentions. According to past customs, as long as you present sufficient spirit stones, spiritual herbs, and ores, I shall naturally safeguard you. The benefits presented so readily should not be overlooked. Furthermore, if he refrained from accepting them, it would leave the cultivators of these islands in a state of perpetual anxiety." The crowd finally exhaled in relief, having feared that Qinghe would demand an increase in their annual offerings. "Thank you, venerable ancestor." A third-level golden core cultivator stepped forward, producing a storage ring. The offerings from Muling Island to the venerable ancestor include 100,000 spirit stones and 100 spiritual herbs. With a wave of his hand, Qinghe accepted the storage ring. From Spirit Beast Mountain, the offerings include 100,000 spirit stones and 200 demon beast cores. From the Li family, the offerings include 100,000 spirit stones and 100 ores. One by one, the reverent cultivators presented their respective offerings to Qinghe, who accepted them all before allowing them to return to their islands to prepare for next year's tributes. Qinghe had acquired offerings from 15 islands, totaling 850,000 spirit stones, along with various spiritual herbs and ores valued at over 500,000 spirit stones. This indicated that each year, the venerable Golden Ao collected ample resources for cultivation through such means. Only with such vast resources could a late-stage golden core cultivator be sustained. Could this be considered a foundation? Upon entering the realm of cultivation, Qinghe had no real foundation aside from the Black Earth space, unlike many other cultivators. Typically, even the most modest Qi refinement cultivators would establish their own foundations to secure resources, while venerable ancestors like the Taoist of Golden Ao would procure resources in this manner. Otherwise, relying solely on sect benefits would render it impossible to cultivate to profound realms, especially considering that most cultivators were solitary practitioners, forced to struggle for resources on their own. He had previously encountered numerous opportunities, such as the spirit fields of inner disciples at the Taishan sect and the spirit peak of the Medicine King sect, which could be deemed as foundations. However, he had never focused on managing them since they belonged to the sect. The spirit peak of the Medicine King sect had been cultivated by Fu Lan several times. Yet even now, those spiritual herbs had yet to mature. Moreover, having been stripped of his core disciple status, the spirit peak should have long been reclaimed by the sect. Now, if he truly intended to survive in the chaotic star sea under the identity of the Taoist of Golden Ao, these 15 islands would indeed constitute a genuine foundation belonging to him. To Qinghe, an annual expenditure of over 1 million spirit stones is hardly significant. However, relinquishing such resources seems unnecessary. Accumulated over time, this sum could evolve into a substantial reservoir, allowing him to better integrate into the chaotic star sea and plan for the future. Should the situation at the Medicine King sect become untenable, becoming a venerable elder in the star sea is certainly a viable alternative. As for the notion of exploiting others or bullying the weak, 2 decades prior, Qinghe may have felt a twinge of reluctance, yet he has since grasped the rules of the cultivation world. It is a realm where the strong devour the weak. If he does not accept these tributes, others will undoubtedly seize them. The Spirit Islands willingly offering their tributes are not merely responding to the coercion of the Golden Ao Taoist, but are also adhering to a survival strategy, ensuring a degree of protection during life-threatening crises. In other words, those who pay tribute are already on the list of other late-stage golden core cultivators, falling under the dominion of the Golden Ao Taoist. Unless faced with a life-or-death adversary, others would not lightly target these tributary islands. This embodies an unspoken rule and understanding, as other late-stage golden core cultivators possess their own territories and foundations. Chapter 0549, The Birth of Inner Demons. The visit of the Wuji Taoist. As for this foundation of spirit islands, Qinghe is uncertain whether he can maintain it, especially with the looming threats from the Blood Demon sect and the 4 sacred islands. He is unaware of when the late-stage golden core cultivators from the Blood Demon sect and the formidable beings from the 4 sacred islands will descend upon him to enact his demise. He plans to seek out information at an opportune moment. Furthermore, he has devised a strategy for his forthcoming endeavors, with the simplest task being the refinement of the Wutu Divine Sword and the Water Divine Sword into superior-grade magical treasures. At that juncture, the potency of the 5 elements sword array diagram will surely double once again. The second challenge involves procuring the seeds of the purple gold flower, a task that requires extensive time, given that the purple gold flower matures every 5 years, and with his cloud rain technique, he will still require over 3.5 years. If he wishes to cultivate 10 purple gold flowers on a significant scale, it will take him 20 years. Only then will he possess the capability to reach the pinnacle of the golden core within 50 years. This time frame is not considered lengthy, as it is quite commendable for other golden core cultivators to break through a realm within several decades. Many remain stagnated at the early stages of the golden core, struggling for centuries to advance further, ultimately succumbing to their fate, a common occurrence in the cultivation world. Otherwise, late-stage golden core cultivators would not be so scarce. However, for Lu Qinghe, this is utterly insufficient. His previous aspiration was to cultivate to the level of a nascent soul true monarch, but now his objective has escalated to surpassing the nascent soul true monarch. Yet, this endeavor is fraught with difficulty. For millennia, no cultivator in this realm has transcended the nascent soul stage, and those who have reached the latter stages of the nascent soul are exceedingly rare. One contributing factor is the scarcity of resources in this cultivation world. The resources required to sustain a golden core cultivator are daunting, and one can only imagine the horrifying demands necessary to support a nascent soul true monarch. It necessitates drawing upon vast resources spanning thousands of miles for a nascent soul true monarch to continue their cultivation, which is one reason the Blood Demon sect sought to engulf the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation realm. Additionally, Lu Qinghe has pondered that the laws of this realm may not permit the emergence of cultivators surpassing the nascent soul level. However, such revelations will only be unveiled once he ascends to the nascent soul stage. Furthermore, the refining of the purple gold pill requires not only the essential purple gold flower, but also various other auxiliary spirit herbs, including some exceedingly rare earth-grade herbs. This elucidates why the value of pills is so high and their efficacy in cultivation is remarkable. Another challenge lies in acquiring 5-element heavenly-grade ores or spirit materials to forge the celestial swords of the 5 elements sword array diagram. These are tasks he is currently confident he can accomplish. Yet, his aspirations extend far beyond this. There are many endeavors he lacks the assurance to undertake, such as obtaining void divine stones or crafting a complete map of mountains and rivers spanning 100 miles. Finding the methods for refining heavenly-grade array diagrams or comprehending the 100-mile map into a more potent 1,000-mile map requires heavenly-grade crafting techniques and array formations as a foundation, along with an unknown quantity of enlightenment herbs. Moreover, various heavenly pill formulas and heavenly-grade spirit herbs are indispensable. Without these formulas and herbs, his cultivation will be stymied. Particularly, 5-element heavenly-grade spirit herbs. Though he has managed to procure 2 varieties, he still faces an indefinite wait for the remaining 3. He is increasingly uncertain whether, upon reaching the nascent soul stage, he will be able to continue perfecting the 5 elements transformation technique. Previously, he believed enlightenment herbs could assist him in this endeavor, but he now understands that they are not omnipotent. Their limit is half a step into the heavenly grade. Even if he possessed an infinite supply of enlightenment herbs, he could at most elevate his techniques to the lower tier of heavenly grade, and it is exceedingly challenging to go beyond that. Otherwise, enlightenment herbs would not remain merely a top-tier earth-grade spirit herb, but would ascend to the status of a heavenly herb. To fully comprehend and refine the 5 elements transformation technique, he requires the flower of the Tao, and one alone is insufficient. He is uncertain how many such flowers are necessary to perfect the 5 elements transformation technique. Furthermore, the flower of the Tao can be employed not only to master the 5 elements transformation technique and comprehend the 1,000-mile map, but also serves as the primary ingredient for crafting the condensation pill. However, acquiring such a top-tier heavenly spirit herb is as daunting as ascending to the heavens. Lu Qinghe suspects that even the Medicine King sect would possess only a scant few, cultivated through countless generations of their unparalleled techniques, under suitable spiritual energy and environmental conditions. The flower of the Tao requires 5,000 years to mature, even with the Medicine King sect's extraordinary methods. It would take them thousands of years to cultivate a single flower. Even a mere seed would be valued no less than a fully matured mid-tier heavenly herb. For a moment, Lu Qinghe felt a wave of despondency wash over him. The path of cultivation is exceedingly arduous. Even if he were to clear out the black earth space, he would struggle to obtain even a single piece of these precious resources. What he can do now is to expedite his cultivation, striving to reach the pinnacle of the 9th level of the golden core, refining his innate magical treasures to their utmost strength, enhancing his soul to its zenith, fortifying his physical body to the heavenly grade, and perfecting his divine abilities. In that case, even if he cannot forge the condensation pill, with hundreds of years' worth of boundless resources, he could still successfully coalesce his nascent soul. However, the downside of this approach is that spending hundreds of years to achieve this may lead him to stagnate at the nascent soul stage, unable to progress further. He simply does not possess the longevity required to complete the cultivation of the nascent soul. There is also insufficient time and capacity to deduce the 5 elements transformation technique. Moreover, he might face lethal threats from other nascent soul true monarchs before he breaks through to that stage. Suddenly, a brilliant light flickered deep within Lu Qinghe's soul, emanating from the residual power of the 9-turned soul, returning grass's leaves. After his last restoration, the soul power from the leaves of the 9-turned soul returning grass had been entirely depleted and had long since vanished. Now, however, a final vestige of its might has emerged. Lu Qinghe instantly regained his clarity, pondering for a moment before abruptly awakening. He ultimately managed a wry smile, realizing that he had narrowly escaped falling into the tribulation of inner demons, just like other cultivators, succumbing to insatiable greed. Had it not been for the 9-turned soul returning grass, his earlier obsession would have sown a seed of inner demons within his soul, likely causing significant harm to his cultivation in the future. This peril stemmed from his rapid advancement, leaving him no time to consolidate. Had he not consumed a leaf of the 9-turned soul returning grass and countless leaves of the 3 lives soul-devouring flower, along with the suppression of his soul by the soul-capturing bell, he would have already been tormented by inner demons given his current level of cultivation. Thus, the seed of inner demons dissipated, and Lu Qinghe felt his magical power flowing more smoothly, while his cultivation resolve became even more unyielding, impervious to external distractions. Lu Qinghe cast his gaze upon the 9-turned soul returning grass, which had already sprouted 3 leaves, though the golden veins on the topmost leaf remained somewhat indistinct. It was unexpected that the 9-turned soul returning grass possessed such an extraordinary ability. When the time came to break through to the nascent soul stage, consuming a leaf of this remarkable herb would undoubtedly ensure success without a hitch. Lu Qinghe had made a significant decision regarding his future cultivation. Just as Lu Qinghe felt relieved to have vanquished the seed of his inner demons, a terrifying aura descended upon Xianxiaaudiobooks Island. A resounding voice echoed, "I wonder if my friend Xianxiaaudiobooks is present. It is I, the old Taoist Qinghe, who has come to pay a visit." Lu Qinghe's eyes widened in surprise, unable to fathom the reason behind this old Taoist's visit. Others might be unaware, but this old man had undoubtedly discerned the truth and guessed that he was not Xianxiaaudiobooks. Nevertheless, he did not regard the formidable Qinghe, a cultivator at the 8th level of the golden core, with much concern. "Since you have come, dear friend Qinghe, please enter the island, and let us converse." Chapter 0550, A Joyous Discourse. Qinghe's intentions outside the island. Qinghe's expression fluctuated as he gazed at the array that had been activated before him. He hesitated, uncertain whether to proceed. Should the inhabitants within harbor ill intentions, he would find himself akin to a lamb stepping into a tiger's den. His cultivation was on par with that of the withered wood Taoist. If the latter had been effortlessly slain, Qinghe would not be surprised by his own fate. After a brief moment, he resolutely stepped into the island, having prepared for potential dangers. Although he was no match for Xianxiaaudiobooks, he still possessed a fair chance of escape. Sensing a presence, he descended swiftly to the grand hall of Xianxiaaudiobooks Island, taking a deep breath before entering. Upon seeing Lu Qinghe seated regally in the hall, Qinghe bowed respectfully, stating, "I greet you, Xianxiaaudiobooks." He adopted a humble demeanor, entirely devoid of the imposing air one might expect from an 8th-level golden core ancestor. Even though he was 100% certain that the figure before him was not Xianxiaaudiobooks, he had no choice but to acknowledge him as such. He understood that Lu Qinghe's actions must have hidden motives. Otherwise, someone of such cultivation would hardly be interested in the meager resources of the Chaos Star Sea, opting instead for the boundless realms of the Immortal Sea. Lu Qinghe smiled faintly, conjuring a chair and fine spirit tea. "Dear Qinghe, there is no need for formality. Our friendship spans centuries. Please have a seat." Observing Lu Qinghe's lack of hostility, Qinghe's wariness eased slightly. Once seated, Qinghe spoke, "I have heard that you were recently beset by several golden core ancestors. Regrettably, I was in seclusion and only emerged recently. Had I known, I would have come to assist you. Now that I see you are unharmed, I am relieved." Qinghe's words were utter nonsense. He had sensed Qinghe and his companions' auras during the battle 6 months prior. He had prepared for their potential ambush, but was surprised when they ultimately did not strike. Lu Qinghe chose not to expose the deception, He had no real bond with Qinghe, and it was sufficient that he did not take advantage of his plight. Just a few insignificant characters, he thought. Though there had been minor complications, they had been resolved. Qinghe's expression turned slightly unnatural. If they were mere insignificant characters in Qinghe's eyes, then he too was of a similar standing. He now felt vindicated in his caution. Otherwise, his fate would be all too predictable. Qinghe chuckled heartily. Your cultivation is unparalleled. No ordinary individual could hope to challenge you. Should you encounter any trouble in the future, do not hesitate to inform me, and I will readily face any peril on your behalf. Regardless of the circumstances, with Qinghe's island not far from Qinghe Island, maintaining a harmonious relationship with Qinghe seemed prudent. Qinghe, no novice in the cultivation world, recognized that Qinghe's words were entirely insincere. If he had been insufficiently powerful 6 months prior, Qinghe would have been the first to stab him in the back. This old fellow was undeniably cunning. He had contemplated taking action against Qinghe even when he first visited Qinghe Island, but his greed had been restrained. The fact that Qinghe had cultivated to such a level indicated considerable skill. Thank you for your support, dear friend, Qinghe replied with gratitude. Should I require your assistance in the future, I hope you will be understanding. As their conversation flowed amiably, Qinghe shifted the topic. I have a question. Although I have dispatched 3 of those nefarious individuals, one managed to escape. She claims to be from the 4 Holy Islands. Qinghe anticipated this inquiry. The female cultivator goes by the name Morong Xian. In her youth, she was renowned for her beauty in the Chaos Star Sea, referred to as Lady Morong. However, it remains unclear how she established contact with the 4 Holy Islands and joined the Du family there. In a mere century, she ascended from the 6th level of the Golden Core to the late Golden Core stage. It is rumored that a 9th level Golden Core cultivator from the Du family took a liking to her and made her his concubine, leading to her current achievements. However, you need not worry. Her escape poses minimal threat to you. The 4 Holy Islands are located too far from the Chaos Star Sea, deep within the Immortal Sea, and few cultivators have access to that region. Moreover, as a female cultivator at the 8th level of the Golden Core and an outsider, it is improbable that she could encounter a nascent soul true monarch. At most, she might attract the attention of a 9th level Golden Core cultivator, but even they would be courting death by attempting to confront you. Qinghe was quite certain of this. A nascent soul true monarch from the 4 Holy Islands would not dare to brazenly venture into the Chaos Star Sea, for it lay at the border between the southern heavenly cultivation realm and the Immortal Sea. Should a nascent soul true monarch from the 4 Holy Islands make such a bold entrance, they would undoubtedly be met with immediate hostility from the nascent soul true monarchs of the southern heavenly cultivation realm. It was possible they might even seize the opportunity to declare war on the 4 Holy Islands, given the scarcity of resources in the cultivation world. Although the 4 Holy Islands were powerful, countless nascent soul true monarchs had their eyes on them. Many hidden ancient beings were merely awaiting a desperate opportunity to strive for advancement, even if it meant sacrificing the entire southern heavenly cultivation realm. In the eyes of these ancient beings, as long as they could reach the pinnacle of cultivation, the cultivation world was of little consequence. Moreover, Morong Xian's backing, a 9th level Golden Core cultivator, would be unlikely to act against Qinghe. Such an action would be tantamount to seeking death, as no 9th level Golden Core cultivator would be so foolish. Qinghe was taken aback to learn that the female cultivator was not a native of the 4 Holy Islands, which spoke volumes about her status. Coupled with the vast distance separating the 4 Holy Islands from his own location, the likelihood of a nascent soul true monarch descending was exceedingly slim. This revelation greatly eased Qinghe's mind. He was most averse to encountering a nascent soul true monarch directly. Should such a being take action, unless he fled into the Black Earth space, he would have no avenue for survival. Thank you for clarifying this matter, dear friend. Now I can rest easy. Qinghe expressed his gratitude. Qinghe smiled contentedly. I am glad to hear you are satisfied. Seeing that Qinghe did not regard him as an adversary, Qinghe finally revealed his intentions for the visit. Before coming here, I was approached by several Golden Core cultivators who wished to meet you. I wonder if you might spare them some time. Qinghe's recent display of formidable strength had left the Golden Core cultivators of the Chaos Star Sea, particularly those of lower cultivation levels, in a state of anxiety, fearing that Qinghe Daoist might turn against them. Qinghe was reluctant to waste time on this matter. Yet he did not decline the opportunity. In the last battle, I sustained injuries that necessitate a period of recuperation. However, should any among you possess celestial-grade spiritual herbs or their seeds, I would be willing to procure them at a generous price. Furthermore, I am also inclined to pay above market value for both the purple golden flower and its seeds. Each Golden Core cultivator possesses their own unique fortunes. One can never dismiss the possibility of encountering celestial-grade spiritual herbs and seeds. Suddenly, The thought of the longevity fruits that had gone unsold at the auction struck the supreme ancestor of the infinite. He suspected that the two fruits had been brought for auction by the individual before him. One remained unsold and was likely still in the possession of this person, presenting him with a chance for acquisition. He turned to Lu Qinghe and inquired, "Might you possess any treasures that extend one's lifespan?" Sensing a potential misunderstanding, the supreme ancestor quickly added, "For cultivators, especially those at the golden core stage, each step in their cultivation can take decades. Longevity is the most precious of treasures. Many golden core cultivators would go to great lengths to prolong their lives." Lu Qinghe regarded the supreme ancestor with a penetrating gaze, as if discerning his true intentions. He replied, "Recently, I did acquire a longevity fruit. Should you be able to present a celestial-grade spiritual item, I would be inclined to part with it." The supreme ancestor was filled with a mix of surprise and resignation, elated by the prospect of obtaining a longevity fruit, yet disheartened by the daunting challenge of acquiring a celestial-grade item. He expressed his gratitude, saying, "Your goodwill is greatly appreciated, but procuring celestial-grade items is exceedingly difficult for me. I shall convey your thoughts to my fellow cultivators. With your well-being assured, I shall take my leave." With that, the supreme ancestor rose and departed from the golden turtle Immortal Island, bidding farewell to Lu Qinghe in haste. As he watched the departure of the supreme ancestor, an idea flickered in Lu Qinghe's mind. Once he reached the later stages of the golden core, he could exchange various earthly-grade elixirs for the desired spiritual herb seeds. This would allow him to continuously access spiritual herbs, including countless longevity fruits. In his black soil space, he had amassed over 100 longevity fruits. Were it not for his concerns regarding his own safety, he would have considered exchanging them all for resources, even for earthly-grade superior spiritual herbs, which would be incredibly profitable. However, he dared not take such risks until he could withstand the onslaught of the forces of the law. With the knowledge that the true monarchs of the four holy immortal islands would not interfere, Lu Qinghe felt a sense of peace. He spent 6 months restoring the golden turtle Immortal Island. Although much of it had been shattered, his current cultivation level enabled him to accomplish such feats with relative ease. Moreover, his mastery of celestial-grade formation techniques allowed him to restore the island successfully. Yet, the density of spiritual energy could not compare to that of the black soil space. It was merely a favorable location for cultivation. Upon inspection, Lu Qinghe discovered a medium-sized spiritual vein beneath the golden turtle Immortal Island, continuously supplying spiritual energy. This was likely the reason the golden turtle Taoist had claimed it for himself. Lu Qinghe also recognized that this spiritual vein, situated in the depths of the ocean, was not ordinary, yet he refrained from investigating further. The depths of the ocean connected to an endless celestial sea, and who could say whether there were celestial tier beasts lurking therein? The risk of venturing into such waters was not worth the potential reward. Additionally, if the golden core cultivator had found it dangerous, he would have acted long before Lu Qinghe could have. Within the black soil space, a batch of golden yuan grass and 60 stalks of golden ginseng had matured, ready for the concoction of golden yuan pills. Upon collecting the 60 stalks of golden ginseng, Lu Qinghe smiled, confirming that his theory was indeed viable. The supreme cloud and rain technique had truly shortened the growth period of golden ginseng by a year. In the outside world, this would have taken a century. His joy stemmed not only from the growth of the golden ginseng, but also from the realization that he could accelerate the growth of other spiritual herbs, including celestial-grade ones. Otherwise, he would have to wait several years for earthly-grade spiritual herbs, and expanding the cultivation of celestial-grade herbs could potentially waste him over 100 years of time. Even with over 500 years of lifespan remaining, he could not afford such excessive consumption. Only through continued acceleration of growth could he engage in large-scale cultivation of various celestial-grade herbs. Of course, the supreme cloud and rain technique was insufficient. He required celestial-grade, or even superior techniques beyond that. Mastering the cloud and rain technique would become paramount in his future cultivation endeavors, and he would need a substantial reserve of spiritual stones. Lacking the means to transform the mundane into the celestial, he could only rely on his stockpile of spiritual stones. Lu Qinghe resolved to expand the cultivation of golden ginseng. Including the 60 stalks he had harvested, he now possessed a total of 170 stalks. Even with a flawless success rate in pill formation, he could only yield 850 golden yuan pills, while he estimated needing 2,000 to ascend to the 7th level of the golden core. By this calculation, he would need to plant an additional 12 acres of golden ginseng to satisfy his requirements. Presently, he had sufficient seeds of golden ginseng, but increasing the area of spiritual fields within the black soil space to accommodate an additional 9 acres proved quite challenging. Many of the medicinal herbs he had planted were irreplaceable, including 8 varieties of celestial-grade herbs that were essential for his future survival. Alongside 25 types of earthly-grade herbs, and other auxiliary herbs needed for concocting golden yuan pills. The only way to expand the black soil space would be to break through to the nascent soul stage. After careful consideration, Qinghe gathered some of the spiritual herbs, organizing 30 acres of spiritual field space, with 12 acres dedicated to the growth of golden ginseng. The remaining 18 acres would be used for cultivating auxiliary herbs for the golden ginseng. The harvested spiritual herbs would have to wait until the golden ginseng matured before planting could resume, which would take merely 2 years. By then, the area needed for golden ginseng could be reduced. However, the expansion of golden ginseng cultivation presented a troublesome challenge. He must perform the cloud and rain technique 4 times daily to cover all the golden ginseng adequately. Fortunately, having reached the 5th level of the golden core, and with the aid of the Qinghe swallowing heaven technique to replenish his mana, he managed to keep up with the demanding task. After organizing the spiritual fields, Qinghe did not immediately concoct the golden ginseng, for the elevation of the glazed pure fire was still incomplete, lacking just a bit more. At present, the potency of the glazed pure fire had reached that of a high-grade earthly spiritual fire. Yet the purple thunder fire and the remaining trace of heavenly fire had diminished significantly. This left Qinghe concerned that the glazed pure fire might not ascend to the level of an earthly grade supreme spiritual fire, resulting in a missed opportunity. Suddenly, an idea struck Qinghe. He approached a corner of the enlightenment grass and unearthed a brilliantly colored spiritual stone from beneath the black soil. This was the top-tier spiritual stone he had previously extracted from the site of the enlightenment grass. After years of nourishing energy, it had completely restored itself, transforming into a flawless top-tier spiritual stone. Qinghe brought the exquisite spiritual stone before the glazed pure fire. The outcome hinged on this pivotal moment. A top-tier spiritual stone is a true treasure of heaven and earth, incomparable even to hundreds of high-grade spiritual stones. Yet, Qinghe was undeterred. He executed his technique and infused the exquisite spiritual stone into the glazed pure fire. Upon contact, the glazed pure fire erupted in a blinding radiance, emanating an overwhelming aura. To his astonishment, the exquisite spiritual stone actively fused with the glazed pure fire, amplifying its power dramatically. Before Qinghe could fully comprehend the situation, the remnants of the purple thunder fire and the heavenly fire were consumed as the 2 celestial fire-swallowing formations disintegrated, all absorbed by the glazed pure fire. In an instant, the glazed pure fire underwent a remarkable transformation. Chapter 0552, Surpassing the Pinnacle of Divine Abilities. A glimpse of Tao Essence Elixir, Earth-level Supreme, Glazed Pure Fire. The entire Black Earth realm was suffused with a golden-hued glaze, and after a brief moment of adjustment, Qinghe's vision cleared. A sense of danger enveloped him. Qinghe's cultivation level was now undoubtedly on par with the 8th layer of the golden core, and he remained the master of the glazed pure fire. Yet, he could not shake the feeling of imminent peril emanating from it. He was certain that the current glazed pure fire was equivalent to a top-tier fire-based divine ability, perhaps even stronger. As long as he could maintain control over the glazed pure fire, he could use it multiple times, unlike the cloud and rain technique or the infinite sword calamity, which would deplete his mana after a single invocation. Raising his hand, Qinghe grasped the blazing glazed pure fire, akin to the sun, despite its terrifying aura. It posed no harm to him. This revelation brought him a sigh of relief, prompting him to suppress the fire's overwhelming power. In just a few breaths, the ordinary spirit herbs within the Black Earth realm had been scorched to nearly nothing, with only the Earth-level and Heaven-level herbs protected by Tao Essence remaining unscathed. Gazing at the gentle glazed pure fire in his hand, Qinghe burst into hearty laughter. Who would have thought that supreme spirit stones possessed such remarkable effects? The Earth-level supreme fire now possesses the capability to refine heaven-grade elixirs. He resolved to gather the other essential spirit herbs required for the Yin-yang heavenly elixir. Having already acquired the formula for the Yin-yang heavenly elixir, with 2 Yin-yang divine lotuses nearing maturity and a vial of 10,000-year earth core milk in his possession, he felt optimistic about refining the heaven-grade elixir using the now supreme, glazed pure fire. Moreover, he needed to devise a strategy to acquire more supreme spirit stones. With an ample supply of supreme spirit stones, the transformation of the glazed pure fire could be expedited, potentially completed within mere days. Qinghe suspected that supreme spirit stones held other unknown benefits, but he could only speculate, having already utilized his solitary stone. It was a pity that the 2 heavenly fire-devouring spirit arrays had shattered, losing their effectiveness. However, even had they remained intact, they could no longer withstand the suppression of a more potent spirit fire, as the Earth-level inferior array was insufficient. To continue the evolution of the glazed pure fire into a heaven-grade fire, he would need to locate a heaven-grade heavenly fire-devouring spirit array. or else rely solely on his own comprehension to forge one. The greatest challenge lay in finding a formidable heavenly fire to subdue, a feat currently beyond his capabilities. Without further ado, Qinghe retrieved the vermilion bird cauldron to refine the golden profound elixir. He arranged the 60 components necessary for the golden profound elixir before him and took out the final Wuxian herb, preparing to master the 5 spirits alchemy technique for the golden profound elixir. Otherwise, refining 60 batches of earth-level middle-grade spirit herbs would consume 2 months of his time. To minimize this duration, he had to grasp the 5 spirits alchemy technique proficiently. After consuming the Wuxian herb, Qinghe's spiritual essence surged to more than 5 times its previous strength, allowing him to exert minimal effort. Coupled with his prior mastery of the earth-level 5 spirits alchemy technique, he felt confident in achieving a 100% success rate in refining inferior treasure elixirs. Even for middle-grade treasure elixirs, despite a lower success rate, he anticipated a 50-50 chance. He utilized a single Wuxian herb to ensure the success rate for his elixir reached a perfect 100%. After 2 days of study, he attained a masterful understanding of the 5 spirits alchemy technique for refining the golden profound elixir, brimming with confidence in his abilities. With a flourish of his hand, he sent 5 portions of the golden profound herb into the vermilion bird cauldron, initiating the alchemical process with the glazed pure fire under his careful guidance. Half a day later, to his delight, he successfully produced 1 batch of 5 elixirs, aligning perfectly with his expectations and achieving a 100% success rate. Qinghe extracted 25 crystalline golden elixirs, carefully storing them in a jade vial. Reflecting on his progress, Qinghe noted, "Previously, I required an entire day to refine a batch of golden profound elixirs, yet now it only takes half a day." The transformation of the glazed pure fire had astonishingly doubled his alchemical speed, a pleasant surprise. This, however, seemed somewhat predictable, as he had experienced similar enhancements during previous endeavors. The higher the grade of the cauldron and the stronger the spirit fire, the greater the acceleration in both speed and success rate. He proceeded to refine the second batch of elixirs. Yet, as fate would have it, the second attempt resulted in failure, costing him 5 portions of spirit herbs. Although he felt a pang of regret, Qinghe remained undeterred, continuing to employ the 5 spirits alchemy technique to refine the golden profound elixirs. Aware that he had countless more to create, he could not afford to spend years on alchemy. Thus, as long as his losses remained below 30%, he would save considerable time. The time wasted in alchemy equated to that spent cultivating spirit herbs, rendering it a worthy trade, especially since growing spirit herbs was far simpler than alchemy. Moreover, while he could do little during the alchemical process, cultivating spirit herbs was merely a drain on the cloud and rain technique, allowing him more time for his own cultivation. He commenced the refinement of the 3rd batch, and under his meticulous control, it succeeded. After 6 days, Qinghe had transformed all of the golden profound herbs into elixirs, with 2 failures but 10 successes, yielding a total of 250 golden elixirs. These elixirs appeared even more perfect than those previously refined, though Qinghe could not quite articulate why, as the finest elixirs in the cultivation world were those flawless, toxin-free marvels. He had always consumed such elixirs. Calculating, he realized he could refine 5 golden elixirs per day, providing him with enough for 2 months of cultivation. After 2 more days, a new batch of golden profound herbs matured, ensuring he would not lack for golden elixirs in his future training. Qinghe began the process of refining 1 elixir, taking 1 hour to complete the refinement. His expression turned peculiar as he detected something unusual. The elixirs crafted with the supreme, glazed pure fire possessed a distinctive quality: Tao essence. After much contemplation, he finally recognized that this was the Tao essence prevalent throughout the Black Earth realm, albeit in exceedingly minuscule amounts that had initially eluded him. This realization struck him with astonishment. Elixirs imbued with Tao essence were nothing short of miraculous. Tao essence represented a form of power conducive to cultivation. Although Qinghe did not fully grasp the intricacies of Tao essence, he understood what it meant for an elixir to be infused with it. It signified the potential to alleviate cultivation bottlenecks. Every cultivator in the realm inevitably encounters such barriers, including those with heavenly roots. However, for cultivators with mixed roots, the bottleneck during the Qi refinement stage loomed like an insurmountable mountain, while those with heavenly roots faced them only after reaching the nascent soul stage. These barriers weighed heavily upon all cultivators, rendering it nearly impossible for many to advance beyond a certain level in their lifetime. Yet, Tao essence could mitigate these constraints. For instance, a cultivator with 5 roots consuming an elixir infused with Tao essence might experience a cultivation speed comparable to that of a 4-root or 3-root cultivator. Similarly, a 4-root cultivator could rival a 3-root one, and so forth. Chapter 0553. The benefits of Tao essence, the sequential maturation of heavenly herbs. Naturally, this was predicated on the assumption that a single elixir was suffused with Tao essence. Currently, Qinghe's elixirs contained less than 1/10,000th of that essence, merely a trace. However, the mere possibility of such potential heralded infinite opportunities, for the glazed pure fire was capable of continual evolution and enhancement. The brilliance of the Lioli pure fire grows ever stronger, enabling him to potentially concoct pills embodying a mere thousandth, 100th, or even the entirety of Tao essence. Even if not to such an extent, the cumulative effects of consuming pills containing a mere 10,000th of Tao essence over time could yield significant benefits. This realization instilled a sense of caution in Qinghe. While Qi refinement and foundation establishment cultivators may remain oblivious to the intricacies, Golden Core ancestors and nascent soul true monarchs would undoubtedly discern the potency of such elixirs upon refining them. One can easily imagine the frenzy that would ensue should they become aware of such pills. Countless Golden Core ancestors, hindered in their cultivation for decades or even centuries, and those nascent soul true monarchs, bereft of hope for further advancement, would resort to any desperate measures. The peril associated with this elixir surpasses even that posed by the 9 soul rejuvenation grass. Such pills must never be allowed to infiltrate the world of cultivation or fall into the wrong hands. Qinghe resolved firmly. Not a single fragment of Tao essence pills must leak into the outside world, not even half a pill. Although such elixirs currently hold little value for him, thanks to the 5 spirits creation technique, he faces no bottleneck before reaching the nascent soul stage. Should he find himself at the nascent soul stage without comprehending the subsequent cultivation methods, he would be forced to switch techniques, at which point the value of these pills would become apparent. They could empower him to strive for loftier realms. However, the cost would be immeasurable. The resources he currently expends exceed those of his peers by a factor of 10. While others need merely 200 golden yuan pills to break through from the 5th to the 6th level of Golden Core, he requires 2,000. Should he adopt this method, the quantity of elixirs he would need could multiply by several hundred times. This consumption would diminish as the Lioli pure fire intensifies. Yet even the accelerated growth of the Black Earth space would struggle to meet such demands. This is a hope born of a lack of choice. Had there been any alternative, Qinghe would never pin his hopes on such elixirs. At present, the benefit of refining these pills lies in the fact that consuming them incurs no resistance. Rather, the more he ingests, the greater the advantages he reaps. Additionally, it gradually alters his constitution, much like an ordinary spiritual herb flourishing in an area rich in celestial energy, gradually transforming into an immortal herb. Perhaps, after several centuries, the Tao essence from these pills might even transmute his ordinary physique into a unique spiritual body, akin to Nangong Yu's celestial phoenix body. The Lioli pure fire is indeed a formidable postnatal spiritual fire, incomparable to other spiritual flames. Qinghe now finds himself intrigued about how the former Qinghe ancestor acquired this Lioli pure fire. The spiritual fires he currently encounters, including the purple thunder radiant fire, are merely commonplace flames, far inferior to this fire that emerged with the birth of heaven and earth. By rights, postnatal spiritual fires should not manifest in the possession of a Golden Core cultivator. Contemplating this, Qinghe chuckled softly, a smile gracing his lips. Only I am permitted to possess such a defiant opportunity. Other cultivators shall find no celestial fate. Furthermore, it is likely that he is not the only one with a postnatal spiritual fire. There may be others among the cultivators who share such fortunes, and even more so, the existence of celestial flames. The thought of transcendent celestial flames is beyond Qinghe's imagination. Perhaps a single celestial flame could incinerate an entire realm of cultivation. Such considerations are not for a mere Golden Core cultivator to ponder. Now he must refine these golden Xian pills. Once refined, he shall return to the southern cultivation world to examine the situation, seeking a way to acquire the formula for the purple gold pill and the seeds of the flower of the great Tao, as well as to obtain the void divine stone. Though the divine dragon Immortal Island, situated thousands of miles away, is replete with treasures and opportunities, the presence of that nascent soul true monarch last time instilled a deep sense of trepidation in him. He fears being targeted by a nascent soul true monarch, which compels him to pursue this distant approach instead of seeking immediate gains. In the span of 2 months, Qinghe's cultivation surged dramatically as he concocted countless elixirs for the 3 spirit beasts, urging them to diligently cultivate. Otherwise, he would skin them and use their hides for roasted meat. Having mastered the 10,000 beasts technique, the cultivation of the 3 spirit beasts soared, the 2-headed demon ape, having consumed a thunder beast core, is poised to break through to the 7th level of Golden Core within a few years. Once it reaches that pinnacle, Its combat prowess will rival that of an 8th-level golden core cultivator, rendering it a top-tier existence in the Chaos Star Sea. The fire python has already begun to push toward the 5th level of golden core, while the little fox is likewise striving for the 4th level, inching into the mid-tier of golden core. The current rate of cultivation of the 3 spirit beasts, if known, would surely be met with disbelief. Just as Qinghe was instructing the 3 spirit beasts in their training, a cataclysmic aura swept across the entire Black Earth space. Terrifying forces of yin and yang transformed into violent tempests, causing the very foundation of the Black Earth space to tremble. Before Qinghe could react, a dry branch shot into the air, entering the spiritual field of the yin-yang divine lotus, where it devoured countless streams of yin and yang energy. Qinghe approached, cursing the dry branch. After all this time, who knows how much Tao essence you've absorbed, yet you exhibit not a whit of change. Logically speaking, after absorbing so much Tao essence, even an ordinary spiritual entity could transform into an immortal fetus, yet you show no reaction whatsoever. Qinghe had almost forgotten the existence of this dry branch, which had lain quietly in the Black Earth space for years, continuously absorbing the Tao essence of the space. If it were he, possessing the ability to absorb Tao essence, he could leverage that power to elevate his cultivation to the level of a nascent soul true monarch. Yet, this dry branch showed not a hint of transformation. It seems that the Tao essence of the Black Earth space is not solely consumed by the branch, but rather, the space itself appears to be absorbing it. This peculiar situation left Qinghe with a strange expression. Could it be that this dry branch is a treasure equivalent to the Black Earth space itself? However, it holds no value for him, regardless of its nature. It can only be regarded as waste. Disregarding the dry branch, Qinghe stepped forward to the yin-yang divine lotus, retrieving 4 seeds and sealing away 2 of the yin-yang divine lotuses. Once he acquires other spiritual herbs, he will attempt to concoct the yin-yang celestial pill, which could also be exchanged for other heavenly-grade spiritual herbs. The 4 seeds, once planted, will yield 4 yin-yang divine lotuses in 10 years. As the yin-yang divine lotuses matured, Qinghe did not depart from the Black Earth space, but instead waited for another half-month. A blinding firelight illuminated the entire Black Earth space. An ethereal dragon, a phantom of flames, roared from a certain location, exuding a fearsome draconic majesty, awakening the 3 spirit beasts in their cultivation, who gazed at a particular spot in the spiritual field with wary eyes. Qinghe, in the midst of his cultivation, slowly opened his eyes. The flame dragon fruit has finally ripened. Following this, a heavenly sword descended, its terrifying sword intent enveloping the entire Black Earth space, resembling a realm of dread swordsmanship. The sword grass had also matured. Chapter 0554, The Violent Flame Dragon Fruit. The fire python's fortune once the heavenly grade phenomenon subsided. One of the fruits on the flame dragon fruit tree floated amidst the branches, a fiery dragon fruit encircled by the tree. The sword grass transformed into a celestial sword, with a seed spiraling around it. Qinghe approached, grasping the flame dragon fruit in his hand. The searing aura scorched his palm, leaving numerous cracks. His current physical body possesses the resilience of a top-tier magical treasure, yet he had not anticipated the immense power of the flame dragon fruit. If unleashed in the outside world, it could potentially lay waste to vast expanses. Qinghe sealed the flame dragon fruit with his magical power, contemplating several courses of action regarding it. One option is to store it for future cultivation of the 5 spirits creation technique. Another is to seek the formula for the flame dragon pill and refine it into the flame dragon celestial pill. Alternatively, he could cultivate a second flame dragon fruit, thereby augmenting the Black Earth space with another celestial herb. The little fox and the fire python could also consume the flame dragon fruit, thereby enhancing their cultivation. Regardless of who partook of it, a single flame dragon fruit would undoubtedly lead to significant advancement in their abilities. Qinghe chose the last option. Cultivating an additional flame dragon tree held little immediate benefit for him, and he was uncertain if he could even acquire the formula for the flame dragon pill. The cultivation of the 5 spirits transformation technique was still a distant prospect, only to be pursued after achieving the status of a nascent soul true monarch. By the time he reached that level, it was possible that a second or even a third flame dragon fruit would be ripe for harvest. Holding the celestial herb, Qinghe approached the 3 spirit beasts, all of whom gazed at the flame dragon fruit with eager eyes. Although the 2-headed demon ape was a thunder attribute beast, the effects of a heavenly grade spirit herb on it were still formidable. Qinghe's gaze settled on the fire python. While the 2-headed demon ape could refine the flame dragon fruit to enhance its cultivation, it would only be able to utilize half of its potency. Only the fire python and the little fox could fully harness the fruit's effects. Regardless of the circumstances, Qinghe had a stronger inclination towards the little fox, as it possessed the least potential among the three spirit beasts. However, the little fox had accompanied him through his own low cultivation, displaying timid bravery and contributing the most to his endeavors. The little fox had consistently devoted itself to assisting him in maintaining formations and guarding the cultivation of spirit herbs. In his heart, the little fox held a higher status than the fire python and the two-headed demon ape. His choice of the fire python was based on a singular reason. The little fox was too weak to refine this celestial herb. Forcing the little fox to attempt its refinement would only result in its demise. Just moments ago, he had witnessed his own golden body being scorched, and he even doubted whether the fire python could manage the task. However, the fire python possessed the divine power of immortality through its wood attribute. Even if it failed to refine the herb, it wouldn't lead to its immediate obliteration. Qinghe addressed the fire python. I present you with a choice. You may refine this celestial herb now, but there exists the possibility of death. Alternatively, you can choose to forego this opportunity, and I shall plant a second flame dragon tree, allowing you to attempt the refinement after reaching the later stages of the golden core. Before Qinghe could react, the fire python lunged at him, swallowing the flame dragon fruit whole. With a swift motion, Qinghe placed the fruit in the python's mouth. Boom! Terrifying flames erupted from the fire python. It soared chaotically within the black earth space, emitting cries of agony. Scales melted into golden droplets, and its blood evaporated into gray mist. The majority of the fire python's body was annihilated by the flame dragon fruit, revealing stark, white bones. Qinghe produced a storage ring, launching numerous transformation divine fruits towards the fire python. Simultaneously, he infused his powerful spiritual force into the fire python's contract, connecting with the essence of the world to assist the fire python in operating the 10,000 beasts technique. As the 10,000 beasts technique completed a full cycle, the frenzied fire python, which had been roaring, suddenly halted, coiling in the air, its entire form transforming into a fiery sphere, obscuring its condition from Qinghe's view. He could only sense a feeble life force emanating from within. It was a grave oversight. Qinghe had not anticipated the terrifying potency of the celestial herb, resulting in such devastation for the fire python. He had no choice but to inject 10 more transformation divine fruits. Observing the fireball that had completely replaced the position of the glazed purifying fire, everything now hinged upon destiny. Qinghe could no longer assist the fire python. Failure would mean its demise, while success could elevate it to unprecedented heights, at the very least allowing it to cultivate to the later stages of the golden core. This was not a matter of cruelty. The opportunity presented by the celestial herb was something that any great demon or cultivator would yearn for in vain. Furthermore, with his rapid advancement, if the three spirit beasts remained at a low level, they would be unable to partake in the abundant blessings and would struggle to ascend to greater heights in the future. If they could not refine a single celestial herb now, they would similarly be unable to enjoy more potent herbs and greater opportunities in the future, gradually drifting further apart from him. Just as with his current cultivation, if the spirit beasts were only at the qi refinement or foundation establishment stages, they would be unable to endure even a single earthly grade spirit herb, ultimately relegating them to the margins. Qinghe withdrew his gaze from the fire python and gently patted the disappointed little fox on the head. I will provide you with the best in the future. In 10 years, the next flame dragon fruit will belong to you. Although the flame dragon fruit took a millennium to bear fruit, it could continuously yield as long as the environment remained conducive, allowing it to cycle indefinitely. The little fox understood Qinghe's words and obediently nodded, realizing that it lacked the qualifications to covet the flame dragon fruit at present. Had it been in its current state, it would have turned to ash without a chance of survival. Qinghe approached the heavenly sword. With other heavenly grade ores, he could refine this sword into a supreme artifact. However, that was not feasible at the moment, as heavenly grade ores were exceedingly difficult to find, and even if he succeeded in crafting a supreme artifact, it would hold little significance for him. He could barely wield the current sword, let alone 2 supreme artifacts simultaneously. Additionally, the hundredly landscape picture could not currently accommodate 2 supreme artifacts, as this would result in the array being overwhelmed. Unless he could find the Void Divine Stone to create the complete hundredly landscape picture, he was determined to seek out the Void Divine Stone at any cost. Qinghe turned his attention away from the heavenly sword, simply removing the seed to plant nearby. In 10 years, it would yield another heavenly sword, a fine material for sword path spiritual treasures. This also marked the first time the Black Earth space had matured such a wealth of heavenly grade spirit herbs. There were several other plants nearing maturity. The 3-emu dragon ginseng only needed 2 more years, and the 9-turn reincarnation grass was approaching 4,000 years of age. Other varieties still had a long way to go, The heavenly phoenix true flame fruit required 6 years. The Tai clear spirit grass needed 9 years. And the newly planted sword grass, along with the 6 yin-yang divine lotuses occupying 2 acres, would all require nearly 10 years. The longest awaited was the 7-colored moon orchid, which still needed 43 years. At present, Qinghe was not overly concerned with heavenly-grade spirit herbs, aside from the flower of the great Tao. He could not utilize them at his golden core realm. His primary focus remained on cultivating spirit herbs, such as the 12 acres of golden xian ginseng, 10 purple gold flowers, and 5 acres of enlightenment grass, while he had reduced the 3 lives devouring soul flower to merely 1 acre. He also maintained 1 acre of longevity fruit and 1 acre of counter destiny grass, which required minimal management, along with 5 heavenly demon flowers. After planting the spirit herbs, Qinghe exited the black earth space with the little fox and the 2-headed demon ape. Chapter 0555. The Blood Yama approaches. Clash of Supreme Divine Powers. Qinghe cast down 5 million spirit stones to sustain the operation of the formation on Qinghe, Immortal Island. Additionally, the spiritual vein beneath the island was sufficient to maintain the formation for decades. This time, Qinghe did not take the little fox and the 2-headed demon ape with him. Instead, he instructed them to guard Qinghe, Immortal Island and focus on their cultivation. Qinghe, Immortal Island served as a contingency plan for his future. Should he find himself without options, it would be a commendable choice. Given the strength of the 2-headed demon ape, it could be considered a powerful entity within the chaotic star sea, and with Qinghe's reputation instilling fear, no one would dare attack Qinghe, Immortal Island recklessly. Unbeknownst to anyone, he had silently departed from Qinghe, Immortal Island, leaving the chaotic star sea, with others believing him to be in secluded cultivation. Qinghe's aura shifted, becoming ethereal as he regained his original appearance, then took flight from Qinghe, Immortal Island. He transformed into a streak of escaping light, utilizing the thunder movement secret technique to soar at a speed of 500 kilometers towards the southern realm of the cultivation world. Even with his astonishing speed, it took him half a month to return to the southern cultivation realm, yet he still found himself 100,000 miles away from the Medicine King city. He harbored trepidation and did not return to the Medicine King sect at the swiftest pace. As he arrived back in the southern celestial realm, a figure sat in the void at a great distance, none other than the blood demon sect's blood Yinluo. He had been in this desolate state for 2 years. 2 years prior, the Destiny Pearl sensed Qinghe's departure from the realm of the demon clan, re-emerging in the mortal world, appearing in the chaotic star sea. However, when he rushed to the chaotic star sea, the emergence of a Yuan Ying aura frightened him away, preventing him from daring to set foot in the waters. Thus, he waited outside the chaotic star sea, during which he incurred considerable costs, encountering an ambush from 2 9th-layer golden core cultivators of the mysterious Holy Land. Although he managed to repel them, he sustained significant injuries, all of which he blamed on Qinghe. Blood Yinluo laughed heartily. At last, you have appeared. The ground was littered with corpses. Over these 2 years, he had transformed a celestial workshop into a hellish realm to restore his injuries. Without further hesitation, he transformed into a beam of blood light and vanished into the cosmos. While Qinghe was evading, he felt a chilling aura manifest, causing him to pause in the void, gazing into the distance. A crimson light, in the blink of an eye, spanned thousands of miles and appeared above him. Qinghe's expression grew solemn. A cultivator from the blood demon sect had emerged at this moment. He had waited 2 years in the chaotic star sea without a sign, only to find them lying in ambush at the junction of the chaotic star sea and the southern celestial realm. Qinghe quickened his pace and fled into the distance. You cannot escape. The voice boomed like thunder, enveloping him with a terrifying soul force that assailed his spirit. However, times had changed. Qinghe's current soul was no weaker than blood Yinluo's, perhaps even stronger. The soul attack bore little effect on him. Within half a day, Qinghe stood in the void, his entire world engulfed by a blood river, surrounded by a dreadful blood demon formation. Blood Yinluo's figure materialized in the void, scrutinizing Qinghe with a face of skepticism. Your cultivation has indeed increased? He did not expect that in merely a few years, Qinghe could effortlessly withstand his soul attack. Qinghe remained composed and replied to blood Yinluo. If I had not elevated my cultivation, would I not have become the fish on the chopping block today? Blood Yinluo marveled. I must admit, you are undoubtedly the most gifted and extraordinary cultivator I have encountered in centuries. Had you not meddled with matters beyond your grasp, and if the true monarch had not sought your demise, I might have been inclined to take you under my wing in the blood demon sect. He did not act immediately. This time, he could not allow Qinghe to escape. Qinghe expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your kind words, esteemed elder. After so many years, it was the first time someone before him had praised his innate talent. leaving him somewhat unaccustomed. Blood Yinluo chuckled. You are quite amusing. You have the right to know my name. I am Blood Yinluo of the Blood Demon sect. The Blood Ming who perished at your hands was my direct disciple. Qinghe then realized that the golden core cultivator from the Blood Demon sect who had died at his hands 20 years prior was named Blood Ming, the first golden core cultivator to fall by his hand. Blood Ming had simply run afoul of misfortune, had he not pursued Qinghe into the immortal desolation. Laying an ambush at the periphery, he might have dared not to exit the immortal desolation for a long time, let alone be counter-killed. Qinghe announced his own name. I am Zhou Tong, a disciple of the Taishan sect from the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation realm. Blood Yinluo paused momentarily before realization dawned. No wonder you seized the Blood Demon banner, allowing the three sects to escape, repeatedly opposing the Blood Demon sect. I never expected such a remarkable disciple to emerge from a mere Taishan sect. He held no regard for the Taishan sect. Were it not for the rules prohibiting such actions, he could have single-handedly annihilated it. However, today, your death is inevitable. Surrender the Blood Demon banner and that key, and I shall grant you a complete corpse. Qinghe, undaunted, retorted, such arrogance, esteemed elder. I, too, offer you an opportunity. Relinquish your soul-searching technique and self-destruct your cultivation, and I may consider sparing your life. Blood Yinluo, instead of growing angry, burst into laughter. Young one, your temperament and disposition are perfectly suited for the demonic path. However, in the end, the demonic way is still governed by strength. Since that is the case, I must personally come to collect. Blood Yinluo was acutely aware of Qinghe's cunning. Having suffered a loss previously, he could not afford to grant Qinghe another opportunity. As the Destiny Pearl had lost its efficacy, if Qinghe escaped this time, it would be utterly impossible to locate him again. Blood Demon technique, suppress. Qinghe was instantly engulfed in an endless sea of blood, a formidable power swiftly subduing him, rendering him immobile. His superior grade treasure body was forcibly activated, yet it could not withstand the suppression of the blood sea. Such was the might of a top-tier technique. Even if I could slay an 8th-layer golden core cultivator, being ensnared by a top-tier technique made escape exceedingly difficult. Ultimately, he would become part of the technique itself. Upon seeing Qinghe, whose body shimmered with a golden luster, Blood Yinluo perceived him as an extraordinary treasure. What a splendid physique. A superior grade treasure body. I never expected to encounter such a long-lost refinement. A top-tier blood god puppet, he was determined to refine Qinghe into a heavenly grade blood god puppet, ensuring he would shine brilliantly. Qinghe remained silent. The only means to break a top-tier technique lay in top-tier techniques and exceptional treasures. The great K manifested in his hand, its fearsome power cleaving a gap in the blood sea. Limitless sword calamity. A sword domain phantom appeared behind Qinghe, as hundreds of terrifying sword intents transformed into celestial swords, instantly cleaving the blood sea apart, leaving Blood Yinluo no chance to react. At that moment, Blood Yinluo, who had previously maintained a calm demeanor, finally changed countenance. Exceptional treasure, top-tier technique. How is this possible? How could you comprehend a top-tier technique? This revelation left Blood Yinluo, who had lived for centuries and witnessed countless prodigies, utterly astonished. He understood well the arduous nature of grasping supreme techniques. Even he, the unrivaled prodigy of his era, had required a century to comprehend the Blood Demon technique. It could be said that every cultivator who could attain the late Golden Core stage and reach the 9th layer was a legend of their time. Previously, Qinghe had astonished him by comprehending 2 supreme techniques at the 3rd layer of the Golden Core. Yet, merely 5 years had passed, and this youth had grasped the top-tier technique. Terrifying. For the first time, he felt fear regarding the talent of a cultivator. Moreover, upon engaging, he discerned Qinghe's cultivation, the 5th layer of the Golden Core. If he was not mistaken, 5 years ago, this youth had only been at the 3rd layer of the Golden Core. In 5 years, he had crossed 2 realms, including the early and mid stages of the Golden Core. Such rapid cultivation speed was far beyond that of any spirit root, even surpassing the legendary innate Tao body of ancient lore. There was a secret. This child possessed a great secret, one that was undoubtedly more intricate than mere spiritual treasures. If allowed to mature for a few more years, he might become impossible to contend with. It was imperative to extinguish this threat in its infancy and uncover the secrets he held. This, I cannot divulge to you, esteemed elder. Qinghe's voice resonated from the void. Although he had broken through the blood sea, he remained within the blood demon formation. Yet he had no intention of fleeing. He was determined to eliminate Blood Yinluo right here. Only by understanding how the Blood Demon sect tracked him could he contemplate returning to the Medicine King sect. He had been waiting for this opportunity and would not let it slip away. Qinghe devoured several Earth-grade spiritual herbs, restoring his expended magical energy. Wielding the colossal sword, A domain of swords manifested around him. This time, he took the initiative to assault Blood Yinluo, enveloping him in a myriad of destructive sword intents. Blood Yinluo proclaimed, "Youngster, no matter how exceptional your talents may be, even with a supreme artifact in hand and mastery over top-tier divine powers, you dare to challenge me? Today, I shall let you witness the true might of the 9th layer of the Golden Core." The boundless sword tribulation posed a significant threat to Blood Yinluo. Yet the prospect of vanquishing him was utterly impossible. A blood soul banner manifested in his grasp, and as it appeared, the entire realm transformed into a hellish abyss, teeming with countless blood souls. This was Qinghe's first encounter with such a multitude of blood souls. They bore a resemblance to Golden Core divine souls, but lacked their formidable strength. Nevertheless, they were not to be underestimated. These blood souls disregarded the destructive sword path and lunged at Qinghe. Sensing a terrifying crisis, he was astonished to discover that Blood Yinluo possessed a supreme artifact-level innate treasure. The potency of an innate treasure surpassed that of regular artifacts, indicating that the Blood Soul Banner's power was immensely greater than that of a supreme artifact. At this moment, the only means of countering these blood souls was the soul-absorbing bell. The bell materialized in Qinghe's hand. Ding ding ding. As expected, the blood souls were restrained by the soul-absorbing bell. Qinghe channeled all his magical energy into the colossal sword. Boundless sword tribulation. He surged forward, intent on severing the Blood Soul Banner. Once it was destroyed, Blood Yinluo's strength would undoubtedly diminish significantly. Boom. The two supreme artifacts unleashed a terrifying might, shattering the heavens and earth, unleashing countless void storms. Though this power fell short of that of a nascent soul, true monarch, it exceeded the limits of what a Golden Core cultivator could endure. Qinghe, severely injured, hastily retreated, while Blood Yinluo staggered back a few steps. Observing the Blood Soul Banner in his hand and the disheveled Qinghe in the distance, he remarked, "The soul-absorbing bell is indeed an upper-grade artifact, and your supreme artifact is quite impressive. Could it be that you managed to refine a supreme artifact into your innate treasure?" No one understood the power of the Blood Soul Banner better than he did. Ordinary supreme artifacts could not withstand a clash with it. The fact that Qinghe's colossal sword showed no signs of damage upon collision indicated that this artifact was extraordinary, likely also an innate treasure. Qinghe did not deny it. The colossal sword was part of the 5 elements sword array, and thus, it would not be an exaggeration to call it an innate treasure. Indeed. Now, please make your exit, senior. Blood Yinluo laughed heartily. "Ha, I am increasingly fond of you, young one. However, to think that one artifact could claim my life is far from sufficient. I intend to refine you into the most formidable blood soul and blood god puppet. Now, let me see just how many trump cards you truly possess, including that technique you wield to restore your magical energy. I am greatly intrigued." Qinghe launched several attacks, having discerned Blood Yinluo's techniques. They struck simultaneously. Behind Blood Yinluo lay the Sea of Blood and the Hellish Abyss, while Qinghe was backed by the Sword Domain and the resonating, soul-absorbing bell. Boom boom boom. With each clash, the surrounding space collapsed, compelling Qinghe to activate his golden body. However, after several exchanges, his golden body was obliterated, leaving him battered and bruised. He had to concede that Blood Yinluo was the most formidable cultivator he had ever encountered. The Golden Core cultivators he had previously boasted of defeating with pride would surely fall to Blood Yinluo's single strike with even greater ease. The demonstration of the 9th layer of the Golden Core by Blood Yinluo rendered the 8th layer hardly superior to a foundation establishment cultivator. As Qinghe found himself submerged beneath the sea of blood, Blood Yinluo ambled through the void and inquired, "Do you now find yourself devoid of magical energy?" TSK. Having consumed dozens of earth-grade spiritual herbs, I feel a pang of sympathy. Then, Blood Yinluo's tone turned ominous. "Since you have exhausted your means, submit to my suppression. There is no need for you to feel discontent or despair. Very few Golden Core 9th layers can engage me in so many exchanges. And as a mere Golden Core 5th layer ant, you should feel proud. You are too premature in your joy, senior." 5 elements sword array. An array materialized in the sky, its dreadful aura enveloping a 100-mile radius. The sea of blood surrounding Qinghe was instantly torn apart, and even Blood Yinluo's top-tier Blood Demon Great Array was obliterated by the formation. The 5 elements sword array descended upon Blood Yinluo like a tidal wave. The moment the 5 elements sword array appeared, Blood Yinluo sensed an overwhelming crisis. His expression turned to one of horror, unable to fathom that the seemingly desperate Qinghe possessed such a terrifying killing move. Blood Soul Banner, Blood Demon Divine Power. He invoked the Blood Soul Banner and the Blood Demon Divine Powers. elevating the blood demon's strength to its zenith in a frenzied resistance against the assault of the five elements sword array. With a cataclysmic force, the area within 100 miles, engulfed by the five elements sword array, was annihilated. The void shattered, and Blood Yanluo was thrust into the chaotic streams of the void by the array. Chapter 0557. All cards revealed. Suppressing Blood Yanluo, the might of the five elements sword array now surpassed its previous manifestation in Medicine King City by more than tenfold. Had it possessed such power at that time, it could have obliterated Medicine King City without the need for the demon avatars to endure the assault of the Immortal City's formation. Yet, that was merely a thought. At that time, his cultivation level had been insufficient to activate the five elements sword array. Moreover, he had paid a heavy toll. The expenditure required to invoke the five elements sword array was tremendous. His already shattered golden body had been utterly destroyed, with much of his essence, blood, and divine soul extracted. Even with an abundance of spiritual herbs and treasures, he could not ascertain when he would recover. Qinghe swayed as he stood in the void, wary and alert, as his divine sense detected a faint aura flickering in the void. Blood Yanluo had not been vanquished by the five elements sword array. He was desperately attempting to escape from the void. This ancient fiend was far too powerful. Had he not possessed a means to track him, he would not have dared to confront this formidable being. Were it not for the fear of revealing his identity upon returning to the Medicine King sect, where he would be suppressed by the nascent soul true monarch, he would have fled directly. He intended to return with sufficient strength to deal with Blood Yanluo, having already utilized 99% of his combat power, with the final move reserved for a desperate situation. Qinghe remained on guard, watching the rift in the void. Refraining from stepping into it, it was far too perilous. Suddenly, a terrifying force of divine soul penetrated into his own, causing his soul to resonate in turmoil. Qinghe had been prepared. He had previously recognized that Blood Yanluo wielded formidable divine soul techniques, so how could he lack defenses? Besides, his divine soul was now no weaker than Blood Yanluo's, perhaps even stronger and more solidified. The soul-absorbing bell soared into his sea of consciousness, radiating with blinding brilliance, calming the tumult of his divine soul. The soul attack retreated in horror. Gazing ahead, he saw Blood Yanluo, drenched in blood, clawing his way out from the void rift while still clutching the blood soul banner. His gaze, cold and piercing, fixed upon Qinghe. What a formidable divine soul you possess. You are no ordinary cultivator. You are a reincarnated primordial infant true monarch. Blood Yanluo finally comprehended the reason behind Qinghe's extraordinary prowess. He was undeniably a primordial infant true monarch who had undergone a soul transfer and rebirth. It was inconceivable for one to master such supreme divine abilities, possess spiritual treasures, and comprehend the pinnacle of mystical arts without such an origin. As long as one was a primordial infant true monarch, everything fell into place. Spiritual treasures, top-tier divine techniques, and an array of secret arts emerged in abundance. He had come perilously close to being vanquished by Qinghe, the closest he had been to death in centuries. Is this your spiritual treasure? He directed his attention to the five elements sword formation diagram on Qinghe's person. The earlier attack had surpassed that of a top-tier magical artifact. Qinghe was taken aback by Blood Yanluo's assumption that he was a reincarnated cultivator, a primordial infant true monarch at that. Suddenly, Blood Yanluo erupted into laughter. Who would have thought even a primordial infant true monarch could fall? Before the Tao, a primordial infant true monarch is but a slightly larger ant. Qinghe regarded the deranged Blood Yanluo with confusion. I do not comprehend your words. Blood Yanluo chuckled sinisterly, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling light. What is there to deny? Why must a primordial infant true monarch hide in shadows? This must indeed be my fortune. A primordial infant true monarch's divine soul, even if merely a fragment of true spirit, integrated into the blood soul banner, could certainly transform it into a spiritual treasure. At that moment, once I seize your memories and your fortune, it would not be beyond my reach to step into the primordial infant realm and attain enlightenment. Rather than feeling trepidation upon suspecting Qinghe's identity, Blood Yanluo displayed unabashed excitement. The opportunity to attain the supreme primordial infant realm was within his grasp. He brandished the blood demon flag, bellowing, "Heavens and earth, heed my command." Rivers of blood manifested, along with myriad crimson phantoms and several blood god puppets at the golden core stage, all converging to suppress Qinghe. The tumult was so immense that even cultivators tens of thousands of miles away sensed it, gazing in horror toward the depths of the wilderness. What was this commotion? Had the heavens collapsed? Was an immensely powerful cultivator engaged in battle, perhaps a primordial infant true monarch? Golden core cultivators across the vast expanse were seized by dread. Probing the situation with their divine senses, yet before they could ascertain the circumstances, their senses were severely damaged. Some golden core cultivators even fell directly into demise. Amidst the tempest, Lu Qinghe inhaled deeply, recognizing that this was Blood Yin Luo's true might. Even his mere aura could annihilate the majority of late-stage golden core cultivators. Prisoner of the Immortal Bell, restrain. A vacuum zone materialized around Lu Qinghe, yet countless rivers of blood, blood souls, and blood god puppets surged forth, tearing through the prisoner of the immortal divine ability. Infinite Sword Calamity. Golden Crow Divine Technique. Countless celestial swords erupted from behind Lu Qinghe, and even more astonishingly, 5 resplendent golden crows appeared in the sky like radiant suns. This was the Golden Crow Divine Technique fused with the glazed pure fire. Each golden crow equated to a top-tier divine ability. In an instant, he unleashed 6 supreme divine abilities. Blood Yin Luo's complexion shifted dramatically as he cried out in terror. A fire-based top-tier divine ability? Suppress him, suppress him. He ignited his own magical power, the essence of his golden core, frantically urging the Blood Soul banner, the Blood Demon Array, and the Blood Demon Divine Techniques. Lu Qinghe, in a frenzy, consumed countless earthly-grade spiritual herbs to replenish his magical power, disregarding the consequences. If he were to be subdued now, he would have no hope of resurgence. The 5 elements sword formation diagram surged forward, obliterating Blood Yin Luo's rivers of blood, blood souls, blood god puppets, and blood demon techniques under Lu Qinghe's full might. The 5 elements sword formation pressed down upon Blood Yin Luo, pinning him in the void. His face turned ashen. He had never anticipated being so utterly humiliated by a mere 5th-layer golden core cultivator. Countless 9th-layer golden core cultivators had appeared as insignificant insects before him, and even a primordial infant true monarch's intervention would not necessarily guarantee his demise. Yet today, having expended everything, not only had he failed to annihilate his foe, but he himself had been subdued. Observing Lu Qinghe, who swayed precariously in the void, it was evident he too was in dire straits. His treasure body had been rendered ineffective, reduced to a lifeless husk devoid of vitality. He had also expended a substantial portion of his golden core essence. Were it not for his status as a golden core cultivator, he would have already succumbed to death. Lu Qinghe addressed Blood Yin Luo. You are indeed formidable. Blood Yin Luo interpreted this as a taunt. There is no need for mockery. Though I have been subdued by you, do you truly believe you have triumphed? He had long refrained from employing this technique, but regrettably, he now had no choice. Lu Qinghe's brows twitched slightly, yet he realized that instantaneously eliminating Blood Yin Luo was beyond his capabilities. Just as Blood Yin Luo had been unable to swiftly vanquish him earlier, otherwise, the confrontation would have concluded long ago. A red light emerged from Blood Yin Luo's forehead, followed by a chilling presence and a cold, merciless voice. Who dares to violate my dignity? Such transgressions warrant execution, and you shall be sealed within the Blood Demon flag, never to rise again. A bizarre figure traversed the void, exuding an aura of dominance over the cosmos, surveying the world with disdain. The laws of heaven and earth swirled, bringing tranquility to the realm. Lu Qinghe gazed in terror at this figure, a bitter taste in his mouth. Merely a glance had inflicted severe injuries upon him, with a weight akin to a mountain pressing down, rendering any attempt to struggle nearly impossible. He could only utter a few bitter words. Primordial infant true monarch. He understood the terror of the primordial infant true monarch, but had not anticipated such overwhelming might. Even the mere aura rendered him immobile. Should the primordial infant true monarch take action, the destruction would be cataclysmic. Blood Yin Luo, freed from the suppression of Lu Qinghe, regained his composure, regardless of your anomalies. Beneath the true monarch's law, you shall be utterly annihilated. What a pity. He had refrained from using his primordial infant avatar, wishing not for Lu Qinghe's demise. He sought to capture Lu Qinghe to uncover the secrets of his soul, to pry into his mysteries, and to obtain his formidable body to forge blood god puppets. He intended to refine treasures using the true spirit of the primordial infant. Yet now, all was destined to vanish before the true monarch's avatar. No divine ability or secret art could withstand. Even former primordial infant true monarchs could not endure without mastering the laws, despite incurring heavy losses. As long as the mission was accomplished, all would be worthwhile. Blood Yin Luo's body hunched, having sustained grievous injuries. Even if he survived, his lifespan would be severely curtailed. Lu Qinghe disregarded Blood Yin Luo, lacking the energy to engage, and instead focused intently on the true monarch's avatar above. The avatar had raised its hand, descending towards him. This scene was strikingly familiar. Decades prior, at the Ascension Cauldron during the Sword Testing Conference in the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation world, a similar colossal hand had shattered the Dan God sect. The difference lay in the current might being even greater. Lu Qinghe inhaled deeply, 8 Desolation Mirror, emerge. The 8 Desolation Mirror shimmered with intricate patterns, shielding Lu Qinghe from the majority of the incoming assault. This revelation caused Blood Yin Luo, watching from afar, to flinch. Yet another superior-grade treasure. He was utterly baffled by the sheer number of superior-grade treasures Lu Qinghe possessed. The exceptional treasures of the highest caliber are coveted by many late-stage golden core cultivators, yet they may spend their entire lives without acquiring even a single one. However, for Lu Qinghe, such treasures appear in rapid succession as if they were free of charge. As he gazes at the palm capable of shattering the world, he reflects. I had initially hesitated to employ this technique, for I could scarcely control it. Yet, it seems I must give it a try. In his hand, he retrieves a celestial herb, the Imu Qinglong Ginseng, a prized possession obtained from the alchemist Rinbuki, which he had yet to utilize. Now, it proves to be of utmost importance, especially as it possesses a wood attribute with commendable healing capabilities, harmonizing perfectly with his Qingmu, swallowing heaven technique. Without this, he would indeed struggle to assimilate such a divine herb. The Qingmu swallowing heaven technique. The celestial herb transforms into a torrent of mana, causing his body to swell to an enormous size, nearly bursting from the pressure. The Blood Yin Luo observes this spectacle. A single celestial herb? This fellow is truly defying the heavens. Such treasures are at his disposal, yet they are futile, for a single herb cannot possibly shake the true monarch's Dharma form. To him, it appears that Lu Qinghe's efforts are nothing more than a futile struggle of a cornered beast. The Qingmu swallowing heaven technique. The divine ability of the wood element manifests in his hands. The mountain river seal. A colossal seal is instantly materialized by Lu Qinghe. The Blood Yin Luo, witnessing the two divine abilities in Lu Qinghe's grasp, is utterly astonished. How can this be? This individual possesses divine abilities of the wood element, the earth element, and previously, the supreme fire element, alongside the pinnacle of sword Dao techniques. Could he be a cultivator with 4 spiritual roots? Impossible. It is unfathomable for a 4 spiritual root individual to cultivate to the golden core realm. Even a Yuanying true monarch could not achieve such a feat through possession. He is completely astounded, for this revelation shatters his understanding. Yet, this is merely the beginning. The cloud and rain technique. A supreme divine ability? The Blood Yin Luo can no longer remain composed. Were it not for his formidable soul, he would surely believe he had lost his mind. How can there exist a being with 5 spiritual roots, who has reached the golden core stage, and has cultivated 2 divine abilities, not to mention 3 supreme divine abilities? Is it possible that 5 spiritual roots are this powerful, simply undiscovered until now? He is now utterly convinced that Lu Qinghe is indeed a 5 spiritual root cultivator. He resolves to secretly seek out several 5 spiritual root cultivators upon returning to the Blood Demon sect to verify this, intending to select a suitable body for reincarnation through possession. What does he intend to accomplish? Upon integrating the cloud and rain technique, the divine ability in Lu Qinghe's hands exceeds even the pinnacle of techniques. A terrifying aura envelopes Lu Qinghe, causing the surrounding space to crackle ominously. The Golden Crow divine ability. Lu Qinghe infuses the Golden Crow divine ability into the mix. The infinite sword tribulation. The essence of destruction manifests within the divine ability. This is the fusion technique of the 5 spiritual roots that Lu Qinghe comprehended in the monster domain. Previously, the power of the divine ability was still nascent, allowing him to maintain control. It was his intended measure against the Blood Yin Luo. Yet as the divine ability grew stronger, he found it increasingly beyond his grasp. Moreover, he discovered that with his current cultivation, he could not control the fusion of the 5 elements, which deterred him from its use. It was akin to a double-edged sword. And only by relying on the wood attribute celestial herb could he barely unleash a single strike, the consequences of which he could scarcely estimate. As the 5-element fusion technique takes shape, the space around him begins to warp. At that moment, the Qinghe mirror is shattered by the true monarch's Dharma form. The ancient bell of capturing immortals, arise. The ancient bell takes the brunt of the assault. Just one final step remains. The glassy pure fire merge. The glassy pure fire integrates into the technique, and the terrifying divine ability in Lu Qinghe's hand solidifies. He gazes at the descending palm and the imposing figure above. If you were the true Yuanying, I might fear you to some extent, but as a mere Yuanying Dharma form, to crush me is a foolish fantasy. Today, I shall annihilate your Yuanying Dharma form, ensuring that your true self suffers harm. To withstand the Yuanying Dharma form and injure the Yuanying true monarch, I shall take pride in this. The 5 elements annihilation grand technique. Lu Qinghe bestows a name upon the 5-element fusion, the 5 elements annihilation grand technique, obliterating all. As Lu Qinghe's words fall, the ancient bell of capturing immortals is similarly crushed by the Dharma form's suppression. Lu Qinghe raises the 5 elements annihilation grand technique and strikes at the blood-red palm. Boom. The blood-red palm is rendered to nothingness by the 5 elements annihilation grand technique. The technique surges forth towards the celestial Dharma form. The true monarch's Dharma form perceives a threat and provocation, emitting a thunderous roar. "Ant, how dare you?" In an instant, the entire world is engulfed in a sea of blood. This is not merely the blood Yanluo's technique, nor an illusory realm, but a tangible world of blood, embodying the power of the laws. What is being resisted is not just a divine ability, but a real world of blood. Those who are ensnared within can only expect utter subjugation. The blood Yanluo, still in a state of shock, witnesses the unfolding scene. With a flick of his finger, his essence transforms into a luminous sphere and strikes the blood soul banner. Blood escape. He must flee from this place, lest he be reduced to ashes, whether by the true monarch's law of power or by Lu Qinghe's 5 elements annihilation grand technique, both capable of erasing him in an instant. Seeing the blood Yanluo attempt to escape, Lu Qinghe hesitates no longer, vanishing into the void in a flash. Chapter 0559, Annihilating the Yuanying Dharma Form, Slaying the Blood Yanluo. The power of annihilation and the force of laws collide, causing the entire cosmos to tremble. The heavens and earth fracture, reducing all in their path to desolation. The Yuanying Dharma form is indeed formidable, yet it is not a true Yuanying true monarch. It possesses only a fragment of the law's power, which is continually being depleted. Ultimately, the 5 elements annihilation grand technique shatters the world of blood, colliding with the Yuanying Dharma form. The 100-foot-tall Yuanying Dharma form finds itself in peril, striking down upon the 5 elements annihilation grand technique, yet it cannot withstand the onslaught. In the blink of an eye, the 5 elements annihilation grand technique strikes the true body of the Dharma form. The true body of the Dharma form shatters, leaving only an enraged roar. "Ant, I shall remember you. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, there shall be no corner where you can escape." Realizing escape is impossible, the Yuanying Dharma form self-destructs. Boom. The 5 elements annihilation grand technique and the Yuanying Dharma form collide. The entire cosmos is torn apart by the 2 terrifying divine abilities. The void fragmenting into countless shards, forming a vast storm that spans miles. Just moments ago, Lu Qinghe and the blood Yanluo's attacks had merely torn open a few fissures in the void. Yet now they have created a gaping hole in the fabric of space. In the blood demon sect, the Dharma form is destroyed, and the blood demon true monarch suffers a grievous wound. A dreadful aura rises within the sect. The entire world trembles, and an enraged voice echoes, "Who has dared to act against me, annihilating my Dharma form?" Immediately, he demands the capture of the blood Yanluo to ascertain the truth. Enraged, he suspects another Yuanying true monarch has intervened, and a figure flashes as the blood demon true monarch vanishes from above the blood demon sect. In the distance, though the blood Yanluo employs blood escape, traversing 1,000 miles in an instant, he is still swept up by the terrifying force of the storm. The overwhelming backlash leaves him with no recourse but to be hurled 1,000 miles away. By the time he regains his composure, his body is in tatters, and his cultivation has plummeted to the 1st level of the Golden Core realm. Now, he is unable to utilize even the most basic of his techniques, let alone summon his life as treasure. Ignoring his injuries, he remains in shock, exclaiming, "Who is this person, that they possess such monstrous power, capable of contending with a true monarch's Dharma form?" After centuries, he encounters a Golden Core cultivator so formidable that he recognizes this individual as one who stands unrivaled beneath the Yuanying realm. However, Lu Qinghe's prowess, artifacts, and divine abilities far exceeded his expectations. The final move he executed instilled a sense of dread within him. Had Lu Qinghe unleashed that technique at the first opportunity, he would undoubtedly have summoned his true monarch avatar and fled, leaving no chance for battle. The multitude of unforeseen incidents and upheavals during this encounter left him in a precarious situation upon returning to the blood demon sect, where he could only cling to existence. His path to immortality irrevocably severed. Unless he could unlock the ancient divine tomb and procure the blood of demons and gods, this was his last glimmer of hope. Gazing upon the tempest that spanned thousands of miles, he realized the area had been utterly devastated, likely devoid of life for centuries to come. It was terrifying. He had always understood the terror of a nascent soul true monarch, yet this was the first time he witnessed such power in a tangible form. And this was merely an avatar. Observing a gaping void in the core area, created by 2 separate assaults, he noted it was gradually mending. He hoped that the spirit treasure had not been drawn into the void, and that the key would be recovered. It was a matter of life and death for him. Regarding Lu Qinghe, he doubted he could still be alive, Yet spirit treasures were not easily destroyed. He must return with the spirit treasure to the blood demon sect to complete this mission. Finding the key to unlock the ancient divine tomb was imperative for a slim chance of survival. However, he dared not enter until the void had completely vanished. Only then would he tread forward. He took out a blood pill to restore his magical power, enabling him to use golden core divine abilities. Not long after, mere dozens of breaths later, the void above finally disappeared, and the blood llama no longer lingered, retreating into the storm. He swiftly returned to the site of their recent confrontation, commencing his search. Yet, as his consciousness swept across every corner, he found no trace of the 5-element sword array or any of the other superior artifacts. Suspended in the void, he could scarcely believe it. It was impossible for all the spirit treasures and artifacts to have been swallowed into the void. Just as he continued his mental probe, a chilling voice echoed, "What are you searching for?" Upon hearing that familiar voice, Blood Llama was taken aback, gazing in disbelief at the figure in the void. How could this be? How can you still be alive? He could not fathom that Qinghe had survived. That tempest would have claimed anyone, even if they were exponentially stronger. Qinghe appeared weary, relying solely on a remnant of the celestial herb's power to maintain his state. If you haven't perished, how could I? You should not have returned. If you had fled, I would have truly been powerless against you. Blood Llama's escape had revealed his lack of pursuit capability. He never anticipated that Blood Llama would return, walking into his own demise. This time, he was determined to slay Blood Llama, who had witnessed too many of his secrets. With a flicker of his eyes, Blood Llama regarded Qinghe. Even if you are alive, I assure you that your strength has dwindled. Perfect, I shall suppress you now. Blood Llama waved the Blood Soul banner, yet rather than attacking Qinghe, he fled into the distance. The ancient bell of capturing immortals. The ancient bell soared into the air, sealing Blood Llama in place. Qinghe looked at the subdued Blood Llama and coldly remarked, "I may not have much strength left, but you are not in a better position. To think you still wish to flee with your golden core's first layer of power, you underestimate me." Blood Llama, now restrained, questioned, "Are you truly unafraid of the true monarch's descent? Do not think that opposing a true monarch's avatar equates to opposing a true monarch themselves. This is not something you need to know, nor will you witness it. Besides, if I were to slay an avatar, would he let me go?" Blood Llama remained calm as he addressed Qinghe. "You are not capable of killing me." A flash of blood light appeared as Blood Llama abandoned his suppressed corporeal form, his golden core soul fleeing into the void. Qinghe sent forth the soul-capturing bell. "It seems you have forgotten that I possess the soul-capturing bell." The bell immediately drew Blood Llama's soul back, and against Blood Llama's unwilling gaze, his soul was devoured by the bell. Only his furious roar remained. "Wait for me. I will avenge myself. The blood demon, true monarch, will not spare you." Qinghe executed a spell, consuming Blood Llama's soul entirely, and swiftly gathered Blood Llama's body before departing. In his current state, even a golden core cultivator could easily slay him. However, given the commotion just caused, only a nascent soul true monarch would dare approach, while those at the 9th layer of the golden core would prudently keep their distance. Chapter 0560. Retreating to the Medicine King sect to recover injuries after half a day, tranquility returned to the area. A figure emerged in the void, gazing upon the desolated expanse of the ruins. The power of the blood demon. Was it the blood demon sect's fiend engaging in battle here? But who was the other participant? He scanned the surroundings, but found no trace, and soon vanished. Days later, a terrifying storm erupted at the junction of the chaotic star sea and the southern celestial realm. As two nascent soul true monarchs clashed nearby, leveling the land for thousands of miles. Not only did cultivators within tens of thousands of miles feel the tremors of the earth and the overwhelming pressure that day, but even golden core cultivators cautiously approached afterward. They were all terrified by the remnants of the battle, and it was then they understood just how fearsome a nascent soul true monarch could be. Yet, no one knew which two nascent soul true monarchs were battling, nor the cause behind their confrontation. Encounters between nascent soul true monarchs were exceedingly rare, occurring only once in a century. Numerous cultivators entered the fray in search of opportunities, knowing that even a fragment of a nascent soul true monarch's possession would yield immeasurable benefits. A year later, within a medicinal garden of the Medicine King sect, Qinghe sat at a stone table, scrutinizing the spiritual herbs before him. Although his complexion remained ashen, his injuries had healed significantly. Over the year, he had exhausted countless resources to restore his condition to 80%. Had it been anyone else, they would have perished long ago. This time, he had truly suffered a great loss, nearly losing his life. The price paid was burdensome. From that battle, his soul had devoured 10 soul-devouring flowers to recover. He was well aware of the immense value of the 3 births soul-devouring flower on the divine dragon Immortal Island. Even one could be traded for a spiritual fire like the purple thunder radiant flame. Yet he had consumed a full 10. His golden body had also been shattered. And restoration would only come once the diamond Bodhi fruit matured. At least 3 would be required for recovery. His magical power, however, had returned rapidly. A testament to the formidable abilities of the 5 elements creation technique, coupled with the numerous Tao-infused pills he had consumed over the year. This allowed him to restore the essence of his burning golden core. Were it not for the medicinal essence, he would have had to seek alternative methods to recover his golden core essence. At this moment, Qinghe discovered yet another miraculous benefit of the medicinal essence. Additionally, the 8 Desolation Mirror and the ancient bell of capturing immortals had sustained severe damage, and repairing them would not be a quick endeavor. Not to mention the 100 earthly-grade spiritual herbs and a heavenly herb he had consumed during the battle. His losses translated to over tens of millions of spirit stones, and such quantities could not even be purchased. He had been careless. Qinghe lamented, never anticipating the terrifying strength of Blood Yama. He had originally believed that Blood Yama was merely a few times stronger than an 8th-layer golden core cultivator. It was unfathomable that Blood Yama possessed the power to instantaneously slay an 8th-layer golden core cultivator. Last time, he managed to escape because Blood Yanluo did not exert his full strength. His escape was merely a stroke of luck, as Blood Yanluo had not anticipated that he possessed various abilities surpassing the 3rd level of the golden core stage. Had he not fled into the demon realm, he would have been doomed. It was unimaginable that a top-tier cultivator at the 9th level of golden core would pursue a practitioner who was originally at the 3rd level, accompanied by a nascent soul manifestation. Was this not sheer bullying? After that battle, he expended his last ounce of strength to return to the Medicine King sect, fearing that the Blood Demon True Monarch would truly take action. Only the Medicine King sect could safeguard him. It took him an entire year to recuperate from his injuries. An elderly man entered the small courtyard, and, upon seeing Qinghe seated in a chair, greeted him with a warm smile. It seems you have nearly recovered. Qinghe expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Elder Yuanqing, for your hospitality. Upon returning to the Medicine King sect, he dared not seek anyone else and directly approached Elder Yuanqing to hide here and recuperate. No other place felt as secure as this. Elder Yuanqing waved his hand dismissively. It's not hospitality. I happen to be free, and you can keep this old man company. However, he inquired, what on earth transpired to leave you in such a wretched state? A year ago, Qinghe had appeared before him, utterly transformed, devoid of vitality. Had it not been for Qinghe presenting his token, he would have genuinely doubted it was him. Thus, Qinghe remained in the medicinal garden, a place typically free from disturbances, and as a practitioner of the 4th level of Foundation establishment, he held considerable respect among the outer sect elders. He would not be interrupted unless someone had pressing business. With the aid of a longevity fruit and several pills left by Qinghe himself, he had finally broken through the bottleneck that had long hindered him, advancing to the 4th level of Foundation establishment over the course of more than 10 years. He still had a century of cultivation ahead of him. Advancing in the later stages of Foundation establishment was challenging, yet reaching the 6th level was not insurmountable. Qinghe nonchalantly remarked, I encountered a formidable foe. Although I vanquished him, the cost was grievous. Elder Yuanqing recognized that Qinghe was reluctant to divulge too much. It was unusual for a normal confrontation with an enemy to result in such devastation. Moreover, Qinghe had already attained the 5th level of Foundation establishment, while his adversary was likely at the 6th or even the 7th level, beyond his ability to engage. It was fortunate that he had returned alive. He gazed at Qinghe with an expression of bewilderment. I initially thought you would not survive. I never anticipated not only your survival, but also your swift recovery. I practiced a body-refining technique, which greatly aided in my healing, Qinghe replied, and Elder Yuanqing did not doubt it. Qinghe's situation was beyond his comprehension. Your talent is remarkable. In just 20 years, you have not only completed the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, but also advanced to the 5th level. Had you retained your status as a core disciple, you would still enjoy the privileges of a core disciple for over 30 more years, ensuring your progression into the later stages of Foundation establishment. In the future, you may even ascend to become a revered golden core ancestor. Elder Yuanqing admired Qinghe's cultivation talent, as he had surpassed the achievements of most core disciples of the Medicine King sect. Even those who had cultivated for 200 years, Qinghe remained non-committal. He was indifferent to the status of core disciple. As anticipated, according to the rules of the Medicine King sect, he had been stripped of that status and was now left with the identity of an inner sect disciple. Qinghe explained, there was no other choice. I was dispatched to guard Medicine King City along with another prodigy from the sect. But Elder Yao entrusted me with a task. In fulfilling this task, I encountered significant troubles that prevented my return to participate in the core disciple competition. The subsequent events were related to Elder Yao's assignment. However, he bore no resentment towards Elder Yao, as he could not have foreseen such circumstances, though some bitterness lingered, unspoken. Elder Yuansheng clicked his tongue. The Golden Core ancestors were not subjects for him to speculate upon. He turned to Lu Qinghe and asked, "What are your plans moving forward?" Lu Qinghe replied with calm composure, "I will continue to recuperate. However, I shall reclaim what is rightfully mine. I merely need to wait for the core disciple battles in a few years." Chapter 0561. Return to the Inner Sect, Spirit Herb Peak, Moon Without Flaws. Elder Yuansheng, unable to offer Lu Qinghe any substantial advice, acknowledged his position as merely an ordinary elder of the outer sect, with little influence over inner sect matters. Moreover, Lu Qinghe was not only an inner sect disciple, but also possessed a cultivation level significantly higher than his own. "I have faith that you will manage well," Elder Yuansheng expressed, convinced of Lu Qinghe's capability to cultivate so rapidly, even with minimal support in the outer sect. Such a person was undoubtedly not impulsive or reckless. He must possess his own strategies. "Rest assured, you may recuperate here for the time being. There is ample time until the next core disciple competition." Yet, Lu Qinghe did not intend to squander time here, although he had not fully regained his strength. He had no trouble dealing with practitioners at the 7th or 8th levels of Golden Core. He had many tasks to attend to and numerous resources to acquire. The resolution of One Blood Yanluo had not alleviated his peril. Instead, he had drawn the attention of the nascent soul, True Monarch. Regardless of whether he had slain Blood Yanluo or vanquished the nascent soul manifestation, or whether it was the Blood Demon flag and key he possessed, the Blood Demon True Monarch and his followers would not let him off the hook. Yet, he was uncertain if they could locate him now. Regardless, he must expedite his cultivation. However, ascending to the nascent soul realm was akin to scaling the heavens, and the only feasible method he could conceive was to acquire various resources in the shortest time possible. First, he needed to upgrade the Heavenly Deceit Mask, and once he had gathered the requisite resources, he could hide within the black earth space for a century, at which point he would condense his nascent soul and emerge. By then, the Blood Demon True Monarch would only be at the initial stage of the nascent soul realm, easily subdued by him. The challenge lay in the vast resources he required. Amassing them within a short time frame was an impossibility. Enough of that. I must return to the inner sect to report in. Having been absent for so long, without my soul token, the inner sect may have already deemed me lost. Lu Qinghe produced a token, imbued with his essence, and handed it to Elder Yuansheng. "Elder, should any matters arise in the future, you may use this token to reach me." As long as Elder Yuansheng did not provoke the nascent soul True Monarch, he could resolve any troubles for him. With Elder Yuansheng's cultivation level, he would not even catch a glimpse of the nascent soul True Monarch, even at the cost of his life. Elder Yuansheng accepted the token, intending to speak, but Lu Qinghe's figure had already vanished. Elder Yuansheng carefully stored the token. It represented not merely a promise from an inner sect disciple, but potentially the promise of a future Golden Core ancestor. For reasons unknown, Elder Yuansheng believed Lu Qinghe would undoubtedly attain the Golden Core path. He had yet to fully comprehend Lu Qinghe. Even in moments of injury, Lu Qinghe unconsciously emanated an air of authority that left him breathless. Such presence was not befitting one at the 5th level of Foundation establishment. "I hope to witness your ascension to the Golden Core in my lifetime." He felt gratitude towards Lu Qinghe. Without Lu Qinghe's longevity fruit, he would have long since perished. Lu Qinghe first returned to the Grand Hall of the Inner Peak, only to find that the elder there had been replaced. It was a practitioner at the 8th level of Foundation establishment. Lu Qinghe cupped his hands in respect. "I pay my respects to the elder. I am Lu Qinghe, returning to report after executing a task outside." The elder, puzzled, accepted the token, remarking, "Junior brother, you seem somewhat unfamiliar?" Lu Qinghe replied, "Having departed from the Yaowang sect for several years, I did not anticipate that the elder in charge would have been replaced." The elder, upon scanning Lu Qinghe's token with his divine sense, softened his tone considerably. "Ah, it is Junior Brother Lu." The token contained various details regarding Lu Qinghe's status, including his position as a disciple of the Foundation establishment stage and a former core disciple, albeit one who had forfeited his status by not participating in the core disciple competition. More significantly, the elder noted Lu Qinghe's cultivation level, 5th layer of Foundation establishment, indicating that his future achievements would likely be considerable. The elder continued, "However, Junior Brother, you missed the core disciple competition 5 years ago, and thus your status has been downgraded to that of an inner sect disciple. Consequently, your benefits will now be distributed according to the inner sect standards." "I understand, Elder. I kindly request your assistance in arranging a suitable placement for me," Lu Qinghe replied. The elder contemplated for a moment, then inscribed several incantations onto Lu Qinghe's token, facilitating his new assignment. He also handed Lu Qinghe a storage pouch, saying, "This contains the sect benefits you have not claimed over the past 5 years." Without even glancing at the pouch, Lu Qinghe accepted it and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Elder. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Watching Lu Qinghe's departing figure, the elder lamented. Who would have thought that this was the once-renowned core disciple, Lu Qinghe? He is highly regarded by the elders and may very well become a personal disciple. He is not one to be trifled with. Having cultivated to the 5th layer of foundation establishment in just 5 years is an extraordinary feat. And it is rumored that he possesses a spirit beast of the 9th layer of foundation establishment. In the next 5 years, he will undoubtedly reclaim his position among the core disciples. Exiting the inner sect hall, Lu Qinghe pondered briefly before soaring towards the Lingyao Peak, soon landing before its gates. Although only a few years had elapsed, the guarding disciples had been replaced and no longer recognized Lu Qinghe. One disciple blocked his path, stating, "This is Lingyao Peak." "Who are you?" "Only disciples of Lingyao Peak are permitted entry without prior consent." Lu Qinghe courteously revealed his identity. "I am Lu Qinghe, an inner sect disciple of Dan Peak, seeking an audience with Senior Sister Yuwuxia. I kindly ask you to relay my request." The 2 inner sect disciples exchanged glances. Displeased. "You, a mere inner sect disciple, think you can just see Senior Sister Yu at will? Even we find it difficult to meet her, let alone someone like you. Not even the core disciples from your own Dan Peak could demand such an audience." Lu Qinghe was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the condescension of the 2 guarding disciples, a sensation he had not experienced in many years. Though he possessed 5 spiritual roots, he had concealed this identity after facing challenges upon entering the Taishin sect, thus rarely encountering such disdain. Exuding the aura of a 5th layer foundation establishment cultivator, he observed the shock on their faces and calmly stated, "Senior Sister Yu and I are friends. Merely passing on my message will suffice. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to seek an audience with the peak master of Lingyao." The disciples hesitated, their initial intent to reprimand waning in light of Lu Qinghe's assertiveness. They had not anticipated that such a young inner sect disciple would possess such formidable cultivation. Initially inclined to scold him, they were deterred by the prospect of his request reaching the peak master. Recognizing that someone who could speak so boldly must possess a notable background, a situation escalating beyond their control would not bode well for them. One disciple quickly interjected, "Please wait, senior brother. I will report this immediately." Lu Qinghe retracted his cultivation aura and nodded, "Thank you." The disciple promptly turned and entered Lingyao Peak to deliver the message. Shortly thereafter, a figure gracefully descended before the mountain gates, beaming with a radiant smile. "Junior brother Lu, it has been a long time. How have you been?"